Chapter 81 The First Armistice. According to the scheduled combat deployment, Augustus's Heavenly Demon Special Tactical Platoon walked to the assembly point in the mission briefing after hiding the spaceship, leaving 2 Heavenly Demons and the driver Jack to guard the spaceship. This hemisphere of Mainhof is as desolate as the moon, and the strong wind mixed with gravel, and gravel erodes the rocks with severe weathering marks on the surface. At this latitude, the change of seasons is not obvious. The night is dry and cold, and the fragile skin often dries and cracks. When the sun rises, the temperature rises too high and too fast. So the houses here emphasize airtight insulation. The original modular prefabricated buildings were soon replaced by Mainhof's characteristic stone buildings. The vast plains with no obstructions, and the end of the plains are not common here. Mountains, low hills, and highlands of small areas, as well as depressions and valleys between them, constitute the main landforms of this area. The CMC 300 power armor that the Augustus troops replaced half a month ago can easily cope with this complex terrain. The altitude, temperature, air pressure and other data on the HUD display on the helmet mask are constantly jumping. A slowly rotating three-dimensional topographic map uses green dots to represent friendly troops that have landed. The black and gray armor of the Heavenly Demon was a good camouflage on Mainhof. The Cimmerian fighters in the sky could hardly notice the small-scale troops moving thousands of feet below. Augustus was not the first to arrive at the assembly point. A resocialization platoon was already waiting there. Gathering together in a battle with the Cimmerians was equivalent to a foolish act. Fighters and missiles were enough to accurately destroy a large-scale army that was gathering from a few miles away. Augustus briefly exchanged with the commander of the resocialization force and then pulled away to a certain distance, ordering his men to crawl among the depressions and rocks in a dispersed manner. Warfield, who had been fighting side by side with the Heavenly Demon, did not get off the ship and go to the front line. His overall responsibility required him to stay on the ship, because the commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division and several senior officers suddenly retired before the start of this campaign. A group of brave and meritorious officers, like Warfield, were promoted continuously within a month. Now he is a lieutenant colonel, serving as the deputy captain of the battlecruiser Iron Justice, with a newly established Marine Brigade under his command, whose troops mainly come from Antigua Prime and marginal worlds such as the Serra Galaxy. By mid-October 2488, it was clear that the Kelmorians had lost control of their once vast, powerful mining empire, and that the Terran Federation was winning the war. Kelmorian campaigns on many planets had failed, and these campaigns, which lasted for several years, ended in victory for the Terran Federation. Large numbers of Kelmorian troops were annihilated in large numbers, and the remnants retreated back to the core territory of the Federation. The Terran Federation has recovered almost all of its lost territory, and the fierce counterattack that followed wiped out the last remaining dignity of the Union government. Several planets with a population of more than 1 million were destroyed by nuclear bombs, and more marginal mining planets fell. Although the sudden retirement of a group of senior officers at this time was indeed very surprising, there were many people who were overjoyed. Some officers who were of noble origin but extremely incompetent in the war were gloating out of jealousy, while others were considering whether they should take this opportunity to fabricate more merits to share the extra cake. After a series of reviews by the Federal Central Security Bureau, the Federal Intelligence Bureau headquarters, and the Tassoni's secret police, Arcturus and his followers retired smoothly without too many twists and turns. Augustus speculated that the application of multiple technologies, such as the full deployment of CMC 250 and CMC 300 power armor, the large-scale production and service of Wraith fighters, the new round of transformation of the Arc-like main battle tanks, and the whole brigade of fearless resocialized soldiers were the important reasons for the defeat of Cimmerian. The main reason is the size gap. The Terran Federation has far more colonies and population than the Cimmerian Federation, and is at an advantage both economically and militarily. If it weren't for the fact that the old aristocratic officers of the Federation, who had never experienced war, were caught off guard by the Cimmerians' tough and decisive offensive in the early stages of the war, and that most Cimmerian soldiers were brave and good at fighting, the Cimmerian War shouldn't have dragged on for so long. When another company of the 33rd Ground Assault Division arrived, Augustus went with them to a Cimmerian industrial park that the Fleet Command had set up to capture. They climbed up a high ground in front of the assembly point and ran south for about a mile. Augustus saw a huge cluster of industrial buildings and towering furnaces built on the mountain. Unlike residential buildings, The factory buildings in Comorian are mostly geometric buildings with simple lines. Rectangular industrial plants built with cold gray steel plates and cylindrical condensation towers. Geometric buildings of varying heights are stacked on the hillside. And there are electrified barbed wire on the outermost walls. Large blocks of crystal mine from nearby mines are transported to the industrial zone via the mine rails. The cut 81 crystals are finally loaded onto trucks and transported to the ground launch port of Mainhof. Before these three troops launched the attack, the Terran Federation's bomber formation had destroyed the few bunkers and defense facilities in the industrial complex. According to intelligence, there were no Comorian defenders here, and the workers must have been evacuated in advance. So Augustus and others only needed to occupy an unmanned factory. It sounds simple, but based on past experience, all the commanders above the platoon level present believed that they would definitely encounter resistance. After discussing with several other lieutenants, Augustus decided to abandon the original battle plan, bypass the main gate of the industrial park, and directly blow up the wall to attack from two other directions. Augustus's heavenly demons attacked from the south, after Xander used explosives to blow down a section of the wall. The first squad was the first to break in, but the intelligence this time proved to be quite reliable. Not only were there no resistance troops, but there were no human figures. Before getting off the ship, they heard that the Comorians would fight to the death when their homes were invaded. And it often happened that an entire family of men died in battle. But now they handed over the entire industrial park. These marmots, who can only hide in the pits and dig crystals, are afraid? Josephine, standing next to a centrifuge room, said with contempt. I'm afraid. Things are more complicated than you think. Renault pointed to the wall behind him. Josephine turned around and saw a holographic projection screen on the wall that was repeatedly playing a certain video. The video had no sound, only a subtitle that kept scrolling. After consultation with the independent government, the Moria Workers' Union unanimously decided to agree to the Terran Federation's comprehensive ceasefire agreement that would take effect at 8 a.m. on October 30th. This will be the first ceasefire agreement since 2485. The agreement will last for one standard Earth month. Oh damn it. It seems I said it too early. We can go home next month. Raynor shook his head. Is the war over? Tychus was disappointed because his chances of making a fortune were greatly reduced. Cheer up, Tychus, Augustus said, as he looked at the glittering 81 crystals that had not yet been transported away from the factory. We are now an occupying force. Chapter 82 Branch Mine Opening. The arched windows of the new Apollo 1 Mine Industrial Zone Supervisory Office facing the mine shaft were all open, and the morning breeze blew in, swaying the tight curtains and the light yellow tassels of the bookmarks on the bookshelf. Augustus's gray hair on his forehead swayed gently, and the report paper on the mahogany desk rustled. His coat and hat were hung on a branch-shaped hanger next to it. The old record player that Renault and Hanuc bought from the new Apollo 1 Community Market last week was still working hard, and the melodious and relaxing Tarsoni's minor was always stuck. But Augustus knew that it was a miracle that this old antique that may have existed in the early colonial era could still make sound today. Maybe this record player is not as old as the locals say. After all, Renault bought it for only the price of scrap metal. Now thinking about it, even though there were 2 arc-light tanks and a platoon of resocialized soldiers standing at the entrance of the community with live ammunition, it was a miracle that Renault and Hanuc could walk out of the angry Comorian community residence intact. In the supervisor's office, Lisa, wearing a medical sergeant uniform, was cleaning up some collections left by the former Comorian mining supervisor, including some ores that radiated colorful light but had unknown uses, portraits of beautiful women that met the aesthetics of the Comorian people, and gold-plated pickaxes. After cleaning up, Lisa turned to hang up the oil painting of Augustus' mother and several caged swords that Augustus used to practice swordsmanship. Augustus was practicing swordsmanship and other ancient fighting techniques to improve his meager close combat ability. But the only thing he was good at so far was the salted fish thrust. What is this? Lisa took out a plain safe from a box. Wine from the Taiping island of Tarsones. If I remember correctly, it should be 14 years old. Handle with care. Augustus looked up. As for putting it in a safe? It's just a bottle of wine. Lisa put it down gently. You don't understand the Minx family's love for fine wine. Just like the Comorians are keen on finding beautiful stones in the mud. As for the safe, it's a tradition. Augustus said, it's the same as you like beautiful skirts. In this world, there are other things besides crabs that can make people feel happy. For example, happiness. satisfaction, and a sense of accomplishment. Well, you are always right. Lisa shook her head. I haven't touched them for almost 2 months. And I don't think about them all the time. I'm trying to make something else the whole of my life. I'm so happy for you. Augustus put down the pen in his hand again. Smiling, it seems that the drug rehabilitation has been successful so far. I believe that sooner or later you will no longer need my supervision. In this way, you will no longer be restricted by those hallucinogenic drugs and sink into despair all day long. Lisa, I think your life should belong to you. It's impossible that I can't control myself all my life. Just like the doctor said, I am weak-willed and hopeless. Where Augustus couldn't see, Lisa's pink lips painted with lipstick shrank. Augustus. Augustus looked at Lisa, waiting for her to continue. You still need supervision. Lisa whispered. You have too little confidence in yourself. Augustus was stunned for a moment, thinking, what should I say if it doesn't work? After leaving the army, I can hire a few maids to look after you. Something is wrong. It sounds like he is keeping a mistress. Of course, I have other ways. Augustus changed the subject and said, what are your plans after retirement? In the future. I don't have any plans in the future. Lisa took out a framed photo from Augustus' box. It was a little girl with a silver ponytail. She was about 10 years old and looked very tall. Is that your sister? She asked. It looks like she is. Augustus said uncertainly. Okay. Give it to me. And pour me a cup of coffee. Please? Augustus still had a lot of work to do, such as calculating the revenue of the mine, calculating the cost of workers and transportation. After the ceasefire agreement came into effect, all the offensive plans of the Terran Federation Army had been suspended, and most of the landing troops returned to the warships in synchronous orbit. However, Augustus took the initiative to apply to stay in New Apollo 1, and promised to resume production in the local factory in the shortest time and transport enough 81 crystals to Mainhof spaceport. No one would have paid attention to the opinion of a small lieutenant, even though Augustus was already quite famous, both in the small circle of officers of the 33rd Ground Assault Division and in the larger civilian class. Augustus' old boss, Lieutenant Colonel Warfield, would not help him in applying to manage the New Apollo 1 factory, because Warfield always insisted on fairness and justice. He could tolerate some minor flaws, but he was always impartial on major issues. In the end, it was his brother Arcturus's old subordinate named Chuck, who was still in the army for the time being, who took over the matter. Today is the first day that the document was issued. Augustus has become the manager of a large mine as he wished, earlier than his brother. If nothing unexpected happens, Arcturus, who just left the army, is driving a space engineering vehicle to mine and analyze ore samples on a deserted planet in the Fringe Star Zone. In addition to the Heavenly Demon Platoon, Augustus also has a resocialization company under his command, and he also commands the 4 Arclight tanks left on the ground. These troops are more than enough to maintain public order, and the main force of the Comorians did not dare to risk unilaterally tearing up the ceasefire agreement and attacking an ordinary mining area. The war has been going on for too long, and both sides need time to recover. As for whether to continue fighting or conclude a peace treaty after this, it is up to the governments of both sides to decide. Although the ceasefire has been reached, there are still minor frictions in various parts of Mainhof. Some officers do not want to die on a planet full of stones, and Comorians on the eve of the end of the war, which is also the main reason why Augustus was able to get this appointment. The problem caused by the high proportion of resocialized soldiers also began to emerge. That is, there were fewer and fewer soldiers who could flexibly handle management matters. At this time, some noisy sound suddenly came from outside the window. Augustus smiled, and he knew that it was the Comorian miners he hired. There are many ways to make you rich in the Copperloo sector, but owning a rare crystal mine is undoubtedly a stepping stone to enter the upper class, whether it is selling ownership or hiring people to mine. Chapter 83: A Small Gain. Now, Augustus owns a piece of 81 crystal mine. The New Apollo 1 mine is only a relatively low-level mine among the many mines classified by the mineral richness of the Comorian Federation. It belongs to the category of mines with mining value but low reserves. If the mining cost is too high, the Comorian mining companies will immediately abandon it. The higher crystal purity and the newly discovered associated rare metal mines made the mining plan pass. And then a small community called New Apollo 1 appeared near the mine. Today, with the influx of settlers, gold diggers and miners, the community has a population of nearly 20,000. Even so, The crystal ore and other associated rare crystals produced by the new Apollo 1 mine every 24 hours far exceed the standard medium-sized mines held by the Terran Federation. The Comorians estimate the value of high-purity adene crystals per cubic meter rather than per gram, as the Federation does. And their persistence in finding crystal veins is closer to obsession. In the past few decades, the wealthy Comorian mining company had bought the mineral mining rights of an entire planet in the Terran Federation. At that time, even the most powerful and formidable Federation founding family, the Tagore family, was amazed at the wealth of the Moria Mining Company, and no longer considered the Moria people to be country bumpkins and uncivilized savages who had never seen the world. The nobles dancing in the ornately decorated ballroom immediately elevated the status of the Moria people to nouveau riche, who lacked education and did not know etiquette. However, this was also the fuse of the Kylian War. The greedy Terrans did not have the Comorians' intuition and perseverance in searching for mineral veins, but they just had to make sure that they had more and better guns than the Comorians. The Comorians spent dozens or even hundreds of years to build their mining empire, while the Terran Federation only needed a war of less than 4 years to destroy it and take all the wealth. However, Augustus knew that this war only made a small number of people in the Federation rich, and most civilians became poorer than before. For the independence of Car 4 and the revolutionary cause of his father Angus, it also shows that the revolution of the Car people is tenable. When the masses find that no matter how hard they work, they can't support themselves and their families, the fire of the uprising will sweep the whole world, and more people will support Car. At this time, the door of the supervisor's office suddenly opened, and Tychus Finley walked in a loose uniform, holding a stack of documents in his hand. This is a list of the new batch of miners who apply to work underground. Tell me what medicine you gave those Comorians. Tychus delivered the documents to Augustus' desk and said, Tell me how you dealt with them. Less working hours. More bread? Augustus threw the pen in his hand on the table, put his elbow on the table, and clasped his fingers against his chin. I have investigated that the lives of Comorian union miners and workers in other industries are not as good as the union government advertises. Many people actually don't have enough food. This world is not much better than the Terran Federation. Exploitation and oppression still exist. The workers' right to a fair wage should not be violated. Workers should enjoy basic social welfare and have the right to freely elect the government. Are actually propaganda on paper. The owners of the mining guild and the union representatives also said that the Comorian Federation is a union of workers, and the working class should dominate the world. Of course, their workers are indeed in a better situation than the Terrans. Before the war, the wages of workers in the Federation were generally 2 to 3 times higher than those in the Federation. I think this is a good idea, but the government of the Federation only says one thing and does another. You can understand it by looking at who founded the Comorian Federation. The Federation was established by the Moria Mining Guild and the Colonies Transport Guild, and the real power is in the hands of the legal representatives elected by them. The union was not established by workers, but by entrepreneurs. Do you know what this means? You know, I don't have time to pay attention to current political affairs. Worry about national affairs, and worry about whether the system is reasonable or not. Tychus frowned. Why do you study these things? Don't tell me you want to rebel against the nobles. And I remember that your family is a great noble in Car 4. What's the difference between this and you wanting to lift up your skirt? You asked. Augustus looked at Tychus. Okay. What does that mean? My great politician, Tychus said in a muffled voice. That means that the union is just a means for the real rich people in Comorian to control the workers. When the contradiction between the working class and the upper class cannot be reconciled, the union representatives will stand up and speak for the workers and fight for their interests. After the representatives argue with reason, the company president will always agree reluctantly. But in fact, the terms of compromise have already been secretly negotiated. Augustus said, the union has no right to influence the decision of the independent government. They have the right to propose. But that's all. But what does this have to do with us? No. With my desire to live a romantic life after making a fortune? Tychus pulled a chair from the side and sat down. Buried his butt in a soft cushion, and hummed comfortably. It matters a lot. Augustus took Lisa's coffee, and the latter's twisting waist made Tychus sigh at Augustus' good luck. The Comorian government is actually not very popular. So as long as we give better treatment, at least if they can have enough food 3 times a day, save some extra money, and have hope in life, then they will be willing to work for me. Besides, in order to prevent the Comorian Federation from continuing to transport personnel and weapons to Mainhof. The interstellar route for imported goods has been cut off by our fleet, and the problem of long-term inability to be self-sufficient in food has been greatly magnified. Jim went to the local market and saw that the price of food has doubled and hunger has spread. He said, if the residents of New Apollo can't find work, their families will starve to death. Mengsk, I never thought you weren't a capitalist. Tyka smiled treacherously. The blood of vampires flows in your body. But if you ask me, you're not a real capitalist. We'll be here for a month at most. Why do you care about their lives? The Comorians are our enemies. If you ask me, just let them live. Just like their union government did to them before. This way we can resell much more crystal ore than we do now. Anyway, the people of New Apollo would have to work for us as long as they don't want to starve to death. We don't need to do much better than their old government. And we don't owe the Comorians anything. This barren rock planet is unlucky enough. But also lucky enough. Because the war stopped at the moment it was about to affect here. The Comorians are also people. We are still enemies now. But maybe we will become friends in the future. Augustus shook his head, and I don't want to see anyone starve to death in front of me. You are a good man. Mengsk. Tychus gave Augustus a good man card. By the way, there is one more thing. I almost forgot. Didn't you say you wanted to modify that transport plane? The person you want is here. Chapter 84 Recruiting Swan. When Augustus saw Rory Swan and his cousins, Tychus had just walked out of the door, and two resocialized soldiers in power armor were conducting routine body searches. Outside the window, there was more noise, and the sound of machines began to rumble. Augustus straightened his collar, adjusted his facial expression, put his hands on the table, and sat up straight. However, before Augustus could say come in, for impatient Madame Mainho rushed in. These people were generally shorter than the Terrans of the same age, only about 5.5 to 6 feet tall. But each of them had a stronger and broader bone structure than the Terrans, and their exposed sturdy arms were full of muscular muscles. The leading Mainhof miner's cracked upper lip trembled as he spoke, and he had a thick black mustache under his big nose. His skin was a little too pale, but his face was full of traces of weathering, and the scars and burns from the scabs of sharp scratches were clearly visible. The miner had a loud voice. Surprisingly loud. When he shouted, it was as if a steam train passed through the office. The Comorians of Mainhof did not have much deep-rooted hatred for the Terrans. They just vaguely felt that the inflation and internal economic collapse caused by the war should be blamed on the Terran Federation. But in fact, they had never seen many Terrans. What else can I do? I have to eat. Are you Foreman Augustus Mengsk? Sorry. I may speak with a local accent. The miner said, I'm Rory Swan. You can call me Rory or Swan. But there are 2,000 swans in New Abroan. My cousin heard that you are recruiting people here, and the salary is not bad. Rory Swan. Augustus whispered the name again. I remember you. Swan. I picked you out of more than 400 applications, and asked someone to tell you that you can bring some helpers. Augustus was very familiar with this name. Rory Swan is a talented engineer belonging to Rainer Ranger in StarCraft. As long as there is a design drawing, there seems to be nothing he can't make. You have a first-class mechanic's license. You once converted the assault armored vehicle of Kalani's into a tank, and it still uses a fossil fuel engine. In addition, you have also upgraded the built-in battery of the automatic mining drone of New Apollo 1, which increased its endurance by 3 to 5 days. Augustus looked at Swan. This undoubtedly proves your talent in this area. But I am also confused. Just the patent fees alone. You and your people should not even have enough food to eat. You don't understand the situation. Sir, it feels strange. I'd better call you the foreman. Swan shook his head. The Swan family is a big family. We have many brothers and sisters. For a big family that makes a living in the mine, the more people who can work in the mine, the better. You have 3 children in the family, and he has 5. Gradually, there are too many children. Now is the most difficult time for the family. I must go through the difficulties with my relatives. As long as I have the strength, I will help others. Swan said, unity is the key to the survival of the Swan family. You Terrans may not understand, but if I need help, they will definitely support me with all their strength. The families of the Comorians are much larger than ours, and the ties between them are quite strong. They always like to be lively. Augustus chuckled and said, I like children too. Well, it's great that you think so now. Swan sighed. He was also wondering why this Tyranid officer not only didn't talk about work, but also talked so much with him. But he didn't hate this neatly dressed young man with gray hair. After all, he was not the stereotype of a Tyranid soldier in his mind. The kind of bald Tyranid with scars all over his face and muscles all over his body. It's not easy for the Swan family to raise so many children. How about it? Have you considered changing to a job with higher salary and better working environment? Augustus asked Lisa next to him to move a few chairs for them, motioning them to sit down, as if he wanted to have a good talk. This made Swan and his brothers even more confused. You are less than 30 years old this year, but your achievements are far more amazing than what I just said. Swan, your talent in technology and mechanics is actually much higher than you think. As long as you hand in your resume, any top technology or engineering company will extend an olive branch to you. The young Swan was not good at hiding his joy, and immediately realized that he was a little flattered. He soon realized that Augustus wanted to recruit him. I will not work for the Terran Federation Army. Many of my relatives and friends died at the hands of the Terrans. I think I've made it very clear. It's not the army. It's working for me. Augustus seemed to have been prepared. He pushed an already open personal terminal in front of Swan and others. On it was the introduction of the Minsk family, and the valuation of their family business by industry insiders. We are in need of talents like you. As for the salary, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Swan and his brothers took the personal terminal and looked at it, and they all doubted its authenticity. After all, they had never seen so much money in their lives. My relatives and friends have also advised me to find a decent and high-paying job instead of staying in the mines. Swan thought for a moment and said, but I insist on staying with my family. Most high-tech companies are in Moria, which is too far from Mainhof. I don't want to leave my family. Is that so? Augustus nodded and stopped talking. Swan thought Augustus had given up. After all, he might just say it casually. Just a polite remark. Isn't that the case with the Terrans, who are obsessed with cumbersome and useless etiquette, appearing to be elegant and gentlemanly, but are actually distant and indifferent, and few of their words are sincere? But Swan was then shocked by what Augustus said. I just want to hire a mining family to work for my mining company. Augustus said, I can hire all of you. The Swan family is a long-standing family of Comorian technology miners, and it is worth Augustus to spend a lot of money to win over. My hometown, Kara 4, is the most prosperous and most advanced planet among the 13 main star worlds of the Terran Federation. It has a complete and sound social welfare system. Each of you will be able to receive a full pension after retirement. Augustus seemed to have completely forgotten the purpose of his visit to them. Of course, words alone are not enough to convince people. You can first settle in Kara for a while. Work for my family's technology companies and industrial enterprises for a while. And then bring your family over. If the Swan family moves to Kara, I can arrange jobs for every adult. And I will cover all the expenses of the move. I will even buy a piece of land as your new family territory. Chapter 85. You flatter me too much. But we are Comorians. A member of the Swan family said. It doesn't make any difference to me. Augustus spread his hands. Swan looked at several of his clansmen, and one of them, who looked like Swan's brother, said, we were born and raised here, and we never thought of leaving Mainhof. Even if you can really do it, the elders in the family will not agree. Comorians, the only things we cannot abandon are our homeland and traditions. Only in the most desperate situations will we choose to leave our homeland. Swan also felt very strange. This Terran officer, whom he had never met before, thought too highly of himself. Suddenly, he had the illusion that he was really very powerful. But was the other party really playing a trick on him? Just based on a resume that could not be proven to be true or false. He was determined to be worth recruiting at all costs. Even if everything on it was true, Swan's achievements were not outstanding. He believed that there must be many people in the Terran Federation who were much better than a miner who had never received higher education. This is so weird. Maybe this officer is really a noble son of the Minsk family. But often such people will overestimate their abilities before they have been beaten, and do some earth-shattering things that are actually untenable. There are nearly 2,000 people in the Swan family. Even if they can't survive, they will not pin their fate on a young man without a beard. Of course, these are just some of my personal thoughts, and they are not mature enough. But my family does lack talents like you, whether in mining or military technology. August did not expect Swan to agree immediately. Nor did he expect him to follow him now. I hope you can consider this invitation carefully. The Minx family will always have a place for you. I did this not on impulse, but after thinking about it for a long time. Mr. Swan, staying in this Mainhof mine will only bury your talents, and the eagle of Copperla should spread its wings and fly high. Augustus thought about this problem. That is, if Korhal 4 wants to revolt, it must develop the military industry. In this regard, Korhal's foundation is much weaker than Tarsoni's. Not only Swan. He needs talents from all walks of life. The more the better. Regardless of origin. Regardless of price. Your talent is far beyond your imagination. Mr. Swan, your future is in the sea of stars. In the Milky Way. Not between rocks and wastelands. Augustus finally said, when the human race was still in ignorance. When the first imaginative primitive man sat by the campfire and looked up at the starry sky. The human conquest of the universe had already begun. Swan realized that Augustus was serious, and was not wasting time joking with him. But it was hard for Swan and his brothers not to attribute this to the overly imaginative mind of a young man and his wild fantasy. Maybe Augustus compared himself to Alexander and Caesar, wanting to conquer the universe. But maybe he was really capable of doing great things? I don't know how I can help you. Swan was a little tempted. But he still doubted his ability. As for repairing machines, repairing some scrap copper and iron, or adding wheels to robots, I am good at this. To be honest, what great things can you expect a miner to do? Many. Many. Such as new power armor, new tanks, new giant walking armor, and new battlecruisers. And you are the founder of these great inventions. Augustus stared at Swan with his cold gray eyes and began to paint a big picture. A huge technology group called Swan Engineering will be born in your hands. I have never thought about this. Swan widened his eyes. Go on. Imagine that the leaps and bounds of science and technology will eventually be used to improve people's livelihood. And you will be a great man who benefits mankind. Augustus continued to paint a rosy picture. Many years later, children will carve stone statues for you and erect monuments. I like this. Swan stroked his dark beard, but I still have to think about it carefully. There are too many things to worry about when going on a long journey. I have never heard of Korhal, let alone the Minx family of Korhal. In fact, if Swan wanted, he could immediately leave Mainhof and seek a good job on the core planet of Comorian. But he stayed on this desolate planet until 2,500 years ago, when he could no longer tolerate the exploitation of the Comorian bureaucrats and rebelled angrily. And then Swan joined the Rainer Rangers. But before that, no wealthy noble son suddenly came and said that even if it was not for money, you should realize your ideals and ambitions. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't make a decision now. We can sign the contract in a year. Augustus smiled brightly. What? Before Swan spoke, his cousins could talk quietly. They thought they were talking quietly. Indenture? We don't want to be slaves of Terran entrepreneurs. It is protected by law. Augustus said. No problem. No. I haven't agreed yet. Swan thought for a while and said, I almost forgot what I came here for after talking for so long. Aren't you going to hire me to modify your spaceship? Yes. I'll take you to see her. Augustus stood up and took his coat from the hanger next to him. Lisa, you can take a break. Augustus led Swan and others out of the supervisor's office, walked down the stone stairs step by step, and walked into the open industrial park through a gate guarded by the heavenly demon guards. A squad of resocialized soldiers was running past Augustus, stopping in unison to salute him, and their discipline amazed the Comorians. On the way, Augustus walked to the temporary hangar. All the factory workshops had already started work, and the workers were busy, and he looked very motivated. After Augustus's troops left, they might have to go back to the days of hunger. The temporary hangar was converted from a raw material warehouse, and the walls were painted black and gray. The two warehouses next to the hangar were filled with boxes of cut and weighed 80 crystals, about 4/5 of which had to be handed over, and the rest went into Augustus' pocket. After the air valve of the hangar was opened, Swan finally saw the black-gray painted little devil transport ship. The new upgrade plan. Installing a new invisible force field transmitter is not cheap. I always speak directly. Swan looked at Augustus and said, Boss Minsk, do you have enough money? Chapter 86 Indefinite Ceasefire and Christmas Holiday. When the 12th month of 2488 AD was approaching, the situation on Mainhof became tense again. Both the Terran Federation army on the planet and the secretly armed Comorians were ready to go to war again. This dark blue planet, which was not beautiful and charming in the universe, was filled with a depressing atmosphere of a war. And officers, like Augustus, who were appointed to take over the surface factory, had already received a notice from the Marine Corps Supreme Command to all levels of the frontline combat forces in advance. The war was over and would not continue. When the first ceasefire agreement came to an end, more Comorian factories, mines, and even interstellar ports on Mainhof were taken over by the Terran Federation Army. Only less than 8% of the light industry was not controlled by the occupation army. The Supreme Command of the Federation Marine Corps set up the command center in the largest city in Mainhof. Everyone knew that the Comorian Federation had been defeated, but they had not surrendered. Some planets with strong martial virtues in the Federation refused to implement Moria's order for an indefinite ceasefire. So the local war continued. Augustus knew that this war would eventually drag into 2489, or even drag on for a few more months. The governments of the Comorian Federation and the Terran Federation would spend a long time negotiating the final peace agreement, arguing over even the slightest bit of interest at the negotiation table. The status of both parties at the negotiation table was not equal. There was no doubt that this peace agreement would be an extremely harsh and unequal treaty for the defeated Comorian Federation, and an arrogant insult from the Terran Federation. The Federation may have to cede most of the mining guilds and even colonies in the copperless sector to avoid being annexed. However, this is indeed good news for Augustus and his heavenly devils. Once the war is over, it is a good choice to stay in the army or retire and go home according to the normal process. So, on such a sunny day as December 20th, Augustus and his men gathered in the workers' canteen of the new Apollo mining factory for dinner. This is the best place they can find for a dinner party. The local catering industry is not well developed, and mid-range and high-end restaurants can only be found in the city. The table made up of 5 long alloy tables was filled with not-so-rich food. More than 40 soldiers in brown uniforms ate heartily, while talking about their visions for the future. Although Mainhof is a world with very scarce supplies, Augustus still spent a lot of money to buy some good ingredients, and asked the chef in the factory to make some food that is more palatable than individual rations, and steamed potatoes with stew. After more than a month, the devils of heaven ate cheeseburgers, grilled sausages, grilled steaks, and creamy bacon pasta again, and tasted the expensive Marsala black tea. To be honest, this vacation means nothing to me, Honeck said while stuffing food into his mouth. Shiloh is too boring. I joined the army just to seek excitement. Alas, although it is a bit sad to say, my relatives in town probably think I am dead. Then why did you apply for it? Renaud was angry because he could not go home to reunite with his family before Christmas. In a few days, the first batch of soldiers who have been rotated out will be able to go home for Christmas. More resocialized soldiers will replace them, while the other unlucky ones will still have to stay at their posts. And Renaud is one of them. About 1/3 of the people in the Heavenly Devils have received a week-long vacation, while the others will have to wait until after Christmas. Augustus's application has been approved, and he will take a spacecraft back to Korhol 4 at the interstellar launch port of Mainhof the day after tomorrow. In this dinner for the Heavenly Devils, their power armor technician Fick was also invited. Although this short technician did not have a hooded skull tattoo, he was undoubtedly recognized by other Heavenly Devils. There is no loss in applying. Isn't it good to stay in the barracks and sleep well without going out for training? Honeck said, speaking of which, I have lived alone since I was a child. Christmas is just a place for me to pick up some fun little things. Santa Claus has never visited my old socks. For this reason, I even built a chimney without a stove at home. That's because your socks are too smelly, Amy Brendan interrupted. Then, Hank, come back to Korhol with me. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Augustus said, I'll show you what a real big city is like. Okay. Honeck nodded. Tychus, where are you going on vacation? Then, Augustus asked Tychus across from him. Me? I will never leave these sparkling little crystals of Mainhof. Not even for a minute or a second. Tychus said, even on vacation. I will not leave my post. I love the Marine Corps. Jim, after I leave, remember to ask Kolofsky to take people to guard the gate and electrify the walls. Augustus snorted. Don't let Tychus bring women in. This is a military camp. Also, you have to make arrangements for our newly recruited workers. The Comorian named Rory Swan is now an external engineer of the Heavenly Demon. Give him the best treatment. No problem. Renaud said gloatingly. I can guarantee that not even a fly can fly in. How do you know that Jim Boy will not go along with me? This child is at the age of full of longing for women. Tychus raised his eyebrows. You never let Jim go to have fun with us. This is not right. Even the strictest parents should know the principle of relaxation. I didn't say he couldn't have fun. Augustus shook his head. I just told you not to lead him astray. When Kit came, he didn't say a single swear word. But after getting to know you guys, he talks about shit and fart all the time. In the strip club, you and Josephine had more fun than each other. Jim is still so young. I don't want to see him indulge in indulgence and pleasure. When Omo died, he was already overly dependent on alcohol. Augustus looked at Reno, whose face was flushed. I believe in Jim, because he never lets me down. Well, I'll go out and have fun. Tychus gave up and began to imagine the beautiful body of a woman. I wonder what a Comorian girl tastes like. When the short, sturdy, bearded Comorian miner appeared in his mind, Tychus snorted in disgust, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Augustus talked with the others for a while. In addition to those who still wanted to stay in Mainhof, and those who were going to go home, Ward and Xander also wanted to go back with him. The former did not want to return to the sad place of the past, while the latter was born in the slums and was still homeless. As for Lundstein, although he also returned to Kar to reunite with his family during the holidays, he left one day later than Augustus. Josephine did not mention going home, as if there were a gang of gangsters waiting to hang him as soon as he returned to Kar. After talking for a long time, Lisa, who seemed to be forgotten by Augustus, finally spoke. Augustus, don't you want to ask how my vacation is arranged? I remember your family is in Tarsones. Don't you want to go back to see your father? Augustus looked at Lisa, who was sitting next to him. Lisa has now gotten rid of her drug addiction, and her once dull long hair now exudes a bright ginger luster and a burst of fragrance. What's so good about him? An old man. Lisa folded her arms over her chest. I'm just planning to travel to Korhol. Just want to visit your mother on the way. Okay then. Augustus spread his hands. I'm so sad for poor old Anthony Cassidy. Chapter 87 Korhol. Korhol 4. Stilling Skyport. Christmas Eve. After 3 days of super time and space travel, the galaxy hopper that Augustus, Lisa and others were riding on landed at a starship skyport outside the capital city of Stilling City on Korhol 4. Without exception, everyone who had never been to Korhol was stunned when they stepped down from the gangway of the galaxy hopper. The magnificent terminal building of Stilling Skyport is a white steel frame and a large glass cube that can change color. The interior is decorated with black aluminum alloy guardrails and travertine marble. Passengers can see the gentle sun of Car 4 and the lush vegetation planted between the staircases through the curtain wall glass windows when they enter. Suspended intelligent robots and turbine drones are constantly cleaning the mirror-like floors and glass windows. Every car person is well-dressed and elegantly spoken. In order to avoid attracting attention, Augustus only wore a dark brown square-collared long-sleeve jacket and straight trousers, and a pair of blue and black striped sneakers today. Looking like a young student, Lisa was wearing a knee-length light yellow pleated skirt, a black cotton short-sleeve t-shirt, and a leather bag on her waist that was actually a medical bag. Tall and dark-skinned Connor Ward was wearing a black short-sleeved leather vest and tattered jeans. His nose, which was a little crooked because it was broken in the battle, was half opened with a pair of light blue eyes. His eyes always gave people a ferocious feeling. And there was a skull tattoo of the Devil of Heaven on his exposed arm. If Ward looked like a burly and fierce bodyguard when he stood beside Augustus, then Harnack and Xander, wearing only leather jackets and casual loose trousers, were two groundhogs that had just crawled out of their caves, exclaiming awe from time to time. Augustus did not wait too long in the terminal. Soon, a group of men in security uniforms and butler uniforms surrounded a burly man and found them. The front of all their coats was embroidered with a golden wolf head in gold thread, which was the emblem unique to the Minx family. The leader was Acton Field, the security captain of the Minx family, and one of Angus' most trusted people. He had been with the Minx family for many years, and had almost watched Augustus and his sister grow up. You kid. None of the Minx children are ordinary people. Acton and Augustus hugged each other and patted each other's shoulders. Where are Mom and Dorothy? Augustus smiled and asked. They are still in the white stone castle in the mountains north of Stilling. Remember? That's where your grandfather died. Acton said. I still remember him. A vague image appeared in Augustus' mind. The grandfather in his memory was tall, but his voice and smile were very distant. The Minx family still continued the tradition of the royal family of the Earth era. Angus gave his youngest son the name Augustus in memory of his father. Angus used a whole security force. 3 Type 58 Land Cougar armored vehicles, and 12 Vulture vehicles to escort his son. Vulture motorcycles were guarding 3 armored vehicles in a triangular formation, one of which was carrying Augustus and others, while the other 2 were fully loaded with soldiers with live ammunition. This was not a morbid overprotection, although the power of the Minx family in Corhole was already deeply rooted. Like a towering tree rooted in Corhole, some potential business rivals and Angus's political enemies often hired assassins to assassinate the few family members of his family. Considering the amazing power and assets of the Minx family, such guards were necessary even to deal with kidnapping and harassment. Augustus was sitting in the back seat of one of the Jaguars, sitting by the window, looking out the window through the bulletproof glass a few feet behind him at the scenery that was passing by. Acton, who looked serious, and Lisa, who looked a little uneasy, were sitting next to Augustus. "I heard from your mother that you are ready to retire," Acton said. "Yes, and I am not going to wait until next year. The war is over, and I submitted my retirement documents last weekend, but it has not been approved yet." Augustus said, "If everything goes well, I can retire next month." Like his brother Arcturus, Augustus has no attachment to the army. Now Augustus is a second lieutenant. Even if he will become a colonel after the war is completely declared over next year, he doesn't want to stay any longer. His father is about to rebel, and the whole planet is about to revolt. If he doesn't run away quickly, will he stay in the army and wait for death? The only thing Augustus is thinking about now is his heavenly devil. Otherwise, he would not have planned to return to Mainhof after Christmas. "Okay. Your father needs a helper." Acton nodded. He is still very young, but his hair is almost gray. "Well, Field, where are we going? Stilling City or White Castle?" Augustus asked. "To your mother. She misses you very much." Acton, due to the environmental protection policy of the local government, Stilling Skyport is actually far outside the city circle. After the Minx family's convoy leaves the Skyport, it has to drive a distance to reach a more remote destination. The escorted convoy sped along the main traffic artery outside the Steel Link city circle, passing through the rural fields between the Silver Gray Complex Industrial Park and the city circle. It was autumn, and the green plants on both sides of the main road were still lush and green. The vast wheat fields in the distance were still rendered luxuriously golden by the strong autumn atmosphere. The sky was clear, and the clouds seemed to be a group of Pegasus passing by, just like the freehand world depicted in pastoral oil paintings. Unlike other main star worlds in the Terran Federation that focus on economic development and ignore environmental pollution issues, CAR 4 has revised the latest air purification regulations and introduced a large number of renewable resources with foresight. Therefore, while maintaining highly developed technology and industry, CAR is still a beautiful world full of greenery. Augustus continued to look at the scenery outside the window. At this time, the fields and dense forests were far away, and the hills in the south of Stealing City gradually enlarged in his eyes. Many dense silver spots can be seen in the gaps between the hills, which are the reflections of metal and glass. Augustus seemed to be able to see the gorgeous neon lights and huge holographic screens and billboards of Stealing, and hear the vibrant hustle and bustle. The convoy drove onto a silver-gray alloy bridge built on a hill. As the slope continued to rise, the full view of the city of Stilling could be seen. Stilling seemed to be a city made of mercury. The shining metal and glass reflected dazzling silver light in the sun, and the bridge network and traffic arteries running through the entire city seemed to be dense and clear black lines in the mercury world. In the center of the city, towering sky buildings stood among the silver-gray buildings. These majestic buildings had clear-cut polyhedron shapes and other geometric structures beyond the limits of human imagination, carrying the dream of technology and the beauty of the future world. In Augustus' memory, Stilling at night was as brilliant as summer fireworks, with a sea of neon lights and countless IA projection screens converging into a sea of light that stretched to the mountains in the south of the city and the coast in the north. The brilliant lights reached all the way to the sky, reflecting between the clouds like clouds. The lights of CAR were colorful and beautiful. Chapter 88 Family. The magnificent and vast castle complex of the Minx family is located on a steep cliff by the sea, with deep blue waves hitting the golden sand and reefs below the cliff. The scenery here is beautiful, and the climate is pleasant, as if you are in the mythical Nordic coast. This building, as old as the colony, has always been the summer vacation place for the leaders of the Minx family. It is 4 miles away from the nearest city to the north, the capital of Corhole. Stilling, far away from the power center of the arrogant and extravagant new nobles and the corrupt government, the White Castle stands on the top of the cliff. A medieval castle-style building surrounded by high white walls. All the high walls and the three-dimensional towers with pointed roofs are made of pure white marble ashlar masonry, and the tall pointed towers stand among the lingering mist. This magnificent pure white fortress stood among the clouds and winds as early as the era of colonial pioneers. At that time, the brave and fearless Tarsonese colonists came to the distant Korhal system on the second-generation warp spacecraft and finally chose to build a new home on the fourth planet with a pleasant climate in this galaxy. The Minx family was the original leader of this group of colonists. There is only one mountain road through dense forests that leads directly to the Minx family castle, and the masters and their servants there often travel by small private airships. The security here is even stricter than that of the Minx family Sky Tower in Stilling. Only the most reliable servants will be sent here, swearing to guard the mistress of the Minx family and her offspring with their lives. The convoy escorting Augustus did not change to an aircraft, but drove along the mountain road with many checkpoints. Augustus recorded every checkpoint he encountered and found that each of the security guards in black uniforms was armed with an electromagnetic rifle, wearing simple combat uniforms with power armor plates, and wearing infrared goggles. However, he did not think that these people could stop the three ghost agents, and the other party would definitely designate an infiltration plan based on the intelligence, or even blend in with the security personnel. Field, how many security forces are there here? Augustus frowned as the convoy drove on the winding mountain road, which indicated his inner worries. Including those inside the White Castle, there are about 200 people. Acton said, 1/3 of these people are retired soldiers from the Korhal Civil Defense Force and the Planetary Defense Force, and the others are carefully selected Korhal warriors. It's hard to say. People's thoughts are hard to guess. I still prefer to hire the Umoyan people. Umoyan is a world rarely infiltrated by federal agents. Augustus said, the Umoyan people are proficient in using their advanced scientific and technological means to complete infiltration and counter-infiltration work. Most importantly, the Umoyan has always been supporting my father's career behind the scenes. It's rare to hear the word father from you. Angus actually sometimes reflects on whether there is something wrong with the way he educates his children. But Dorothy is always sensible and well-behaved. Acton teased a few words and said, your father thought seriously about your suggestions and felt that they were all doable. We are now recruiting people in Umoyan. The young people there have responded enthusiastically to this. Due to the media publicity, there are many Comorian sympathizers in Umoyan who are full of passion but have nowhere to vent. How many? Augustus asked. Enough to raise a non-governmental Umojan volunteer army. A smile appeared on Acton's serious face. They are willing to fight for Kar's independence from the control of the Terran Federation. This is the best news I have heard in recent days besides the victory of the war. Augustus nodded. It would be great if we can drag Umojan into the War of Independence. Yes, there will be a war between Kar and the Federation. But Umojan will hardly intervene in the war except for providing volunteers and military supplies. Acton said, if they were willing to do that, the Comorians would not have lost so badly. That's because the Federation has not pushed them to the point of intolerance. And the expansionist desire of the Umoyan is not as strong as that of the Comorian Federation. And the conflict with the Terran Federation is not that many. Augustus' cold gray eyes calmly stared at the shade of trees beside the mountain road. But as long as the Terran Federation is sure that they have eliminated all threats except the Umoyan, the war that the Umoyan people are trying their best to avoid will come immediately. Unfortunately, the next target of the federal government is Korhal. Acton cast an ambiguous look at Augustus. This is not like you. Augustus, you like war and hate politics. In the past, you were always indifferent to what your father did. When you are used to death and blood, and young lives like flowers pass away before your eyes, you can no longer agree with my original view of war. War is not beautiful, and the epics of the galactic heroes are nothing more than children's dramas compared to it. Augustus said, you have grown a lot. At this time, the convoy had already reached the summer manor outside Minx Castle. Acton Field, the security captain responsible for the security of Minx family members and all factories and industries, said, as the armored vehicle gradually stopped in the courtyard of the castle. I don't know whether this is good or bad for you. Augustus did not answer Acton, because a silver-haired girl in a white dress was running towards the armored vehicle where Augustus was, holding her skirt like a jumping bird. Mrs. Minsk, wearing an elegant cornflower dress, was standing at the Roman column-style door of the castle looking at him. Augustus. His sister Dorothy threw herself into Augustus' arms, pushing Augustus, who was about to get off the car, back into his seat. "You're back." Holding Dorothy in his arms, Augustus realized that she was the motivation for him to continue fighting. Augustus wanted to pick Dorothy up, like he did when he was a child, but failed. "You've gained weight again." "What?" "Well, you've gained weight." Dorothy angrily arched in Augustus' arms. Augustus almost dragged Dorothy, who was clinging to him, to his mother. The beautiful woman who was always elegant and polite burst into tears when she saw her little son and hugged him tightly. "We all miss you, Augustus, for more than half a year. You are a strong young man now, and you are more mature than before." Catherine said, "Mom is so happy for you." Looking at his mother's tearful face, Augustus felt a sharp pain in his heart. He suddenly thought of a terrible scene. His father Angus's head was chopped off. His mother and sister fell in a pool of blood, with hideous wounds on their chests and temples. No, this must not happen. Chapter 89 Ambassador Yumoin. From the outside, the magnificent building of the Minx family looks like a Danish castle in the Middle Ages. The interior of the retro-design castle is a different scene. The low-key and solemn corridors are connected by spiral staircases, leading to spacious halls with glass domes. The chandeliers under the domes emit a gilded light. After Augustus hugged his mother's old housekeeper, and the cold weapon master specially hired by the Minx family to teach his offspring swordsmanship, Augustus was glad that his swordsmanship instructor did not check whether he had fallen behind in his daily swordsmanship practice at this time. In fact, perhaps even his sister could easily defeat him in the martial arts studio now. Afterwards, Augustus introduced several of his subordinates to his mother. These heavenly demons, who had no family, and were like duckweed, and had nowhere to rely on, would be Augustus's right-hand men in the future. Lisa Cassidy must have secretly made up for the etiquette of Tarsoni's nobles. She behaved appropriately and naturally, like a noble lady, elegant and reserved, with the bright eyes of a girl, rather than a butcher's child. Ward was calm and composed, only bending his straight back when facing Augustus' mother. Harnack acted like a monkey, trying hard to restrain himself from talking nonsense, while Xander was completely stunned by the gorgeous decoration. Catherine sincerely thanked Lisa and others, and prayed for the Holy Spirit to be with them according to tradition. And Dorothy always held Augustus' hand, just as clingy as she was when she was a child. Augustus led his stunned subordinates through the red-carpeted corridor into the banquet hall for guests. The statues of the Car Wolf and the gold-framed paintings in the corridor told the great deeds of the original car pioneers in expanding the territory, which have now become legends that have accompanied generations of car people growing up. There is a huge oil painting on the blue marble wall of the banquet hall, which is decorated with silver leaves and silver-plated vines. It shows a middle-aged man with gray hair, wearing a colonial-era red hooded hunting robe, with a long-handled hunting rifle across his back, a spotted greyhound born and raised in Korhal at his feet, and a golden eagle standing on the thick pad on his shoulder. It was a portrait left by the first generation of Minsk, when the colonists still used old-fashioned weapons to fight against Korhal's wolves and other ferocious beasts. Whether in conquering nature or building their homeland, the Minx family has always been the leader of the Korhal colonists. The two walls of the banquet hall facing the ocean and the mountains are full of glass windows. Through the windows, the high cliffs overlook a dark ocean. The sea's surface under the sun is like flowing gold, and the undulating waves are rolling white waves. To the north are rolling mountains. It is autumn at this latitude, and the pseudo-maple trees in Stilling are as red as flames. Whenever he saw such a fascinating scene, Augustus always thought of Korhal in the StarCraft II era. Unlike the dark green planet today, Korhal, which had been baptized by 1,000 apocalyptic nuclear bombs from the Terran Federation, was already a world composed of radioactive wasteland and radioactive wasteland, the cruelest and most direct punishment. When Augustus, Lisa and others sat down on the silver-plated chairs, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked into the banquet hall. On the chest of his uniform was a blue and white pattern, with 2 triangles and circles superimposed. The man had a gentle appearance and was clean-shaven. He was the kind of person who paid great attention to his appearance. His face looked young, but his hair was almost gray like an old man. Alan Pasteur, Umojan's diplomatic ambassador to Korhal IV, and one of the elected members of the parliament. In recent years, Alan has been traveling frequently between Umojan and Korhal, bringing a steady stream of aid to the Minx family and other support from the Umojan-elected parliament. Augustus's first impression of this man was when he was only 8 years old, and his memory at that time was already very vague. However, Augustus remembered his daughter more clearly. She was a beautiful girl of the same age as his brother Arcturus. Very beautiful, with bright eyes and long golden hair that made people remember. Of course, the reason why Augustus was impressed was not because he had any longing for this girl, who was much older than him at that time, but a more shameful memory. Aaron's only daughter, the young, beautiful and gentle Juliana Pasteur, always thought Arcturus had 2 sisters. It's nice to meet you, young Augustus Minsk. You are becoming as reliable as your father. Aaron walked straight to Augustus, shook hands and hugged him. Sooner or later, you will inherit your father's career, the glory of the Minsk family, and the great achievements passed down from generation to generation, he said with praise. To catch up with my father, I still need a lot of time and experience. Augustus smiled. And as he expected, his mother's face immediately showed a relieved smile after he said this. Do you really think so? Eileen was even happier than Augustus' mother. The Umojan Council is always worried about Angus's physical condition. If he falls down, we really don't know who will replace him, he whispered to Augustus. It seems that the war has changed you. The war is over. And with it, my ambitions and aspirations are over. Augustus said, I will never be a general in my lifetime. But maybe I will have a chance to put ribbons and medals on generals. Sit down, Uncle Alan. Augustus sat down with Alan and talked about some issues about Umojan military assistance. The cunning Alan always emphasized the declining economy of Umojan, but never mentioned the soaring foreign trade volume during the Kylian War. I want to know how Umojan's research on CMC power armor is going, and whether it is possible to mass-produce Umojan power armor. Augustus asked Eileen. We have made some progress. Eileen said vaguely, I can assure you that there will be no shortage of weapons and ammunition, chariots and spaceships, medical equipment, and even personnel support. I hope so. Augustus smiled. I hope the friendship between Kar and Umojan will last for generations. Augustus was not in a hurry to get more information or more assistance from Umojan, so he turned to talk to Eileen about some things that did not seem to be full of gunpowder. I still remember Juliana. I remember she told me she wanted to be a lawyer. Augustus smiled and said, Is she okay now? Yes. Very well. Unexpectedly, Aaron Pasteur's face immediately changed, and his face turned livid. Juliana failed to become a lawyer. She gave up the career she had worked hard for half her life. Augustus realized Aaron's attitude had changed 180 degrees, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Speaking of this, your brother Arcturus Minsk. Aaron almost gritted his teeth to spit out every word, as if he was chewing a bone. Is he still alive? Arcturus is still alive. He was already a colonel when he retired, and now he is exploring the galaxy. Augustus chose his words carefully, trying to avoid further angering Aaron Baston. Really? Aaron sighed, with a complicated expression. That's great. Augustus thought hard for a long time, trying to find the reason for Aaron's change of attitude. Suddenly, a young man with golden hair popped up in his mind. He was Valerian Minsk, the heir of the Terran Empire in the game, and the child of Arcturus Minsk and a Umojan woman. He almost forgot this message. Valerian, the son of Arcturus and Juliana. But the key point is that the Minsk family, from Angus and Catherine to Augustus and Dorothy, had never heard of this matter, and even Arcturus himself had never mentioned it. What happened? Is his brother still a scumbag? He ran away after getting Juliana pregnant. Or did he not take any contraceptive measures when he slept with a girl, and forgot about it when he returned to the army? If you think about it carefully, Valerian, who was 20 years old after the Battle of the Brood, should have been born now. But the Minsk family is completely unaware of it. If Augustus hadn't seen Aaron, he wouldn't have remembered this at all. Augustus decided to ask for clarification. Chapter 19. Nephew Valerian, Actors and Juliana. What happened between them? While Augustus was speaking, the servants of the Minsk family began to place the silverware and knives and forks filled with food on the table. Lisa was constantly emphasizing to Harnack and Xander that they should pay attention to table manners and not embarrass the lieutenant. Alan Pasteur was an experienced politician, who was gentle and patient regardless of his mood. But now he was unable to control his temper. No. I swore to keep this secret. Secret? Augustus stared into Arlen's melancholy blue eyes. What kind of secret can make you so angry and hostile to Arcturus? I don't like to question other people's secrets. But this is about my brother. I can guess something. Aaron looked at Augustus in confusion, but didn't believe what he could guess. 10 years ago or more, Juliana visited Coral once. And he followed you to visit at that time. Augustus showed a look of reminiscence. Since then, I remember that Arcturus always received letters from Juliana from Umoyan. And he would write a reply every once in a while. My parents didn't know about this. Dorothy was still a little girl at that time, and was still very ignorant. But I still remember some of it. Because Arcturus had no defense against me at all. This pen-pal relationship lasted until Arcturus went to join the army. I believe that even in the barracks, they would not break off this contact. Yes, Juliana has been writing letters to a man I don't know since she returned to Umoyan after the visit. 3 years later, Juliana was still writing letters. Even though the other party had ignored her. Eileen took a deep breath. He had many things to do at that time. And by the time he noticed that Juliana had fallen, it was too late. There were no sweet words. No cloying love talks. And the content of the letters was normal. At first, Juliana only wrote to ask about Arcturus's recent situation. But the clever latter immediately realized that the girl was interested in him. So he began to write back. In the letter, Arcturus portrayed himself as a man with great ambitions and aspirations. A brave and fearless hero. In his philosophical and poetic words, his clear analysis and profound insights into the world create the image of a perfect man in Juliana's letter. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Arcturus Mengsk is strong and handsome. He is very charming. And this charm is absolutely fatal to a young girl like Juliana, who is not experienced in the world. Juliana is very beautiful. She almost meets the best fantasy of a Terran about a Umojan woman. I know that Arcturus really likes Juliana. But I don't know if he is ready to devote himself to a relationship. Augustus began to expose his brother's secrets. In my impression, Arcturus never expected to start his own family. Actors long for the warmth of women. But perhaps like many things he had done in his life, he would always try many things he had never done before to prove that he could do everything well. But soon, when he succeeds without any obstacles, the initial enthusiasm will quickly disappear. Augustus noticed that Aaron's face was gradually distorted. Before Juliana, Arcturus had never tried a real love. This damn beast. Arcturus Mengsk. Aaron wanted to continue to curse. But thinking of his lovely grandson, he still held back, so he just regarded this as a boring game to prove his masculinity. Or does he just want to sleep with beautiful unmarried girls? Augustus probably understood this feeling. If his precious only daughter got pregnant before marriage for no apparent reason, and the father of the child disappeared for 7 or 8 years, he was already angry when he thought of this. My stupid brother. Please don't blame me. You should tell me what happened. Augustus knocked on the table. Secret. If Juliana was actually deceived, then you don't need to hide anything for her. Otherwise, the longer the time is delayed, the more hurt she will suffer. Aelin was anxious and angry. If Arcturus was standing in front of him now, he would definitely break his neck. Forget it. Forget it. I was planning to tell Arcturus in a few months. No matter how much Juliana begged. I didn't want to delay it any longer. Aelin was still sighing. But he showed a relieved expression. Your brother didn't tell you that he now has a 7-year-old son because he didn't know anything about it. This Augustus was shocked. How could such a thing happen? I only found out about this when Juliana's belly was getting bigger. The wrinkles on Eileen's face seemed to have become more numerous at this moment. How could this happen? I'm asking her too. It was probably at the end of 2480 that Juliana went to Teledor 9. A new tourist planet. Damn. I thought she was just going to relax. But later the bodyguard told me that Juliana was going to see Arcturus. Eileen said. They happened to encounter a federal rebel attack on the Federal Marines on vacation. And Arcturus successfully performed a heroic rescue. What a damn good luck. It's all my fault. I'm a failed father. So, then, some things fell into place. Augustus took a glass of fine wine from a maid wearing a white dust hat, and took a few sips. What's the name of the child? Valerian. It means brave. Eileen gradually calmed down. Augustus could see that he liked the child very much. It sounds like the name of an ancient Roman emperor. Augustus held the wine glass in his hand, and gently shook the wine inside. So, Juliana gave birth to the child and raised him. But concealed this from his biological father. What on earth was this woman thinking? He showed a little anger. I can already imagine how Arcturus would react when he heard about this. He missed the years when his son was born and grew up, and when the little guy had already established a preliminary worldview. Arcturus was not ready to become a father and take on this responsibility. Juliana believed in Arcturus's boasting. She thought that he was doing a great cause and could not be distracted. She was also worried that Arcturus might die from being disturbed when he heard about this on the battlefield. Alan smiled self-deprecatingly. She is still a little girl after all. Naive and full of fantasy. Just like her mother who left me a long time ago. Juliana is willful and stubborn. And her thoughts are as unpredictable as clouds that are close yet far away. But now, the Battle of Kylian is over. I don't think I need to keep this secret any longer. At this time, Augustus quickly drank the glass of wine, as if he had made some kind of determination. My mother will be very happy that she suddenly has a little grandson. Augustus said, she will definitely go to Umoyan to see Valerian. Angus is the time when he needs his family the most. And Catherine leaves at this time. Aaron frowned. No. She must go to Umoyan. Augustus looked at Aaron, and his tone was like he was giving an order in the army. Without any doubt, Dorothy will go too. I am enough for my father. I hope you can arrange it yourself. The spacecraft and personnel must be the most trustworthy. From boarding to takeoff to landing in Umoyan. Everything must be kept secret. He said. The Minsk family will claim to the outside world that they went to Teledor 9. Of course, there will be 2 people who have undergone plastic surgery, and whose faces and figures are exactly the same as theirs. They will take the spacecraft to the Teledor system. We will buy the UNN headline column of the day. Chapter 91 Umojan Shadow Guard. When Augustus' mother, Catherine Minsk, heard the news, she was about to announce the start of the banquet and tell everyone that her little son had returned safely. Catherine was really shocked. It was the first time that Augustus saw so many expressions, including dullness, shock, anger and joy, appear on his mother's face in turn. You mean, Arcturus has a son? When did it happen? Why didn't he tell me? What's the girl's name? Where are they? How old is the child? Show me the photo. Catherine slumped in the chair. After the initial shock, she suddenly threw a series of questions to Augustus. I have a little nephew? Dorothy was sitting next to her mother. She was no longer an ignorant little girl, although her figure was not tall. Her soft chest had begun to take shape. Brother, will he like the little skirt you wore? Augustus, who was opening his personal terminal, seemed to be pierced by a sharp arrow in the chest. He wanted to remind his sister that he had not worn a skirt for many years, but it didn't seem right to say it. So Augustus pretended not to hear anything and showed his mother the photo of Valerian sent by Ailing on his personal terminal. Remember Juliana, the daughter of the Pasteur family? This is Arcturus and her child. Valerian. That's a good name. Valerian. He looks like me. Catherine was no longer angry, but looked at the photo of Valerian happily. Let me see. Dorothy squeezed in from behind her brother. It was a little blond boy wearing black overalls and a small shirt, playing in the small river in the Pasteur family's manor. Valerian had milky white skin, like Augustus. He also had high cheekbones, a hawk-shaped nose, and the cold gray eyes that were the hallmark of the Minsk family. His soft shoulder-length golden hair was tied into a cute ponytail. Augustus noticed that although Valerian was still just a child, he looked thinner than his peers. His arms were too thin, and there was almost no flesh on him. He was weak and gentle, and was far less strong and active than Arcturus was when he was a child. Why does he look a bit like a little girl? He also looks like Angus. When Valerian frowns, he looks exactly like his grandfather. Catherine flipped through the photos for a while, and her joy gradually faded. When the guests began to eat, her expression became very serious, sitting upright, and the majesty of the hostess of a large family was revealed. Tell me what happened. Augustus, tell me what Pasteur told you. And don't make excuses for your brother. Shaking his head, Augustus told his mother everything and persuaded her to forgive his brother. Humph! Catherine was still angry, but she knew that it was not all Arcturus' fault, because he himself did not know, and never thought that Juliana would get pregnant just by having a night of pleasure on Teledor 9. Is Arcturus still unaware? I can't contact him. Augustus wanted to say something good for his brother, but after a moment, he decided not to care about his life or death. Actor's current expedition team is probably thousands of light years away from us. Their communication equipment is decades old and seriously outdated. It may take 1 to 2 months to receive information. He shouldn't do that. Catherine sighed and said nothing more, just stroking Valerian's photo. Over the years, Aylin Pastor has always stood with the Minsk family. They are both friends and comrades in arms. Catherine feels that they owe the Pastor family a lot. This poor child has never seen his father since he was born. He is the heir of the Minsk family, and we have the responsibility to raise and educate him. She said, he has never seen his grandmother and grandfather. I really want to see this child. But Call is very dangerous now. Valerian is now in Umoyan, in the Pastor family's manor far away from the city. Arlen can arrange a sufficiently secret interstellar voyage for you and Dorothy to ensure that you are sent to Umoyan without anyone knowing, Augusta said immediately. In response to the threat of the Terran Federation, the Umojan National Defense Army has been established. They are building orbital platforms in the synchronous orbit of their home planet to deal with the Federation's fleet. All trade is carried out in the low-gravity ports on its satellites, and any Federation spacecraft that enters the atmosphere without permission will be shot down by anti-aircraft guns. At the same time, I will arrange for your substitutes to divert the Federation's attention. It's safe enough there. You are too impatient. I know you want to send us to a safer place. I really want to see little Valerian. But over the years, I have learned to be patient and wait. Catherine looked into her son's cold gray eyes. Carr is indeed in chaos now. With staunch supporters of the federal government, Comorian sympathizers, Carr separatists, revolutionaries, federal secret police and agents. Yes, the most direct and effective way is to stay away from the center of the revolution. She said, we should send Dorothy to the Pastor family. But your father still needs me. I must be by his side. Angus is already alone. And the senators of the Coral Senate and the nobles of Stilling want to overthrow him all the time. In Coral, only the people support him. But the people are too far away from him. Before Dorothy could speak, Augustus spoke again. Things are far more serious than you can imagine. I have received reliable intelligence that the Terran Federation is training a group of agents with powerful psychic powers, who can complete assassinations silently. They are the most ruthless and efficient killers among humans. Assassination is a common practice of the federal government. And my father deserves their most powerful assassin. Even if we use 100 or 1,000 defense measures, it is difficult to be foolproof. Please believe this, Mother. Only when you are sure that there will be no mistakes. My father and I can devote ourselves to the revolutionary cause. Training psychics into super soldiers. They actually did that. Catherine knew some inside information. So she was even more shocked when she knew about this. At least a dozen years ago. Or even earlier. The Federation has been doing this. Augustus looked at his mother firmly. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? Psychics have supernatural powers. We don't know whether they are still considered human or have evolved to another level of new humans. God knows what they are. It's not surprising that psychics have the ability to pass through walls like spirits. But what should you and your father do? Catherine was persuaded by Augustus. She realized that she and her daughter would only be a burden. We will be fine. I am trying to get the corresponding support from Umojan. Better anti-stealth equipment and more elite Umojan Protectorate soldiers. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. I believe Umojan is also training psychic agents. But this must be top secret. If Alan did not deceive me, then even he, an elected member of the parliament, would not know about it. But Alan promised me that I would discuss with the parliament and send Umojan psychers to Korhal. With their protection, our safety is truly guaranteed. Augustus remembered that Umojan also had ghost agents called Shadow Guards. Perhaps they would not be the opponents of Sarah Kerrigan, the most powerful ghost agent in history. But it was better than a group of ordinary people resisting psychics. Okay. Dorothy and I will leave Korhal. Catherine agreed. Augustus, after the dinner, go to your father. Angus is in the Minsk Sky Tower in Stilling. And he needs to know about this. Chapter 92, Explosion of Soldiers. Stilling City is like flowing mercury, with thousands of glass panels glittering in the sun. The silver and black Minsk Sky Tower stands in the center of the city, and the skyscrapers surrounding it are like stalagmites made of steel and glass. When looking down from the Minsk family's private luxury airship, the streets are dotted with lush green. The traffic is like black lines, and commercial spacecrafts are dragging bright trails between buildings and clouds. Augustus sat in his exclusive seat, looking down at the streets of Stilling and the tall buildings that still looked majestic from the sky through a round window. Even though the government of the Terran Federation was still trying its best to exploit the people here and plunder the wealth of this beautiful planet, Kara 4 was still so prosperous, and it had not lost any of its luster because of the Kylian War. This is why Kara 4 is known as a pearl of the Terran Federation. But the red and blue star flag of the Federation that was still flying in Stilling and the Federation military camp close to the mountains at the north end of the city made Augustus clearly realize that the real controller of this planet was still the federal government. The senator standing at the pinnacle of power and fame on Korhal 4, and the chaebols behind them all have the same master. The federal parliament, and the powerful creation families that dominate the entire world on the distant Arsonis. When the airship passed through the hemispherical energy shield that descended like a curtain from the top of the Minsk Sky Tower, and landed on the runway with green plants on the edge, a dozen security personnel in black uniforms, wearing flat caps and goggles of the same color, immediately ran towards the airship. Except for Augustus and security captain Acton. All accompanying personnel had to undergo the most stringent inspection. This energy shield is the latest addition. Acton pointed to the light blue energy shield that looked as thin as a veil from the tarmac and said, "This is a new technology from Mars Technology. It can resist most energy weapons and ballistic weapons, shield detectors and satellite cameras. And at the same time, it can block the strong winds at an altitude of 3,000 feet. Very good design. I need its detailed information, including its defense level, endurance limit, and other upgrade options." Augustus nodded to the security guard, who bowed to him, and walked into the elevator on the apron. "If it doesn't meet my requirements, I think we should change suppliers. Are you still not satisfied? This energy shield cost us a lot of money." Acton followed Augustus. He was older than Angus, but his body was still as strong as a bull. "Deerfield, if the Terran Federation fleet holds a giant sword, and we can only use eggshells to resist, soon no one will pay you," Augustus said half-jokingly. "We'll talk about this later. I just came back from Mainhof, and will be back in the army in 2 days. Tell me how much earth-shaking changes have taken place in Kar during the 6 months I was away." "A lot." As the elevator began to slowly descend, Acton said to Augustus, "Your father gave 46 speeches about the Kar independence movement in various places in Kar over a period of 6 months. And 33 of the speeches had an audience of more than 50,000 people. In October, workers in the Confederate city of Balak responded to Angus's call and took to the streets to demand an explanation from the federal government for the increasing working hours and corruption. The local government deployed all police forces, using tear gas and batons to disperse the crowd," he said. The result was a disaster. When someone ordered the shooting to suppress the police, tens of thousands of angry people overwhelmed them before the poorly trained police could empty their magazines. Demonstrators occupied the police station, the municipal building, and the UNN studio, tore down the federal flag and replaced it with the blue 3-star flag of Kal. In that uncontrollable riot, thousands of demonstrators and police were injured, and hundreds died from trampling and shooting. So, someone is going to be in big trouble. Augustus guessed the federal government's reaction. He had seen reports about this incident in the UNN Evening News, but there were only a few articles from beginning to end. Obviously, the federal government tried hard to downplay the impact of this incident. The new governor of Korhal dismissed several people who had little to do with this incident, and then announced that it was all due to the instigation of Angus Minsk. As Acton was talking, the elevator stopped at an upper floor. "He's right." Augustus shrugged noncommittally and walked through the open elevator door into a corridor lined with security guards. Last month, an outpost in northern Stilling was attacked by terrorists. More than 100 federal soldiers were killed in the attack, Acton said as he walked. "I don't need to think about who did it." Augustus looked at the smooth walls on both sides of the corridor and the cameras at the corners, but he didn't feel much safer. "I guess you did a great job and didn't leave any evidence behind." Federal officials are in a state of panic because all the evidence points to an accidental explosion caused by a leak in a high-energy gas pipeline, Acton said. "But it's not very smart." Augustus walked to the door of a room guarded by 2 armed security guards and stopped. After the detector scanned his retina, a large office appeared in front of him. A man with gray hair, but still an upright figure, was facing a huge glass wall with his back to Augustus. Angus Minsk was wearing a black square-collared jacket and loose trousers, staring at the UNN building opposite the Minsk Sky Tower. This scene made Augustus feel like déjà vu. Angus Minsk, as a prestigious and influential senator of the Korhal Parliament, always did things that went against his class. He criticized the corruption of the federal government in speeches and marches, and led the Korhal independence movement. In other words, Angus is a staunch revolutionary and an instigator who threatens people to confront the federal government in the news. In the federal UNN holographic news program, which has been corrupted and controlled by money and power. The host will call his many public speeches against the federal government on car as inflammatory false remarks. In some more radical columns, the contributors openly criticize Angus as a traitor and writer. To Augustus's surprise, Augustus also saw a lot of photos of his family in the office, including a propaganda poster of him in military uniform. According to him, it was the cover of a certain issue of the Universe fashion magazine, as one of the combat heroes promoted by the Tarsonese Federation government, the military, and the UNN Universe News Network. Augustus was chosen for his aristocratic education, his exemplary status as a creator family, and his handsome appearance. Among them, UNN editor-in-chief Handy Anderson's unremitting praise always made Augustus feel embarrassed, because most of the combat records were fabricated and did not hold water when examined carefully. However, the creator families behind the UNN board of directors and the federal parliament were the driving forces behind the scenes. They packaged some combat heroes as invincible military gods to increase people's confidence in the war, so that they can spend their money peacefully, stimulate the increasingly sluggish economy and the stock market that is close to collapse. Augustus had never been here before, and he didn't expect that his father, who always seemed to be against him, was actually paying attention to him. This suddenly reminded him of what his sister Dorothy often mentioned in her letters. "Brother, we watch the news every day, looking for your name on it, but we are worried that it is on the list of victims. They said you killed many Comorians, accurate to every battle and every number. Brother, we are not excited about your military exploits. We are only worried that you will die in the next battle. Those letters are the bond of family affection and strength. You are back, Augustus, my son." Angus did not turn around to hug Augustus. The gap between father and son still exists. "Yes, I am back, father." Augustus was not afraid of his father. In the past, they often quarreled because of their different ideas. "Catherine just told me." When Angus turned around, Augustus was surprised to find that his father was much older than before. But his eyes, which were so similar to his own, were bright and energetic. "I support your idea of sending them to Umoyan. The minions of the Federation are watching us in the dark, and they will not give up any opportunity to threaten me. At present, Umoyan is indeed the safest place." Augustus nodded. "The ghost agents of the Terran Federation will arrive at any time, and the security measures here must be raised to another level. Don't you think this is enough?" Angus frowned and said, "At first, I didn't want to turn our family home into a heavily guarded fortress, or hire 10 times more people to maintain it, because this is extremely unfavorable to me in public opinion. People generally believe that only big capitalists will spend a lot of money to purchase weapons to protect their property. And I should have been a fighter for freedom. A leader who guides the people to the light. Not Cromwell surrounded by troops. In this way, the news media controlled by the Federation will portray me as a usurper and a tyrant, no matter how they smear. I believe that Corhol must have an army that can compete with the Federation." Augustus said to his father, "I don't care about reputation, but they'd better call me the Washington of Corhol, the Napoleon of the Terran Empire. You and I have never thought the same, child." Angus was not angry about Augustus' words. He showed great joy. "I am glad that you finally stand on my side. I never told anyone that I was exhausted, surrounded by enemies and onlookers, and the allies of the Minsk family swayed like weeds in the wind. Augustus, I am glad that you can come back to me. Is this a dream? Augustus, since you grew up, you no longer call me father. Angus, it is more real than any wall or city you have ever seen," Augustus said. "Oh, come on. Sit down and have a drink, and let's talk." Angus smiled and took out a bottle of red wine worth 1,000 gold from the wine cabinet in his office. Angus had not had a good conversation with Augustus since his coming-of-age ceremony. In this way, his last conversation with his eldest son Arcturus ended up in an unpleasant quarrel. Arcturus could never agree with his father's revolution, which was Angus' biggest regret in his life. Angus originally thought that his second son would follow the same path as his brother and stay away from this arbitrary and tyrannical father. But Augustus not only returned to his side, but also agreed with Corhol's revolutionary cause, which made the increasingly aging old Mengsk overjoyed. Angus is a typical patriarch of a large authoritarian family. He believes that his decades of experience can help his son avoid taking the wrong path. Prevent them from being hurt or regretting it one day in the future. In the future route Angus planned for his son. Arcturus will definitely inherit his position as a senator, while Augustus will manage the family's huge industry. But Augustus refused. He was tired of, and even hated that his life was controlled by others. Even if that person was his father. How do you think we should achieve the final victory of this revolution? Angus, Augustus, and Acton were sitting at a set of rattan tables and chairs in the office, filling their glasses. Only war. Augustus replied. Angus, I believe you have already prepared for a total war. In the history of the earth, peace gained by shouting slogans, begging, and kneeling is not long-lasting. We need an army, a fleet, and a commander who can win. Of course, we have a revolutionary army. At this time, Acton said, we have recruited 120,000 people, and sent some of them to the military academy in Umoyan. They will graduate next year. And then, we will have a group of reliable officers and generals. Not enough. Far from enough. Augustus looked at Acton with his cold gray eyes without blinking. We need at least 1 million people to capture this planet. And several times, or even more people to defend it. Explode the army. That's what we want to do. But 120,000 is the limit. All of these people are volunteers to fight for the revolutionary cause. They usually communicate through underground organizations and receive secret training. Acton said. Then abolish the government and the Senate. Form a new parliament. Implement new laws. And change the recruitment system. Once we control Stilling, we will recruit soldiers from this city. Once we control the industrial cities in the south, we will let all the young people of the right age wear helmets and hold long guns. Augustus said loudly. I have served in the Federation Marine Corps and killed many Comorians in a brutal war. I know better than you how terrible the Federation army is. When the riots and terrorist attacks on Corhel intensify, the Federation Marine Corps will definitely intervene. So, we urgently need a strong revolutionary army. Politically, we should win the support of other planets, and even some of the Tarsoni's creation families to obtain more assistance and distract the attention of the federal government. I don't know whether you don't understand or don't want to admit that in the war launched by the nobles and the powerful, this generation must be tied to the rumbling wheels of war until they die. A long silence. If we have to fight a war, then Corhel will win. Angus said, but in the end, I still hope that this is a peaceful evolution. A handover ceremony from the centralized authorities to the people. I know what you want to say. It is of course a daydream to expect the dragon to willingly hand over its treasures and gold. Augustus was not surprised to hear such words from Angus. Angus was more like a pure revolutionary leader rather than an ambitious person who wanted to seize power through revolution. He wanted to establish a clean new government and rebuild Corhel 4 into a free and peaceful world. Just like in the past, Angus was a great and selfless revolutionary. He was even willing to use his death to warn all Terrans. We all know that war is inevitable. Acton also spoke at this time. I have talked with your father many times, and I no longer have any hope for peaceful evolution. Where there is an uprising, suppression will follow. In the coming war, countless people will die. Even so, we must fight to the end. Angus said firmly. In the past, I always had a little fantasy about the federal government. But now I understand that it is hopeless. The giant of the Terran Federation is full of ugly pustules. It must be cut open with a sharp sword before the wound can heal again. Compared with Comorian and Umoyan, the Terran Federation has too many territories and planets. Their bloated and corrupt government can only use force to oppress the people in the colonies. And all the oppressed have long been dissatisfied with it. He said. Now, as long as the first planet that blows the horn of rebellion appears, those who are waiting will rise up. Kar will not be the only planet to resist the rule of the Federation. Nor will it be the last. Father, how many years do you think we will fight this war for? Augustus asked in a low voice. 10 years or more. Angus said, when I am gone, you will inherit my cause, as well as your son and Valerian. Augustus, although I am reluctant to admit it, most of the Kar Revolutionary Army are young people who have not received military training. Qualified officers can only be recruited from retired veterans of the Federation. But I cannot guarantee their loyalty. We also lack generals, because the Kar people are not always good at fighting. This revolutionary army has reason and ambition. But in fact it is just a group of hastily assembled sons of farmers, workers and company employees. They are willing to die for the independence of Kar. But they have not yet become disciplined and disciplined soldiers. Augustus, you are a hero. You are the person I trust most. You will be the leader of the Car Revolutionary Army, because you are the most suitable person I can think of. Perhaps it will be you who will lead this group of rabble. Chapter 93 Corhel Revolutionary Army. On Christmas Eve, Augustus did not stay with his family, but hurriedly summoned the cadres and members of the Revolutionary Army. Each Confederation city, Free Trade City, Industrial City, and Starport Ring City sent 2 to 3 representatives. The location was in the warehouse of an IA holographic projection screen factory under the Minsk Group. Although this huge organization has more than 100,000 people and is scattered in cities across Corhel 4, in order to avoid the search of the police and agents, they still use the secret methods of underground organizations to communicate. Rather than an army, it is more like an underground party connected by enthusiasm, faith, and desire for freedom. The Car Revolutionary Army is a relatively loose revolutionary organization. The members of the Revolutionary Army in each city are organized and managed by a revolutionary committee. Each committee member is responsible for several urban communities, or factories and villages. The supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army is called Supreme Marshal, First Leader, Pioneer, but no one knows his real name because it is just a vague symbol. Angus Minsk was the founder of this Revolutionary Army, but he was not the Marshal. This position should have belonged to his eldest son Arcturus Minsk, but the latter was busy mining. On the afternoon of December 23rd, Augustus met nearly 130 members of the Revolutionary Army in the factory warehouse, where the doors and windows were painted black with a special black coating. Some of them were the organizers of the stilling demonstration. Others were responsible for propaganda work and recruiting new members. And the rest were the initiators of the terrorist attack. The funds for their activities were mainly provided by the Minsk family. In the warehouse illuminated by blue lights, Augustus stood in front of the participants wearing a black square-colored long-sleeve coat. The members of the Revolutionary Army, wearing work clothes, suits, casual clothes, high school student uniforms, and even bar waiter uniforms, whispered about Augustus' identity. Augustus' code name is Lieutenant, which sounds nothing special, but in the Revolutionary Army, the rank is not a position, but an exclusive title for an important person. Many people speculated that he was the first leader or marshal, because only he had the power to summon the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army to come here. Some people recognized Augustus as the second son of Angus Minsk, the leader of the Corhel independence movement, and were very surprised that he could appear here. Before Augustus joined the army, few people in the outside world could get their photos, because the descendants of the Minsk family had always been very low-key. But after Augustus became a war hero and became known as the commander of the Heavenly Devils, his fame in Corhel 4 naturally rose. This was completely contrary to the expectations of the federal government and the UN, who had thought that this would more or less weaken Angus's prestige. Most of the Corhel people despised the war heroes nominated by the Terran federal government. But Augustus Minsk was an exception, simply because of his last name and his iconic cold gray eyes and hair. Bronze statues of the first generation of Minsk were erected in many places in Corhel 4, and flowers would be offered on the day of his birth. People regarded the steel wolf as a spiritual symbol of the Corhel people's tenacity and fearlessness of power. They believed that the Minsk family inherited the characteristics and qualities of the wolf, and each generation of Minsk was a natural leader of the wolf pack. I am Augustus Minsk, the supreme leader of the Corhel Revolutionary Army. I called you together just to understand some things. Augustus looked at many pairs of eyes and said, "Before that, I have something to announce." Although this was their first meeting with Augustus, everyone stopped talking at this moment, and was infected by Augustus's serious face and sonorous voice. They stared at Augustus's young but majestic face, looking forward to every sentence and every word he was about to say. My father, Angus Minsk, has said enough about those impassioned speeches. The cry for revolution and freedom, the pursuit of freedom and independence. And I have only one thing to say, he said. The war has begun. In the past, you have many identities, sons, fathers, and husbands. But now, I will call you fighters of the revolution. My soldiers, fight for Corhel. Almost at the same time, all the revolutionaries saluted Augustus with a fist salute. For the new order, Augustus clenched his right fist and raised it high. Car is above all. The responses were uniform and deafening. Car is above all. The revolutionaries who came to attend this meeting knew that this would be a general mobilization for war, which meant that the Car Revolutionary Army would soon become a real army. This not-so-large hardware distribution warehouse was filled with high-spirited and passionate young people, ranging in age from 16 to 40 years old, from all walks of life. There are losers and winners, from sewer cleaners to factory managers, from failed art students to suspected mental patients. They are all-encompassing and diverse reflections of this society. Augustus asked everyone to be quiet, and then began to ask them some questions. Corporal Newsom, how many people can be mobilized in the Confederate city of Newtland? Augustus asked. 2,000 people. If I give you 3 months, can you increase this number to 20,000 people? I will mobilize all the people with lofty ideals that I can mobilize. If I cannot do it, let me shed my blood on the land of Car. Augustus asked each representative about the number of local revolutionary troops and the revolutionary will of the masses. And then he said, time is running out. Compatriots, soldiers, we must gather like-minded people in the shortest possible time to establish a standing army, which must have at least 10 reorganized army divisions, and 2 army groups formed by them. Remember, this will be a professional army, not a hastily assembled peasant uprising army. The army will be commanded by the Revolutionary Army headquarters, and will obey orders. The Car Revolutionary Army needs to be restrained by strict discipline, maintained by sergeants and officers to execute orders issued by the Supreme Command. We need a conscription department, a logistics department, human resources management, a hospital department, and a supervision department. We also need to build Car's own fleet from scratch and train qualified fleet soldiers. If there are no battleships and battlecruisers, then convert merchant ships into assault ships, cargo ships into gunboats, and giant transport ships into frigates. The new government will allocate funds to build a synchronous orbit platform and transform 2 satellites into fortresses. So we also need a rapid reaction force capable of fighting in space. Chapter 94 Preparations before the Uprising. On December 24th, only one day before Christmas, Augustus was still working at the Corhol Revolutionary Army headquarters he had temporarily set up on the 62nd floor of the Minsk Sky Tower. A loose revolutionary organization was becoming a real army under the documents issued by Augustus. The Revolutionary Army would set up various departments, establish a soldier database, integrate the source of soldiers, and form platoons, companies, battalions, brigades, and divisions according to the soldiers' birthplaces. Augustus was writing a document asking his father to pay for the establishment of the Minsk Military Academy. This was what he had been doing for the past few days, asking for people, money, and everything. Augustus was now very powerful, and he was essentially forming a new Corhol Revolutionary Army, while the Minsk family's financial resources were also leaning towards the Revolutionary Army. Angus still understood the need to have a strong army in his hands, but he really lacked talent in this area and action-oriented people who could put it into practice. Angus is just a politician after all. He always hopes to use political means to fight for the rights of the people, but he is not ruthless or resolute enough. In Augustus's estimation, each of the Southern Confederation cities and northern cities can pull out 3 reorganized divisions of 25,000 people. Industrial cities, mining cities, farms, ranches and towns can form more troops. And the port cities near the 2 main seas of Car will provide fleet soldiers for the future fleet. These initial armies are composed of true revolutionaries. They will be the most elite and loyal troops in Augustus' hands. Augustus had a lot of work to do, realizing that his father had underestimated the power of the Federation military and the ruthlessness of the Federation Senate on Tarsones. They had to deal with more than just the Federation garrison on Corhol 4, which had been weakened by lack of training and growing corruption due to being away from war. The Federation fleet might not even send a landing force to try to retake Corhol, but simply raze the planet to the ground. Corhol was the first world to rebel, and its destruction was the only fate. At this time, Augustus's headquarters only had a few financial officers and staff officers temporarily transferred from the family business and the Corhol Revolutionary Army. Lisa Kashidi, a member of the Heavenly Demons, was sorting documents beside the clacking automatic typewriter. Rocket Soldier Connor Ward was temporarily appointed as the leader of Augustus's personal guard because he was taciturn and down-to-earth. As for Honeck and Xander, Augustus sent them to the Stilling Guards, which was being formed in Stilling City, to serve as instructors. The Minks family bought a large number of deserted islands and abandoned starports in the sea as training grounds for new recruits. The Terran Federation would soon find something strange. But they were busy negotiating with the defeated Comorian Federation at this time, using the fleet to plunder colonial resources and deterrence. When the negotiations were almost over, Korhal IV was also going to declare independence. It is worth mentioning that Harnack and Xander have completely different ways of training their subordinates. Harnack is keen on using corporal punishment, dirty words, and stricter discipline to establish authority. Xander was relatively easygoing, but he was also very strict with his subordinates. He also cherished the opportunity given to him by Augustus and realized that this was a turning point to change his destiny. Augustus' desk was piled with documents and lists of plans, which were just handed to him by his father Angus. The top plan was instigating uprisings in Antigua, Chaucerra, Mausera, and other places, and plan for uniting various planets to form a pan-Terran alliance. Below were a series of ideas such as creating independent newspapers and media in Korhal, infiltrating the creation family of Tarsones, and controlling members of the federal parliament through bribery and coercion. The first plan Augustus wanted to implement was to seize Korhal by force, and then to defend it at all costs, using all means to delay or prevent the Federation from pacifying Korhal in 2491. To deal with the worst possibility, Augustus also has an alternative plan to gradually transfer Korhal civilians to Umojan and marginal territories. Of course, the premise of all this is that they can withstand the fleet of the Terran Federation. In Augustus's view, this is almost a revolution that is doomed to fail, and the strength of the two sides is not proportional at all. Augustus knew that Angus was still too simplistic. His father was a politician with a sharp political mind and a staunch reformer, but he had never been to the battlefield and overestimated the bottom line of the federal government. Angus knew that there would be a war, but he did not expect the Tarsones Council to order the fleet to use nuclear bombs to destroy the planet in high-altitude orbit after Car 4 was completely out of its control. Car 4 is still the pearl among the 13 main star worlds of the Terran Federation, even though the federal government's dominance on this planet is declining. Senior officials and congressmen can still make a lot of money, but after the Battle of the Kelmorian Union, the Terran Federation will acquire almost all of Kelmorian's colonies and mining guilds, which makes them no longer attach as much importance to Korhal's tax revenue as before. Compared with the brutal war after independence, it is easy to clear the Federation troops on Korhal because the number of garrisons is not large. In the early days of the establishment of the Terran Federation, the number of garrisons sent by the Tarsones government to each Confederation planet was limited, although the Federation Congress is trying to remove this limit by amending the law. The war with the Kelmorian Union has forced them to invest more troops and resources in a protracted war. Through his lobbying and speeches, Angus repeatedly rejected the proposals of Senator Car 4 to request Tarsones to send more troops to protect people's property. The leader of the creation family despised the aristocratic system that gave him power and wealth, and stood firmly on the side of the people. He wanted to establish a democratic republic, which would undoubtedly make the nobles jump up and down. This was obviously contrary to the wishes of the powerful people in Car 4, who gained power with the support of the federal government and the vested interests under this system. They hated Angus and feared that he would take away their rights, wealth, and status. From the data on paper, the Terran Federation only has 2 army groups stationed on Kara 4, with about 80,000 people, scattered in various military camps and outposts. They still use the old CMC 200 power weapons and E-type electromagnetic guns. Most of them are new recruits who have not experienced actual combat, and a considerable number of them are old hands who are about to retire but have never fought a war. For a core planet of the Federation like Kara 4, which is quite far away from the Comorian mother planet Moria, the Federation troops on it can only deal with riots and suppress rebels in local areas, compared to the frontline troops who shed blood in the brutal Battle of Kylian and had to worry about their lives all the time. Being stationed on a planet far away from the war was like a relaxing vacation. It was common for officers to accept gifts and mansions to provide protection for the rich and nobles. Some people had been stationed on Car 4 for more than 10 years, and it was common for them to go to the nobles' balls and high-end places. Once Angus declared Car independent, Augustus' army would immediately occupy the planet. Chapter 95 Umoyan Ghost Agent. On Christmas Eve, the city of Stele seemed like a shining gem in the dark night. Pious Christians rushed to the church named after the Virgin Mary or the apostles in the city to attend the service. When the bells rang, the Stele people sat around the sizzling ovens and holographic Christmas trees in their homes to open gifts. The Minsk family's holiday estate on the edge of the northern mountains was brightly lit. Servants wearing Santa hats celebrated the holiday with their employers. Laser detectors swept across the courtyard and the house every few tenths of a second. And Yumoyan's intelligent drones patrolled back and forth in the sky like night owls. In the training room, training swords and sharpened iron swords are placed on the knife racks. On the wall are the warnings left by Augustus' grandfather of the same name, one of which Augustus recited repeatedly when he was a child. An upright man should fight for the oppressed, and a true king should protect his loyal people. Augustus, wearing a white training robe, is practicing swordsmanship with his fencing instructor. Both sides hold a wooden cross broadsword with a guard, which was once the sword of the Corhol Lancers in the colonial era. After the salute, Augustus spun the wooden sword in his hand, stepped his feet apart, and stood firmly on the wooden floor like a mountain, while his swordsmanship instructor maintained the same posture as him. Do you remember what I taught you? Augustus' swordsmanship instructor was a middle-aged man with an Asian face and dark pupils. Augustus Minsk. The 8th month of the 12 months is named after him. He is upright and brave, not vain, and born to walk on the path of greatness and glory, Augustus said, staring at his mentor's eyes and sword hand. Do you remember the words he left you? The mentor asked. Defend a noble ideal or fight for the oppressed. A noble man always stands firm against a tyrant who rules over the weak. Those who abuse power will be punished by heaven and earth. And upright people will not stand idly by and allow such evil to exist. Augustus replied. Your character has proven that you will be the Lord of Corhol. The mentor said, You and your father are both real Minsks. What about Arcturus? Augustus asked. No, he is not that kind of person, the mentor said. Augustus gathered his strength and was ready to swing his polished blade forward at any time. But his mentor turned the blade in an instant and slashed at Augustus at a tricky angle. The latter easily blocked it after a beautiful turn. The two white figures slashed, blocked, rotated, and stabbed. Your reaction. Speed and strength are not as good as before. You should have been a lion of Corhol or a wolf of Stilling trained by me. But now, you are so weak that you are not even as good as a 60-year-old man. The instructor used a powerful blow to make Augustus retreat several steps. Even in the military camp, you should not relax your requirements for yourself. I am too lazy. Augustus panted. His growing gray hair drooped on his forehead due to sweat. I am weak due to neglecting practice. Then you should work harder until you can easily knock me down again. In the memory of this elder whose body has begun to age, Augustus began to follow him to learn kendo, politics and philosophy when he was 6 years old. When he was young, Augustus was not as strong as his elder brother, but he was very hardworking and persistent. And he also showed amazing talent in learning. Augustus was excellent in all aspects, but he was always arrogant and conceited in the past, which was also the reason why he entered the rebellious period too early. However, although the instructor was puzzled by Augustus's decline in kendo, he had undoubtedly washed away the lead and became steady and restrained. Augustus waved the training sword in silence, and he was gradually regaining the feeling of the past. In his memory, Augustus was able to hit his mentor's vital points with one blow or knock down his opponent's sword with his strong physique when he was 16 years old. He could skillfully use more than a dozen cold weapons and hot weapons, and knock down a defensive adult man in a few seconds with his bare hands. For nearly 10 minutes, Augustus kept slashing or blocking until there was a knock on the door of the martial arts studio. The one who came in was Connor Ward, who was carrying a Gauss rifle. There was a black skull on his exposed forearm. Augustus, Ambassador Alan Pasteur of Yumoyan is looking for you. He should have stayed in Yumoyan and reunited with his family. Augustus saluted his mentor and put his training sword on the rack. Why don't you invite him in? He is followed by a Yumoyan soldier. Ward said, that man makes me feel uncomfortable. Since it is brought by Alan, it doesn't matter. Soon, Alan Pasteur, still wearing a dark suit, came in with a blond young man wearing a tight light blue combat uniform. The circuit sewn inside the thin combat uniform fiber, like a trouser line, emits a silver-white light. Augustus, this is the warrior you want. Alan looked at Augustus proudly. A powerful psychic. A super warrior. Very good. But why is there only one? Augustus looked at the psychic that Alan mentioned and found that he had long curly golden hair, deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and a pair of light blue eyes that showed a melancholy look and looked listless. We have very few psychic warriors, and most of them have to serve as mentors for new students. But don't worry. 3 more outstanding Shadow Warriors will come to Core 4 in January next year. Alan said to him with a smile. In Umojan, people don't think that Psykers are aliens. We call these brave warriors Shadow Guards, because they are the shadows guarding the elected parliament and the people. Nice to meet you. I am Augustus did not show the fear and disgust that a Terran usually has for Psykers, but walked over to shake hands with the other party. Although Augustus wanted a psychic who was loyal to him, all the trained psychics in the Terran Federation were controlled by the federal government, so he could only settle for the next best thing and solve the upcoming ghost agent assassination first. Augustus Minsk, a fighter for freedom, the Wolf of Minsk, and the military leader of the revolution. The Shadow Guard said, I can see your bright and great heart. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Augustus was about to ask the other party's name, but the latter had already spoken. We only have one name. That is Shadow Guard. He then smiled again, of course. You can call me Marcus. This is my name when I was in Tarsones. Marcus, thank you for coming all the way here to protect me and my family. Augustus paused, and the other party spoke out his inner doubts again. You are curious about my psychic level, because the assassins of the Federation will most likely be the highest level of 10. Marcus said, in terms of the Federation's PSI psychic rating level, I should only be level 8. But I brought a psychic shielding force field generator and a laser anti-cloaking device specifically for dealing with psychics. Sorry. I think you should wait for me to say what I want to say. Otherwise it will sound like you are talking to yourself. Augustus smiled and said, I have another question. I heard that psychics are mind readers. Then, I am curious about how much you can detect other people's thoughts. Generally speaking, we can only detect surface emotional fluctuations, such as what you are about to say and what you are about to do. Marcus replied, if you want to understand the deepest thoughts, it can be done, but it takes a lot of time. People are complicated, and you can never understand a person's thoughts completely. You don't have to worry about me probing your thoughts. The psychic shielding device we brought can block telepathy. That is, mind reading. Suddenly, he smiled. You thought of interrogating corrupt officials and finding traitors and dissidents in the Revolutionary Army. It's good that it's not assassination and massacre. Chapter 96 Phoenix Project. There are 214 servants and 156 security personnel in the White Castle. Shadow Guard. I need you to find out which of them are loyal to the Minsk family. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening on Christmas Eve. Augustus put on a casual uniform and took Shadow Guard Marcus and Umoyan Ambassador Alan Pasteur to the banquet hall of the family villa. They walked in the dome corridor with carved railings on the outside. In the center of the hall below the guardrail is a giant Christmas tree decorated with gifts. This giant fir tree originated from the marginal planet Brassus. It's hard to say. Some people may just want to make a living and may not be loyal, Alan said. Except for the loyal ones. There are the disloyal ones, who need to be eliminated immediately. Augustus said, spies will be tortured, and others will be replaced. Only those who are loyal to the Minsk family can continue to stay. How are you going to deal with the traitors? Alan asked. Interrogate them, and throw them into the sea. Augustus said. You are so kind. Shadow Guard Marcus was a man of few words most of the time, and he only occasionally gave his own sharp comments on certain things. Start cleaning up the internal personnel now? Alan asked. The sooner the better. Augustus walked down a mahogany staircase and asked the Shadow Guard, how long will this take? Do you want me to gather everyone? No need to bother. The Shadow Guard, who was only wearing combat uniform, blended into the surrounding environment after a distortion of light and shadow. I will give you a list later. By the way, I will test the defense level here. I won't disturb those who are laughing. This is a beautiful night. I can see those laughing souls. Malchus is always gentle and poetic, Alan said to Augustus, in the words of the old people. He is a Umoyan bard. I'm going to prepare a Christmas present for him. Augustus shrugged. I'm a little surprised. Marcus doesn't seem to have a helmet, so how can his head be invisible? Umoyan's refractive stealth combat suit can create an invisible force field that can cover the head. Our psychic warriors will rely more on technology to fight, rather than relying on psychic power and body. Alan explained. At the same time, we must also use some devices to suppress their psychic power to reduce the possibility of losing control. Many people think that psychics are natural super soldiers. Psychics above level 8 can easily mash an ordinary person's brain tissue into paste or crush the grenade hanging on the waist of an enemy soldier from dozens of yards away with their telekinesis. he said. But the more powerful the psychic, the heavier the psychological pressure he has to bear, which is something we cannot experience. It is said that every time a psychic kills a person, part of the other person's memory and thoughts will be imprinted in his mind. Unless these memories are erased every once in a while, they will soon collapse. They shouldn't be killers, Augustus said. Psychics are born extraordinary. They either become experimental subjects of scientists, or become gods, or saints worshipped on ignorant and backward planets. Alan shook his head. They are different from birth, and cannot become the kind of people they want to be. Psychic power is innate. It is hard to say whether it is a gift or a curse of fate. Psychics should be protected by the government. They will be the guardians of order rather than the killers used by the rulers to eliminate dissidents. Augustus said. Be careful, young Mengsk. Alan said. If psychics are left alone, they will inevitably become a new ruling class in the distant future. The power possessed by psychics comes from their talents, but has nothing to do with their minds, and whether they are good or evil. A powerful psychic can even control the minds of others. And those with ulterior motives will use this to establish cults and create evil gods. Rulers need to be wary of such people, but also desire to obtain such terrible power, he said. This is one of the reasons why the federal government trains psychics into ghost agents. It is better to control psychics and train them into weapons than to let them become unstable factors. Our outstanding agents, who worked in Tarsonis in the early years, investigated their Ghost Academy. The first batch of psychics who entered the Ghost Academy became experimental subjects, locked in electrified cages like wild animals, and became madmen or psychopaths. Those who survived became the first ghost agents. But the fate of Umojan psychers is completely different. Psychers are neither superhuman nor gods. They also have their own emotions and pursuits. In other words, even the most ruthless Federation psychers may still think about saving others. Maybe we can turn some Federation ghost agents? Augustus said, walking down the stairs and into the hall with a huge Christmas tree. Unless we raid the Ghost Academy in Tarsonis, we won't even see the Federation ghost agents. Alan's cold joke was hard to make people laugh, but you know that's suicide. You seem to be sure that there will be psychic agents to assassinate Angus. But why would they do that? Killing him will only make the people of Korhal more angry. Because the federal parliament and the creation family behind them are accustomed to ruling their people with cruelty. The nobles above believe that as long as they kill the leaders of the rebels, they can eliminate all budding rebellions. If the mob loses their leader, it will be nothing more than a pile of scattered sand. Augustus walked past a laughing maid and headed towards his family. How arrogant. Arlen laughed. Augustus' father, Angus, finally put down his work and stayed with his family to prepare for the arrival of Christmas. These days, Angus and Augustus have talked many times, sometimes until late at night. Since then, Augustus has understood his father's true thoughts. As early as 20 years ago, the revolutionaries under Angus began to operate on various planets in the star zone. From this, he learned that on many main star worlds and marginal planets, there were hundreds of millions of people who were dissatisfied with the high-pressure rule of the federal government. During the Guild War, this dissatisfaction gradually evolved into hatred and resentment, and rebellions continued. By this year, no matter how the federal government used news media such as UNN to whitewash the situation, it could not cover up the fact that there were rebellions everywhere. Compared with the Comorian Federation and Umojan, the number of colonies of the Terran Federation is really large, and the increasingly corrupt government can only use high-pressure policies to maintain its rule. The powerful Terran Federation seems to be extremely powerful, but in fact it has many internal contradictions. Angus believes that the Terran Federation has expanded too fast, like a high-pressure furnace that explodes at the touch or a tower made of playing cards. If you draw a few rows in the right place, the tower will collapse quickly. On the surface, the victory of the Guild War will undoubtedly expand the Federation's territory further, but the Comorians' planet will only make the Federation's rule more unstable. But in just a few years, the Federation will drive all the Comorians back to Moria and consolidate their rule. And the time when the war just ended was exactly when the federal government's rule was the weakest. So Angus thought this was the best time to launch a revolution. Once Korhal took the lead in declaring independence, those planets that had long been dissatisfied would revolt under the instigation of the revolutionaries. And eventually the revolutionary wave would sweep the entire Terran Federation. But when the Terran Federation consolidates their rule on the planet Comorian and completely annexes the mining guild of the Federation, the Federation will become an even more terrifying behemoth. Angus didn't want to wait any longer. He was getting old. His influence on Korhal was the greatest in the past decade. So he thought now was the best time to declare independence. When the federal government was able to free up its hands to suppress the revolutionaries on Korhal and station more troops, the planet would never recover. Old Minsk felt that his body was getting old. And neither of his two sons wanted to take over his career. Angus didn't know how long he could live. Just as Augustus worried, his enemies had hired professional killers and retired soldiers to assassinate him more than a dozen times. He didn't know when he would die in the future. A family that is incompatible with the class that gives it wealth and power will inevitably be excluded. The federal government only needs to disband Senator Korhal, and Angus will lose power. Maybe 5 or 10 years later, the Minsk family will have disappeared. He also knows that revolution has always cost countless blood and sacrifices. But if there is no first person who dares to shout for the revolution, the people of the entire Coprolus sector will always live under the shadow of the Terran Federation. Angus believed that the revolution would not last long. As long as the entire star region knew that a planet had separated from the Federation and became independent, other planets would follow suit, and the entire Terran Federation would fall into chaos. By then, Comorian would inevitably tear up the peace treaty to regain lost territory. And Umoyan had already stood on the side of Korhal. Augustus knew that the actual situation was not much different from what Angus said. The uprisings on various planets in the Federation had never stopped since Korhal became independent, and the rebellion had made the government army exhausted. But Angus never had the chance to realize his plan. According to the original storyline, after Angus declared Korhal's independence in 2489, his fanatical supporters and army swept across Korhal. But just 2 weeks later, the Terran Federation's ghost agent brutally beheaded Angus. After that, the Federation thought that Korhal's rebellion would disappear with the death of its leader. So it was not in a hurry to retake the planet. However, Korhal's revolutionaries regrouped under the leadership of Angus' son Arcturus. So it was not until nearly a year later, in 2491, that the Federation Congress ordered the use of nuclear bombs to destroy Korhal. Although Augustus agreed with some of his father's views, he did not think that Car 4 could hold out for 3 months under the attack of the Federation army. Augustus used a star map with the population, the number of garrisons, and the number of fleets to prove to Angus that even if the military strength was compared in numbers, it would be extremely difficult for Car to win, and the quality of their army would be difficult to surpass the elite forces of the Federation. Establishing a loyal revolutionary army was only a transition, and Car must have a fleet of its own. In Augustus's plan, the Korhal War of Independence is roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step is to seize Korhal 4 and immediately declare the planet to be in a state of war and a wartime supply system, using the powerful manufacturing capabilities of this industrial planet to provide supplies and weapons for the war. At this time, Augustus already has some small fleets that have been transformed into assault ships, light cruisers, and even self-destructing airships, and Umoyan will also provide some warships. The second step, after declaring independence, Augustus will personally lead this assembled fleet to raid the Delarian and Bennett shipyards of the Terran Federation and seize the battlecruisers inside. During this period, Car 4 will become a bait to attract the attention of the Federation fleet. A sacrifice. Car 4 must build an orbital defense platform in the shortest possible time, and build a city-like anti-aircraft missile tower position and missile interception array on the far side of the 2 moons to delay the attack of the enemy fleet. The Car Revolutionary Army must build solid fortresses and defense positions on the ground, turning Car into a fortress planet, a cruel meat grinder to consume the Federation's landing forces, in order to barely hold Car. The third step is that Augustus' fleet will go straight to Tarsonis and force the enemy fleet to return for support. Then, the Korhal Revolutionary Army will abandon the devastated Korhal, and the remaining Korhal people will be gradually sent in batches to Umoyan or areas far outside the federal government's control to establish colonies. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the Federal Federation does not nuke Korhal. Augustus only vaguely mentioned this possibility to Angus, and tried to convince his father through rigorous logical analysis. Augustus knew that using nuclear bombs to destroy a planet with tens of millions of people could not be a decision made by the fleet commander alone, but must be the result of a vote in the federal parliament. Therefore, while launching the war, he must use political and propaganda means to force the parliament to ultimately fail to pass the resolution or revoke the order. In this case, he must control every person who is eligible to vote. This is almost impossible to do, because in addition to the members of the parliament, Every Tarsoni's creation family has 1 vote. And the oldest family like Tagore even has more votes. But Augustus swore that he would do whatever it takes. After fully considering the cruelty of the federal government, Angus agreed to the plan named Phoenix Plan by Augustus 2 days later. This plan is still quite rough, and the latter is spending a lot of time to improve or add or delete it. Implementing this plan means that millions or even more people on Korhal 4 will probably die in the war, and the beautiful homeland will be destroyed by the war. At this time, old Minsk, standing next to his wife and daughter, was looking at Augustus. His dark long hair was tied into a ponytail that fell to his shoulders, and his thick eyebrows on his cold gray eyes were relaxed and stretched. Angus Minsk has a strong face and handsome appearance, almost like Augustus' future appearance. Seeing Lisa and others in this spacious hall, Augustus remembered that he would return to the barracks in a few days. He couldn't help but wonder how many demons would continue to follow him after he retired. Chapter 97 Invitation Letter from the Creation Family. The headquarters of the Korhal Revolutionary Army in Stilling. Morning of December 28th. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is under a skyscraper with a silver frame and bronze glass under construction. This skyscraper, which is about to be completed, belongs to the Minsk Group. This 200-story building has smooth rounded corners and elegant curves, standing among the silver spires and geometric buildings of various styles. Augustus is now in the underground network building called the Minsk Interstellar Trade Building, about 500 feet deep. His headquarters is a cubic compartment with metallic floors, walls, ceilings and duct fans. As early as 6 years ago, the construction company under the Minsk Group began to build this trade building and secretly constructed its complex underground part to serve as a shelter to deal with a series of doomsday crises such as nuclear war. Now, Augustus has temporarily decided to use this place as the headquarters of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. About 200 revolutionary soldiers who have been certified and stamped by the Umojan Shadow Guard and have checked the loyalty column are doing clerical, staff and guard work in the underground headquarters. Of course, the reason why they can enter the headquarters is because Augustus believes that they have absolute belief in the victory of the revolution and extremely high ideological and political awareness. Since the Korhal Revolutionary Army was far from being a qualified army before, Augustus still had a lot of work to do, including establishing an effective management system and strict military regulations, appointing officers, dividing war zones, and even designing uniforms and symbols of the Revolutionary Army. This was of course impossible for Augustus to accomplish. But fortunately, the Umojan National Defense Army sent a team of about 20,000 middle and low-level officers and military advisors to support the Korhal Revolutionary Army after Christmas, helping Korhal 4 to build an army in the shortest possible time. With his unremitting efforts, Angus also obtained a promise from the elected parliament of Umojan. Once Korhal 4 declares war on the Terran Federation, Umojan and its colony worlds will send a volunteer army to help the Korhal Revolutionary Army fight against the Federation Army. Umojan and its core world foundries and starship ports will provide Korhal 4 with 600-foot cruisers and all the following frigates, destroyers, galaxy supply ships, and access to all military starports of the National Defense Army. This is almost unsparing assistance, just short of declaring war directly on the Terran Federation. Because the old but still not stupid members of the Umojan elected parliament understood that if they could not weaken the power of the Terran Federation through another war, they would be swallowed up by the powerful Federation and lose all their sovereignty. With the help of Umojan officers and military advisors, Augustus was much more relaxed. So, Augustus focused on designing the logo and emblem for the Revolutionary Army today. This was originally the work of professionals, but Augustus insisted on doing it himself. In the end, Augustus rejected all the plans and chose the design he proposed and asked the designer to draw a red background, a strong arm with a thin whip around it, holding a whip ring. This is the logo of the future famous Federal Resistance Organization Sons of Korra. After the finalization, Augustus sent the logo to the propaganda department and sat at his desk to review the training progress reports of various recruit training bases. Although Augustus lacked confidence in these Umojan officers who had never had actual combat experience, he was quite satisfied with the efficiency of these officers who graduated from the military academy in grasping military discipline and training. At nearly noon, Lisa Cassidy brought lunch and red wine to Augustus, who was wearing the great prototype uniform of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Just as Augustus was preparing to eat, the holographic projector on his desk lit up. This was his personal habit. He liked to watch some programs while eating. The UNN Universe News Network holographic image TV reported that Mrs. Angus Menks, the leader of the Menks family of Coral 4, and her youngest daughter, Miss Dorothy, were taking a Galaxy shuttle to Teledor 9 for vacation. This scene lasted less than 3 seconds. And then the TV host began to spend a lot of time and words to talk about Mrs. Menks' contribution to the welfare of children and war refugees in Coral 4 with a choir-like voice. However, the real Mrs. Menks and Dorothy Menks had already flown to Umojan on Christmas Day in a Umojan stealth fighter. By that day, Augustus had received news from Aline Pasteur that the mother and daughter had arrived safely. Before leaving, Augustus confiscated all of Dorothy's skirts and ordered her not to play with her young nephew Valerian. But he could do nothing about his mother. Poor Valerian. He had never seen his grandmother and aunt in his life. But Augustus changed history. It doesn't matter. The tradition of the Menks family must be inherited. While enjoying steak and red wine, Augustus thought about how the writers of the newspapers who were keen on criticizing the luxury and corruption of the nobles evaluated the extravagance of the Menks family. But often such articles only appeared on the largest social and news website in the Terran Federation battle flag, and would only appear for less than 10 seconds before being permanently banned. Perhaps a considerable number of those who dare to tell the truth will stand on Augustus' side, because they always like to pursue the truth that is covered up. Unconsciously, Augustus has made overthrowing the Terran Federation and protecting his family his biggest goal in this life. Next, the news channel broadcasts some news about the various territories of the Federation. Ansar, the capital of Antigua Prime, has once again erupted in large-scale harassment, and the conflict has caused several deaths. This city with decades of resistance tradition has been suppressed by the Marines. It is conservatively estimated that the number of deaths has reached several thousand. But no one mentioned this incident in the retrospective report. Only the leaders of the Revolutionary Army like Augustus have obtained the true record of that year. Then came some insignificant news, such as the earthquake on Tyrador 3 and the large-scale reduction in the yield of Marcera crops due to insufficient irrigation water, followed by an advertisement for child star Kayla Vilas. Augustus knew that there were too many riots and disturbances in many places in the Copperless sector for the UNN to broadcast. But they seemed to ignore this kind of hard-won big news on weekdays. When Augustus was thinking about how to sneak into the UNN headquarters building and broadcast some massacre truths that would undermine the prestige of the federal government and scandals that would bring shame to the Tarsani's creation family to the entire universe, his personal terminal vibrated. This is an email asking him to return to Mainhof on the first Saturday of next month. While serving as the leader of the Car Revolutionary Army, Augustus is still a second lieutenant in the Federal Marines, a war hero who defended the Terran Federation. Augustus silently thought about the danger of returning to the barracks. Currently, only a small number of high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army knew his identity, and these people were allowed to enter the core of the Revolutionary Army after strict examination and testing. In the end, the Shadow Guards of Umoyan also proved that although some of them were suspected of taking advantage of the revolution to speculate and gain power and interests, at least no one betrayed. At this point, the possibility that the Federation knew his true identity was extremely low. A few minutes later, another email was sent to Augustus' personal mailbox, which contained 2 invitations. One invited him to give a speech at the Tarsani's Noble Military Academy as a combat hero, and the other invited him to attend the 140th birthday celebration of Andrea Tagore, the mistress of the Tarsani's creation family Tagore family. As the commander of the Heavenly Demon and the heir of the Menks family, and judging by the elegant but condescending tone of the letter, it seemed that Augustus's participation in this celebration was his obligation. This invitation must be based on absolutely rational political considerations. The wave of Korhal's call for independence is sweeping the entire planet, and has already affected other worlds in the Federation. At this time, if Augustus appears in Tarsani's as Menks' heir and a battle hero, then the federal government can use this to promote it, creating an illusion that the Menks family has not yet deviated from the Genesis family class, weakening Angus's prestige and minimizing the impact of the Korhal riots. There may be more complex political considerations. For example, the Genesis family is likely to test Augustus' attitude towards his father. After all, they already knew that they were not in harmony. Augustus's joining the Federation Marine Corps regardless of his father's position is the best evidence. If he could break with his father, Augustus would become a pawn for them to control the Menks family and Korhal. Then Augustus would get a sword called Frostmourne and inherit his father's power. Going to Tarsones was of course very dangerous. But Augustus had to deal with these mysterious creation families in advance. He was eager to know which creation families were likely to stand on Coral's side, which were likely to remain neutral, and which were hopeless and had to be wiped out. The bell of the new year has come, and call for in January 2489 is still as warm as before. This planet has long springs at many latitudes, and stealing is spring-like all year round. This is a garden world that is extremely suitable for human habitation. This month, the political situation within the Terran Federation is different from the past. Most people in the main star world are immersed in the joy of victory, while the Terrans in the war zone and marginal colonies are still starving and freezing. Angus's revolutionaries have bases of varying sizes on various planets. In the marginal areas far away from the federal government, the revolutionaries have greater control. Therefore, they knew that the war was not over unless the federal government allocated funds to help refugees rebuild their homes. But the federal government was slow to respond, and still focused on signing a peace treaty with the Comorian Federation and stepping up the plunder of its land and rich resources. The Revolutionary Army often appeared as a savior, which made their influence on many marginal worlds far greater than other worlds. Angus and Augustus both believed that their focus should be on planets far away from the core worlds to win their support. Augustus temporarily put aside the construction of the Revolutionary Army and handed it over to Acton Field, the former Manx family security captain, who was newly appointed as the colonel of the Revolutionary Army, and several military advisors sent by Umoyan. At the Stilling Skyport, he and Lisa and others took a spaceship back to the Heavenly Demons base in Mainhof. Other tasks such as accepting Umoyan aid materials and speeding up the transformation of civilian ships into warships were all handled by the Manx group. And his father Angus Manx would take over these matters personally. Angus Manx, who was getting busier and busier, had already shown signs of hair loss, which made his son Augustus very worried about his future image. It was not until 3 days later that Augustus arrived at Mainhof. By the time he got there, most of the fleet had already left the planet. There were only the Behemoth-class battlecruiser Iron Justice and 2 Leviathan-class battleships. But Mainhof had already implemented military control. Due to the cold management of the Federal Army, riots and rebellions broke out in many places. But there was no commotion in the town of New Apollon where the Heavenly Demons were stationed. Raynor is a talented person. He has a great talent for leadership. The demons of heaven are willing to obey his command. But he is not good at managing industries. The crystal mines and factories are managed by Rick Kidd and Tychus Finley. The former has received an elite education like an aristocrat, and has learned how to manage factories, while the latter has become smart and hardworking only because he manages a treasure trove that makes a fortune every day. Augustus returned to the military camp on January 7th. As soon as he left the starport, he immediately contacted his old boss Warfield and learned that his retirement application had not been approved yet. But he was helping Augustus deal with this matter. After all, without violating the bottom line, Warfield was willing to open a back door for Augustus. Then, Augustus summoned all the devils of heaven, and gathered all those who were hanging out and on duty outside. He explained to them that he was about to retire and decided to return to Coral. Everyone was surprised, but they could more or less guess what Augustus was going to do. Even out of trust, Augustus could not directly say that he was going to go back to kill the Terran Federation, but asked who was willing to retire with him and go to Coral, to the place that was becoming more and more chaotic in the news reports. The first squad of Heavenly Devils responded to Augustus immediately, unlike the other squads that joined Augustus later. Except for Tychus Finley. They all knew that Augustus was going back to Rebel. Xander, Ward, and Honik had nowhere to go and didn't want to stay in the army. As for Amy Brendan and Ilya Kolovsky, they originally wanted to return home after retiring, but since Augustus still needed them, they would stay by his side. Rick Kidd originally wanted to continue to develop in the army for a while, but he soon realized that the Revolutionary Army was the place where he could realize his life value. Josephine was very hesitant. It was not that he was a Car nobleman and was born to stand on the opposite side of the revolutionaries. It was just that he happened to have several children in Car, and the mothers of the children happened to be the daughters of the great Car nobles. What was very coincidental was that the mothers of the children were not the same person. If someone had not bought Josephine's hands and feet from the gangs of the whole Stilling, he would not have run away. After thinking it over, Josephine decided to go back in a mask. Runstein was keenly aware that following Augustus now would not only save him from overthrowing his family, but also make Runstein the core family that the new regime would rely on, and the future upstart. But this was also a gamble. And in the end, he chose to follow Augustus first. Only Lee Pachinian and Tykes Finley did not respond. The former was ready to go home and find a job as an engineer, while the latter had saved enough money and was ready to live a carefree life for a year or two, and then come out to make a living when he ran out of money. Renaud was undecided at first, because he didn't know how to tell his parents about this. But soon, the words revolution, uprising, and justice quickly came into play, and he immediately realized that this was what he wanted to do. The other squads were more hesitant. Among the 32 people, including the second and third squad leaders, only less than 10 people were willing to leave the army and leave this place that gave them honor. Despite this, Augustus was still very satisfied. Those who were willing to follow Augustus now would undoubtedly become the first batch of direct officers under him. Chapter 98 Augustus's Wish. Lieutenant Colonel Warfield's flagship Iron Justice. In the corridor, from the crew cabin to the mid-spine deck. January 10, 2489. For Augustus, who was worried about the fate of Korhal 4. He could not communicate with the Korhal Revolutionary Army light years away in a battlecruiser where all signals could be intercepted and monitored. But fortunately, Augustus did not have to stay in the army for too long. Warfield promised Augustus that he could get his wish and leave within 2 weeks at the latest, and bluntly said that this was the same as Arcturus' style of retiring before the war was won. Augustus, Raynor, Harnack and Rick Kidd, the best sniper of Heavenly Demon, were walking towards the bar in the ship wearing brown tweed uniforms. Their uniforms were very different from the black tights worn by the fleet soldiers they met during the period, both in terms of material and color. Neither side gave the other a good look. But due to the stricter soldier regulations on the ship, they would not fight each other after drinking a little like before. Compared with the Marine Corps and the Planetary Surface Army, the proportion of socialized soldiers in the fleet soldiers is much higher. If before the transformation, these resocialized soldiers were all devilish criminals, after the internal surgery, they became docile sheep, law-abiding, honest and kind. The aggressive Honeck found it difficult to anger these resocialized soldiers, even if they also had expressions including confusion and anger. But their restraint was quite amazing. Unlike the fleet soldiers who were stationed inside the warships, the Marines did not stay inside the warships for too long, and more often took the spare ships in the fleet to perform combat missions. During the Kylian War, there were more than one incident where the battlecruiser kicked the Marines temporarily on board off the battleship when performing emergency missions, leaving the 4th-class Marines on a deserted planet or asteroid waiting for the next flight. Some extremely unlucky teams were even forgotten forever. After Augustus greeted several smiling resocialized soldiers, they walked into the small and simply decorated bar of the Iron Justice and ordered a few beers and fried chicken to kill time on this boring and long day. It was the 3rd day after Augustus returned to Mainhof New Apolloan, and a government official from Tarsones took over the New Apolloan mine with a group of civilian staff. The Heavenly Demon returned to the fleet in the planet's synchronous orbit, ready to carry out the next mission. This meant that the good days of the Heavenly Demon earning extra income by reselling the Adian crystals in the mines were over. However, when Augustus received the payment from Tychus for the crystals sold in a month, even a quarter of the total amount was nearly 80 million credits. The rest of the Heavenly Devils got half of it, and Tychus Finley got a quarter because of his connections and hard work. Even so, Raynor and others became rich. They no longer worried about money, but they also remembered who gave them everything. This money was enough for Augustus to become a rich man. If he was an ordinary person, he might choose to spend 3 to 5 million to buy a private interstellar yacht to fly to Teledor 8. Then, Augustus would hire a construction team to build a beautiful manor in the warm and charming near-equatorial rainforest, marry a gentle wife, have a few children, and form a football team. But Augustus knew that even if he really did that, such a happy life would not last long in the Copperless sector where the war was about to start. Federation, Zerg, Protoss, UED, who can guarantee that the planet where Augustus lives will not suddenly turn into a scorched silicon crystal or a hotbed covered with fungal carpets, nourishing alien monsters? If he wants to live a peaceful life, Augustus must eliminate all threats from human beings and establish a unified regime. For Augustus's revolutionary cause, this is just a small amount of money. It can only arm a small-scale army, and is just a drizzle for the fleet. Augustus has little time left in the army. There are several places on his schedule to go, In addition to Tarsones, there is also Shiloh, the hometown of Renault. While arranging Renault's family, Augustus also plans to visit Omo's family, because he heard that Omo is the only son in the family. At this time, Rayner's parents were still alive. But by the year 2499, when the StarCraft 1 plot began, he had already been alone. Augustus didn't know what happened to Rayner's parents. They were still young, and the truth might be closer to hunger and disease. For Augustus at this time, since he had the ability to prevent all this from happening, he didn't mind spending time and energy to help his friend Rayner. Now it seems that my parents didn't use the money I gave them. Today, Renault sighed as usual, feeling very frustrated. The last time I video called my dad, I found that he had become thinner than before. First, the bonus, then the money from the last batch of arms we sold, and the crystals sold in New Apollo. A total of 3 times. They must not have spent a penny. They must not have used the unidentified money to at least buy some food. He said, "Your dad and mom are really strange. Jim, we are all starving to death. Who cares whether the money is from unknown sources?" Hanek said, "My parents taught me when I was very young that a person should use the money he earned through hard work to support himself. Money earned without working is ill-gotten gains." Renault said frustratedly, "I should have known that the excuse of picking up money on the way is totally untenable. Damn it. How could you listen to the idiot Hanek?" Rick Kidd said angrily. "Jim must have been drunk when he sent the money." Augustus shook his head. "Remember what I told you? Someone in Tarsones is going to invite me to attend a birthday party for an old lady. The higher-ups must have received some notice and directly approved me a 2-week vacation. I guess they won't let me retire easily before I go to Tarsones." Augustus said, "I told Warfield that I want to take a squad of heavenly devils to Tarsones. And he agreed. It takes half a sector from Mainhof to Tarsones. We can stay in Shiloh for a day," he said. "Shiloh is not a good place. They can move to Coral or Umoyan. I will have someone arrange a job for them." "No. Coral can't go." Reno immediately shook his head and rejected it. "You know it will soon become the center of the war." Chapter 99 Shiloh Rayner's hometown. Mainhof Synchronous Orbital Space Station. Launch port. Augustus and his first squad of heavenly devils were waiting for the Star Hopper to arrive at Launch Port C. Along with Rory Swan, who he had recently hired to work for the Korhal Revolutionary Army's shipyard and technology laboratory. "You told me that Korhal 4 is facing some little troubles?" While waiting, Swan said to Augustus, who was standing beside him, "If you call Revolution a minor nuisance." Augustus hadn't concealed this from Swan. "Oh, I thought you were going to say, all we have to do is kick the nobles in the ass and turn their fortunes upside down." Swan wasn't scared at all. "You always make a difficult thing sound easy. For example, someone said Mr. Mengsk was going to take down the sun today. He would just say, 'Oh, we have to build a pyramid that reaches deep space first.' Which is of course a minor thing. I don't want to preach to you, Swan," Augustus said. "Sometimes someone has to stand up and inspire people. You know I have to play this role often. Well, let's not talk about this. Have you remembered which exit to take from Stilling Skyport, and what the person who picks you up looks like?" "I'm remembering," Swan said. "This shouldn't be difficult. I'm not a stupid dwarf. You don't need to remind me repeatedly." A few days ago, Augustus found Rory Swan, who was unemployed again because of the departure of the Heavenly Devil. Augustus signed a 5-year contract with Swan, giving him a salary of 20 million federal credits, equivalent to 15 million Comorian coins, which was enough to support the Swan family until the federal army withdrew. Swan said frankly that after the federal officials took over the new Apollo 1 mine and factory, the Comorians were enslaved by them. They only got very little food every day and lived a slave-like life, which was far worse than when the heavenly demons were still there. Rebellion was a matter of time. But even so, his family was unwilling to leave Mainhof, and Swan decided to follow Augustus to find a job because he needed to earn money to keep his people alive. "My cousins won't go to Korhal for a while, but I'm going to recruit some extra people locally to research the improved version of the Goliath armed robot and design new power armor. Fortunately, you gave me 2 obsolete prototypes, CMC power armor and electromagnetic gun." Swan suddenly shook his head. "I hope those Korhal people can be as reliable as Mrs. Mainhof. Where did you find those treasures?" "When we were in Poke's Pride, we met a hapless gang. I suspect they are some wealthy rebel organization," Augustus said to Swan. "Is there more than one rebel?" "Forget it. The more the better." Swan smacked his lips. How about it? Can we get the design drawings of Goliath and power armor through reverse engineering? Augustus was still worried. If we start from scratch, it will take at least a few years. But we Comorian have been studying these power armor and Goliath armed robots. And some technical difficulties have been overcome. Besides, didn't you say that the Umoyans would also send experts? Swan said. The Umojan's reverse engineering is amazing. They must have been able to perfectly replicate power armor and Goliath mechas long ago. Some of my relatives who work outside also said that if the Umojans were given a Federation battlecruiser, they would immediately be able to build an elite fleet. The Umojans also tried to restore the mysterious alien ruins they found on some planets, and obtain alien technology through reverse engineering. But who knows if these aliens were destroyed millions of years ago? Or if this is simply a joke of the century? Maybe there really is a group of aliens. Who knows? Augustus shrugged. At this time, a large shuttle flew into the port, and Augustus and others waved goodbye to Swan. Good luck, Mr. Swan of Mainhof. Good luck to you, Mr. Minsk. Swan waved, then sat down on a round chair, and began to feel lost about leaving his hometown. Fate is really strange. A few months ago, he never thought that he would leave his hometown to make a living. Augustus' unreserved trust in Swan's ability was one aspect, but the main reason was that this wealthy boss offered him a price that he simply could not refuse. In the end, Rory Swan found himself inexplicably becoming the boss of the Weapons Research and Manufacturing Department of the Corhel Revolutionary Army, with several research stations and laboratories under the Minsk group under his command. At this time, Swan remembered what Augustus had said to him more than once. Swan, you will become a great inventor. Think more and learn more. Make more friends in weapon design. If the previous sentence makes sense, the latter sentence is not normal. Centerville Town. Shiloh Planet. Terran Federation Territory. From the synchronous orbit, Shiloh is a brilliant orange, with a wide ocean between several main continents. The temperature and water resources suitable for human survival are the main reasons why this planet can become one of the Federation colonies. But Shiloh is not a rich planet. There is a lack of mineral and metal reserves here, and the land is mostly dry areas covered with alkaline peat. Farming here requires double the hard work and sweat. Unlike prime worlds like Kalfor, Shiloh was spared from war due to its lack of features and strategic value. But the people here are starving due to heavy taxes. We may be able to build a base for the Revolutionary Army here. The people here are tough and brave. But the important thing is that they are starving, Augustus said when he got off the rented hovercraft and stepped onto the dark gray land of Shiloh for the first time. It's getting more depressed here. Renault stood behind him, looking at the dome building of Centerville Town with nostalgia. Many people in this town have joined the army, but how many of them can come back? We fought for the Federation, but the Federation starved our parents and families. The Revolutionary Army will change all this, Augustus assured him. Then, Renault led Augustus and others to their home. Like many houses in Charlotte, 80 to 90% of the colonial cottages here are buried deep underground to avoid the hot sun and cold winter. At the door of Renault's house, Augustus saw Renault's mother, a woman with green eyes and black hair. She was extremely thin and her originally beautiful face was no longer plump. It was this woman who taught Renault to be honest and kind. Carol Renault. Chapter 100 The People's Dilemma. Renault's mother Carol knew her son would be back soon. So when she was free, she always stood at the door and looked up at the sky of Shiloh that was dark due to the sandstorm. Even though the bright sun might burn her beautiful light green eyes. Most of the farmland in Centerville has been abandoned. The economic depression brought about by the war, population loss, and lack of fuel are the main causes of soil erosion and desert expansion. Although Carol was frightened by the fierce-looking Tychus Finley, she did not say much, but smiled and invited Augustus and others into the lobby of the dome house. The soldiers noticed that despite suffering from hunger and poverty, this gentle and beautiful Shiloh woman still kept her home clean and tidy. This small house, which was very characteristic of Shiloh colonists, was made of metal and granite. On the brown walls, there were even fossils of local prehistoric vertebrates and beautiful spiral patterns. There was a small rectangular oak dining table and several chairs in the front hall. These wooden furniture were quite expensive in Shiloh, which lacked vegetation and forests, and were almost as valuable as precious metals. There was a red carpet between the table and a star map of the copperless sector hanging on the wall. It was woven by the hostess of the family herself. When Carol poured tea for the guests, Renault noticed that there were many fewer pieces of furniture in the house. His father's favorite Josala Sunwood music box was gone. And many old pieces of furniture in his memory seemed to have been erased by time. "Where's Dad?" Rayner said, as he poured tea for his mother. "He's still working on the farm, and is on his way back, Mrs. Rayner. I'm Lieutenant Augustus Minsk, Jim's superior." Augustus introduced himself to Carol and pointed to the others and said, "These are Jim's classmates. I don't know if Jim told you that he is already the corporal squad leader of this squad. We are proud of him, sir." Carol handed Augustus a cup of cool black tea, which is a must-have drink for farmers and workers in Shiloh, which is always extremely hot most of the year. "Please sit down, gentlemen. Oh, and there is a beautiful lady. Mom, why don't you buy some food with the money I gave you?" Reno helped his mother put the kettle of herbal tea back into the refrigerator. "Did Dad sell the music box? After you left, the government's taxes increased month by month, and the farm suffered a significant reduction in production due to the shortage of genetically modified seeds and agricultural robot fuel. Even so, Shiloh still has to pay food to the government as a tax as a major agricultural world to supply the troops on the front line. Shit. Someone must have embezzled all the food." Jim's mom. "You don't know how we spent our days in the army. Eating shit all day." Hanak was wearing a civilian outfit of a black jacket and torn dark blue jeans. He had his hair cut into a mohawk style before leaving the barracks. The dark red hair that stood up between Hanak's bald head looked like a brightly colored coxcomb. "Shut up, Hank," Augustus whispered. "At first, we used the salary you sent back to pay off the debts we owed. However, the money you sent back later was definitely not what you could get with your rank and military service. They came from unknown sources. And you didn't tell us where you got the money from. Your father and I both think we shouldn't use them." Carol looked at Hanak for a few times, and then looked away. "We are all very worried about you, child. If you got the money through crime, or some other means I don't know, then we must not touch them." Renault was speechless. Although he did not think that profiting from the spoils was a crime, and taking away the wealth that would eventually flow to the rich and powerful would not make his conscience hurt. His parents did not know. "I think there may be some misunderstandings here." Augustus looked at Carol. "Madam, you don't have to worry that the money is of unknown origin, because it is earned by Jim in the war. My soldiers have received generous rewards for their repeated military exploits, and have the right to dispose of the spoils independently. And all of this is what Jim deserves. I learned about the difficulties of the Renault family, so I gave him an extra bonus. He didn't tell you because of the military's confidentiality regulations." "Really? Jim?" Carol looked at her son. She was half believing and half doubting what Augustus said. In Carol's eyes, Augustus was definitely an excellent soldier. He was young and handsome, and not frivolous at all. He always stood straight like a pine tree, which made it easy for an older woman to like him. Of course. Renault nodded quickly. To some extent, what Augustus said was basically the truth. We are the devils of heaven. Many colony worlds are praising our names and great achievements. You never lied to me. But we still can't accept them. They belong to you. We are your parents, not vampires." Carol looked at her son and shook her head. "The personalities of the Renault family are very similar. That is, they are very persistent in what they have decided on, and it is difficult to be persuaded. I know what you are worried about." Augustus noticed some open cans in the Renault family's kitchen and realized that the family was using them as their staple food. "You hope to earn the money you need to live with your own hands. But poverty will eventually destroy your body, just from the poor quality of the metal packaging." Augustus could imagine that the cans purchased by the Renault family were likely to be cheap smuggled goods when the farm went bankrupt and could not apply for any subsidies. The sources of these smuggled canned foods are often very complicated. Some may have been stored for more than a decade, expired, spoiled, and bred bacteria. And some may be synthetic foods from unscrupulous processing factories on the edge worlds. Smugglers travel between stars to avoid quarantine or to evade a series of additional qualifications such as food safety production licenses that non-creation families need to purchase. They stop at various illegal black ports and sell these smuggled goods to the people at the bottom of the world at incredibly low prices. Eating these canned foods, whose quality cannot be guaranteed, means taking many risks. Disease mold can be fatal. In the Copperloose sector, although many intractable diseases have been eradicated, there are still more new diseases that are incurable. It is very likely that these diseases took the lives of Rayner's parents. This is also the common fate of Shiloh, and the people of other colonies. Poor food, poor living conditions, and a bleak future. Augustus realized that the only way to save these people is to rebuild this corrupt system. Carol Rayner nodded, and Augustus just hoped that she listened. Augustus didn't say anything more next, leaving more time for Rayner, his mother and his father, who was about to return, and let him convince his family. The ship stayed in Shiloh for a short time, only half a day. Augustus didn't have the courage to meet Tom Omo's parents, because he believed that Omo's death was his responsibility. Before the ship was about to set sail for Tarsones, Augustus placed a bouquet of flowers in front of Omo's grave and stood for a long time. Chapter 101 Tarsones. This is the origin of the Terran human race. The leaders of the Federation Council and the Creation family call this warm and pleasant world the beacon of human civilization in the Copperloo sector. Tarsones. This world, originally famous for its lush world and charming lakes and oceans, is the center of the Terran Federation's economy and politics. In this era, the wealth and resources that continuously flowed in from thousands of colonies made Tarsones shine more and more brilliantly. Under the porthole of the traveler spaceship that Augustus was riding, Tarsones, a city far more magnificent than Stilling, stretched to the end of the horizon. Countless towering buildings seemed to support the sky, with jagged edges hidden in the gray mist. And the colorful lights of the city were still so bright even in the morning when the sun was about to rise. Every tower that Augustus saw seemed to be a masterpiece of an artist, and all the towering towers tried to stand out among the tens of millions of towering buildings through graceful curves and unique architectural art. The city of Tarsones is so magnificent and so huge that even after an hour of travel, the spaceship still hasn't touched any edge of the city. Even the city of Stilling, with a population of 5 million, is only one of the thousands of districts in Tarsones. The population living in the suburbs alone is more than the population of many colonies and entire planets combined. The intelligent machine announcer connected to the main signal tower in the spaceship is introducing the history of Tarsones to the passengers in the cabin with a precise and fluent but emotionless voice. But after Renault, who was drowsy because he couldn't adapt to the state of being out of hyperspace travel, turned down the sound of Harnack and Josephine chewing beans immediately drowned out the mechanical sound. This place is really fucking big. Harnack described it this way. Stilling is just a baby compared to Tarsones. Josephine added, and your hometown Shiloh. TSK. It's just a puddle of mud in the mud pit of the universe. Hey. Man. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Renault's spirits improved a little. When he was still in Shiloh, Renault spent a long time convincing his father to give up his farm work. After passing a formal bonus distribution document, his parents finally agreed to use a small part of the money to improve their living standards, which made Renault exhausted. This is really a holy place for mankind. I heard from the bartender Legless George in the Fleet Bar that the most beautiful women in the world are here. I hope the consumption level is not too high. Otherwise, I will be out of money soon. Tychus looked at the tall buildings of Tarsones and the endless stream of vehicles on the main roads through the window with great interest. I remembered something. Boss Mingsk, can you lend me some money? Why are you out of money again? Tens of millions. Augustus rarely showed an extremely surprised expression. How many women did you find in one night? 8 or 10. Are you an animal? Not that many. Of course. You know the situation, Tychus said vaguely. Tychus Finley likes money very much. But he is not a miser or a stingy person. He prefers to spend money and enjoy it. Spending it on women, wine and cigars. Boss, you must not know what ridiculous things Tychus did during the time you left Mainhof. Josephine was sitting next to Augustus, imported cigars from Hejixing, each of which is rolled on the thighs of chocolate-skinned beauties. One cigar costs about 1,000 credits. And a box is enough for me to buy pants. He buys them by the truck. Tykes also likes to stuff money into girls' breasts when they meet. Boxes of 24-21 Quinn Winery Port are just a small thing. He wants the top girls every night, and always book the entire strip club. Let dozens of women take off their clothes and dance around him, and indulge in the pool filled with fine wine. Maybe only men can satisfy him. You are jealous of me, you cowardly Josephine. Tykes glared. That's enough. Augustus told Josephine to stop. Otherwise Tychus would call him to the bathroom alone sooner or later. Don't tell me, Tychus, you've spent all your money again. I know you must have made a lot of money when selling crystals. But even so, money is not endless. Augustus said to Tychus. I'm not a spendthrift. Tychus said nonchalantly, But who knows if there won't be some small accident one day. Well, if you're short of money, you can always come to me, Augustus said. I promise you that the resources in my hands can allow you to live the life you want. The premise is that I am worth the price. Listen, you may think that old Tychus is a bastard, but as long as there is enough money, I can blow up this Tarsones. Tychus said, very satisfied. You make me sound like a bad guy. Augustus said, I don't need you to destroy the world. At this time, the spaceship carrying them has entered the city center of Tarsones. The number of high-rise buildings here gradually increased. The spacecraft flew through the clouds, and red laser beams for air defense identification kept crossing and sweeping from below the spacecraft. In front of him, Augustus saw several buildings that were much taller than ordinary skyscrapers. These giant buildings, called sky towers, overlooked the entire city like giants. Each sky tower belonged to a powerful creation family. Augustus saw nearly 10 sky towers alone. The architectural styles of these sky towers were different. Some were Gothic black spires. Some were gorgeous Baroque buildings. And others were even more bizarre, like a whole piece of transparent crystal or a majestic and angular black steel building. These unique architectural styles are closely related to the preferences of each creation family and the family industry they focus on. Augustus saw gorgeous English letters on these sky towers, marking the surnames of each family: Cusinis, Duke, Terra, Carabas, de Banwells, Bennett. Then the spacecraft began to descend. No civilian or military ships were allowed to fly over the creation family sky tower. So Augustus and his heavenly demons had to take a car to the Tagore family sky tower to appear at the birthday party of the family's hostess, Andrea Tagore. Will the people from other creation families attend? Lisa Kashidi asked as they got off the spaceship and took a floating minibus to the Tagore sky tower on a very wide road. Yes, unless they want to break with the Tagore family. Augustus said, each family will send 1 or 2 family members. And those who are closer to the Tagore family will send more people. Does that mean there will be many beautiful ladies and noble ladies attending the banquet? Lisa asked again. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Augustus said to his subordinates, I may not be able to take all of you in, but you can stay in the side hall for ordinary guests. There was a sigh of relief all around, with Tychus's voice being the loudest. Chapter 102 Little Nova. The sky tower of the Tagore family is the tallest building in Tarsones, with more than 150 floors. Even the sky tower of Cassini's is shorter than it. Compared with it, the sky tower of the Minx family is just a short tree at the feet of the giant. This magnificent sky tower is the first tall building in Tarsones. The original building materials came from the colonial mothership that brought the ancestors of the Terrans here. It is rumored that the main engine of the colonial mothership is still buried in the underground of the Tagore sky tower, pumping out fuel and electricity like the heart of the dragon of Tarsones. Hold your head high, Jim. Don't think of yourself as an ignorant country bumpkin. Be confident. Augustus was standing in front of the bronze gate of Tagore's sky tower, and said to Jim Renault, who was about to follow him into the red-carpeted Tagore Bird Hall. There were about 20 private guards at the door, armed Marines and registration staff in formal wear. No, I am very confident. Renault repeatedly adjusted the position of his expensive white silk tie, but he still felt that the rented tuxedo was a little small, no matter what others say. In Renault's eyes, he looked like a fat penguin, because Augustus was suddenly told that he could only bring 1 officer of the heavenly devil to the banquet. Renault, who had the rank of corporal, became the lucky one. But this damn dress is strangling me to death, Renault complained. Augustus and Renault were supposed to wear military uniforms with medals hanging on their chests and ribbons today. But the steward of the Tagore family told them that the hostess of the family did not want to see a group of soldiers at her birthday party, so they had to dress like a noble to attend the banquet. Not only Augustus's heavenly demon, but also many noble officers and generals who shined in the Kylian War will be invited. Their pictures with the members of the Genesis family will appear in major newspapers and IA holographic projection screens on the same day. Perhaps Augustus guessed that this picture would be modified later, such as changing them into military uniforms through some simple technical means. Why don't you let that tailor make some modifications? Augustus laughed and walked forward. What? You really want to see my belly button exposed? Renault followed Augustus angrily. Augustus handed over a gorgeously decorated invitation letter and walked into the magnificent hall after passing a series of safety inspections including retinal scanning. In order to highlight the status of the nobility and distinguished themselves from those nouveau riche. The Tagore family still follows the court etiquette of the French court in the 17th to 19th centuries on medieval Earth, and the red tape that Renaud thought was unreasonable. The interior of Tagore's Sky Tower is as magnificent as a palace. The walls and pillars are inlaid with gold, stone and jade, and there are huge oil paintings and crystal chandeliers hanging. The wide corridor leads to more rooms. Artworks and mirrors made of gold and silver are displayed on both sides, shining in the light of countless candles. The guests here are all dressed in formal clothes, and the women are dressed in luxurious and complicated clothes. The long skirts on the ground are held up by servants, like the folded peacock tail screen. These ladies are reserved, elegant and beautiful. Their facial features are perfectly in line with the golden ratio. Their skin is as white and smooth as milk, and their postures are moving. Fortunately, the villain Tychus didn't come. Otherwise he would definitely take off his clothes and dance here, Renaud said thankfully. Tychus wouldn't do such an outrageous thing. He would definitely behave like an English gentleman if he had been trained like that, Augustus said. There were many more servants than the distinguished guests of the Tagore family. There were hundreds of them, standing or walking back and forth in the vast corridors and halls with elegant steps. These servants all had outstanding looks and figures, wearing well-cut uniforms, and their words and deeds were neither frivolous nor impetuous. I heard that the homes of great nobles are all mechanical servants. Wow, this is really like a human being, Renaud whispered to Augustus. This is obviously a real person. Augustus walked slowly on the red carpet, and the rented black swallowtail suit fit him very well, as if it was tailor-made. The most prominent and oldest founding families all employ servants instead of machines. Only the new nobles who made their fortunes through marginal trade and opportunism would use cheap mechanical servants because they could not find competent butlers and servants. Augustus smiled at a noble girl who was looking at him, and she immediately blushed. The main banquet hall is on the top floor. We will take the magnetic elevator. The girl smiled at me. Renaud also smiled. Maybe you should talk to her more. Augustus pulled Renaud to prevent him from jumping up. They spoke in a low voice, as if they were praising rather than pointing at the crowd. My mother told me that men who flirt with others are shit. Renaud shook his head imperceptibly. Just like you. Augustus turned around the corridor and walked to the elevator door. There were only a few people waiting here, because only the Chuancher family and the nobles who had business dealings and marriage relations with the Tagore family could go to the top floor. My intuition tells me that you are that kind of person. People in our town always say that the private lives of the nobles are very chaotic, and the big families are forcibly combined because of political marriages. So the couples do not love each other, as long as the genes and bloodline of their offspring are ensured. The nobles will even have sex with servants and vagabonds. Raynor whispered. Do you think the Mengsk family is like this? Augustus was a little unhappy. Of course not. But what the old people say is always right. Raynor shook his head. While waiting for the elevator, Augustus noticed that the nobles of Tarsones paid more attention to the emblems and manners of the family than those of Korhol IV. Every dress was made of exquisite materials, and no evening dress or long skirt was exactly the same. Some people brought their children, and those children were dressed like princesses or princes. In this era of rapid technological development, the aesthetics of the nobles seem to remain in the past few centuries. When you get to the top floor, try to speak less. Otherwise those people will think you are uneducated, Augustus reminded Renaud. I try to eat as much as possible, Renaud replied. When Augustus boarded the elevator, a noble family stepped on it with them. Augustus talked to the parents of this family in a decent manner for a while, and learned that they came from the east continent of Tarsones, and the family business mainly operated high-energy gas and oil refineries. After learning that Augustus was from Korhol IV, the middle-aged man with an elegant mustache across from him just smiled. But when Augustus said his last name, Mengsk, the other man took 2 small steps back, distanced himself, and smiled awkwardly. Seeing him like this, Augustus was not surprised, but just smiled and wished him good health. The elevator rose steadily with a vibration as light as a mosquito. When the elevator slowly opened, Augustus saw the deep blue sky and evening clouds of Tarsones. Shining meteors occasionally streaked across the sky. They were spacecraft entering the atmosphere from synchronous orbit. The dome on the top floor of Tagore's Sky Tower is the sky. The arc-shaped walls are carved with flowers, and the dining table is made of the extinct Terrador joy wood. The shining silverware contains various exotic fruits and French dishes cooked with expensive ingredients. and the rich aroma comes from the precious spices of Josala. There are about a few hundred nobles here. The men are dressed much more simply, and the ladies and young ladies are trying their best to make themselves the focus of the whole audience. There is still nearly half an hour before the banquet starts. The representatives of small and medium nobles are chatting, while the Genesis family sits in their seats, like emperors, and talks calmly with their partners or competitors. As soon as they got off the elevator, the nobles who had been chatting happily with Augustus ran away immediately, as if they were afraid that he would break his neck at any time. Augustus didn't care much. He and Renaud went straight to their seats. The protagonist of the banquet, the birthday girl today, Andrea Tagore, who was 140 years old, had not arrived yet. From time to time, servants regularly replaced the cups and plates on the table with new ones, even if the guests hadn't drunk a cup or touched a plate. Renaud felt angry, but he restrained himself well. If it was Harnack, he would have grabbed a nobleman by the tie and asked why the people of Shiloh were still starving while you were enjoying yourself here. While Augustus was waiting for the main character of the banquet to arrive, several young girls gathered in the seats of the Creation family suddenly whispered to each other, and the boys cast hostile and jealous eyes. Augustus Minsk, before he was 19, was already famous in half of the Terran Federation. He was promoted as a hero, the most outstanding of the descendants of the Creation family this generation. The documentary about Augustus and the Devil in Heaven has been released for 2 weeks, and he is regarded as an idol by many young people. There are reports that people from UNN Films even want to make a movie, but the actors may not be himself, and no one knows how the screenwriter will write it. Jim, look who that is. At this time, Augustus' eyes only had a burly man in a white suit, Edmund Duke, and the one next to him may be his brother. The suit looked so out of place on Duke. Although the designer had tried his best, he still looked like a strong silverback gorilla rather than a humble and polite nobleman. I knew that bastard would come. Raynor looked at Duke, who was chatting with another noble, and said, "Just watch. I bet he will make a fool of himself today." After a small commotion, several noble girls from the Creation family stood up from their seats and walked towards Augustus. "Are you Augustus Minsk, the man who killed 1,000 Comorians?" The first person to speak was a girl with long dark brown hair. Like many girls here, her hair was tied up high instead of being scattered casually. "I'm Augustus Minsk, but I haven't killed that many people." Augustus stood up and said, "Really?" The noble girl looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, wearing a dark blue low-cut evening dress with bare shoulders and back. Her perky hips and breasts were quite eye-catching against the dress. "What about the story of you capturing a company of Calmerian labor auxiliary troops by yourself, killing the enemy commander with a long-range shot of 2,000 yards, and descending from the sky with the Devil of Heaven to save thousands of people? We usually call this artistic modification and polishing," Augustus said with a smile. "You should be the eldest daughter of the Terra family, Miss Clara Annabella Terra. You have heard of your beauty." Clara's face showed a shy look. She was indeed very beautiful, but Augustus knew that unless a noble lady of this age was really born beautiful, she would have almost done more or less facial laser correction surgery. "I'm Lino de Albanwells." A noble girl pushed aside Clara. Her long wavy light blonde hair shone like gold in the gradually brightening lights. "Sir, can I invite you to my home?" "I want to." Augustus was about to agree, but another girl came up to him and said, "There are always parties into Albanwells. Mr. Augustus, we can take a private yacht to Olsen." "Oh, damn. Why did I come to this place?" Renaud took a stack of sliced Pinta strawberries from the plate and chewed them hard. Renaud found that Augustus' handsome appearance and the cold temperament of a soldier had a fatal attraction for girls of this age. But Augustus was always able to please others naturally, while Renaud seemed much more unfamiliar in this regard. Many officers who came to the banquet came from small noble families, or were not handsome and were older. Only Augustus was young and charming. More noble ladies gathered around Augustus. He was overwhelmed by the young girls with bright eyes, and white teeth, and musky perfume. He had accepted many invitations without realizing it, when an impatient young nobleman stood up and wanted to walk towards Augustus. He realized that being too popular was not a good thing. When looking at Renaud, the malicious Devil of Heaven gave him a thumbs up. But it didn't look like encouragement. Just as Lisa Cassidy said to Augustus, the Devils of Heaven seemed to hope that Augustus would get together with a rich noble lady and inherit her property, so that the Revolutionary Army would have funds to operate. "That's great. Girls, go to your seats. Clara, You have to set a good example. At this time, a lady in a blue evening gown helped Augustus. Although they seemed to want to say a few more words to Augustus, the girls sighed and returned to their seats. When Augustus looked at the lady, he found that there was a child hidden behind her wide long skirt. A little girl with a golden ponytail poked her head out from behind her mother's long skirt, looked at him with her light green eyes, and then shrank back. Augustus, the heir of the Kaminsky family. Annabella Terra has wheat-colored skin and a perfect hourglass figure. She looked at Augustus for a while, and seemed to be very interested in him. After Andrea's birthday party, maybe we can find a cafe to have a cup of coffee. This is for one person. What kind of jargon is this? Augustus certainly didn't know that Annabella Terra, the mistress of the Terra family in her 30s, liked to keep young lovers, because such men can often play many more exciting tricks. At this time, little Nova poked her head out again. Her cute little nose wrinkled, revealing a contemptuous expression, and a layer of black lines seemed to cover her smooth forehead. When Augustus noticed her, they just looked at each other. Beep. Chapter 103 Andrea Tagore. Chapter 103 Andrea Tagore. Mrs. Annabella Terra gave Augustus a teasing look and walked towards her eldest daughter with an elegant pace, while her younger daughter Nova, who was less than 5 years old, followed closely holding her mother's hand, looking at Augustus from time to time. Compared with children of the same age, Nova Terra behaved very calmly and well-behaved. Except for Terra's family. No one knew that Nova had a potential psychic talent. She could always hear other people's inner voices, such as some of her mother and sister's unbearable sexual fantasies about Augustus just now. In fact, even Annabelle knew very little about her daughter's psychic talent. She only knew that Nova could read some superficial thoughts in human minds. Influenced by the psychic talent, Nova understood many things at a very young age, and was much more mature than children of the same age. But perhaps what happened today was not such a good memory for Nova. Augustus silently memorized the surnames of the girls, boys and ladies of the Creation family, who had invited him before, and then returned to his seat. During the 2 weeks in Tarsones, he would take time to visit each of them, and find out their attitudes towards Korhol 4 in Minsk. After sitting with Rainer for a while, Augustus quietly tasted the red wine on the table, waiting for the arrival of the main character of the birthday party, Mrs. Andrea Tagore. But Andrea arrived 5 minutes late. She sat in a wheelchair suspended in the air, and walked towards the guests from the luxurious corridor, accompanied by several members of the Tagore family. Andrea's long gray hair was very thick, and Augustus could even find some blue hair in it. Her once beautiful face was now full of deep wrinkles, but her blue eyes seemed to still shine with a certain light, and she was in good spirits. Children, I'm glad you came. Andrea Tagore's floating wheelchair accelerated and passed quickly in front of the guests. The Tagore family members behind could only trot to keep up. This funny scene made some children laugh. Everyone present was a child in front of Andrea, who was already 140 years old. So she was the only one who had the right to say such words. Many of the Creation families had close or distant kinship with the Tagore family. When the leaders of these families were still ignorant, Andrea Tagore was overlooking the entire Tarsones from the Tagore Sky Tower, standing on the head of the giant dragon of the Terran Federation. Sawan, you should have a hair transplant, Andrea said, as she passed by the leader of the Skelt family. Oh, little Annabelle, dear, you are as beautiful as your mother. Every time she met a familiar member of the Creation family, she would either greet or tease them. Arrow, has the child Jocko not been found yet? He has brought shame to the Bennett family. Or, was he captured by those damned rebels? You are his father. Why are you indifferent to this? Flying in front of the leader of the Bennett family in a hover wheelchair. We tried our best, offering rewards, hiring detectives, search and rescue teams, and even the Marines. But we found nothing. The final evidence points to the same conclusion, that he ran away by himself. Arrow Bennett's voice was flat, and he simply defended himself as if a cat or dog had been lost in the house. I spent a lot of money and energy on this, and finally had to give up. I think since he didn't want to live as a member of the Bennett family, and made his mother and sister shed so many tears in vain, there was nothing I could do, he said coldly. Jocko is an adult, and he should be responsible for his stupid behavior. Tara's talent in finance and business management is obvious to all of us, and she doesn't need a replacement. But Tara's marriage will be a headache for you, Andrea said to Arrow before going to her seat. In my opinion, you should execute those guards who neglect their duties, and useless servants. Otherwise your prestige will decline. And people who are only worthy of being servants will one day ride on your head. And the ancient order will be trampled," she said ruthlessly, and her voice spread throughout the banquet hall with the help of a loudspeaker. "Noble people are born with such rights. This is our birthright. You have to remind those humble people all the time. Otherwise they will forget the humbleness of their ancestors, forget the role they should play in this world, and forget that they should tremble and crawl at the feet of the creation family, just like more than 100 years ago. Now, the Antigans have forgotten their duties, and Carrefour has become even worse. Are we too tolerant? What is this old witch talking about? Can the creation family decide the fate of others? She should be glad that I don't have a P220 electromagnetic pistol at hand." When Andrea's floating wheelchair then leisurely stopped in front of the round dining table in the center of the banquet hall, Renaud said angrily to Augustus. Augustus was afraid that Renaud would say our kings, princes, generals and ministers of different races? If only we could bring in the recording equipment, Augustus said regretfully. "Oh, don't look so surprised. I just feel something. I believe that the turmoil on Corhole 4 has more or less affected some of your family's businesses, especially the factories on that planet." Andrea's tone quickly became gentle, as if she was just a fragile old lady. "This makes me feel a mess lately. Today is a good day, my 140th birthday. But my elbow, which is gradually becoming less flexible, often reminds me that I have lived too long. My children always tell me that I will live for more than 200 years. I don't want to put my immobile body into a coffin full of nutrient solution one day, relying on cutting-edge technology to survive. Every birthday, that damn smart butler will tell me on time that death is getting closer. This makes me very uncomfortable," she said. "I don't know what this great federation belonging to the creation family will become after I die. I hope that by then, the rebel leaders of Antigua and Cora will have been hanged. I don't like birthdays, but I still invite you to this banquet because the various creation families may not gather together for 10 years, except at the meeting of the federal parliament. I just hope you understand that the creation family should stand together, and the nobles should hold power tightly. We must use the sword to guard the glory and power of the creation families, and only order will last forever. If anyone dares to defile it, let the defiler melt in flames. There are no news media or UNN producers here, so Augustus believes that Andrea is talking to him. This is a warning." Chapter 104 I Love the Terran Federation. The banquet was held as usual, and the self-respecting and elegant nobles began to eat, waving their knives and forks lightly on the tablecloth woven from expensive silk fabrics, and wiping their lips with handkerchiefs embroidered with gold thread. Beside Augustus, Jim Raynor was holding a knife and fork to deal with a perfectly fried steak, stabbing and cutting it fiercely as if he was holding a sword, as if he was fighting an enemy that did not actually exist. Raynor was very angry now. Augustus felt that Renaud must have been greatly stimulated. The farmer's son's thoughts were changing, and he hated the ruler of Tarsones more than before. Not far from them, Edmund Duke did not seem to notice Augustus and Renaud, who were also invited as noble officers, but clinked glasses with several officers next to him, all of whom wore shining medals. This boring banquet did not last long. Most of the nobles had no appetite, but Edmund and his friends were in high spirits. They did not abide by any etiquette, but enjoyed the food and honor like soldiers. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, even the most heavy drinkers put down their glasses and left their seats. The servants then moved the tables and chairs away. Music sounded from the jewel-encrusted gramophone, and the ladies and young ladies danced with their partners. "Shall we dance?" Renaud thought for a long time and said to Augustus. "The two of us?" Augustus said. "That's not a good idea." Renaud didn't say whether he agreed or refused, but the young ladies who swarmed in quickly snatched Renaud's partner away. Next, amid Renaud's lament, Augustus danced with one young lady after another. Augustus had received training in court etiquette and dance since he was a child. After a few days of intensive training, he was able to dance to the corresponding dance for each piece of music, with light steps and no mistakes. During the third dance, Augustus was forced to hold Annabella Terra's hand, and the other's daughter seemed to want to dance with him very much, which made him very confused. Annabelle's little daughter, Nova Terra, sat in her little chair, looking at Augustus with an indescribable look, her mouth slightly open, her light green eyes wide open, and Augustus was willing to call them dead fish eyes. "This child doesn't look very smart," Augustus didn't know that this was the future famous Terran Empire ghost Agent Nova. Your hands are very strong. And your eyes remind me of a ferocious wolf. Oh! You are so beautiful. Annabelle's thin lips are very attractive. She is well maintained. Her loca dress struggles to support her overly plump breasts. And Augustus is always worried that they will be overwhelmed. How many push-ups can you do? How many pounds of barbells can you lift? Have you ever run the ancient Earth sport called marathon? Can you last? Didn't Mr. Terra come to the party? Augustus looked around, as if reminding himself that he was not having an affair. At the same time, he also felt that Annabelle's undisguised sexual interest in him might bring unexpected trouble. Are you talking about Constantine? Oh! He's still in Parabogu, where a new maglev car factory is being built. And the latest maglev bicycle and car production lines are ready, Annabelle said nonchalantly. And teased Augustus, you're very shy. Don't worry. Although Constantine and I are married, we still have our own way. Annabelle said, this is a political marriage. We don't have any feelings for each other. As long as it's not too outrageous. Constantine will forgive you. Madam. This was the first time Augustus had been in such a situation. And he admitted that he had no experience in this. Augustus could have a good chat with a girl who was not much older than him. But he was not good at dealing with a woman who was 2 or 3 times his age. My daughter likes you too. Annabella complained about Augustus's hand being in the wrong place while dancing with him. You can put your hand down on your waist. Augustus didn't want to complain, so he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut, and didn't foolishly ask which daughter it was. This is too weird. You are from the Korhol Minsk family. Many people think you should be the heir of Angus Minsk, the rising star of Korhol politics, and the future owner of a business empire spanning several planets. Annabella stopped teasing Augustus. I also have a 28-year-old brother who is much better than me. Augustus could tell that the Terra family, at least Annabella Terra, perhaps only she, did not have such a confrontational attitude towards the Minsk family, and regarded Minsk as an equal noble. Although the founder families on other prime worlds were only newly rich in the last 100 years in the eyes of the nobles of Tarsones, and the ancestors of the Minsk family were only captains of the colonial fleet or ordinary crew members, when the founder families of Tarsones had already controlled the Terran Federation. But being able to control the economic lifeline of a planet, especially a wealthy place like Korhol, the Minsk family was still treated as equals on the surface in the past. Augustus could see that when the riots broke out on Korhol and the senators called for the entire planet to break away from the rule of the Federation, the more prominent nobles in Tarsones kept their distance from him or harbored deep hatred for him. This was particularly evident in the Tagore family. Augustus believed that someone from the Tagore family would come to visit after the banquet. Perhaps Augustus could win the support of the Terra family. But he himself did not have any expectations. After all, the power of such an ancient creation family in Tarsones had long been deeply rooted. In order to maintain their own rights and interests, their natural position was to oppose revolutionaries like Angus. But Augustus hoped that the Terra family could remain neutral, at least on the issue of using an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Korhol. The Kohar people haven't seen your brother for 8 years, Annabelle said to Augustus. He disappeared after retiring from the army, and no one can find him. Yes, I don't know where he is either. Augustus knew that this Kohar people could be roughly understood as federal agents who were carrying out missions in Kohar, and everyone probably meant all agents. Annabelle was silent for a while. Her interest in Augustus seemed to come from more than just his handsome appearance and elegant conversation. So, do you think your father is right? Annabelle suddenly asked after a while. Of course he is stupid. The stubborn old man's spirit has collapsed. Augustus raised his voice. I joined the Marine Corps because I was too disappointed with him. It is the founding family and the aristocracy that gave the Minsk family its current status. What reason do we have to give up power and give the right to rule Korhol to those ignorant civilians who have neither knowledge nor talent? Please believe me, Augustus Minsk. I love the Terran Federation more than myself. Chapter 105 The Filial Son. The dance was slow and melodious, and the nobles in evening gowns were immersed in the gentle dance steps and spinning skirts. It was late at night, but the sky was colorful, and the brilliant lights of Tarsones city were on all night. Every few minutes, a beautiful meteor shower would fall from the sky, which was the scene when the merchant ships and engineering ships returning to Tarsones from the interstellar space passed through the atmosphere. Augustus had good physical strength and danced with almost all the women who invited him. Annabella the hostess of the Terra family, also invited him to spend the night in the Terra Sky Tower. The women didn't care whether he was a descendant of the Minx family. They just liked young and handsome officers. And no one cared about people like Edmund Duke, the hostess of the banquet. Andrea Tagore didn't seem to pay much attention to the officers she invited, but focused on the Antigon yak smoked to perfection in front of her. Her hard ceramic dentures and auxiliary chewing device could help her chew the tough meat cleanly. When Augustus finally had time to stop and sit back next to Raynor, who had eaten too much, the men from various Genesis families began to gather again. The representatives of the Genesis family already knew Augustus's identity, even if they didn't have time to learn about his background in detail. The group's leaders and assistants would explain it to them. Most of them avoided Augustus and the Minx family behind him, or were indifferent to them. The first person was Viscount Cornelius Brubaker of the Brubaker family, a prestigious arms dealer family that was mainly known to officers and soldiers in the army during the Kylian War. The electromagnetic rifles used by the Marines were designed and produced by a subsidiary of the Brubaker Group. They are also designing railguns of different calibers and ship-to-ship weapon upgrade technologies. The war destroyed many colonies and killed millions of people. But the wealth of arms dealers, like the Brubaker family, expanded rapidly in a very short period of time, and their status and reputation rose with it. However, human desires will never be satisfied. The war between the Comorian Federation and the Terran Federation is about to end, but the factories of arms dealers are still running at full capacity. The astute arms dealers keenly caught the signal of the coming of the next war. Just like sharks following the blood trail smelling the smell of blood. Cornelius, with a small beard, was very friendly and amiable. Young Augustus. I am Cornelius Brubaker, the patriarch of the Brubaker family. More than a decade ago, I met your father Angus, who was a brave and upright man. Some people insist that Angus should be held responsible for the riots in Corhol 4. But I don't think so. The people of Car have their own thoughts, and the right to pursue a better life and freedom. Every citizen of the Federation should be treated in accordance with human rights. Cornelius said. Do you really think so, Mr. Brubaker? Augustus seemed surprised, to be honest. Under the influence of my stupid, hopeless, mentally ill father, Car 4 has been in chaos. People have nothing to do all day long. They only know how to party, parade, smash shops, and rob goods that do not belong to them. The order in Car is becoming increasingly chaotic. The economy is on the verge of collapse, and a wave of unemployment has arrived. Oh, this is too bad. Cornelius took out a silk handkerchief and wiped away the non-existent tears, and said sympathetically, the federal parliament should give the unemployed Car people the necessary unemployment benefits. This is so sad. I really don't know how many people will starve to death. May God bless Car. As he said this, Mr. Cornelius made a prayer gesture. Do you think so too? Then I hope you can give my people some support. They are short of food and clothing and hungry. Our industry has stopped operating due to strikes and attacks by the federal rebels. Local companies have laid off employees on a large scale due to plummeting profits. The problem of overcapacity in food production has been exposed. The number of people starving to death in the slums accounts for 1/3 of the total population of the city. Really? The federal parliament has not done a good enough job. Those slackers should apologize for this. No, they should resign immediately. Although Cornelius said this, his face showed an expression that said, I don't read enough newspapers. So don't lie to me. I really don't know what the people there will do after the war between Corhol and the Federation breaks out. He sighed and said, Why is there a war? Augustus was shocked, as if he was frightened by Cornelius' words. Sir, do you want my hometown to be a river of blood? My God, that is really an evil idea. Of course, the Brubaker family has always opposed meaningless wars and advocated peaceful coexistence between different nations and different political systems. Cornelius waved his hand. I'm just talking about a possibility. No one wants a war to happen. The Brubaker family supports the Corhol people's pursuit of further autonomy and making Corhol a neutral trade planet. If you need me to prove it, the Brubaker Mining Group will hold a press conference today to support the Corhol people's legitimate pursuit of rights and freedom. Then you should go to my father. He is not very busy recently. I am ready to send him to a mental hospital. Augustus sighed and said, The Corhol people do not believe that the senator who speaks eloquently on the podium is a lunatic. I think he's in good spirits. Cornelius frowned, and then he seemed to have lost interest in continuing to talk to Augustus. Sorry, young man from Augustus's family. I have to leave for a while. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Augustus stopped complaining about his stupid father. There will be a chance. Cornelius put on his bowler hat and hurried away. After Cornelius left, a member of the Tagore family walked towards Augustus. When he looked in that direction, Augustus saw Nova Terra, who was in a dead fisheye state, and her sister who was smiling shyly. Augustus Minsk. Madam hopes to take a photo with you. Unexpectedly, this member of the Tagore family did not say much to Augustus, nor did he try and coerce as expected. At this time, Andrea Tagore was taking photos with many officers including the Duke family, and inviting Augustus seemed to be just a normal procedure. Augustus walked to the scheduled shooting location, and stood with the oldest and most powerful lady of the Tagore family in a field of flowers. They stood very close to each other, and it seemed that Andrea was not afraid of the son of the famous nationalist agitator. You have a good father, child. Before shooting, Andrea said to Augustus, he taught you the loyalty and bravery of the Minsk family. You are worthy of the name you have. Anderson from UNN said that it is appropriate to praise you with all the compliments of human beings. As a Federation warrior, you deserve all the praise. Thank you, Mrs. Tagore. Augustus said. You are excellent. Augustus, I heard that Angus Minsk is old and confused, and Korhol is in chaos under his rule. Andrea sighed. The Creation family has always chosen his head based on his talent. But except for Tarsones, too many planets have forgotten the tradition. You are right. This is exactly what I think. So, what do you want me to do? Augustus asked. Inherit him, Andrea said. Inherit your father. The banquet ended before the midnight bell, and the servants of the Tagore family had to wait until all the guests had left before they could come to clean up, replace the carpet, and clean the silverware that had been wiped repeatedly, which meant they had to work until late. What did the old witch say to you just now? When Augustus returned to Renault, the other party whispered to him. The guests began to leave one after another. The leader of the Creation family left directly on a private yacht, while the other nobles could only travel by luxury cars. She asked me to inherit my father's senator seat and other assets of the Minsk family as soon as possible, and then announced that Angus was a lunatic and shot himself in an unknown alley. Augustus said. Then things were relatively ordinary. She asked me to purge the revolutionaries in the Senate and declare martial law on Korhol. The Federation mobilizes the Marines to replace Korhol's planetary defense forces and take over the entire planet. What will happen next is predictable. Korhol 4 will be completely controlled by the Federation. The many policies aimed at protecting local businesses that Angus has forced the Senate to pass through his political skills and influence over the years will become empty words. Politicians have plenty of ways to cut off the backbone of a colony's industry and economy. I've never heard that the Senate can be inherited. And does she think you're a fool? As long as the Marines enter Korhol, you will become their puppet. Renault said. They will send agents to monitor you, and Carr will never be able to turn things around. What did you answer? I said this. I will offer my father's head before May next year. Augustus spread his hands and said, as long as I can leave my people out of trouble and avoid a war, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my father for the sake of justice. I must say this decisively and firmly, without hesitation. I like this about you. Raynor confirmed again. You are not really going to do this. Are you? Even if I did that, as long as the Federation can produce evidence of my patricide, then I will be ruined in Korhol, and the reputation of the Minsk family will plummet. I don't want to give the choice of fate to others. Most of the time, I like to take the initiative, Augustus said to Raynor. At this time, Annabella Terra walked towards Augustus with her two daughters, Nova. This is Uncle Augustus. Hello, Uncle Augustus. Nova Terra's voice was soft and sweet, and she looked cute and well-behaved. She was a lovely little girl. She inherited her father's golden hair, beautiful light green eyes, and beautiful facial features of the Terra family. When she was extremely stunned or lost in thought, she would show dead fish eyes, which was exactly the same as her father. Is this your youngest daughter? Augustus briefly imagined a cold Imperial Ghost female agent, but he found it difficult to connect that image with the little girl in front of him. Her name is Novambi. We all call her Nova, Annabelle said. November. And my name is August. Augustus leaned over and said to Nova. Oh! Nova looked at him with wide eyes. Well, it's almost time for us to go back. Renault looked at the watch and said, it's almost early morning now. Mrs. Terra, See you tomorrow. Augustus wanted to touch little Nova's forehead after he finished speaking, but was quickly avoided. Goodbye, Uncle, Nova said. Dear Augustus, you can come to see me at the Terra Sky Tower tomorrow. Clara held Augustus' arm. You know, you are different from any noble in Tarsones. Nova's little hand suddenly slapped her forehead. This was the most stimulating day in her life. Affected by her strong psychic talent, Nova could actually hear the voices of everyone in the Tagore Sky Tower, including the servants, who were busy dozens of floors below. This telepathic ability is still beyond the control of Nova. She can only passively accept these voices, and cannot refuse them. Augustus had no choice but to agree to Clara's request to get out. When he got on the elevator and walked downstairs, he said to Raynor, "We still have to find a place to stay overnight, and then install the Umoyan psychic shielding device in the residence. But I believe that the Federation will not hire someone to assassinate a war hero who is in the limelight now. I thought you would leave us and go home with him." As Renaud spoke, he waved to Clara Terra, who was waving at Augustus, and Nova, who was waving mechanically, if necessary. Augustus waved at Annabelle, "But I must stay by your side to prevent scum like Tychus and Harnack from causing any trouble." "I see you are afraid." Renaud seemed very proud in some inexplicable way. "I admit that." Augustus' words made Renaud speechless. "This overly explicit enthusiasm scares me. I'm just a kid after all," he said. "I've asked Runstein to take the others to the inn controlled by the Minx family to stay temporarily. Let's go there to find them." After half an hour's ride, Augustus found Lisa and others who had been waiting for a long time at the agreed travelers' inn in the central city of Tarsones. Everyone was sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby waiting for their leader to return, except Tychus Finley. "Where is he?" "Runstein, I've handed this class over to you. The tracker I put on Tychus shows that he is now somewhere in the slums." Runstein said. "He broke out and had a fight with Harnack. Don't worry about Tychus. He will come back on his own after a while," Augustus said after a moment of silence. Chapter 106 Terra Family. The next day, Augustus, who had rested overnight at the Traveler Hotel, prepared to take the Heavenly Devils to the Terra Family Sky Tower at the invitation of Clara Terra. According to Augustus's already planned schedule, he would visit the Creation families, who had not shown obvious hostility towards the Minx family within a week. The lost Tychus Finley contacted Augustus last night. After a stiff apology, Augustus was so upset that he could hear the loud music and women's screams from the strip club. At least 2 different women were panting, and the unbearable sounds made him blush for Tychus. "Augustus, I heard from Raynor that the mistress of the Terra family had bad intentions towards you." As Lisa Cassidy walked into the huge bronze arch of the Terra Sky Tower, she looked at the Terra family guards holding electromagnetic rifles and electric shock guns at the door. "Mrs. Annabella is an elegant and reserved lady," Augustus explained to Lisa. He didn't understand why he had to explain to Lisa, and he didn't even think about it carefully. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? "But I haven't said what it is yet." Lisa smiled meaningfully. She was wearing a white bohemian dress and a close-fitting sleeveless silk top. The hem of the skirt with layers of lace was like moving waves with her light steps. Lisa was dressed beautifully today, and all the demons in heaven believed that she came prepared. After nearly 5 months of quitting drugs, Lisa Cassidy is becoming more and more charming. When she walks in the sunflower garden of Stilling in a long dress and a sun hat with a blue bow, she is like a bright sun. Augustus seemed to want to say something, but as soon as he stepped into the hall, Clara Terra threw herself into his arms. At this moment, Lisa's smile was a little twisted. "Dear Augustus, you should give me a kiss." When she found that Augustus was followed by many ferocious demons of heaven, Clara let go of Augustus and distanced herself from him, extending her hand with carefully manicured nails to him. "I can't kiss an unengaged noble lady. It's etiquette." Augustus just shook his head. "It's okay. My father won't do anything to you." Although Clara said this, she still regretfully withdrew her hand. Clara's father, Constantine Terra, the leader of the Creation family, became even more elusive because of his eldest daughter's increasingly restless youth hormones as she grew older. He always had great hostility towards men who appeared around his eldest daughter. "They are your subordinates. The devils of heaven? I don't remember inviting them. But for your sake." Clara looked at the dark-skinned and larger rocket soldier Connor Ward and the distinctive coxcomb-haired Harnack, and took a few more glances at the handsome Josephine and Runstein. She selectively ignored Reno and the other soldiers. and finally looked at Lisa. A woman? Augustus, you are really a bummer. Clara shook her dark brown hair scattered on her shoulders, snorted, and walked away with a pursed mouth. Lisa raised her chin slightly and moved closer to Augustus like a winner. You shouldn't have brought us here. Augustus, this is the lady's invitation. This will make me feel a little safer. Maybe Annabelle wants to eat me up. Augustus followed Clara into the lobby of the ground floor of the Terra Sky Tower without caring. And Clara ran very fast because of her anger and disappeared in a moment. But we are not here to see Clara and her mother. I am here to find her husband Constantine, who is the actual controller of the Terra family. So Augustus could only ask the passing servants for directions, and then walk through the grand halls and interconnected corridors into the elevator leading to the top floor. During this period, there were no guards following closely, and they monitored Augustus and others' every move through more sophisticated cameras. The Terra Sky Tower, with more than 100 floors, is the second tallest building in Tarsones City, second only to the Tagore family. Augustus is no longer surprised by this. In Tarsones, as long as the Sky Tower owned by the Creation family is shorter than the Minx Sky Tower. In the city of Tarsones, where tall buildings are everywhere, all the founding families strive to build the tallest, most magnificent, and most eye-catching Sky Tower to demonstrate their family's unparalleled power. Only the tallest Sky Tower can have the best view, overlooking the entire city of Tarsones. Augustus waited for Clara and Annabelle in the living room on the top floor. But a middle-aged man with short blonde hair appeared more than 10 minutes later. He was wearing a black suit and a blue tie, with a capable workplace image. Sorry to interrupt your tryst. Oh, it seems you brought a lot of friends to join in the fun. The leader of the Terra family, Constantine Terra, had just returned from the new factory in Pyrobogu. I didn't want to get involved in this, but I heard that you are pursuing my daughter Clara. You are so humorous, Mr. Terra. Augustus, who was sitting on the French sofa, said to Constantine with a smile. Constantine slowly sat down on the sofa opposite Augustus and glanced at the several heavenly devils behind Augustus. Annabella said you wanted to find me. Minx family kid. Why don't you go back to your quarrel earlier? Aren't you afraid that this will be known by the agents in Tarsones? I think there is only one possibility. You want to pursue my daughter Clara. Well, you are very good. Constantine looked at Augustus with interest. But it's not enough. I will test you until you fail and choose to give up. No, I don't want to pursue your daughter, Augustus said. Then your goal is Annabella. Constantine seemed very happy. Our marriage is a tragic political marriage. We don't love each other, and even hate each other. Being with her always makes me exhausted. And all the children come from artificial sperm implantation. I also have my own mistress. It's no secret. I just hope you can satisfy Annabelle, because her sexual desire is unusually strong. Constantine put one leg on the other. Actually, there is another thing I want to discuss with you, Augustus said. The Minx family wants to cooperate with the Terra family in some technology. My father hopes that the Terra family can build some new factories in Coral 4, and the Terra group will enjoy many preferential policies. It sounds really tempting. But the Car Senate has been restricting the large-scale entry of Tarsones companies to protect local companies. At this time, what does Angus want to do? The Terra family is a giant in the field of intelligent robots, and has monopolized all the affiliated industries of robot research and development, manufacturing and maintenance. Only Umoyan's robots can surpass the Terra family. At the same time, the Terra group also monopolizes the virtual imaging industry, and is the setter of all virtual imaging projector product grades and quality inspection standards. Recently, Terra Group is entering the hover car and hover bike industry. But in this industry, Terra Group has a strong rival in Tarsones, another creation family that has monopolized the hover car industry for nearly 100 years. Cooperation with the Minx family will help Terra Group develop more advanced and comfortable hover cars to seize market share. And opening up new markets in Corhol will bring unimaginable profits. But everyone knows that Corhol is in chaos. And those who invest in Corhol now are either crazy or mentally ill. Angus never contacted me. Why did he ask you to talk about this? Are you really the heir of the Minx family? Constantine said. I know that riots are breaking out in Corhol. The workers there will suffer losses if they go on strike for one day, and they are more likely to demolish my factory. He sat up straight and stared into Augustus' cold gray eyes. For my part, I don't like your father's remarks. But the riots in Corhol have nothing to do with me. I don't want another war to happen, Because the assets of Terra Group are constantly shrinking during the Guild War. It all depends on your choice. Augustus said, my father needs to negotiate further with you, Mr. Terra. If he can guarantee that the Riders and the rebels will not destroy the Terra family's factory, I can consider it. Constantine smiled again, but is it possible? You can contact my father to discuss deeper cooperation matters. Augustus' words stunned Constantine, and his eyes widened in surprise, looked like dead fish eyes. A closer cooperative relationship. Boss, I think Constantine Terra's daughter is really interested in you. You should take her down immediately, and then we can look for the next one. On the way out of Terra's Sky Tower to find a rental hover car, Josephine approached Augustus mysteriously and said, I have inquired. The daughters of the Tagore family, the Bennett family, and the Holt family are all, he whispered. When all the noble ladies and ladies are under your whip, Car 4 will be safe. Augustus didn't know what to say for a moment. I think I heard you talking about the Bennett family. When Josephine was excitedly introducing her plan to Augustus, Rick Kidd, the Heaven's Devil sniper, stabbed Josephine in the back with a pin he carried with him. Josephine raised her hands after a start. Rick's psychic talent was not enough to enable him to gain telepathic ability. Psychics above level 7 can use mental power to move objects or use it as a means of attack. But his vision and hearing are much sharper than ordinary people. At this time, Josephine remembered that Rick Kidd was a descendant of the Tarsoni's creation family. He fled his family to join the Federal Marine Corps to escape his overly strict father. His real name was Jocko Bennett, the second child of the Bennett family patriarch, Arrow Bennett. What do you think of my sister? Rick said to Josephine with the ruthlessness of a sniper. I will strangle you to death and throw you into a burning trash can, and then hire a team of safe, intelligent robot coffin bearers to dance on your grave. That's hard to say. It's not me who has feelings for her. It's the boss. Josephine moved the pen from Rick's hand after she realized what was going on, and pointed at Augustus next to her. I saw the boss staring at Terra Bennett's photo for a long time. In addition to coveting Terra's beauty, he must also be after your Bennett family's assets. The Bennett Group is the owner of the largest shipyard in Tarsonis, controlling shipbuilding, port construction and operation, and all businesses related to interstellar routes. If we take control of the Bennett family, Corhol will immediately have a fleet. Is that true? Rick looked at Augustus. I do hope to get the support of the Bennett family, but I definitely don't want to unite the Minx family and the Bennett family through a political marriage. Augustus denied Josephine's statement. It would take too long, and the Bennett family is unlikely to agree, unless their leader, Arlo Bennett, still can't see the situation clearly. Augustus only analyzed the possibility of this statement with a very rational mind. It seemed that if the marriage with Terra was indeed feasible, and the benefits were far greater than the risks, he would do it without hesitation. Rick, you are also one of the heirs of the Bennett family. I would rather you lead this family, and lead them to a bright future. That's impossible. Rick was silent for a while, shook his head and said, My sister is much better than me. Compared to this, it is more likely that you will succeed in marrying my sister. What are you talking about? Lisa, who was gradually speeding up, caught up with him, and Josephine immediately retreated in anger. At this moment, Augustus' personal terminal suddenly began to vibrate. When he opened it, it turned out to be from an unknown terminal, the Tarsoni's public telephone booth. Damn it, Mengsk. You have to find someone to save me quickly. The caller was Tychus. Where are you? Augustus asked. How many people and guns are there on the other side? Did you not pay? Telephone booth 4. Luther's Cross Alley. Slum number 11. Tychus said into the phone. Just because I owe a little money, they want to dissect me alive and sell my organs. Mengsk, you must come to save me. Tychus's voice stopped abruptly. Augustus, did you hire someone to deal with that bastard Finley? Raynor also heard. I don't think you can do such a thing. I'm not that bored. Augustus spread his hands. Shall we go find Tychus now? Rick asked Augustus. No. We don't have power armor and guns. Augustus said. Wait for me to call the police. He thought for a while and said. It's not far from the police station. We can take a car directly there. Chapter 107 Tarsoni's Slums. I don't like this place. It reminds me of the time when I lived here as a gangster running goods for the gang. My brothers and I who were fatherless or suffering from domestic violence were like a group of rats in a stinking ditch with their fur wet by dirty water, covered with oil stains that reflected colorful spots under the neon lights. before following several search teams composed of Tarsones police into the largest slum in Tarsones City. Tarsones Federal Marine Corps. The active duty Grenadier First Class Sander Max, who had lived in this slum for 18 years, said this to his superior Augustus. The city of Tarsones is the most magnificent and vast city in the entire Terran Federation. The city is located on a vast plain between the continuous mountains of the only main continent of Tarsones and the largest inland sea. The hexagonal outer wall of the city is still clearly visible even in low Earth orbit. Outside the city are huge industrial areas and cities one after another covering the surface of the planet. In the territory of the Terran Federation, the city of Tarsones is a place where ambitious people and the darlings of the times gain fame and wealth. Future politicians, galaxy businessmen and technological geniuses can all have a place in this prosperous world. In contrast, the number of people living in its huge slums is even greater than that of immigrants in the Serra galaxy. Augustus had seen slums before. In Stilling, slums were areas that had not been included in the city's development plan. The shabby urban areas there were the product of a series of problems such as the city's rapid development and the huge gap between the rich and the poor. It was like a large area of low-rise old urban areas and illegal buildings between the magnificent glass buildings. Just like an ugly scar in Mercury. The poorest people in car for stealing live there. But the slums of Tarsones are underground in the entire city. The Sky Tower complex of the Creation family is in the center of Tarsones, which is the most prosperous area of the city and the starting point and end point of the entire continent's transportation network. And between the central city and the suburbs are countless skyscrapers, like mountains upon mountains. Under these seemingly prosperous scenes are dark alleys called stinking ditches. The skyscrapers stood on a foundation reinforced with reinforced concrete and steel frames. There were only a few dense and winding alleys for pedestrians to pass between the buildings, and the highways were thousands of feet in the air. On both sides of these alleys were steel walls that seemed to extend infinitely upwards. There were locked steel doors and windows sealed with water on the walls. Only the glass windows above the head with rising fog and emitting light showed that Augustus and the dozens of Tarsones Police Department TPF around him, who were armed with electromagnetic pistols and shotguns, were in the city. The invisible floors that seemed to reach the sky blocked the sunlight that should fall on the ground. So these lowest alleys never see the sun all year round. Rainwater that is difficult to evaporate. Poor ventilation and sewers under the alleys make this place as humid as a tropical rain forest. And the air is filled with the smell of urine and indescribable stench. Rodents and giant native slugs crawl in dark corners. And the sound of fans in the air conditioning system on the upper floors is mixed with the creaking sound of rusty metal plates shaking. At the end of the alley is another passage that is either narrower or much wider. But no matter which direction you go, you can't get out of this maze world under countless high-rise buildings. No one has counted how many alleys there are. But it is certain that there are at least thousands of dark and damp black alleys in Tarsones City. This environment may be the worst and most unbearable in all the cities in the Terran Federation. Viruses breed in the damp and warm darkness. And plague and death peek at everything in the shadows. However, countless poor people live in these alleys, including thugs who have been driven out of their homes, homeless hooligans, unemployed vagrants, desperate gamblers, drug addicts and poor people who work in what are considered the most menial jobs. They live in the wider alleys, in sloping houses built on vertical steel walls. People in the slums have no balconies, and can only use microwaves to dry clothes. But even such dry clothes are quickly soaked by humid water vapor. There is a lack of light sources here, so residents in the slums use cheaper, but extremely dazzling neon lights to illuminate the dim world. These neon lights and the lights in residents' homes are powered by cables that they've privately installed and exposed on the edge of the alley walls. The electric sparks that often flicker in the darkness can be seen. Mr. Augustus, we will be off work in an hour, and the search may have to wait until tomorrow. A sergeant of the Tarsones Police Department next to Augustus said, I am really worried about Mr. Finley. In the dark night of the slums, the crime, chaos and violence seem to come from another backward and barbaric world. Not Tarsones, which is famous for technology and progress. You know, it's almost impossible to track down the thugs in the slums. There's no one here to manage this place. Even the police station only sends out patrol boats for regular patrols. I'll increase the money, Augustus said. It's not about money. The sheriff adjusted his crooked hat brim and slowly lit a cigarette. Double the money, and let your chief send out better police officers and detectives from upper residential areas. Augustus looked at the colorful graffiti on the wall through the purple-red neon lights in the alley. A police officer told him that there was a larger residential community in front of this alley. Augustus knew that the Tarsones Police Department had long been eroded by corruption like a rotten board. With creeping pests and bugs everywhere, there were no shortage of capable police officers. But on this basis, there were very few police officers who were honest and did not accept bribes, protection fees from residents, or extort civilians. The salary of most police officers was enough for them to live in this prosperous metropolis. But in this materialistic, fame-seeking and impetuous false prosperity, even the police wanted to get more benefits. The police in downtown areas are unable to recruit enough people and are left to idle thugs, while the good police in the wealthy areas only care about the interests of the financial sponsors who pay them extra salaries. In such a perfunctory system that does not give benefits and bribes, most cases of middle-class and ordinary federal citizens are often delayed for months because no one takes them. And finally nothing is done. And trivial matters such as robbery, theft and malicious injury are even less worth the time of the police officers. Unless the victim is a powerful noble. Even if he is a wealthy businessman, he can't invite these gentlemen if he doesn't want to pay. It just so happens that we have to work overtime today. Mr. Augustus. The sheriff took a deep puff of his cigarette. My detective just found some clues. Someone can prove that Tychus Finley, the big guy in the photo, stepped into Rhett's bar at 7:52 last night, and then rushed out of the bar naked this afternoon. He was naked, and he knocked down two mighty and tall gangsters with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. The sheriff said. Chapter 108 You owe me Tychus. The residential community where Rhett's father's bar is located is actually a block consisting of countless narrow streets that stretch for more than 10 miles. On both sides of the block are simple residential houses in the slums or shops that resell scraps, as well as various shops selling drugs with various strange side effects and obsolete technology products. Among those simple houses, there are also strip clubs that can only be decorated with countless neon billboards or high-end bars that sell almost all kinds of banned drugs, including drugs. As soon as Augustus entered the block, he was almost blinded by the thousands of neon signs that were emitting dazzling and colorful lights. There was almost no distinction between day and night in the slums of Tarsones. So the lights here had never been turned off since the establishment of this block. The overly dazzling blue, purple and red light pollution made Augustus and others very uncomfortable. There were only a few pedestrians on the streets that were only a few dozen feet wide. Most of them were homeless people without jobs, or gangsters, or thugs with colorful hair and beautiful tattoos on their arms. The overly dazzling light, pungent smell, and strong smell of alcohol were the first impressions that this world left on Augustus. There are countless people of the lower class living here, who could only do jobs such as cleaning sewers and cleaning high-altitude windows on high floors at a lower price instead of robots for a meager salary. And those born villains are engaged in all industries that they think can make money. And these industries are all related to crime without exception. As soon as they saw the police in the uniforms of the Tarsones police, these people in the lower world and the vicious villains fled in all directions. And only a few people in long-sleeved jackets and trousers were watching them from a distance. Each block has a gang that dominates all slum residents. They collect protection fees from residents at fixed times and use all kinds of despicable and vicious methods to persecute those who can't pay. Augustus and the sheriff walked in the front, followed by armed police officers. Most of the police officers only held P220 electromagnetic pistols. But unless the gang leaders in the slums wanted to force the police station to mobilize elite police officers to clean up the block, they would not dare to blatantly attack so many police officers. The ground here is always wet. A UNN News broadcast robot the size of a football is walking slowly on the street. It locks onto the largest crowd and soon arrives in front of Augustus. The news video above its head reads, Angus Minsk. Beware of the resurgence of terrorism in Cornwall 4. The sheriff kicked the news broadcast robot away casually. The robot with 2 antennas and 1 wheel immediately raised the volume of the broadcast speaker and turned several circles in place. You have harmed a legally protected intelligent robot without reason. I will contact the Tarsones Police Department. Go kid. The sheriff kicked it further away. Remember to bring your mother. Augustus stood at the door of Dad Rhett's bar and looked around. The dozen or so stacked billboards had all kinds of glowing English letters, and even words like rooms for rent. It seemed that as long as they could glow, these slum residents would not give up easily. The police rushed into the bar, shouting and expelling or beating innocent guests who were drinking outside the bar's front desk. Until Rhett, the owner of the bar, walked out of a dark but closed compartment filled with excited screams. Old Rhett's left arm has been replaced with a grasping mechanical arm, and the right foot hidden under his trousers has also been modified in the same way. Such body modifications are as common as tattoos and earrings on bad boys in Tarsonis, especially in the chaotic slums. This is not only because many people in the slums are missing limbs due to fierce conflicts and various dangerous jobs. Many people voluntarily replace their limbs to make them invulnerable. At present, this transformation technology is not very mature. The transformations that the slum dwellers can accept are quite primitive due to the limitations of science and technology. Not only do they need to frequently replace parts, but they are also far less flexible than their original arms and legs. They can only simply assist their lives. The slums of Tarsonis City may be the most chaotic and disorderly corner of the universe. In order to survive, the people here will use biological or chemical agents that are likely to have side effects to make themselves win in the fierce gang fights. These side effects include, but are not limited to, growing some extra soft tissues, teeth or tentacles. Sheriff Anson, I have already handed it over this month. Shut up, you dirty human trafficker. Butcher. Anson stopped Rhett and angrily said, I swear on the sacred duty of a policeman, I must send you to prison. You actually detained Mr. Tychus Finley, a law-abiding federal citizen, for no reason, and disregarded the law and justice. Tychus Finley? I have an impression of this person. Red was still a little confused and panicked, but he smiled knowingly when he heard what the sheriff said. He owes 14 girls what they deserve. As their protector, I should use all reasonable means to get the money. I don't believe what you say. Without waiting for the sheriff to speak, Augustus walked to Red's side. He just looked at him calmly and stood with his hands behind his back. I want to see Finley now. Did you hear me? If you heard me, then do it. Red hesitated for a moment, but still did it. Augustus gave him the feeling that he was far from being a rich young man who was not very experienced in the world. Red's current status in the slums was not achieved by simple bravery and ruthlessness. Soon, Tychus, who was tied up with a thin rope in a tortoiseshell style, walked out surrounded by several big men. Tychus was still naked at this time, without even a pair of underwear, so this way of tying him up seemed a bit philosophical. Lisa immediately covered Augustus' eyes, while the other demons of heaven laughed. Mengsk, you are such a good person. I knew I could trust you. Then Tychus asked the people around him to untie him in an extremely proud and almost bullying tone. Untie me quickly, you useless lackeys. Red seemed not ready to mention the dead again, and he ordered his men to release Tychus, because if they really confronted each other, Tychus would definitely believe that he didn't owe any money at all, and Augustus and the police behind him would not help him. At this time, a woman with a charming smile came out, threw a pair of underwear to Tychus, and praised his superb skills and amazing physical strength. Sheriff, please tell this guy how much I spent to get him out today. Augustus moved Lisa's hand away and looked at Tychus, who was calmly putting on his underwear. Remember this money? Finley, this is what you owe me. Chapter 109, Warfield's Promise. Augustus stayed in Tarsonis for about a week, and the city left a deep impression on him. The great and magnificent Tarsonis is the center of the Terran Federation. Countless shining towers and continuous industrial areas have permanently changed the appearance of most of the planet's crust. In a few dozen centuries, perhaps the Tarsonis people will flatten the mountains and fill the oceans, and nature will be completely conquered by humans. The stars will one day become the garden of this race, and the Milky Way is just a path in it. Tarsonis is a prosperous economic and industrial center, where the most cutting-edge new technologies are used. People with talent or skill have the opportunity to soar to the sky in the dreamlike world of technology, but they may also lose everything in an instant. This is the cradle of Terran human civilization and the original birthplace. The power of Tarsonis alone is enough to crush Korhal 4. Even if all the colonies of the Federation unite to oppose it, they must launch a full-scale war across the Copperloo sector, with countless sacrifices. However, amidst the prosperity, the economic and technological boom, there are countless poor people. The extreme imbalance between the rich and the poor has created an unbridgeable rift between classes. Corruption and favoritism have permeated all departments and subordinate agencies of the federal government. The privileges enjoyed by the nobles have made them superior to the country and the secular world. Being away from their people for too long has made them arrogant and indifferent. And those in power are afraid of innovation because they are the ones who need to be innovated. This world must change. On January 22nd, Augustus and his men boarded the interstellar spaceship back to Mainhof. And on the evening of the 25th, they safely returned to the battlecruiser Iron Justice, which was in orbit around the planet. In the captain's room of Iron Justice, Augustus met his old boss, Lieutenant Colonel Horace Warfield, who had not been seen for many days. The other party asked him to see him immediately. "You stayed in Tarsones longer than those people expected. They asked me why you stayed for an extra 5 days." Warfield was a minimalist. He would never decorate his barracks like a king's palace, like some noble generals. His captain's room only had an ordinary camp bed and a few cabinets. Who are they? Due to the fatigue brought by the time and space travel, Augustus was looking for a soft sofa in Warfield's captain's room, which was spacious compared to ordinary passengers. But he only found a few angular stools. But he didn't care much. Not us. The Marines don't care what you did in Tarsones. It's the Terran FBI. The agents are on you. Warfield was originally going to take a transport ship to Mainhof Marines and Fleet High Command, so he was wearing an officer's uniform. This doesn't surprise me. And there may be more than one agency watching my every move. But maybe even if I go to buy a skirt, they will think about my intentions and be anxious because they can't figure out the purpose of doing so. Like a monkey with a fire on his butt. Augustus moved a stool and sat down. "They are so nervous only because your last name is Mengsk." Warfield nodded in agreement. "I didn't know much about what happened on Korhal 4. But now I begin to understand why you and Arcturus chose to leave in a hurry. But what did you do in Tarsones?" "Nothing. Just dancing with the ladies and their daughters. And visiting some leaders of the Tarsones creation family. In the last few days, I gave speeches at several universities in Tarsones, telling the students there that they should cherish the hard-won peace, safeguard the Federation that gives them all rights, and fulfill the obligations of every federal citizen." Augustus replied. "It's a cliché. You know, I have to take the organizer's manuscript to be allowed to go on stage." What surprised me was that there were indeed some progressives among those students. They had great ambitions, and were dissatisfied with the incompetence and corruption of the federal government. During his time in Tarsones, Augustus met the leaders of 3 creation families, including the Terra family, the Hot family, and the Brubaker family, and visited the sky towers of the other 4 creation families and the industrial factories under their family groups as an invited guest. Without exception, these 7 creation families had no ill feelings towards the Mengsk family or Augustus himself, and either wanted to seek more benefits from Korhal 4. During this period, the creation families did not expect that Korhal would have a more serious rebellion or even a war. The other 12 founding families, including the Bennett family, coldly shut Augustus out and refused to contact anyone from the Mengsk family, even though Augustus's public remarks showed that he extremely hated his father Angus's ideas and brought Korhal 4's desire for peace. These founding families had different attitudes, and their views on the Korhal Mengsk family and their judgments on the situation and their positions were different. For example, the Hoth family, as the least experienced of the founding families, seemed to be more willing to see some changes in the stagnant Tarsones, where the distribution of power had been fixed and saturated. After these days of personal contact and the intelligence provided by the Umoyan agent, Augustus has roughly understood which families are likely to win support. As for the members and senior officials in the Tarsones Federation Parliament, Augustus wisely did not contact the cunning and fickle politicians. "Yes, such words should be said by a hero like you." Warfield said, "You are Angus's son. But your words are completely opposite to his. This is what they want. This is what I want." Augustus stood up from the stool again and looked at the black space through an open observation window in the captain's room. "They asked me what I thought of my father, and I said he was a madman. They asked me if I was a staunch patriot, and I often had tears in my eyes, saying that I loved the pure land under my feet." "Maybe you have the potential to become a politician." Warfield laughed. "Actually, I am not very suitable to be a politician." Augustus said, "I think Arcturus is a natural politician, although he may not notice it." "I can't see that." At this time, Warfield suddenly remembered something. "I have to tell you one more thing. Your application for retirement has been approved. Where are you going next?" "First go to Umoyan, and then return to Korra." Augustus replied, "Some of my subordinates also want to retire in the near future. So many people retiring at the same time may cause some trouble. I beg you to help me again." "Okay. No problem." Warfield came over and patted Augustus on the shoulder and said, "If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me." Chapter 110 Umoyan. Umoyan is the purest corner of the human world in the copperless sector. Just like the bright dimples of a young girl when she smiles. This beautiful planet has a romantic orange sky and fresh air filled with fragrance. The city built of white steel and glass stands between the vast plains and winding rivers. On the vast grasslands are the pastures of Umoyan shepherds and their cows and sheep strolling leisurely. The manor villa of the Pasteur family is a large area of silver buildings with a symmetrical and harmonious layout. These magnificent and symmetrical buildings are made of white steel and bronze with wide glass windows. In the sun, they look like clusters of glittering bright silver and regular crystals. In front of the manor villa is a fenced garden with a wide variety of green vegetation. The slightly raised trellises are covered with verdant vines, and the vines are full of berries and raspberries unique to Umoyan. The gardener robot takes care of the owner's beloved garden day and night, watering the flowers and mowing the lawn, selecting and changing the types of garden vegetation to keep it evergreen all year round, and flowers still bloom in the cold winter. There is a winding river in the lush garden, with clear water flowing slowly, and soft lawns trimmed on both sides. Augustus's aircraft landed on the heat-resistant ceramic landing platform of the private helipad at Pasteur Manor. The faint fragrance in the air made him think he was in a garden world for a while, which shows that the people of Umoyan have protected the environment of their homeland quite well during the hundreds of years of rapid development. Umoyan's white steel city and manor with pale blue lights coexist harmoniously with nature, complementing each other and setting off each other. After the aircraft came to a stop, Augustus shook hands with the pilot in the main driving seat and said goodbye before jumping off. This aircraft and the pilot belonged to the Umoyan National Defense Army, so he didn't have to worry about his whereabouts being exposed. Others only knew that he was on a galaxy shuttle bound for Korhal. The sun was shining brightly at this time. It was morning in Umoyan, and Augustus was looking at the beautiful orange sky above his head. The faint scent of flowers reminded him that he was in an alien world. Outside the small helipad is the Pasteur family's lush, blooming garden, and in the manor is a robot gardener with a white metal shell. This is a world with highly developed technology, and emerging technology can be seen in every aspect of life in Umoyan. Since only a few people, including Alan Pasteur, knew about Augustus's arrival, no one was waiting on the helipad to greet him. In addition to coming to see his family in Umoyan, Augustus' main purpose was to visit the headquarters of the Umoyan National Defense Army. After obtaining the conscription permission from the elected parliament of Umoyan, Augustus is also preparing to recruit a large number of volunteers on this planet. Alan Pasteur is not in his manor today. He spends most of the year in Car, Umoyan Parliament, or on the road between the two. Augustus walked through the garden and into the Pasteur mansion under the guidance of a hurried butler. This is a building trimmed with white steel and marble, with wide bronze frames forming the doors and windows, and gradient-colored glass on the round arch. Umoyan's architecture emphasizes symmetry and harmony. This is a beautiful and peaceful world, and the cultural customs and architectural style are also very different from the desolate world like Mainhof. Under the guidance of the butler, Augustus walked through the corridors with large glass windows to let in sunlight and entered the living room of the Pasteur mansion. He noticed that the furnishings of the Pasteur family were completely different from the luxury of the nobles of Tarsones. But every piece of wooden furniture or window was a finely crafted work of art. When Augustus walked into a room with hardwood floors in the Pasteur villa, he heard a scream of joy. Dorothy, wearing a black and white plaid dress, ran towards her brother, while her mother Catherine and a blonde woman who had her hair tied up in a bun sat on a long sofa, peeling fruit with a knife. He immediately realized that it was Juliana Pasteur, the current mistress of the Pasteur manor, the only daughter of Umoyan diplomat Aline Pasteur, and the mother of Valerian, son of Arcturus. It must be said that Juliana was quite charming. She was wearing a homely white dress, and her figure was still as slender as a girl. It was obvious that Catherine liked Juliana very much. They were very similar. Both had the elegance of an aristocrat and the demeanor of a hostess, and were proficient in etiquette, cooking, gardening, history, geography, and all the skills that people thought a noble lady should master. Catherine was a very strong woman, and Augustus believed that Juliana would not be weak and bullied. Before he could greet her, Augustus' eyelids suddenly twitched. He noticed that next to his mother Catherine, there was a little girl wearing a white dress and golden ponytails. This little girl had smooth and warm skin as white as milk and shining golden hair. Her big cold gray eyes, the same as Augustus, confirmed her Minx family ancestry, which made Augustus almost utter a painful groan. Compared to Augustus when he was a child, Valerian's facial features are softer. Even from the perspective of Augustus as an uncle, he felt that the child was a little too feminine. His father Arcturus's face should be colder and harder, as if it was cut by a knife or an axe. Maybe Valerian was a relatively weak child, so Augustus didn't feel anything wrong. This is normal. After all, men like little skirts. Augustus, you should have told me in advance that you were back, Mother Catherine complained in a happy tone. This is dangerous. I can't communicate with you anymore because it might expose your position. Augustus walked towards his mother. He felt Juliana move a little uncomfortably and straightened her skirt. It's nice to meet you, Augustus of the Minx family, Juliana said to Augustus. Me too, Juliana. I apologize to you for my stupid brother. Augustus showed his signature smile. He didn't know that he and the 18-year-old Arcturus smiled so much that it made Juliana's heart beat. Who is this? Is it Dad? At this time, little Valerian smiled happily. He had never seen his father, but only saw Arcturus's photo when he was 20 years old. Like many children, Valerian admired his father whom he had never met and looked forward to meeting him day and night. This is your uncle, Catherine said to Valerian with a smile. Chapter 111 The Destiny of the Minx Family. 2 pieces of fragrant wood burned in the fireplace in the room. A special fragrance calmed Augustus's tired heart from the interstellar travel. The temperature and air conditioning system made the place warm and comfortable. I can't stay here for a few days. Not too long. After a while, maybe a week later, I will return to Corhole. Augustus sat next to his mother, while Valerian was curiously observing his uncle. He was a very well-behaved child, far less naughty than his father and uncle when they were young. You have to be careful of the enemies who hate the Minx family. The old nobles, the senators and agents in the Palatine Council, who are trying their best to maintain the federal rule. Catherine said worriedly. They can assassinate you and your father in many ways. Councillor Toronto was sniped by a killer while giving a speech outdoors. They have countless ways to kill a person. Don't worry, Mother. They dare not kill a councillor in public. Even though he was unsure about this, Augustus still comforted his mother. We will not die. Every Minx is a man of destiny, and leading the Corhole is our mission. Catherine smiled and stopped expressing her worries. She waved to Valerian, who immediately threw himself happily into his grandmother's arms. Valerian is already 7 years old, but he still hasn't seen his father. Catherine looked at her grandson with love. We can't contact Arcturus. It's as if he's missing. Mom, why do you put a skirt on him? I think it's not good for a child's physical and mental growth. Valerian, Augustus whispered to his mother. You also wore it when you were a child, Catherine reminded Augustus. I think it looks great. Other ladies envy me for having 2 beautiful daughters. Augustus was speechless, but he did only wear skirts when he was a child. Yes, brother. The eldest son of the Duquan family swore in front of the descendants of the Carr creation family that he would marry you when he was a child. Dorothy suddenly appeared and added a stab. So I beat him up later. Augustus recalled his embarrassing high school experience. Du Quinn, that beast, actually said that it was the same to wear women's clothes. And he didn't care about my gender. Okay, let's not talk about it. Mom, please don't mention it again. Augustus focused all his attention on his young nephew and expressed his love without reservation. Juliana, you will become the greatest mother in the world. Your name should be recorded in history books. The people of Carr and Umoyan love you because you gave birth to this child. He first distracted his mother and sister with a compliment that surprised Juliana. He is the continuation of my brother's life, and he has the blood of the Minx family flowing in his veins. I swear that I will protect this child, love him as if he were my own son, and treat him as if he were my own. Then Augustus looked into Valerian's shining cold gray eyes. When I first saw you, Valerian, I saw your infinite and brilliant future. Valerian, you will become a young man of outstanding appearance, brave and upright, willing to fight to protect your people, just as all Minx have done before. You will not be corrupted by the admiration of boys and girls, nor corrupted by the ambition of flatterers. Valerian, you will become a hero one day. Augustus' words deeply touched the young Valerian, and he looked at his uncle with wide eyes. Hero? Like my father? Yes, like your father. Augustus hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Uncle, My mother said that my father is a hero. He is a soldier. And now he is fighting aliens in the universe to protect others. Valerian said to Augustus excitedly. No. He is not a soldier now. Augustus said. Huh? Valerian tilted his head. And Augustus had to admit that his nephew with twin ponytails was indeed cute. He is no longer a soldier. Why don't you come back to live with me and my mother? Because? Augustus glanced at Juliana and thought about his words. Because your father has other great things to do. He still has to conquer a starry sky. So, he is adventuring in the universe. My father is a brave adventurer. Valerian's beautiful cold gray eyes sparkled even more. Yes, he is an adventurer. Augustus smiled and said, your father is busy with his great cause. So he can't get away. But he will come back to you one day. Although Augustus knew very well in his heart that people like Arcturus would never be bound by family. His restless heart might never calm down and stop for his family. Husband and father's duties. If I become an adventurer, I can go find him. Valerian said. What do you want to do in the future? Augustus' eyes lit up. And he saw some shadows of Arcturus and his nephew. I like the starry sky. I am determined to take risks and go to another world to find aliens. But I am not going to defeat them. I am going to make friends. Valerian said, I will dig up the remains of aliens and look for mysterious palaces. The mysterious starry sky is worth exploring. Augustus was surprised that Valerian actually knew these things. Valerian liked to look up at the stars since he was a child. At the same time, some magazines in Umoyan that published mysterious alien ruins also had a great influence on him. Juliana explained, those mysterious palaces that look like giant ribs. Crystals in huge niches in the palaces and beautiful but undecipherable texts. As well as cities lying under the polar oceans. And only ruins left on the desert planets. Little Valerian is determined to find the remains of these alien civilizations, and firmly believes that aliens are real, and that humans can find a way to live in harmony with them. I think that's right. Augustus looked at Valerian and said, but if you want to be an adventurer like your father, you must become strong and knowledgeable. Children of the Minsk family have already started practicing swordsmanship and ancient combat at this age. You have to learn a lot of things, including economics, politics and literature. Augustus said, in the morning, you will spend the morning with the most learned elders, cultivating your sentiments with books and poetry. In the afternoon, you will stay with the soldiers, learn to use swords and guns, and learn to gather those who trust you together to become your spear and shield. Augustus had high expectations for his nephew. But I just want to see aliens. Valerian was tangled. I like reading, not swords. Well, what kind of person you want to be depends on your own choice. Augustus thought of his father Angus, and was determined not to force Valerian to follow the path planned for him by his elders. Chapter 112 Valerian's Hero Uncle. Garden. Villa Pasteur. The garden of Villa Pasteur is planted with more than 1,000 alien plants. It is a beautiful world with birds singing and flowers blooming. Fresh air and beautiful environment. The average life expectancy of the Umoyan people is much higher than that of the Tyranids and Comorians. Thanks to the overall full protection of the environment and advanced medical technology. During the few days that Augustus stayed in Villa Pasteur, he felt more and more the positive impact of the beautiful environment of Umoyan on people's body, mind and health. Compared to Tarsones or Coral 4, Umojan was not a garden world suitable for human habitation at the beginning. Extremely bad weather invaded human homes from time to time, making the land resources of this planet extremely scarce. This has been significantly improved with the advancement of technology and breakthroughs in anti-gravity technology. I'm sorry, Uncle. Valerian, who was only 7 years old, panted. His forehead was full of sweat. He was wearing a white training suit, a black belt around his waist, and a small wooden sword in his trembling hands. At this time, Valerian was very thin. He was so thin that he could be called skinny. There was not much muscle in his hands and legs. He looked as delicate as a little girl. Valerian's skin was as white and tender as tofu, or condensed milk in water. His feminine face was flushed due to the intense exercise. Augustus saw his own shadow in Valerian, not his father Arcturus, who was good at jumping and chasing the butler since he was a child. Hold your sword again, little Wah. This is your own choice. You are determined to follow in the footsteps of your fathers. So before that, you should exercise your body to be strong. Augustus called his nephew by his nickname, and sometimes Catherine would call him by Augustus' nickname. When you come of age, The Copperless sector will usher in the most chaotic time in countless eras. You will fight against the enemies of mankind. You will travel between galaxies. You will fight side by side with your friends. And you will die for those you love, and those who love you. What should I do? Valerian held the wooden sword tightly in his hand, and looked into his uncle's cold gray eyes, that were almost identical to his own. Valerian admired this man. His uncle Augustus Mengs was a soldier, a brave and selfless warrior, and his ideals were beyond all the stars Valerian had seen in the night sky. Augustus let Valerian make his own choice, whether to continue to live a carefree life under the wings of his mother, or to work hard for his own dreams. It is too hasty, and even irresponsible to let such a young child make a decision about his life at this age. But Augustus firmly believes that his nephew is different. Exploring the starry sky is far less romantic than in the anthology of starry sky poetry. Whether it is the harsh natural environment of alien planets, wild beasts, or terrible and dangerous cosmic anomalies, an exploration fleet may become a metal wreckage floating in the universe. Adventurers need both a smart mind and the skills to fight against unknown enemies and dangers. Reality makes Valerian understand that he only has to protect his ability forever. Valerian likes and is fascinated by the mysterious knowledge of aliens, and his uncle tells him that sometimes alien relics and precious knowledge must be seized or defended by force. The real starry sky is cruel, and humans living in a corner just happen to live in a comfortable garden world. A true adventurer must be both a knowledgeable scholar and a brave warrior. Should I kill those aliens? Valerian knew that his uncle was one of the few people who truly believed in the existence of aliens. In the past, because of his mother's education, Valerian didn't even know what death or war meant. He only read books on history, geography, and literature, and thought that the starry sky was a beautiful, pure and fantasy world. We will seize the world through war. But remember that the means to achieve the goal are not just war. Augustus said, use your wisdom and agility. Make alliances with friends, and fight to the death with enemies. Augustus said, and swung the wooden sword in his hand to Valerian. The latter blocked the blow with a horizontal blocking posture after turning his wrist deftly, but the powerful force still knocked him to the ground. Valerian, with a flushed face, immediately showed a look of shame. You have done very well. Augustus put down the sword in his hand, helped Valerian up, and comforted him. You are very agile and can quickly master the skills of swordsmanship, just like your father. You have a strong talent. Now all you need is a strong body. But I can't do anything well. Valerian said, I couldn't even hold the wooden sword steadily at the beginning. I didn't run fast, and was out of breath after just a short distance. I was too much like a girl, so others looked down on me. I like reading books, so others think I am a nerd who only reads books. No, you are excellent. At this time, Augustus picked up Valerian and put him on his shoulders. Valerian was very light, so Augustus could hold him like a baby, as long as you are serious. You can do everything well. If you can't hold your sword or swing it powerfully, then swing the sword 10,000 times. If you run every day, you will get faster and faster. Reading is to enrich your knowledge and increase your wisdom. Augustus said gently. If anyone calls you a sissy or a girl, then beat them all down. Oh, but that's too rude. My grandmother and mother don't like me fighting with others. Valerian nodded, not quite understanding. What if it was my father who said that? Augustus was walking in the garden with Valerian on his back, and suddenly stopped and fell into deep thought. Maybe you are not his opponent now, but you can wait until you grow up. Until one day you can beat him down. Oh, in just a few days. Augustus has become Valerian's idol. This sometimes strict, and sometimes gentle elder almost meets the best imagination of little Valerian about his father. Augustus has high requirements for Valerian, but he never forces him to do something he doesn't like. Augustus is very patient. He will even stay by Valerian's side and play childish games with him. Take him through the beautiful countryside of Umoyan and the pastures with livestock, and stay with him all day. This period was the happiest time for Valerian, and he sincerely respected his uncle. Valerian didn't even look forward to seeing his father. The uncle and nephew kept talking and walking in the garden until noon. Just when they were about to return to Pasteur's mansion to have dinner, a Umoyan National Defense Army stationed there found Augustus. The words of the Umoyan soldier, who was wearing white power armor and emitting light blue light at the joints of the armor plates and on the helmet, made Augustus ecstatic. A Terran Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser had just crashed on a hot planet close to Umoyan due to a navigation system failure, and the National Defense Army was deploying ships to that planet. This was great news, because neither Carr nor Umoyan currently had the complete technology to build battlecruisers. Chapter 113 I Want to Call Her, Hyperion. When the gangway was lowered, the strong wind mixed with gravel hit the mask of Augustus' power armor head-on. This is a planet with an orange-yellow atmosphere and sandy soil. The endless strong wind never stops, permanently changing the topography of the planet. Augustus looked up and saw a huge, almost broken steel behemoth crawling in front of him. In the dim wind and sand, dozens of giant cranes and towers flashed red and green lights, and thousands of engineers and workers of the National Defense Army stood on the scaffolding erected on the bow, stern and side of the ship. An old behemoth-class battlecruiser, even among its brothers and sisters of the same level. She is not considered young. Alan Pastor, who had just returned to Umoyan, walked down the gangway of Augustus. He was wearing a heavy space environment suit instead of power armor, so his steps were slow. He was supported by another Umoyan National Defense Army soldier wearing white power armor. She appeared at the right time. Augustus said, "This is really a timely help. But she still needs repairs. And major repairs." Eileen looked at the busy workers and the wreckage of the battlecruiser less than a mile away from him and smiled. "Fortunately, we have the most outstanding engineers and the best workers in the entire Copperloo sector. She will soon be back in action. Of course, that's ours." At this time, a Umoyan chariot that was like an air-cushioned yacht and sped across the desert like a ship came from the direction of the battlecruiser and stopped next to Augustus and Eileen. A Umoyan National Defense Army lieutenant general in gray-white leather uniform walked down from it. Although the Umoyan National Defense Army was announced after the Kylian War, its predecessor, the Umoyan Militia, is actually a highly professional armed organization that obeys the Umoyan elected parliament. After the Terran Federation revealed its ambitions, the Umoyan Militia received far more military funding than ever before, and the development direction of cutting-edge technology also began to focus on military technology. "Senator Pastor, please forgive me. You must be taken into the security zone by a special person. This is top secret. The Terrans still don't know where the missing battlecruiser is gone." The Umoyan general had a serious expression, and he was particularly concerned about Augustus. "I know that if we are not careful, this will trigger a war." Eileen nodded. "This is likely to be the Terran Federation's excuse to declare war on Umoyan next. But the crash site is beyond the signal coverage of the Federation, and the Federal Parliament and the Fleet Command know nothing about it. By the time they investigate clearly, we have already cracked the construction technology of the battlecruiser." Eileen climbed into the car and sat in the back seat with the help of Augustus and the guards. After everyone was seated, a raised light tank shield not only isolated the wind and sand from the outside world, but also provided a good view. "General, your soldiers are very brave. I heard that you captured the battleship in less than 2 hours." When the tank started, he said a few words of praise. "In fact, it is better to say that the Federal soldiers in this battlecruiser surrendered quickly." The general was not happy with the compliment at first. One of our fleets received their distress signal. So this unexpected invasion did not evolve into a border dispute or an expulsion war, but became a humanitarian rescue operation. When our rescuers entered the battleship to search for the wounded and provide food and medical support to the isolated crew, we were warmly welcomed by many people. "This is the best result," Alan said happily. "I just got this exciting news and rushed back." The more exciting news is that there are several space construction engineering vehicles and arc tanks in the cargo hold of this battleship, and a squadron of CF/A-17G Wraith fighters in the launch bay. The general said as he walked, "These can all be put into use immediately." Augustus did not interrupt, but just listened quietly. As the Umoyan chariot drove towards the fallen battlecruiser, his heart became more and more excited. Even though many parts of the battleship's armor had been damaged when it fell from the synchronous orbit to the surface, the shocking cracks and fractures showed the trauma suffered by the battleship, and the light emitted by the welding torches in the hands of the workers and intelligent robots was visible. The closer Augustus got to the battlecruiser, the more he understood the greatness of the battleship. It was about 1/3 of a mile long and 20 stories high. It looked like a steel city standing in the wind and sand, and the Umoyan engineers were about to transport it back to the nearest National Defense Army dock. The tank stopped at the entrance of the battlecruiser's dock near the ground, and several Umoyan National Defense Army soldiers holding electromagnetic rifles were guarding the place. The power armor on the Umoyan National Defense Army was undoubtedly an imitation of the Federation CMC power armor. but its sophistication was far superior to the armor made by the Comorian Federation with armor plates. In Augustus's opinion, the performance of these armors was even better than CMC-300. Passing through the dim corridor inside the ship, Augustus and others came to the lower deck connected to the dock of the battleship, where about 100 Umoyan workers were repairing the deck and replacing cables and electronic equipment. We removed all the positioning devices and tracking transmitters, and rehired almost all the crew members of this battlecruiser, including the captain, engineers, technical soldiers, and jump engine technicians, and hired them as technical instructors or instructors at several times or even dozens of times the salary. The general looked at these people and said, Umoyan will soon have its own behemoth-class battlecruiser. Looking at the busy workers and the newly repaired control console, Eileen said excitedly, and, Augustus, you happen to need a battlecruiser as the flagship of your fleet. He looked at Augustus. I thought you would put this battlecruiser in the Umojan fleet. Augustus' eyes lit up. Carr needs a battlecruiser far more than we do, and the Protectorate is not as urgent. The technical difficulties associated with building this class of battleship will soon be overcome one by one, and then we will hand over the fully repaired Behemoth-class battlecruiser to Carr after some modifications and weapon upgrades using Protectorate technology. The General of the Protectorate added, This is a decision made by both the Parliament and the Protectorate, and it is a manifestation of Umojan's full support for the Carr Revolution. I swear I will remember your kindness. Augustus said solemnly, This battlecruiser will become a symbol of friendship between the people of Carr and Umojan. The old number and name can no longer be used. Before towing it back to the dock, you need to give the battleship a new name. Eileen smiled and said, You can take some time to think about it, and then tell me. I think the answer has already been found. Augustus smiled. I will call her Hyperion. Chapter 114 Umoyan National Defense Army. The city of Umoyan was built between lush forests. Electric high-speed trams passed through forests and rivers, connecting independent white steel buildings. The farmhouses in the countryside and the pastures on the grasslands are all in a lush green. In this vast world, people, nature and rare plants coexist in harmony. It was a morning in mid-February, in the city and countryside of Umoyan surrounded by green. When the sun just rose, people who gathered spontaneously walked out of their homes and onto the streets. Senior students left the classroom under the guidance of their teachers. People in the factory put down their tools, and someone in the office building turned up the volume of the loudspeaker to the maximum. Hundreds of people gradually gathered in the tall buildings and the open spaces of the parks. Shoulder to shoulder, many people waved the blue and white flag of Umoyan, with a pattern of two triangles and a circle painted on their faces. Umoyan and fellow compatriots of the Allied Autonomous Territories united under the same flag. The Comorian Union was defeated, and now, the only one who can still fight against the Terran Federation and its hegemony is Umoyan. In a room in the Pasteur Manor, Augustus held the young Valerian in his arms, and his family stood beside him. There was a huge holographic projection screen on the wall in front of them, and Umoyan Judgment Counselor and Foreign Minister Jorgensen was giving a speech. Umoyan and all the Umoyans on its relatively independent colonies were watching this channel at the same time. This was the first full mobilization of war within this independent regime, because the wise members of the Umoyan elected parliament all understood that when the Terran Federation annexed the Comorian Federation and all its mining unions, Umoyan would be the next target of the Terran people. Almost everyone believes that war is inevitable. At the beginning of the formation of the elected parliament, our ancestors were determined to govern the new world of mankind based on fairness and freedom, eliminate all corruption, and care about our people. For centuries, since our common ancestors boarded the colonial ship, our pursuit of freedom has never changed. Umoyan is not content with the world. He does not want to gain any respect from fear from his two brothers. Nor does he want to control or enslave others and get the pleasure of a tyrant, Jorgensen said seriously. However, since the founding family of the Terran Federation first proposed to establish a government that would unify Tarsones, Moria, and Umojan, the Terran people's ambitions for Umojan have been obvious. Everyone knows that the Umojan people hate war and try their best to avoid any possibility of war spreading to their homeland. We are more willing to uphold justice than to join in the fratricide between brothers. But no matter how much we try to escape, there is no way back. Umoyan is not vast. Our homeland is behind us. This is an order from the elected parliament of Umoyan. After 120 years, we will once again use the conscription and reserve system, because in order to safeguard the hard-won independence and freedom. The Umoyan National Defense Army is officially established from today. At this time, in multiple constantly changing shots, Umoyan people began to shout loudly, and many people began to cry under the influence of pessimism and patriotism to defend their homeland. At the same time, the recruitment office of the Umoyan National Defense Army was crowded with people. Is Umoyan going to join the war? Juliana's eyes were moist. The war will not affect Umoyan, because we will fight in Korhal. Augustus put his nephew Valerian down and looked into his beautiful big eyes. Valerian, I have too much to say to you. When I am not with you, you must be strong. When your father comes back, no matter how he belittles you and demands you harshly, don't hate him. Because war, hatred, human inner desires, complex nature, the illusory spider web that binds everything we call fate, will eventually turn us into the person we hate the most in our hearts. Are you leaving, Uncle? Valerian tried hard not to cry. Mom said you were going back to Korhal. We will meet again, after overthrowing the tyrant of Tarsones. Augustus said gently. I hope to see you become a real man, little Valerian. When you belong to the Minsk family, you will return to Korhal one day. Next, Augustus hugged his mother and sister again. Augustus neither believed in God nor thought piety had any value, but he still prayed for his family. Valerian looked at Augustus's gradually receding back and decided to follow in his uncle's footsteps. This scene was deeply imprinted in his heart. When Augustus walked out of the gate of the Pasteur mansion, he looked at the gray EP81 transport ship hovering in the air and suddenly laughed. 11 heavenly devils were waiting for him on the ground, while others were standing behind the open side panels of the transport ship, looking at Augustus. These soldiers no longer belonged to the Terran Federation Marines, so they all wore long gray-black windbreakers that symbolized heavenly devils, with long hoods with winged skulls, and the hems of the clothes fluttered in the wind raised by the transport ship's thrusters. We are here, Medical Soldier Lisa Cassidy said. I follow you as always, because you are Augustus Minsk. Lance Corporal Lundstein, Deputy Squad Leader of the Heavenly Devils First Squad, said. I am a fighter for freedom, shouted Grenadier Xander Max. Me too, Amy Brandon said. I can't kill the Comorians anymore. I'll be disappointed if I pile up their heads. But it doesn't matter who I kill, Rocket Soldier Connor Ward said. Anything is fine. Just don't let me drive the Vulture, Gurovsky said. Boss, don't look at me. I don't have anything to say, Josephine said. I just want to save money for milk powder. Augustus, I think this place is very suitable for retirement. Umojan is much better than Tarsones. Sniper Rick Kidd carried a Bosun sniper rifle that was as tall as a person. He bought the gun at a price 5 times higher than the market price. When I get tired, I will buy a manor here. I'm not doing this for you, Minsk. Tychus groaned and said, I'm doing this to pay off my debts. Boss, I brought a few good cards. Do you want to play cards? Honik's face was full of anticipation. I heard that the Revolutionary Army will have a flagship. It's called Hyperion. It's a good name. Renault only had an electromagnetic pistol. I like that kid. I want to be a captain. You can't disagree. I have obtained a pilot's license for a lightweight motorboat. My operation is fast and stable. Chapter 115 Pantyran National United Front. In March 2489. In the city of Korhal 4. The politicians in the city council, the financial tycoons in the Victoria district, and the nobles with status keenly sensed that the wind had changed. Ambitious people wanted to rise in the chaotic world, while those nobles and wealthy businessmen who cherished their lives just wanted to escape to their private estates far away from Korhal. People who claimed to be the Korhal Independence Party appeared in various squares, parks, stadiums, rail train stations, and all public places and streets in towns and villages in the city. Their political demands received widespread support from the people, and the support of some politicians and new nobles led by Korhal Senator Angus Minsk. The revolutionaries spontaneously formed a militia organization whose numbers and strength expanded rapidly in a very short period of time. They recruited people from all walks of life and all classes, including all passionate young people and people with lofty ideals. This organization also recruited gang members with underworld characteristics. It seemed that overnight, these revolutionaries were everywhere and gave speeches in public. Pamphlets with dozens of political ideals were openly distributed to everyone, saying that the Great Car should be independent and the sacred rights that originally belonged to the people should be returned to everyone. Chaos ensued, and the revolutionaries began to break into the speeches of some congressmen who disagreed with Angus's political views, using rotten eggs, tomatoes, or noise to embarrass the speakers and force them to step down. A few days ago, there was even news that a congressman had several ribs broken by angry unknown people. The IA holographic projection screens in many skyscrapers and commercial centers were playing the scene of Angus Minsk's fist-pumping speech, and even the UNN branch building in Stilling began to report Angus's speech. Augustus, who was drinking strong coffee and signing documents in the underground headquarters of the Car Revolutionary Army, was the mastermind behind all this. After working for days, Augustus only slept 4 hours a day, and his dark eye bags and pale face made him look a little haggard. It was the morning of March 18th. After working all night, Augustus suddenly put down his pen and lay on the back of his office chair for a while. When Augustus woke up again, Lisa Cassidy was standing behind him, massaging his shoulders, and her long ginger hair made his nose itchy. Let Yared write a few more manuscripts reaffirming the significance of Korhal 4's independence. Our bottom line is to make this planet a permanent dominion and a neutral country that will never participate in war. Tell UNN's Deputy Editor-in-Chief, Chopink, that he needs to rewrite a speech analyzing the superiority of the democratic system. Augustus continued. Where is Jim now? Jim is in the Southern Hemisphere's seaport city of New Amsterdam, receiving training from the instructors of the Umojan National Defense Army. You sent him there the day before yesterday. And Tychus followed because he heard there was money to be made there. Lisa replied. I thought it was yesterday. Augustus thought about it seriously. Jim wants to drive a big ship. I agree with that. But he can't figure out what the numerous indicator buttons and signals on the battlecruiser mean. The captain doesn't have to be able to drive a battleship. But I think Jim should learn it. He is very smart and can learn many things almost as soon as he gets started. But I don't want him to be a half-baked person forever. Jim is very happy because you also gave him the command of the newly formed Ranger Squadron. Most of the soldiers in this Air Force squadron are foreign soldiers. And the most of them are from Marsala and Shiloh. Lisa said. Yes. I named this squadron, Augustus said, because I have too few reliable people. It is not a long-term solution to hand over the troops to the command of Umojan officers. And it is too hasty to promote the commander from the grassroots. Many people find it unconvincing to let a corporal serve as the commander of a fleet. But this is already a tall man among short men. They will understand one day that the corporals of Korhal are not ordinary. As for Tychus, forget it. I don't expect him to play any role. I'll be thankful if he doesn't cause me any trouble. Augustus felt desperate when he thought of Tychus. This man was not a revolutionary at all. And he didn't want to take the trouble to command an army. Perhaps the only thing Tychus wanted to do was to eat, drink and have fun. Apart from that, only partying with the enemy could arouse his little passion. Lundstein officially took office as the commander of the 1st Division of the Stealing Revolutionary Army. Rick rushed to the headquarters of the 2nd Division today. Honeck obtained the command of the temporary fire bat 1st Regiment by beating up all those who disobeyed him. Xander's 3rd Division is gathering in East Greenland, the largest island on the west coast. Connor is supervising the construction progress of the land missile base southeast of Stealing. Lisa reported to Augustus one by one. The money we got from Mainhof was used to form the 1st Goliath mecha unit. Of course, even the training aircraft we have now are only 2 from the Tullises gang. Currently, the nominal commander of this unit is Rory Swan. Everything is on track. Augustus nodded and said, they are not commanders who graduated from military academies. And some of them have never even commanded others. But compared to those who are just full of enthusiasm, Jim and his men have at least seen real wars. In time, they will be able to stand on their own. What else? Augustus rubbed his aching head. Oh, and there is also the matter of reorganizing the political party. The new party name is the Pan-Terran National United Front. Our ultimate goal is to unite all broad, and racially defined Terran people, including the Tisonis, to form an allied republic. And the current task is to lead the revolution with the party and party members with common ideas and pursuits as the core to gain the independence of Korhal and overthrow the brutal rule of the federal government. The new party should be led by professional revolutionaries, have a strict organizational structure and discipline, and establish an equally strict qualification review and traitor elimination organization. We only recruit those with advanced ideas, and only take these people as the core. I have already written the new party program and party constitution. Contact the paper physical book publisher and asked them to immediately publish the works of the Progressive Revolutionary Party members Mark and others, such as What is Our Mission? What is the Friend of the People? The biography of Angus Minsk. On democracy and Ka. Okay. I will contact the propaganda department and the independent party member committee immediately, Lisa said, and prepared to leave. Wait. When Lisa was about to leave, Augustus stopped her. Let them step up the propaganda offensive. The April of the Revolution is coming. Chapter 116 Independence Day. On April 1st, 2489. It was a sunny day in Carrefour Sterling. It was not a good day. But revolutions are not about good days. The marble road from the battlefield plain to the Palatine Council Hall is called the Councilor's Walk. Augustus' ancestors walked along this road in heavy red robes to the place of justice and rationality. At that time, the honest and upright councilors wore red robes, like their father Angus, and argued in the council hall to implement laws. And the audience below was their people. Now, the people who listened to the speeches of the parliamentarians have already become dignitaries in luxurious clothes. Augustus transferred a battalion of new army recruits, who originally belonged to the Corhol Defense Force, to maintain order. After being instigated by the revolutionaries, these young soldiers turned to obey him. Soldiers holding Gauss rifles and wearing brown uniforms stood on both sides of the parliament to form a human wall to block the surging crowd. Angus's supporters even crossed half the planet to come here. The fanatical crowd held banners with words such as "Let Corhol 4 be independent" and "Angus Minsk, hero of the people." People waved flags with red backgrounds and golden wolf heads, which is the emblem of the Minsk family. At this time, Augustus was standing more than 10 yards away from his father, following him closely. He was wearing a dark gray militia officer uniform with golden wheat ears on the broad shoulder straps. Revolutionary Army Colonel Acton Field was standing beside him. His eagle-like sharp eyes were scanning the dense crowd from time to time. "Move aside. Let me stand among my people." Angus Minsk showed a sincere and warm smile, and his voice was transmitted to the ears of everyone present through the speakers of dozens of Umojan armed drones in the sky. The crazy people cheered even louder, and Augustus had to send more soldiers to hold back the crowd. He is much more popular than any superstar. Augustus looked at the tall buildings farther away from the road leading to the parliament. This is the prestige of a politician. If the federal government had not continued to exploit the people of Corhol, its chaotic and corrupt government would have gradually lost everyone's trust, and the call for reform would not have been so high. Acton said, "The federal government has created its own enemies. There are only a few senators here today." The mini-earphone in Augustus's ear is constantly receiving reports from various monitoring points, and the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the Revolutionary Army, who have secretly assembled. Lennox Cavan is one of them. He is waiting in the chamber of the Palatine Council Hall. Only 37 out of 100 senators came, and 11 of them support Angus. He said, "There are no guards in the council chamber. No sentinels on duty there. It was the rule of the original councilors, who were pioneers, not to let soldiers stand between them and the people." At this time, Angus walked to the steps of the Palatine Council chamber paved with black gold-veined marble, facing the crowd watching him, and began his passionate speech with ease. "The rulers of Tarsones have oppressed Corhol for too long. This is a world that was opened up by our ancestors. She belongs to every Corhol and their descendants. In the southern federal cities, corruption has corroded there like a maggot. The new law of the Senate is deliberately misinterpreted there, and the position of a civil servant or chief executive is clearly marked with a price. The nobles and their relatives control the election of local senators, and the rich businessmen obtain 90% of the infrastructure construction rights through illegal bidding by bribing officials. Safety accidents caused by cutting corners have caused hundreds of deaths or disabilities. In Balak, the number of illegal mines is far more than the registered and reported ones. Those mines lack safety facilities and have poor conditions. The mine owners only employ those illegally extradited refugees with meager salaries to step into the mines that may collapse at any time. I want to know, who should be held responsible for this? Which penny of the heavy taxes levied by the Federation on Carrefour is used for the people? If each of us works hard just to make those nobles richer, and even if we work hard, it is not enough to feed our children, then we should stand up and resist. I only believe in one sentence. That is, even if the axioms of geometry and the inviolable laws of mathematics go against the interests of the people, they must be overthrown." Angus raised his two hands under his bright red robe to his chest. and suddenly seemed to grasp something tightly, or grasp a sword stabbing at him. His thickly bearded, three-dimensional face that looked like a Greek statue carved by a knife, and an axe flushed abnormally due to excitement. We always believe that no matter the government, individuals, or the founding family of Tarsones, they have no right to treat others unfairly. Democracy and law should not be empty words. Corrupt officials should get the punishment they deserve. Humans are born equal. The Creator has given us inalienable rights. It is to protect these rights that the people elect their government. If the government abuses its power and seizes the people by force, then the people have full qualifications and reasons to overthrow it. The history of Tarsones and its colonial government is a history of tyranny and plunder. They want to establish a tyranny in a free land like Korhal, and their tyranny will anger even the most generous hearts. My fellow countrymen of Korhal, my comrades in the Revolutionary Army, gather the followers around me. I want you to solemnly declare that at this moment, Korhal 4 is independent. This vast land will belong to us again. The Korhal Autonomous Region is established today. I swear on my honor and the honor of the Minx family that the principles of the Dominion Constitution were formulated by the original pioneers of Korhal and are governed by the will of the public, and will never violate democracy and justice. If the federal government of Tarsones intends to use force to force us to surrender, then release the terrible demon of war. Long live Korhal. Finally, Angus made a gesture that seemed very exaggerated to Augustus, raising his clenched right hand. Long live Korhal. Long live the Dominion. Long live the immortal people. Suddenly, the sea of cheers brought a tsunami-like sound. People hugged and called, and cried for joy. Lunstein, take your guard troops and follow me closely. Augustus commanded his troops through the headset. Now, the Palatine Council Hall is ours. If those senators want to resist, let there be a river of blood. Chapter 117, Banning the Parliament. The soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, wearing upright coffee-colored Federation Marine uniforms with red-bottomed gold wolf head armbands on their right shoulders, surrounded the Palatine Council Hall. More than 408mm electromagnetic rifles were loaded with bullets. The bronze roof of the Palatine Council Hall shone like a stream of gold in the midday sun. Angus Minsk, wearing a bright red heavy robe, walked into the porch with huge cylindrical columns and the wide black door, accompanied by his son Augustus and many soldiers. In the hall supported by relief columns, the white walls are decorated with statues of the pioneers of Korhal. The restless senators in the audience seats in the front hall are like uneasy chicks in a chicken coop, and a group of snakes with sharp teeth are watching them outside the coop. Suddenly, soldiers holding Gauss rifles rushed into the hall with their butts held high, and their sharp bayonets gleamed under the lights. The shocked senators immediately stood up and angrily rebuked Angus, who was surrounded by the soldiers. Minsk, you are courting disaster. Lennox Cavan, the main opposition leader in the Senate, asked sternly, as if he did not see the shining sharp bayonets. You are blaspheming the justice, democracy and freedom represented by the Palatine Council chamber. Lennox said loudly, as if he was still the Speaker of the Parliament standing here, since our glorious and great ancestors held the first meeting here. The sword of words has permanently replaced the cold sword and bullet, and democracy and justice are the swords hanging over our heads. This is betrayal. The authority of the Senate must not be questioned. Angus, are you determined to become the dictator of the Parliament? Angus just looked at him calmly, his expression solemn and majestic. Maybe you didn't hear it. Then I will say it again. Carr, independence. You are really a lunatic. Lennox is an old-school politician who never shows his emotions, but his expression now is like a roaring lion. Tarsones will never let things go, and tough countermeasures are coming. Economic blockade? Mobilize the fleet? He said loudly. Angus, you will pay for your betrayal. Lennox took a few steps closer, rolled up his sleeves as if he wanted to knock Angus to the ground. But the gleaming bayonet made him no longer dare to take another step forward. Shut up, so that he could speak. At this time, Lennox, who felt that Angus dared not do anything to him, suddenly saw his young and strong son Augustus turn his head and say to his loyal subordinates, "Arrest these enemies of the people and traitors of Carr." A young officer waved his hand, and the soldiers put their bayonets to the chests of the distinguished senators. The soldiers, who had no idea of respect and decency, roughly stripped off the senators' bright red robes that represented tradition and status, and made them bend their waists in humiliation. The senators who had always fought side by side with Angus took the initiative to take off their robes and sat in their seats, watching everything in silence. Greed, corruption, bribery, nepotism, and cliques. Angus walked up to the pedestal facing the audience. The slanted flagpole behind him was hung with the red and blue federal stars and stripes and the 3-star flag of Carr. As Augustus' father pronounced the senator's crimes, photographers and reporters accompanying the army began to record this historic scene. Augustus personally removed the flag of the Federation and replaced it with the golden wolf flag of the Minsk family. You are the beginning of the corruption of the Korhal government. Or in other words, Tarsones is the sponsor of your political activities. Perhaps your assets have long been transferred to Tarsones, or even the Interstellar Bank of Umogen. But there is no shortage of evidence. All senators, including those who are about to escape, will be arrested by the Revolutionary Army and sent to prison to await the final public trial. Afterwards, Augustus ordered the soldiers to take away Lennox and other senators. The revolutionaries had evidence that Lennox had a close relationship with a certain creation family in Tarsones, and he obtained financial support by obstructing Angus from implementing the decree that would make Carr independent of the federal system. Others behaved even worse, accepting bribes without restraint, and corruption and extravagance were prevalent. When all the shouting senators shut up, the chamber finally quieted down. Under the huge, heavy chrome-plated dome of the chamber, rows of soldiers stood on the stepped stands. Then, Angus faced the camera and delivered his next speech. The members of the Korhal Senate accepted money from Tarsones and betrayed the interests of Korhal. Many of these people you have never seen or heard of, which means they were not elected by the will of the people. And we, the Pantalan National United Front. Angus said this name that seemed a bit difficult to pronounce. We will take back the rights of those senators and re-elect the senators. From the federal cities in the south to the city unions in the north. From Fieldston to Stilling. We will redistribute these 100 seats. And the election process must be fair, open, strict and transparent. And everyone has the right to cast a vote. We will re-establish a new, clean and efficient government. And formulate a new, sacred and inviolable constitution as the cornerstone of all laws. Any unjust and unreasonable taxes imposed on the people of Korhal by the Tarsones Federation government have been permanently abolished. After Angus solemnly made a promise to the people of Korhal, Augustus quietly left the Palatine Council chamber and came to a Revolutionary Army headquarters temporarily built in the side hall of the council chamber. The uprising has just begun. The Revolutionary Army divisions, brigades, and battalion-level troops scattered across the planet are still seizing the camps and outposts of the Federation Army according to the predetermined plan. Augustus must coordinate the overall situation. There were about 600,000 regular troops of the Revolutionary Army mobilized, 150,000 former Carr Revolutionary Army who were turned against the revolution, and about 500,000 auxiliary troops composed of militia and armed personnel with semi-automatic rifles joined the battle. In one day, Carr, with a population of only 40 million, assembled more than 1 million soldiers on various battlefields, and more people took up arms and joined the battle. The soldiers who participated in the revolution may have been working at their posts a few days ago, and said goodnight to their wives who were unaware of it before going to bed. But the moment the assembly order arrived, they quietly changed into the dark gray uniforms of the Revolutionary Army and put on the Golden Wolf armbands and rushed to the assembly point. The Revolutionary Army received widespread support from the Carr people. Unprecedented terrorist riots broke out in cities across Carrefour. The frenzied crowd seized the signal tower of the UNN Global News Network, occupied the city hall, and set fire to the deserted military camp. The nearly insane people threw the editor of the news network from a tall building, broke the throats of corrupt officials, and trampled the surrendered federal soldiers to death. Chapter 118 War of Independence. In the Revolutionary Army's temporary command center located inside the Palatine Council chamber, Augustus and his Umoyan staff officers were standing in front of a long chair moved from the main hall of the council chamber. On it was a spread-out global map of Carr, with each flag representing a Federation or Carr Revolutionary Army unit. Augustus looked at a flag representing the Federation Marine Corps camp at the edge of Stilling City without saying a word, while the staff officers around him were discussing intensely. A week before Angus delivered his Declaration of Independence speech this morning, soldiers from various divisions of Carr began to gather. They were transported to various cities through the rail train transportation network that spanned the continents of Carr. And the incompetent Carr government was not completely unaware of this. It was just that when the lower-level officials learned of this news, they either had no reaction and had no idea what it meant, or chose to conceal it and let others report it on their behalf to shirk responsibility. While waiting for Governor Carr to get the news that a large-scale civilian armed force was gathering, this distant relative of the Tassoni's creation family was unwilling to accept this because of the long-term comfort. When more information continued to pour into the governor's office, he remembered to inform the commanders of the Carr Defense Force and the Federal Marines and asked Tassoni's for support on the issue of how to encircle and suppress these armed forces. The Carr Defense Force and the Marines, two forces belonging to different interest groups, began to shirk responsibility, conserve their strength, and put their hopes on the Federal Army that was about to come to support. After repeated delays, Augustus, who knew that speed was of the essence in war, had deployed a large number of troops in various strategic locations and heavy factories and starports that must be captured as soon as possible. The local Carr defense forces were all Carr people. Most of the defense forces turned to Augustus without hesitation. The rest, together with the Marines, had less than 100,000 people. Although this was an army with lax discipline and slack training, Augustus still did not dare to take it lightly. The advantage of the Federal Army lies in their solid fortifications, powerful power armor, and heavy weapons. Some of the Avenger fighter units facing retirement in the synchronous orbital space stations and starports can also provide them with strong air support. Among the Carr Revolutionary Army, only 2 brigades, the 1st Division of Lundstein and the 2nd Division of Kidd, had completed the replacement of power armor and C-14 electromagnetic rifles. With a total of only 60,000 people, Augustus deployed these elite troops in Stilling, where the Federation had heavy troops stationed, and the heavy industrial city of Balak in the southern hemisphere. The attack was launched on time at a unified time, just when Angus began his speech. Fortunately, the combat capability of the Federation Marine Corps in Carr 4 did not disappoint Augustus. Their combat effectiveness was even worse than that of the new recruits on the front line, let alone compared with the resocialized soldiers. There are 8 cities with a population of more than 1 million and 14 federal military bases in Carr. 5 of these cities were controlled by the fanatical riders, the defense forces that defected at the last minute, and the militias that organized themselves without the need for the Revolutionary Army to launch an attack. There are only about 50,000 Federal Marines scattered in multiple military bases, city barracks, and orbital space stations, and there are less than 30,000 soldiers who actually participated in the war. When the Revolutionary soldiers attacked the Federal outpost, they even found Federal Marines lying on the ground and sleeping soundly because they were drunk. In just one day, the flames of revolution spread across the entire Corps. Victory news came one after another. But Augustus and his comrades had no time to celebrate. The Federation Marines were not completely useless. Some of the Marines, who had retreated from the front line, had also exploded with amazing combat power. They relied on the city walls, bunkers, armor, and weapons to even temporarily repel the Revolutionary Army's offensive in some areas. The Corps Revolutionary Army soldiers, who lacked power armor, suffered heavy losses. In the 14th hour of the outbreak of the war, the number of casualties on both sides exceeded 100,000, and was still rising. Private hospitals in various cities began to accept disabled soldiers. On this day, cheers and cries of lost loved ones coexisted. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Augustus, who had not slept all night, finally received the news that the Ranger Air Force Squadron led by Rayner had captured the Federal Synchronous Orbital Base with a sense of relief. Augustus, who was not sleepy at all, immediately commissioned Chief Engineer Rory Swan and his team to immediately build an orbital platform and a space-based weapon station on the orbit. 15 of the 22 major battlefields were won by the rapid and powerful offensive of the Carr Revolutionary Army, and the Federal Army also showed signs of decline in the remaining battlefields. When the report on casualties was handed to Augustus, he fell into a long silence. Augustus tried to remember these densely packed thousands of names, but he couldn't do it. In the early morning of the 4th day, the largest military fortress in Carr, the warplane fortress located outside the city of Stilling, was declared to have fallen, with the support of the railgun and strong laser orbital weapons supported by Umoyan. The commander of the 1st Division, Runstein, led his soldiers to attack the fortress and killed the enemy commander. The warplanes has a special meaning for the Coral people. This is a vast plain facing the city of Stilling. A ribbon-like river flows through it. The flora and fauna on both sides are well protected. However, tourists or painters who enjoy the beautiful scenery everywhere, have probably forgotten the meaning of the warplanes and the first war between the Korhal colonists and the Tarsones people. The warplanes is also the place where the first colonists of Korhal 4 reached a reconciliation with the federal government of Tarsones and submitted to a unified regime. Since then, the Federal Marines have been stationed in the warplanes, which have long been under the jurisdiction of the Federal Army. Now that the Kar people have recaptured the warplanes, it also means that Kar and the federal government have been separated again. At this time, Augustus fell on the chair as if he had been drained of strength, and the exhausted staff helped him to a camp bed. Augustus slept for less than 6 hours and hurried to the Stilling City Hall to announce the election of the new Senate. His father appointed officials selected from the Pan-Terran National Alliance Front PTF, among whom some former government officials were also retained. This was not because they were proven to be honest and capable, but compared to their colleagues with a long history of bad deeds, these people were at least not hopeless, and the new government still needed them to maintain basic administrative functions for the time being. Then, Augustus took a spaceship to the Stilling Hospital to visit the injured revolutionary soldiers. The death rate of soldiers injured by electromagnetic guns or spider mines was very alarming, so he could only watch sadly as those dying soldiers dictated suicide notes or closed their eyes while still conscious, calling out their mothers' names. Chapter 119 Decapitation Operation. 16-year-old Sarah Louise Kerrigan bent over and walked into the half-closed cockpit door of a Wraith fighter. Her blue and white environmental camouflage combat suit, which was close to her skin, became closer to her body as she bent over and bit her legs. So the beautiful curve between her slender waist and perky buttocks was bent into a beautiful arc, and her flat abdomen revealed a sexy waistline. At this moment, her beautiful figure was fully exposed. Kerrigan sat in the height-adjustable driver's seat to debug the equipment, skillfully called up the star map of the Copperloo sector, and tested the sensitivity of the sensor. The cushion on the driver's seat was so thin that she could almost feel the steel support underneath. Outside the aviation glass, the sandstorm that had covered the sky above the airport of Victor 5 military base had dissipated, but the sky was still dark and deep. This uninhabited planet located on the edge of the Terran Federation galaxy is no different most of the year. Even the latest UNN Express will be delayed for a week before arriving in this God-forgotten land. The soldiers stationed here are all Marines who have undergone resocialization changes, and only they can endure this loneliness that penetrates their hearts. For Kerrigan, who left her family at the age of 8 and began training to become a ghost agent at the age of 12, loneliness and pain are unfamiliar emotions. The psychic inhibitor in the brain of each ghost agent can block most useless emotions. They are as cold and ruthless as real ghosts or humanoid weapons. Just as the instructors of the Ghost Academy expected, Ghost 24718 climbed up from the other hatch, handed Kerrigan a fully enclosed helmet and AC-10 grenade shotgun, and then sat in the main driver's seat and pressed the joystick. The voice from behind his helmet seemed to come from another world, hoarse as if his throat had been filled with liquid nitrogen. Reset coordinates. Lieutenant. Coral System. Coral 4. Ghost 24718 said, calling control tower. Wraith EP81 is leaving. Over. All ghost agents are referred to by numbers, simplified names or code names with specialties and personality characteristics, and the communication between them is always brief and efficient. This is ghost agents. They are killers. They don't need extra emotions and communication. They should be as cold as steel, and after forging and polishing, they will become hard and deadly. Kerrigan put on the helmet and gathered her long red hair into a shoulder-length ponytail. The helmet was light and sturdy, and the HUD display screen started up in a breath, and various values appeared in front of Kerrigan. When the engine of the Wraith fighter started, a stack of mission briefings appeared on the HUD display screen. Assassination targets: Angus Minsk, Senator of Korhal; Catherine Minsk, famous philanthropist; Arcturus Minsk, former Marine Colonel; Augustus Minsk, former Marine Lieutenant. More than 10 days after the rebellion broke out on Korhal, all the Prime Worlds learned of this shocking news. The Federation Parliament of Tarsones issued a solemn statement at the first opportunity, condemning Angus's anti-government, anti-democracy and anti-human atrocities, and claiming that any act of independence from the Federation would be treason, and claiming that they would immediately take countermeasures to get Korhal 4 out of the control of terrorists. Now it seems that their first reaction is to kill the leader of the terrorists, as if that would cover their ears and solve everything once and for all. For Kerrigan, This is just an ordinary assassination mission. She doesn't have to feel sad for the person she is about to assassinate. Because after the mission is over, the Ghost Academy will quickly erase her memory of this action. Just like in the past. She didn't remember how many people she had killed. And perhaps she would never remember again. At this moment, Kerrigan's cold heart was suddenly touched. She was only 16 years old. At the age of youth. But she didn't even remember the people she had killed. As for her parents and hometown, her memory was blank. Only when she thought of these words, she would occasionally feel the heart-wrenching sadness. Sometimes, Kerrigan also thought about changing. But the psychic inhibitor implanted in her brain made her indifferent and calm when facing the enemy, and extremely docile when facing orders. Even though she didn't agree with these cruel assassination missions and their meaning in her heart, this emotion was quickly wiped out by the psionic suppressor. When checking the information of these people, Kerrigan paused for a few seconds on the photo of Dorothy Minsk, who was only 16 years old like her, but had a happy family. Catherine and Dorothy Minsk have not appeared in public on Coral 4 for nearly 4 months. And Angus's eldest son Arcturus Minsk has also disappeared. Only Senator Angus Minsk and his second son Augustus are still in Coral. Agent 24718 said. It doesn't matter. But only Angus Minsk must be killed. He said. 24506 will deal with that, Augustus. There are 3 Terran Federation Ghost agents participating in this decapitation operation. Their average PSI value is above level 8. And at this moment, another Ghost Agent 24506 is sitting in the small passenger cabin of this Wraith fighter. This is enough to show how much the Ghost Academy values Angus. Intelligence shows that the Minsk family has strengthened the defense of their leader's residence. There are a large number of rebel armed forces stationed in the capital city of Coral 4. Stilling. Ghost 24718 drove the Wraith fighter out of the launch port. Even the most stringent defense has loopholes. We will find those loopholes, and sneak into Angus' bedroom to take his head. Kerrigan's voice under the helmet also seemed quite distorted. She checked her C-10 shotgun as usual. This powerful rifle is a masterpiece of steel and light polymer, using 25mm anti-personnel can ammunition and special locking bullets that can paralyze mechanical matter for a short time. Like a snake climbing up the treetops and swallowing birds in the nest. The cockpit fell into silence again. Ghost 24718 was concentrating on driving the Wraith fighter. The plasma thrusters sprayed hot and bright flames. After a few short and powerful jumps, it drove out of the gravity field of Victor 5 and jumped into the hyperspace channel on the synchronous orbit. This modified and upgraded fighter is equipped with a warp drive, allowing it to quickly travel through the star system. Its advanced stealth system can prevent it from being discovered by the rebels entrenched there when it enters Coral. Minsk Sky Tower. Stilling City. 2 a.m. on April 12th. The Gothic curves of this sky tower with more than 60 floors are out of tune with other skyscrapers. Like other high-rise buildings, Minsk Sky Tower is still brightly lit even in the early morning and never turns off all night. The Minsk family's security personnel did their best to make this magnificent tower into an airtight and seamless fortress. At each entrance and in the long corridors, laser sensors connected to the security network blocked every blind spot. And vibration sensors under the marble walls and mahogany floors could detect even the movement of a mouse crawling. Any financial tycoon or powerful politician and senior official in Tarsonis would think that such security measures are seamless. Intruders will be detected the moment they step into Minsk Sky Tower. And by then, they will definitely be unable to escape. When Kerrigan, who was completely invisible in her environmental mimicry suit, walked into the corridor on the 42nd floor, and those who scanned her body did not react, she could not help but regret the overconfidence of the Minsk family security personnel. It seems that the Minsk family's security system is impeccable, and they even use a lot of Umogen technology to make up for it. The latest Umogen laser sensor can detect invisible people, and the previous Ghost Agent's combat suit can block infrared and lasers. Even the largest bank security measures in Tarsonis are useless to Ghost Agents. Kerrigan admitted that this might be the safest place in the entire Terran Federation, second only to the Federation Parliament and the Tagore family Sky Tower. But their opponents were Ghost Agents, and these Ghost Agents could rely on more than just their own strength. The intelligence experts working for the Terran Federation Intelligence Agency cracked the laser sensors in Minsk Sky Tower in a week, by replacing combat uniforms that could simulate their reflection wavelengths. The Ghost Agents made their sensors mistakenly recognize them as 2 ordinary servants. The Minsk family's security personnel would replace the security system's algorithm every day to guard against hacker intrusions. But they ignored the most basic laser sensors and forgot that humans can be deceived by their eyes, not necessarily by their brains. Kerrigan and her companions walked quietly among those noble works of art, beautiful sculptures, and paintings of Mengsk family ancestors. They climbed up from the first floor by spiral staircases instead of elevators, passing many security personnel in black uniforms. As she walked through the corridor to the next floor, a sleepy maid passed by Kerrigan. At this moment, more emotions, including fatigue, excitement, pride, and fanatical worship, flooded into Kerrigan's mind like a torrent. Kerrigan was no longer surprised by this. The security personnel and servants in the entire Sky Tower were all fanatical admirers of Angus. They felt that they were engaged in a great and glorious cause. Liberation, freedom, saving others, sacrifice, dedication. These emotions that Kerrigan had never felt before, and that she thought could be called noble, surprised her. Most of Kerrigan's assassination targets in the past were unbearable politicians or rebels against the federal government. People with noble character were never her targets, because those people could not hold high positions in Tarsones, where filth and corruption were lurking. Korhal 4 has completely escaped the control of the Tarsones federal government. Those members who are still loyal to the Federation have been sent to the guillotine. The government was reorganized in a very short time, and Angus and his supporters controlled the entire Korhal. This prosperous planet, the shining pearl in the hands of the Federation, has actually been separated from this huge regime. Sometimes, Kerrigan occasionally considered the meaning of revolution, but even she thought that Korhal's uprising was just a drop in the ocean. When the maid in a black dress walked past Kerrigan, she did not notice that a pair of pale golden eyes were staring at her pupils, and the powerful telepathic power instantly controlled her brave, but still not strong enough mind. Then the maid suddenly stopped. Her trance eyes looked straight at Kerrigan, and then mechanically turned around and walked towards a compartment on the 42nd floor, which was the room of Charles Borit, the chief butler of the Mengsk family. If you look closely, the people in the monitoring room will find this a bit strange. But in fact, the time from the maid stopping to turning around is only 1 or 2 seconds. The maid gently pressed the doorbell, and then pressed it several times in a row as if she was furious. When the butler Charles, who was sleeping in his clothes, came out to ask questions, his black pupils suddenly became blurred. And then he walked in front of Kerrigan like a zombie. In Kerrigan's telepathy, Charles's will was constantly struggling. This 70-year-old man had a strong will that surprised her. But Kerrigan is an unprecedented 10th level psyker. And the difference between her terrifying telekinesis and that of ordinary people is like the difference between the ocean and the stream. As Seal led Kerrigan to Angus Mengsk's bedroom on the 60th floor, the maid walked towards the kitchen where she was originally going to prepare breakfast for the security personnel in a daze. And she had no memory of what she had done before. After tens of minutes, Kerrigan arrived at the 60th floor. The top 20 floors must be passed by the butler's retina and genetic recognition. But Seal avoided all directions for the ghost agent. Ghost 24718 thought maliciously about what this loyal servant would think when he learned that his master died because of him. He was determined to keep this poor man alive and let him feel eternal pain for the rest of his life. This ghost agent was mentally twisted by the torture in the laboratory. He was originally a kind person, but the instructors changed him permanently through various tests to test human nature, making him cold-blooded and deeply happy for the pain of his enemies. Kerrigan felt unhappy about her companion's despicable thoughts. She believed that she would never do such a thing. Butler Charles trembled with fear, as if he was controlled by a ghost. He knew what he was doing but was powerless to resist. The bedroom door opened gently, and the graceful ghost agent stepped lightly, like a cat, on the deep red carpet of the bedroom through the tiny gap between the door and the door frame. Followed by his companion, Angus Mengsk was lying peacefully on the bed, sleeping peacefully under the velvet blanket, and his slightly snoring breathing indicated that his sleep quality was not very good. Kerrigan pulled out a sharp dagger from her waist and held a loaded pistol in her other hand. She didn't need to use the gun on her shoulder. The assassination training she had received told her that she only needed to cross the dagger across his neck and grab his collar and pull it, and the respected head would be cut off by the extremely sharp titanium dagger. She was sure that this was Angus and not a substitute disguised as him, because Angus in his sleep was dreaming about his Terran Democratic Republic. The scene of accompanying his family in the memory was so warm. The 6-year-old Augustus Mengsk was wearing a one-piece jeans and stacking building blocks with his sister, and Arcturus Mengsk, who was running up and down on the black and white checkered floor at home, was like a headless monkey. Chapter 120 It's a Trap. Sarah Kerrigan put her pistol on her waist. The powerful strength given to her by the environmental mimicry combat suit and psychic power allowed her to flip the dagger and cut Angus Mengsk's neck the moment she grabbed him. The dagger easily pierced Angus Mengsk's neck, cutting the trachea and artery cleanly and neatly, with smooth movements without any pause. It was like cutting a piece of unobstructed rubber or cowhide. When Kerrigan grabbed Angus's hair and lifted his head, the blood gushing out of the carotid artery splashed on the ceiling and walls like a water column. A respected freedom fighter and revolutionary pioneer. His ideals may be ridiculous, but he is still a hero worthy of Kerrigan's remembrance before the scientists in the Ghost Academy erase her memory again. It all seemed too easy. Walking past hundreds of security personnel, sneaking into the sky tower of the Korhal creation family with a sophisticated security system, and easily cutting off the head of the rebel leader. Since Kerrigan began to carry out assassination missions, she has never failed. Ghost agents carry out assassinations in a way that is far beyond the boundaries of ordinary people's cognition and imagination. They are like ghosts walking in the world and messengers of death who harvest lives. Unless the assassinated person knows the assassination method of the ghost agent and understands how this largest psychic assassin organization in history operates. But this is impossible. This is top secret. Even the federal parliament knows nothing about this. They only know that ghost agents do exist. And this is enough. The rulers of Tarsones don't care how the weapons work. They just need to eliminate the enemies of the parliament. This is the meaning of the existence of psychics. Angus Mengsk's cold gray eyes were closed, and his face with a hawk nose and three-dimensional features looked like a statue. After receiving the frozen head, the high officials of the Federation Council would carefully examine their trophies. Kerrigan didn't know whether the nobles on the Tower of Tarsones and the high-ranking officials in the Federation Council still had humanity. This was a fact known to all Terrans. There were two huge criminal groups in the Federation, the Marines and the federal government. The former is a collection of the most ruthless criminals. Nearly 50% of the soldiers are criminals with a long criminal record. The crimes of the federal government are far worse than those of the military. All laws that uphold justice are ineffective against those corrupt officials and professional politicians with exquisite packaging. If someone can judge with power above the federal government, then a new set of sentencing standards must be used to judge the crimes of these people. And Kerrigan knows that the only ones in the world who can exercise this power are gods. But if they really exist, then the gods must be adhering to the inverted standards of good and evil. The gods let the punished go unpunished and the innocent die. As Angus's still beating but slowing heart pumped blood through the broken artery, Kerrigan put the bloody dagger back into the leather dagger sheath and threw the bloody head into the backpack behind Ghost 24718. The headless body was discarded carelessly, and the ghosts walked out of the bedroom to leave. Mr. Shire, the butler of the Mengsk family, was standing at the door. He may have known about his master's death, and the sadness made Kerrigan, who was very sensitive to it due to her telepathic ability, feel the same emotion. Kerrigan gave the poor man some sympathy, and the psychic suppressor began to work again, and all her extra emotions were wiped out with the pain. But this was wrong. The psychic suppressor did not work in this way. Her special psychic intuition suddenly flooded into her mind, as if 10,000 needles were stabbing her brain, and some unknown danger was attacking her. At this moment, Kerrigan's calves tensed, and her spreading mental power began to spread in this layer, but only found a dozen security guards and servants who knew nothing about it. But this was wrong. Her powerful psychic intuition was never wrong, since the danger did not come from people. Then, this is a trap. At the moment Kerrigan spoke, the Umojan psychic shielding device that was originally on standby in the floor was activated. The entire 60th floor was placed under a suddenly unfolding, shielding force field. Her psychic power began to decline, as if it was drained by an invisible force field. This psychic shielding device was definitely not Korhal's technology. They came from the Umojan Shadow Guard Military Academy. They were very valuable and hidden under the hardwood floor. The activation mechanism was connected to some kind of feedback device. In order to achieve the powerful effect of suppressing psychic energy, the setter had set up at least 20 psychic shielding devices. Kerrigan didn't know what weakened her power. She and another ghost agent 24718 ran in the corridor at a very fast speed. At this moment, even the fastest athlete in human history could not match the speed of the ghost agent with the help of the combat suit. But it was too late. At the same time as the psychic shielding device was activated, everyone in the central city of Steel City heard a deafening roar, and the sleeping people were awakened. The light produced by the explosion seemed to light up the night sky in an instant. Bright flames burst out of the windows on the 60th floor, shattering the windows of dozens of floors below. After a few breaths, the top 2 floors collapsed because the supporting structure was instantly blown off. The huge English letters of Minsk on the roof fell to the ground uncontrollably, and the walls peeled off by the shock wave fell like confetti. At this time, the revolutionary soldiers, who were still on duty in the shops or human-shaped streets, could see the extremely bright light released from the top of Minsk's Sky Tower. Augustus woke up from a table in a conference room at the command center. He quickly changed into the dark gray uniform of the Revolutionary Army, and with the help of 2 guards, he changed into a power armor composed of buckles and bonded armor plates, and then gave orders to the bewildered soldiers through the communication system of the command center. After a short silence, the military camp of Minsk Sky Tower was boiling, and hundreds of soldiers of the Revolutionary Army's 1st Division rushed to the barracks. Several Revolutionary Army companies wearing power armor ran to Minsk Sky Tower as fast as possible. Their armor was dark red, and there was a white whip ring logo on the shoulder armor. These soldiers and their officers had no idea what was going on. They were just suddenly told to arrest several Federation assassins with powerful psychic powers. As they advanced on the highway, another troop of only 100 people joined the ranks of these revolutionary soldiers. Their armor was the same as other soldiers, except that the chest armor had the golden wolf head of the Minsk family logo, which meant that this troop was directly under Augustus himself and was actually the guards. Only some officers knew the designation of this unit: the Stilling Raiders. They were a professionally trained anti-psychic unit that was established when the Korhal Revolutionary Army was officially established. The Stilling Strikers' armor was equipped with anti-stealth goggles, and each squad was equipped with a 20mm Bosun heavy sniper that could fire anti-ghost weapons such as EMP shells. Military aircraft rose from the requisitioned Stilling skyport, and the sky above the city was full of intersecting searchlight beams. Augustus walked around the conference table several times, and more Marines poured into the conference room of the command center. An invisible Umojan shadow guard put his hand on his shoulder. Then, with a holographic projection being turned on, a transport ship hovering on the top of Minsk Sky Tower sent back real-time images. The servants in the Sky Tower were fleeing in panic. Some were knocked to the ground by the revolutionary soldiers who rushed into the tower. There was even a stampede in the narrow area. "Find them," Augustus said in the communication channel. "Keep your distance from each other and be vigilant. Your enemies are psychics, and their attacks can directly affect the mind." More images were sent back from several troops entering the Sky Tower. One troop climbed up step by step through the spiral staircase, followed by security personnel with hunting dogs trained by Steel's spirit wolves. The civilian-modified armed spacecraft hovering in the air searched for life signals under the rubble. Augustus stared at the holographic projection screen divided into multiple sections, keeping a close eye on every unit that might encounter the ghost agent. Augustus began to make arrangements 2 months ago. After a long period of thinking, he believed that passive defense was disadvantageous. Strict security measures could stop ordinary assassins, but the ghost agents were a group of superpowers that were difficult to guess with common sense. Augustus' advantage was that he knew that the ghost agents would definitely come to assassinate Angus. In this case, he might as well set a death trap and use his father Angus as bait. Augustus has always been accustomed to taking the initiative to complete the role change between the attacker and the defender. This is his style of doing things. Of course, that Angus is just a criminal who has undergone plastic surgery and memory transplantation, deceiving the ghost agent through false memories. The explosives buried in the floor are connected to the pulse monitor of this Angus. Once the heartbeat frequency is inconsistent with the normal value, the psychic shielding device will be activated to weaken the ghost agent's power, and then the explosives enough to destroy a building will be detonated. At the same time, this also means that in order to deal with the ghost's mind-reading ability and make this trap more difficult to detect, the Minsk family security guards and servants on the 60th floor who are completely unaware of this will become victims, including the butler Charles, who has been loyal to the Minsk family for many years. The old butler sacrificed voluntarily, due to time constraints and the immaturity of memory transplantation technology. Augustus cannot find so many criminals to replace these people and ensure that everyone's memory will not have loopholes. When Augustus made this decision, he was also silent about his own ruthlessness. At first, it was just those resocialized soldiers. Now it could be others. Augustus found that he had begun to sacrifice others to achieve a certain goal. Now Augustus still feels confused. But perhaps one day, even if he has to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people, he will not hesitate at all and get used to it. The high-level security personnel and servants are the most loyal family guards of the Minx family. Most of them come from the Stilling slums and are the beneficiaries of the Minx family's children's charity. They have been trained to serve the Minx family since childhood. These people are willing to die for the Minx family. But that doesn't mean they can be sacrificed at will. But Augustus has no choice. His enemy is Sarah Kerrigan, the most powerful ghost agent in history. As long as Kerrigan is alive, the lives of Augustus and his family will be threatened at all times. Like a thorn in the throat. I hope it's all worth it. As long as... Suddenly, a picture panel on the holographic projection screen went dark. It was a small spaceship that was about to land on the collapsed building. The camera of another spaceship parallel to it showed that the lost spaceship was spinning and falling. And the glass of the cockpit was blurred by the splashing blood. What killed him? The spaceship was hit. Pull up and get out of there, Augustus shouted as another spaceship was hit. The pilot's head was exploded by a 25mm caliber bullet. At this time, he could already see the red-haired ghost on the ruins. The hot female ghost held a Gauss rifle in her hand. Her helmet had fallen off, and her blue and white environmental mimic combat uniform was covered with blood. Even when her psychic power was weakened, and she was at the center of the explosion, Kerrigan's powerful psychic power still protected her, although she looked much weaker. Perhaps this was the reason why Arcturus Minx finally abandoned Kerrigan. He hated psychics because of the death of his family. And if Kerrigan stood up against him one day, he would undoubtedly be unable to sleep or eat. Kill her, Augustus repeated again. Kill her. Augustus would not put the chips on capturing the 3 ghost agents alive. Kerrigan's psychic power was level 10. Just because the highest psychic level of the Terran Federation was only level 10. Augustus didn't know much about Kerrigan during her time as a ghost agent. But he had at least seen the power of the Queen of Blades. As the last ship began to rise and zoom out, the soldier sent by Augustus arrived at the 60th floor, which had become the top floor. The Gauss rifles began to roar. But all the bullets suddenly stopped a few yards away from Kerrigan, as if they were shot into gel. And then these bullets were crushed by the powerful telekinesis. And then the bullets that lost kinetic energy fell to the ground like a crushed can. Don't get close to her. Shoot from a distance. The commander of the Revolutionary Army, who commanded this unit, gave orders in the channel. Her psychic power is far beyond our imagination. The Umoyan Shadow Guard beside Augustus said, maybe her psychic power is above level 10? Her psychic power is about to be exhausted. He said, a living level 10 psychic, who can be used by us, is far greater than a dead one. The Shadow Guard has the technology to remove the Federation ghost agent, which can turn her back to a normal person if she was a normal person before becoming a ghost agent. Or study her, Augustus said with a coldness that surprised the Shadow Guard. Corporal Faraday, Augustus said, connect to my channel. I will talk to the ghost agent. Chapter 121 Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Chapter 121 Sarah Louise Kerrigan. More soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army in Crimson Power armor rushed into the 60th floor of the Sky Tower, whose superstructure had been completely destroyed. Gauss rifles roared, and thousands of spike bullets, copper bullets, and B2C concussion bullets poured onto the invisible psychic shield of the red-haired ghost agent. And the falling bullets piled up like a mountain at her feet. The young Corporal Faraday commanded his troops calmly, even though they were facing unheard of psychics. Like many of Augustus' officers, Corporal Faraday was promoted from a private to a non-commissioned officer almost overnight. They were all promoted because of their loyalty to Augustus himself. Augustus found hundreds of Faradays among the more than 1 million Korhal Revolutionary Army and foreign troops. And finally found this young man, who was only 20 years old by comparing photos, hometowns, and even voices. As the commander of Augustus's guards, Corporal Faraday was deeply trusted. And many people believed that it was only a matter of time before he would rise to prominence. Ceasefire. Load EMP shells. Corporal Faraday gave an order on the command channel. Turn on the external broadcasting device on your armor. Connect to the command channel. And let the commander speak. Corporal Faraday's troops stopped shooting. At the same time, the armor of the soldiers hovered in the sky. Augustus's voice came from the spaceship. Sarah Kerrigan, we should shake hands and make peace. At this time, Sarah Kerrigan was exhausted. She was scarred, and her psychic energy was almost exhausted. Her long red hair, which was originally tied up, fell on her shoulders and covered the left half of her face. Kerrigan was only 16 years old at this time, and her face still showed traces of immaturity, and her pale lips trembled due to the tight wound. Kerrigan gasped in pain, and the sound of her light breath was obviously trembling. Who is talking? Kerrigan tried to delay time while looking for a way to escape, but under her feet were the broken ceiling and walls, and there was no shelter or way to retreat. Can you hear my voice? She was gathering the last of her psychic power, ready to fight to the death. The psychic suppressor can make the ghost agent absolutely loyal to the federal government, and any thoughts of rebellion and surrender will be wiped out once they appear. Augustus Minsk, the enemy of the Federation, Augustus said. Augustus. Kerrigan injected himself with a dose of adrenaline under the eyes of the revolutionary soldiers. People say that memories will become blurred silhouettes as time goes by, or scripts that can be changed, added or deleted at will. So, Kerrigan, how many of the memories you firmly believe in are real? You actually discuss philosophy with the enemy on the battlefield? Kerrigan was trying to reactivate the stealth function of her combat suit, but it seemed to be completely ineffective. She also tried to talk nonsense with Augustus to delay time, but she couldn't think of more words for a while. 16-year-old Kerrigan was taciturn. She rarely spoke, like a silent mountain. You should recall it carefully. Augustus' tone was calm, as if he was just chatting with Kerrigan. Think about your mother. She may be gentle and beautiful, or she may be a woman with a sharp tongue and lack of patience. But it doesn't matter, because you killed her when you were still young. What are you talking about? Damn it. Kerrigan's light green eyes widened a little, and the nightmare that had troubled her for many years appeared before her eyes again. She had broken with the nightmare past. This was her own choice. A sea of blood. Your uncontrolled psychic energy accidentally crushed her head, just like crushing a bug. Blood splashed like juice. Cracked skull. Eyeballs with tendons. Gray brain tissue, and half of the lower jaw bone connected to the skin. Augustus spoke coherently like reading the menu. Watching Kerrigan's face suddenly wrinkled. She is your mother. But how did she become like that at that time? Sarah Louise Kerrigan. Kerrigan began to tremble, and the childhood nightmare that had been declared erased by scientific researchers surged towards her like a tide. A look of fear appeared on her face, and the strong and calm ghost agent, who seemed to never shed tears, knelt on the ground, hugged her face, and cried bitterly. For the first time, the psychic suppressor that Kerrigan hated and cursed did not work. The soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, who were originally staring at Kerrigan, were stunned. They had no idea what was happening and hesitated whether to continue firing. They certainly didn't understand what Augustus was saying. Perhaps in the eyes of these young people who were easily influenced by mysticism, those incomprehensible words were a kind of sorcery spell that could make psychers lose control. Perhaps the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the great revolutionary leader Angus Minsk, the wolf of the Minsk family, the eagle of Korhal, would have a new title. Your father, who witnessed all this, became insane because of it. A few years later, someone told you that he committed suicide, Augustus said. In a prison full of psychics, your peers are defined as lunatics, monsters and aliens. But you are an alien among aliens. A super monster. The steel frame structure around Kerrigan began to bend at an incredible arc, and the broken marble was suspended in midair, and the steel bars were twisted like snakes. The revolutionary soldiers here all heard bursts of psychic screams on the spiritual level. Their eyes began to congest. Blood flowed from their ears, and some people knelt on the ground and fell into a coma. Telepathy spreads from the collective consciousness of all people here. Kerrigan's uncontrollable sorrow fills the hearts of the soldiers, and tears flow from the corners of her eyes with bright red blood. Kerrigan's psychic level is growing exponentially due to strong stimulation, and a psychic storm from humans is brewing. The stimulation that hits the heart can make a high-level psychic lose control, and the uncontrolled psychic power will sweep everything. Are you a devil? Kerrigan almost remembered that in her hometown of Tarkosian, she destroyed her family with her own hands. Her fate is a ridiculous tragedy. She longs for beauty, but always destroys everything with her own hands. She wants to bring salvation and hope, but destruction and despair go hand in hand. What are you waiting for? Corporal Faraday. Augustus switched a channel and said to his commander, "Catch her." Corporal Faraday snatched the bosun's heavy sniper rifle from a crying subordinate with tears streaming down his face, and aimed at Kerrigan. Other soldiers also struggled to shoot. Fortunately, before the soldiers were ready to shoot, the exhausted Kerrigan suddenly fainted. The rock suspended in the air had fallen, and everyone escaped. How do you know this? The Umoyan shadow guard, who was guarding Augustus, asked Augustus in confusion. From my loyal and reliable Korhal intelligence agency. The shadow guard tilted his head, and he naturally felt awe for this mysterious department that seemed to not exist. Chapter 122. The removal surgery was successful. The sobbing became lighter. Kerrigan hugged her quilt tightly. The quilt was pulled away, and everything was gone. In her dream, some scenes from the past seemed to reappear in the old days. The small town, the garden with the greenhouse, and the green lawn in front of the door. The sky was warm, the same light yellow as the petals. Suddenly, the sky and everything were stained with blood-like crimson, as if someone had splashed the same color of paint on it. In front of such a house with a red dome, Kerrigan, who was only 5 years old and still ignorant of everything, accidentally used psychic energy to detonate the head of her mother, who was scolding her because of an emotional fluctuation. Just like her father, who was about to drive his family to town. Kerrigan, who witnessed all this, fell into a long state of stagnation. But unfortunately, she did not go crazy with her lucky father Patrick Kerrigan. Kerrigan was numb with pain. She wanted to escape, but the memories that were constantly recovering kept emerging. During the graduation training of Ghost Academy, the 15-year-old Kerrigan sneaked into a politician's home alone. The politician died because he told the truth at a government-organized press conference. And his wife and young daughters died with him. Then a sex scandal with countless deaths suddenly broke out. After a seemingly laborious investigation, the professional detectives and the police chief of the police station could only regretfully announce that the poor man who had half of his neck cut off by a knife died of suicide. A year later, some righteous people spoke up for the politicians, and were furious about the unwarranted slander. So the emotional citizen spent a few days remembering this great man and typing freely on the website. Not just this family. Since becoming a ghost agent, Kerrigan has killed more than 1,000 people, most of whom are innocent family members of the assassinated. Every time a person is killed, the memory of these people will be forever preserved in Kerrigan's memory storage neurons. The people and teachers of Ghost Academy deceived Kerrigan. Technically, humans can only cover original memories with false memories, but cannot completely replace them. In a sense, it was the psychic suppressors that saved these ghost agents, preventing them from being driven crazy by such memories. However, the people who ordered them to kill were actually the ones who made these psychic suppressors. When Kerrigan thought of the faces of those innocent people, and what they thought before they died, he would feel sincere pain. As a powerful psychic, Kerrigan is more sensitive to any emotion than others, and the sorrow and pain of others will be infinitely magnified in her. In fact, psychics are good listeners. They can always empathize with others, so they can better understand the demands of others. The sensitivity of psychics to emotions makes them love their compatriots more and care about others more easily. But their compatriots generally reject and fear psychics. Ghost Agent Kerrigan is a collection of contradictions. Because of her mother's death and her kind heart, she is extremely disgusted with killing others. But the Federation controlled her and ordered her to kill. I am unforgivable. Suddenly, Kerrigan woke up from the nightmare. She heard someone talking beside her, but she didn't open her eyes to see where she was. At the same time, there were some buzzing sounds from the operation of some instruments, and the crisp sounds from the collision of glass containers around her. Kerrigan's body was still aching slightly. She endured the tearing pain and forced herself not to make any sound. At this time, Kerrigan also felt some changes in her body. She almost immediately realized that the psychic inhibitor implanted in the back of her left brain had been removed with exquisite techniques. But Kerrigan's mentor in Ghost Academy said that it was impossible for anyone in the world to remove the psychic inhibitor, and any forced means would bring extremely terrible consequences. How wonderful! The 16-year-old Kerrigan decided to curse the federal government that brought her endless pain in her heart to prove that the psychic inhibitor was really removed. But Kerrigan was not good at cursing people, and her vocabulary was very limited. She could only curse them as pigs or stupid cookies. It is very similar to the transformation of resocialized soldiers. A strange voice said, this psychic suppressor, or neural controller, can perform the same function as resocialization transformation. After implanting this device, even psychics with powerful psychic talents and telepathy, who are considered uncontrollable, can become obedient warriors. In other words, They have to do whatever I want them to do. A gentle and magnetic voice was heard amid the sound of nails scratching a metal object. But it was undoubtedly the voice of the devil. The words that the teacher of the church school had said to Kerrigan echoed again. God said that they were the devils walking in the world. The 1/3 of the fallen angels. They are around us. And they are murderers. If you want to drive away the devil, you have to buy. Just like many marginal planets in the territory of the Terran Federation that are very far away from the core galaxy and the main star world. In Kerrigan's hometown, due to the harsh living conditions of the planet, people always put too much hope on religion. Religions that were completely banned in the Earth era began to prevail, and the unclear holy words were arbitrarily tampered with and interpreted, followed by various religious sects and religions that worship various strange creatures or evil gods. But Kerrigan is an atheist. Can it be mass-produced? Said the devil. Do you mean the psychic suppressor? The previous voice said, not yet. We are not sure whether it is effective for ordinary people. It is difficult to say whether after the emergence of resocialization technology, researchers in a laboratory, the predecessor of the Terran Federation Ghost Academy, were eager to use this technology, or whether resocial transformation technology was born from this. Okay. Another question. Doctor, the devil said, after removing the psychic suppressor. Will Sarah Kerrigan return to normal? Kerrigan tried to spread her psychic power and feel the brain waves emitted by people when they think to figure out what happened. But this immediately led to disastrous consequences. Without the control of the psychic suppressor, Kerrigan suddenly released psychic power far beyond her imagination. With the sound of breaking light bulbs, glassware, and glasses, the operating room suddenly became dark. Everyone was embarrassed. Kerrigan covered her face like a little girl who had done something wrong, and opened her eyes after a short silence. But when she brushed away her fiery red hair covering her eyes and looked at Augustus, Kerrigan almost screamed in fright. Are you awake? Augustus was using a flashlight-like lighting device to point at his face from under his chin. The cold gray eyes were looking at Kerrigan. The operation was successful. You are free. He showed his sharp teeth. Don't forget who saved you. Chapter 123 Redemption. Sarah Kerrigan sat up with her elbows supported by her effort. Her ragged ghost agent camouflage combat uniform had been replaced with a loose, rough-textured jumpsuit. The several tubes, connected to the instruments buried deep in her fiery red hair, made her very uncomfortable. She originally thought that she would be tied to the electric chair, but it seemed that the actual situation was not that bad. The staff in the operating room took a few minutes to fix the lights, and soon the operating room, which could only accommodate 2 beds and some medical equipment, was as bright as before. Kerrigan's hearing was more acute than that of ordinary people, and she knew that there were many ventilation ducts connected to fans in the wall, which meant that this place was probably underground. Kerrigan looked at an old man with gray hair and a white coat standing beside the bed, and then looked at Augustus, who had his hands behind his back. Kerrigan could recognize his voice. It was this man who awakened her worst memory with just one sentence, which was like the whisper of a devil. However, Augustus's initial impression on Kerrigan was not that bad. He looked quite young, with thick gray eyebrows, deep eye sockets, a hawk-shaped nose, and a firm expression. You saved me. And what can I do for you? Kerrigan looked at Augustus. Although Kerrigan could sense that there were only 2 unknown powerful psychers in the operating room, she still sensed some of Augustus' thoughts on the surface of his consciousness through telepathy, friendly, peaceful, and curious. Too powerful a psychic will read other people's thoughts uncontrollably. Training and psychic inhibitors can effectively restrain this. But Kerrigan, who had just removed the inhibitor, was obviously unable to control her overly powerful psychic power and telepathic ability. I need to know what you are good at. Augustus was wearing a dark gray woolen officer uniform, a Revolutionary Army uniform with closed and lined western straight trousers, and a sheepskin belt with black copper nails. His cold gray eyes were attractive, sharp as an eagle. Kill people. Kerrigan hesitated, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled in pain. No, I don't want to kill people. No one taught her anything other than disguise and assassination. Ghost agents are engaged in the cruelest and darkest work in the Terran Federation. They are the best assassins and the most efficient killing machines. I won't let you kill people. Augustus' head tilted slightly to the left, as if listening to someone next to him. The opposite is true. He spoke to Kerrigan calmly, seemingly without any negative emotions of fear or terror. I want you to save others, liberate the oppressed and their traumatized souls. and maintain fairness and order. Kerrigan was puzzled. But you are rebels. Your memory is gradually recovering. But many of your cognitions are still wrong. After a few seconds of silence, Augustus spoke to Kerrigan again. In the past, you were serving a dark government. In order to maintain their brutal, absurd and ridiculous rule, you are forced to do evil for those who sit high in the parliament. He said, the rulers of Tarsones rule the people of the Terran Federation with high pressure. The enterprises of the descendants of the pioneers and leaders of the creation family use the colonies as the source of raw materials and the dumping ground of products, and use heavy taxes to make the lives of hardworking people unsustainable. The Terran Federation won the war with the Comorian Federation at the cost of the future of the marginal colonies. And now the victims who have suffered from the war have to pay for the consumption of the war. The numerous crimes of the Tarsones government are too numerous to list. What the Revolutionary Army has to do is to overthrow this corrupt government and the Tarsones creation family behind them, defeat their army, and break up and rebuild the Terran Federation. Now, there is an opportunity to change this fate before you. Augustus moved closer to Kerrigan, who was listening attentively. You only need to stand by our side and fight alongside us, and you will understand the darkness hidden under the glorious appearance of the Tarsones Federation government, and understand that we and Korhol 4 are on an extremely bright path. I think you're right. Kerrigan stared at Augustus with her light green eyes hidden under a few strands of fiery red hair. It's good that I'm already guilty. I killed many people. This is an indisputable fact. And I still remember those people's memories clearly. As more memories gradually recovered, Kerrigan became more and more sad and desperate. She was burdened with a guilt that made her conscience condemn. Those self-condemnation and repentance were imposed by Kerrigan herself. And a real villain obviously didn't care about these at all. Kerrigan became extremely confused. In the past, when she lived as a federal ghost agent, her only goal was to complete the assigned mission. The psychic suppressor can turn the most unruly psychic into the most docile sheep and obedient slave. Now Kerrigan has the freedom she never expected after becoming a ghost agent. But she feels at a loss and fear about her future life. She doesn't know what to do next. After all, she has nothing and is despised by others. I know it would be great if you could feel your soul redeemed and comforted in the process. Augustus said, if you have killed 1,000 innocent people, then save 10 million others. We can never redeem our past sins. But at least those 10 million people were saved because of you. But aren't you afraid of me? Sir? Kerrigan gave Augustus a timid smile, which looked like a forced smile from any angle. After removing the psychic suppressor, Kerrigan's calm and tough image of a powerful woman has faded. Now she is no longer a cold and ruthless federal ghost agent, but just a 16-year-old girl. Kerrigan is afraid of getting a positive answer from Augustus. The only thing we need to fear is fear itself. Augustus first quoted a famous saying, and then said, no matter how others see you as a monster, an alien or a person despised by fate. But in my eyes, you are all human. You should not be superior to others because of your psychic gifts. Nor should you be hated because of your differences. You are Sarah Kerrigan. And you will always be Sarah Kerrigan. Follow me. Stand with me. He said, you will no longer be a tool, but a person as the name suggests. Now Sarah Kerrigan is like grabbing a beam of light in the endless darkness. And the light seems to come from heaven. She has a new goal. Chapter 124 Ghosts of the Past. Ghost 24718 lost an arm and a right eye in the mission to assassinate Angus Mengsk. The granite fragments in the explosion pierced both of his lungs, which meant that he would have to rely on an oxygen backpack and assisted ventilator for the rest of his life. Augustus had learned from Kerrigan that he was one of the 3 ghost agents who carried out the assassination mission, and the other agent 24506 was still lurking somewhere in the city of Stilling. His target was Augustus himself, but he apparently did not act for some reason. No one knows where 24506 is now. Perhaps he is still preparing to kill Augustus. Or perhaps he has already returned to Victor 5 or the Ghost Academy in Tarsones. He almost didn't make it. He was in a coma for a week, in a convalescent room for seriously injured personnel at the headquarters of the Korhol Revolutionary Army. A private surgeon employed by the Mengsk family said to Augustus. When Augustus came to this room, Ghost 24718 had already woken up. His pale, bloodless face under his helmet made him look like a vampire lying in a coffin. The ghost agent was wearing a ventilator, and his heavy breathing sounded like a ventilator. There were 4 psychic shielding devices in this room, and as Augustus saw, The data displayed by the instrument console used to monitor his psychic index was always within a safe range. And a Umoyan shadow guard on standby was always watching him. Augustus, son of Angus, you should have killed me. Ghost 24718 looked at Sarah Kerrigan behind Augustus and shook his head. Sarah Kerrigan, who was following Augustus Minsk, looked like a capable adjutant. Soldiers and civilian staff in the Revolutionary Army's headquarters base could not ignore her beauty. Kerrigan had beautiful light green eyes and long eyelashes, and her lips were plump and sexy. Sarah Kerrigan changed into a set of officer uniforms of the Korhol Revolutionary Army. The upper body was a thick woolen stand-up collar jacket with a row of copper buttons, and the lower body was a split skirt, and the hem of the skirt was long and thick. Kerrigan also wears a brimless bowed hat. Her long fiery red hair gathered at the back. The hat badge is a whip ring with a golden 5-pointed star in the center, and the shoulder badges with Minsk's golden wolf and the inverted V logo with a pointed corner down indicate that she is a lieutenant of the guards. After being captured by the rebels, this powerful psyker was grateful for Augustus's rescue and decided to join the revolutionary cause to atone for her past sins. It was almost a matter of course that the Federation shaped her into a killer, and Augustus promised to give her freedom and no longer force her to kill. After all, the shadow guards of Umojan are still working for the elected parliament of Umojan. Although Augustus has entrusted them with important tasks, he still wants to train his own psychics. The reuse of the federal assassin who assassinated his father has caused some concerns, including Corporal Faraday, the head of Augustus's guards, and the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army who learned of this matter, and the former Heavenly Devils of Augustus's team. But since Augustus himself and his father did not think there was any problem, others no longer questioned it. But what else do you want from me? Even if you remove my psionic inhibitor, my personality, which was shaped in my childhood, is still dangerous to you. I used to love all life, but now I am just a butcher who enjoys killing. His voice was a little sad, but he didn't cry because of it. I used to be a child who carefully raised the chicks that fell from the nest and let them fly. But now I like nothing more than nailing the tail of a victor squirrel to the ground and skinning it alive. When I was in this ward, I often heard someone talking in my ear or saw the phantom of my childhood. The countless people I killed were whispering in my ear. But I am not that scary. In fact, I think they are just singing. Ghost Agent 24718 is quite dangerous. He is always depressed and likes to talk to himself. So much so that his doctor can't figure out whether he is talking to another self. He is intoxicated with killing, but he hates it in his heart. This is one of the precursors of schizophrenia. He believes that his nature is kind, and his body has the pure and kind soul of the past. But he has a hysterical love for killing and cruelty. The doctor said in an absolutely calm tone, when 24718 was talking to himself in the mirror. I learned that his mentor had forced him to kill his most beloved pet to test his control over his psychic sensitivity. There are many similar trainings, such as choosing a bullet without live bullets from dozens of pistols and shooting at his temple. I was considered uncontrollable, so I was the first agent to be implanted with a psychic inhibitor. I am a devil, and I love torture. Even so, you are not afraid? Augustus and the doctor looked at each other, and both felt that this was a rather difficult role. Even so, I still want to hire you as my ghost consultant. Augustus said, I want to establish a special organization based on psychics, and the functions of this organization are far more than assassination. You are very sincere. Ghost 24718 looked at Augustus for a long time before saying, to be honest, I am happy to fight the Terran Federation for you. Ghost Academy destroyed my life as a normal person, and I am determined to take revenge. But I can no longer integrate into the life of a normal person. Ghost 24718 has a pair of melancholy blue eyes in his deep eye sockets, and his lips are tightly pursed, as colorless as his face. I will kill for you, if you need me to do so. We don't have to kill anymore. Marshal Augustus Minks promised me, Kerrigan said to 24718. I didn't expect you to trust him so much. You should know that people are not sincere. Meanness and lies can bewitch people's hearts the most. Ghost 24718 shook his head, okay. But I like killing people. This is my hobby. Maybe it will make me feel guilty and regretful. But repentance is for the future. If you want me to serve you, it's better to let me choose a similar job. Whether it is to eliminate political opponents or eliminate the executive chief of Comorian. It doesn't matter, he said. I will do whatever it takes, regardless of morality and ethics, to achieve your goal. If one day, You need me to bear these sins. Then push me to the gallows or the guillotine, and I will take all the secrets to hell. Augustus looked at him deeply, and then said, I will find the best psychiatrist for you. Install new prosthetic limbs and eyes for you. And then you can report to the new department. Thank you. The ghost began to lower his head, and whispered some difficult-to-hear prayers. He is confessing to the Holy Spirit. 24,718 parents are devout doomsday believers. They believe that all difficulties come from God's punishment for sinners. And they firmly believe that the end of mankind will definitely come. The doctor explained to Augustus. Chapter 125 August National Security Council. In mid-April, the new governor's office of Korhol IV announced a state of war and global martial law, and implemented a wartime economic system. The new government also announced that during wartime, industries such as metallurgy, transportation, and spacecraft manufacturing that fully support the war will be taken over by the autonomous government. Even so, the enthusiasm for the revolution has not faded. In August Square in the center of Stilling City, the golden wolf red flag of the Minsk family and the white five-pointed star flag of the Korhol Autonomous Region are flying. The people of Stilling responded to Angus's call for people to participate in politics, and went to the square and the streets to vote for the newly elected Korhol Autonomous Council. Since the great revolutionary leader Angus Minsk became the new Senate president and concurrently the governor of the Korhol system, taking charge of the government, constitutional amendment, and legislative power, the traces of the federal government's rule in Korhol were swept away like dust after rain. In this square named after Augustus's grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, in a geometric rectangular building with Roman arch columns and burgundy glass windows, a new department was established, the August National Security Committee. This is an intelligence agency that only recruits members of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party and is directly responsible to the governor's office of Korhol, bypassing the parliament. It has multiple agencies under its jurisdiction, including the 1st and 2nd Intelligence Bureaus of the Korhol Autonomous Region, the Police Bureau, and the newly established Psychic and Alien Investigation Bureau. On April 17th, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Marshal Augustus, transferred the former Chief of Staff of the Korhol Revolutionary Army and member of the Heavenly Demons, Connor Ward, to serve as the chairman of the committee and presided over the first plenary meeting. This unnamed building was originally planned to replace the Palatine Council Hall as the new Council Hall. The construction of the new Council Hall began 16 years ago, but it was not completed until last year, nearly 10 years later than the original deadline. The funds consumed during the period exceeded 6 billion federal credits, which was 100 times the original budget. The new Council Hall was the product of Senator Korhol's pursuit of power and luxury and his corrupt rule. Its construction funds came entirely from Korhol's taxes and corporate donations. Its interior decoration is extremely luxurious, decorated with countless beautiful rubies. The floor is expensive Jozara sunwood, and some building materials come from galaxies 1,000 light-years away. However, when it came to the issue of abandoning the Palatine Council Chamber and using the new Council Chamber, the majority of traditionalists in the parliament decided more than a decade later that they must continue to hold meetings in the original Council Chamber in accordance with the centuries-old tradition. Therefore, this magnificent palace-like building was abandoned after it was built, and became increasingly dilapidated because no one paid the high maintenance costs. After the establishment of the new government, the new Council Chamber finally played its due role. Today, it is the headquarters of the largest intelligence agency in Korhol IV. The purpose of establishing the August National Security Committee is to eliminate our internal enemies, the Terran Federation spies, and the counter-revolutionaries who deliberately undermine the peace of Korhol. At the same time, the committee is also responsible for supervising and reviewing government officials. In the arched hall with huge stained glass in the new council hall, Augustus gave a speech to the dozen or so directors and deputy directors of various departments and committee members who attended the meeting and were appointed by Angus himself and reviewed by the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan. Externally, we will send specialists to infiltrate Tarsones and Antigua Prime, while collecting intelligence and stealing military and cutting-edge technologies. We will also aim to control or influence the leaders of the creation families and members of the federal parliament. In this regard, the Umoyan agents working in Tarsones will assist us. Marshal Minsk. I am worried that internal censorship will evolve into cruel oppression of the people. The people will live in tension and suspicion all day long. Reporting on each other will eventually turn into a disaster that questions human nature. There are historical lessons for this. A middle-aged man in formal attire said. You don't have to worry about this. We have our own way to judge whether they have truly betrayed the revolution. Also, our internal supervision is currently limited to government officials and the military. Augustus then began to introduce the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan behind him to the participants sitting in the audience. Born psychers are precious treasures of mankind, and the leaders of the Federation obviously only see this as a threat. Augustus' voice was gentle and powerful, and I believe that psychers should never be treated like this. In addition to killing, their telepathic ability, or mind reading, can effectively help us eliminate corrupt officials in the government and traitors in the Revolutionary Party and the army. In the Earth era, psychics were regarded as heretics. The Earth government, which advocates pure human supremacy, began to purge psychics. And some of our ancestors came from those arrested psychics. He said, if we believe that psychics are monsters and aliens, it is a denial of our ancestral bloodline. In the years to come, in the course of civilization measured by geological time, there will be more and more psychics in the world. I support the theory of human evolution, which is my position in the field of psychic research. Please believe that psychics are still one of us and work peacefully with them. For the public, we must also shape a good image of psychics and do positive and beneficial publicity. We have also been investigated. After Augustus finished speaking, the director of the first intelligence agency was surprised, but we were not aware of it. This is natural. There must be no traitors in the intelligence bureau. The director of the second intelligence bureau immediately said, the fact that we can sit here shows that we are absolutely loyal to Korhal. Psychics? Korhal National Security Council Chairman, former Heavenly Devil rocket soldier Connor Ward looked at Augustus. I only recently learned about these superpowers living among us. I'll tell you the truth. If psychics are used to examine ordinary people, then who should examine and supervise the psychics themselves? The answer is a more powerful psychic. Augustus pointed to the girl with long fiery red hair next to him. This is Sarah Kerrigan, the director of the Bureau of Psionic and Alien Investigation. It is unknown since when this ghost agent, who was once a federal assassin and intended to assassinate Augustus' father, Speaker Angus, followed him step by step and acted as his adjutant. Kerrigan's daily image is a dark gray military uniform and a bowed hat with a Revolutionary Army cap badge. She always has a sharp dagger and a shotgun on her hip. Connor Ward stood up with a serious face and walked to the podium, as if to confirm that Kerrigan was a psychic. Then, Ward walked to Augustus and said in a low voice, she is the reason why you transferred Lisa to the newly established National Hospital as the director? This is what they asked me to ask. I am not curious at all. This made Kerrigan look confused. What does this have to do with this meeting? Augustus glared at Ward, and Lisa wanted to go herself. You know it. Be serious. He emphasized, you are the person I trust the most. Connor, I am very relieved to lead this organization to you. I just set up this organization according to my father's ideas. As for making it run as we originally expected and making the enemy terrified, that is your task. Treat the enemy with no mercy. Augustus said solemnly. I believe in your ability. She is indeed very beautiful. Connor nodded. Shut up. Augustus was anxious. Chapter 126. The people need their masters. A dozen or so former senators of Kar sat around a huge, oval mahogany round table. They were mostly elders over 50 years old, and those in their 30s could be considered young people standing between them. Most of the senators were very plain. They neither wore crimson robes with gold edges nor carried canes that symbolized their noble status. But their words were still aristocratic. Some wore round glasses, but their eyesight was still very good after laser correction. Where the Senate of Kar was established, the members there were the gentry of the colonies and the leaders of the colonial spacecraft. For more than 100 years, the Senate has never been a place where ordinary people can talk freely. Angus doesn't like these people, but no matter what their purpose is, at least they have supported him in the parliament. Facts have also proved that these people are really thinking about Kar 4. Although in the few years as senators, these people's wealth and power have expanded exponentially, the election of new members is still in the counting stage. So Angus can only discuss the establishment of a constitution and the appointment of a new government with these members. Fortunately, the advantage of a small number of people is that new laws and proposals are passed much faster, and Angus does not have to spend a lot of time listening to those members who have nothing to do arguing for 4 or 5 days about whether the amendment of a law violates the Constitution of the Terran Federation. But for Angus, who has been in the political arena for many years, This is a bit lacking the sense of accomplishment of arguing with a group of scholars. When only a dozen people were watching him, Angus would feel restless because of the lack of attention. Just like Angus would not be able to sleep once he was away from the center of politics. He simply could not imagine. In just one morning, the new Senate passed 13 bills on increasing government intervention in the economy, as well as the Global Industrial Renaissance Act. At the same time, new heavy factories were being built everywhere in Korhal, with funds and technology coming from several Tarsoni's founding families and Umagins, who secretly cooperated with the Minsk family. And more than 2 million Korhal people who were unemployed due to the war entered the factories to work, as it is located in the core area of the Terran Federation. And with a prosperous economy, KAR is running at full speed under the leadership of a unified and efficient government. But the disadvantages of KAR 4 are also obvious. Compared with other marginal worlds where uprisings are breaking out, they are too close to Tarsoni's and too conspicuous. We will eliminate all slums before 2499, so that there will be no more hungry people in this world. At this time, Angus threw out another heavy promise with passion, and someone next to him recorded his words on paper using shorthand method through non-technological means. As soon as the words fell, the front door of the Palatine Council chamber was opened, and Angus and the councillors looked at Augustus, who was wearing a dark gray general uniform and a wide-brimmed military cap with golden braids. The councillors were already very familiar with this Korhal eagle who made his father extremely proud. Compared to this, they were much more interested in Sarah Kerrigan, the former ghost agent who followed him like a shadow. Augustus, what's wrong? You look a little anxious. Angus cleared his throat and said to his son, do you still have time to play the meeting game with them? Now we don't need a parliament. We can just announce the decree directly. Augustus said, now is a time of war. And KAR even needs only one person who has the final say. The people of KAR need their master, and the parliament must wear its shackles. Don't write this down. And no one should say this. Angus's expression was serious, and his cold gray eyes swept across everyone present, like an old wolf flashing a fierce light. Augustus never admitted that he was a revolutionary who fought for the people. In Angus's opinion, the only reason he was willing to lead the KAR Revolutionary Army was to protect his mother Catherine and sister Dorothy. No councillor was angry at Augustus's rude words. The reason why they survived the power change and still maintained their past status was not because they were very capable, but because they stood on the right side. In the days after the end of the KAR Independence War, all the corrupt officials in KAR were tried one by Augustus's revolutionary army. They cried in the prison car until they were shot by the Stilling River. For 3 days, the red water flowed down the river like a river of blood. The councillors knew what role they should play, because Augustus was the real wolf of the Minsk family. He lacked the most basic respect for the nobles and officials, and slaughtered them like cattle and sheep. You just presided over the meeting of the August National Security Council. I hope that the spy agency can play a role. Angus said. You are impatient. He said. Did you also get the news that the uprising on Antigua Prime failed? I just learned about it. Augustus said. No one expected that there was a Federation fleet in a galaxy 4 light-years away from the Antigua galaxy. The information sent back to us by the organizers of the uprising showed that it was the Gamma Squadron of the Federation fleet. The Gamma Squadron razed Ansu Castle with nuclear bombs, and 200,000 people were reduced to ashes. Many more people were severely burned. The radiation permanently destroyed the local environment, and mutant creatures appeared one after another like evil spirits. He continued. An unknown plague broke out in Lingshui Pride, and the rebels there suffered heavy losses due to excessive non-combat casualties. It's really unfortunate. This is the third failed uprising of the Antigua people. Angus frowned. But what about Lingshui Pride? There is no direct evidence that it is a kind of viral weapon. But the timing of the outbreak is too coincidental. Augustus said, all news media suppressed this matter, and the lack of authenticity of the report misled the people of other planets in the Federation. Compared to them, KAR, who is closer to the core world, is more fortunate. Most of the Federation fleet is still staying in the Edge world, increasing the bargaining chips for the federal government to negotiate with the Comorian Federation. But they have been talking for 3 months. Angus asked as if he was talking to himself. The Comorian Federation has been delaying time to transfer their assets. But how long can the Federation last? We must prepare for the worst. Augustus sighed. The newly established agency is training spies. But at present we mainly rely on the spies of Yumoing. These people will use various means to exchange for the support of senior federal officials and the creation family for us. At the same time, our fleet has begun to take shape. At my request, Umoyan has mobilized a large amount of resources to repair the Hyperion. I expect that I will see a brand new battlecruiser in half a month. During this period, in addition to building fortifications in Coral, the army and people are prepared for a protracted war. I also plan to lead the fleet to raid a base called Victor 5 in the Federation immediately. The captured Ghost agent told me that there are 20 Ghost agents stationed there. Intelligence shows that there may be new weapon design drawings in the computer there. Okay, Angus said, you have more say than me in leading troops to fight. I have another question. After a long silence, Angus suddenly looked at Sarah Kerrigan behind Augustus. Son, do you have to let this federal assassin who killed my double with a single knife serve as your personal bodyguard? I think she is quite good. Augustus thought about it seriously and said, and I don't have any psychological burden because she wanted to assassinate you. No, I'm just worried about your safety. The old wolf of the Minsk family was a little sad, but he was used to it. Chapter 127. There is a fleet, but only a little bit. The giant cargo ship you asked me to modify has been modified. Now you can call it the first giant frigate. I guess you will call it that. In the narrow bridge, Engineer Rory Swan, who was wearing orange-gray work clothes and holding a toolbox in one hand, pointed to the cables and a console on the bridge and said to Augustus, this ship is 400 feet about 128 meters long and 67 feet about 20 meters wide. This child is a medium-sized cargo ship. The cargo hold from the lower deck to the main beam can be divided into many new rooms. If you insist on cramming some people in, it can hold about 1,000 people. The lighting facilities on the ceiling of the bridge are like a very bright white ball of light. Under its light, the control consoles connected to the winding pipes on the bridge are clearly visible. Some of the open bulkhead covers are full of cables of various colors entangled like a group of snakes. And the air with poor circulation is mixed with the smell of lubricating oil and sweat. The bridge of this ship is not as wide as that of the battlecruiser. There are only a few driving seats facing the front portholes. When Augustus and Sarah Kerrigan and a dozen guards walked into the bridge together, the space seemed small, and not many people could stand in front of the bridge portholes used to overlook the battlefield and broaden the captain's field of vision. The Hyperion in the Umojan orbital dockyard will be repaired at least next month. Before that, this frigate converted from an interstellar cargo ship was Augustus's largest warship, and he had to accept the shabby fact that this warship would be the flagship of the Coral Revolutionary Fleet. As Augustus looked around the layout of the interior of the bridge, Sarah Kerrigan, wearing a dark gray Revolutionary Army uniform with a golden wolf armband, began to inspect the facilities inside the bridge as usual. She carried a C-10 rifle across her body, and her long fiery red hair gathered behind her hat was tied with a white ribbon. And the tied long hair was like a dancing flame when she walked. Swan, what's the new design? I know you're a genius. Thank you. But you don't need to praise me 9 times out of 10. Swan's face was covered with oil. I made a small improvement. My team and I added an extra Titan engine and a new central reactor to this spacecraft. The jump engine maintained by a professional team of jump technicians will allow you to race in the hyperspace channel. It sounds like I don't have to worry about power anymore. Augustus said, what about the weapon system? I have seen that you have added additional ship armor and laser pulse cannons to this ship. Yes. There is a pair of shipborne laser pulse cannons under the bridge, and there is a deployable missile hive on each side. In addition, this modified spacecraft is also equipped with a large number of small plasma torpedoes. Of course, due to the defects of the modification, we must use manual operation to push the torpedoes out of the airtight compartment, and give them a hammer to ignite manually when necessary. Swan said to Augustus, based on the original armor, I added thicker armor plates and a lightweight energy matrix shield. Ship shield technology? This is an epic making progress. Augustus' eyes lit up. It's not difficult to do this. The key is to be willing to spend money. Swan said, speaking of this, boss, should we approve more funds for the Car Weapons Research Institute? The research and development of new weapons costs money. There will be funds. Augustus' voice became louder. We'll talk about this later. The entire car now. Ground fortresses, high-altitude orbital defense platforms, anti-aircraft missile arrays, government funding, fleet and military maintenance, etc. are all constantly spending money. The former are all big spenders. And there are millions of mouths to feed by the new government. The new government's finances have long been in deficit, relying solely on taxes. If it weren't for the wealthy and generous Yumoyan government providing a huge war loan at a low interest rate, Angus would have hanged himself. The Yumoyans thought very thoroughly. If the uprising of Korhal 4 failed, the next war in the copperless sector would be the war between the Terran Federation and Yumoyan. So they spared no effort in their support. The little money Augustus made in the army was not enough to build a bathroom on Hyperion. At this time, he couldn't help but miss his brother Arcturus, who was still mining on the edge of the copperless sector. Since they are brothers connected by blood, they must support each other. Moreover, Augustus gave a part of the startup capital at the beginning, which was regarded as a stake in Arcturus's mining industry. Then I'm relieved. Swan had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Also, do you have any idea about the design of the new main gun of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser? Augustus said. Use the nuclear reactor of the battlecruiser as a power source to use a strong magnetic field to concentrate the controllable nuclear explosion into a condensed beam energy. I have to say, this is a crazy idea, Swan said. Sometimes I always wonder if your intelligence department has made a mistake. Maybe the Federation's Ship Research Institute just created a folder on the terminal host to defraud funds, to constrain a controllable nuclear explosion and make it condense. We need to support it with technological breakthroughs in multiple fields of materials science and engineering. You may not understand it in detail because I don't understand it myself, he said. In general, it's easier said than done. Then we'll wait until the Federation succeeds in their experiments. And then we'll get the design drawings. Augustus had never had high hopes for this newly established Weapons Research Institute. Although it was full of talents he had recruited from various technology companies in Korhal. In fact, the top talents in the entire Copperloo sector have always been in Tarsones and Umojan. Augustus didn't really expect them to develop the classic Yamato guns of battlecruisers earlier than the Terran Federation. But what if? What about the research cooperation with Umojan? Augustus asked again. We are still discussing it. The other party is very interested in it. Swan's thick eyebrows and beard were stretched out. But I am worried that those cunning Umoyan people will leave us and work alone. But then again, we don't have a battlecruiser. And I don't know what you are worried about. The irritable Mrs. Mainho asked a soul-piercing question. How many frigates of this type do we have? Augustus was hit hard. 3. And there are 17 more being modified in docks across Korhal. At the same time, we have more than 50 reconnaissance boats converted from civilian transport ships, ranging in size from 65 feet to 165 feet 1050 meters. These reconnaissance boats are equipped with small laser cannons, but the damage is very touching. The laser beam hitting the armor of the battlecruiser is like tickling. Swan gestured. By Yubi well, like this. This is a huge fleet. Augustus sighed. At this time, Jim Raynor's signature laugh came from the narrow passage leading to the bridge. As the fleet commander under Augustus, this open-minded and optimistic young man has been ready to do a big job. Good morning, my lovely friends. Raynor poked out a bald head. It is not easy to take a hot bath on a warship. The sonic bath can remove dead skin and dirt from the body, but it is not effective for greasy hair. So Renault always likes to shave his head during this period. Behind Renault followed the tall and strong Tychus, who had a hard time walking in this narrow passage. Hi, baby, Swan greeted. Good morning. Oh, there is another big guy. Chapter 128, Serving the People and Filling Your Stomach. Tychus? Augustus glanced at Tychus and found that he was wearing a loose plaid shirt and a pair of beach shorts with bright blue patterns. It's easy to tell that this guy is doing well in the Khalil Revolutionary Army. It is said that he often talks about my dear friend, the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army. As for Renault, he was not dressed very formally. He wore a black vest over a white shirt and a gun holster on his faded jeans. Only 19 years old. Renault's eyes sparkled. He was positive and optimistic, as if he would never be discouraged and had endless energy. Why are you here? I heard that you recently led a group of revolutionary masses to raid a senator's house and confiscated all his real estate. Then you swaggered to live in his villa by the Pan Ocean. Why don't you enjoy life? What are you doing here? Serve the people and fill your stomach at the same time. Tychus lit a cigar and said leisurely, That makes sense. People say old Tychus has a heart of gold. Sometimes even a bad guy like me can be kind. I heard that Reno's fleet is about to set sail. I'm good at robbing houses, he said. Why don't you wear a military uniform? Augustus frowned at Tychus's coquettish flowery pants. You should ask those idiots in the Revolutionary Army's Quartermaster Department why they didn't provide me with a larger size of clothes and pants. Tychus cursed. Meet me. This is my fleet commander, Jim Raynor. He's a great guy. Augustus was really helpless with Tychus. He shook his head and pointed at Raynor in a vest and said to Swan, Kerrigan and others, I'm Jim. I'm good at driving and sailing. Raynor introduced himself. That's Mr. Tychus Finley. He's a traditional villain. I'm kindly reminding you that women should stay away from him. And men should watch their butts. Augustus looked at Tychus again. You really make me sad when you say that. Tychus pulled up his loose pants that seemed to be about to fall off. At this time, Tychus noticed the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan behind Augustus, and habitually commented in his mind with a professional eye that her butt was really good. To be honest, this was just Tychus's instinctive reaction. Old Tychus was still very sensible. He knew which women he shouldn't get entangled with. Otherwise his brain, which was a collection of various dirty thoughts, would have begun to fantasize about the other party being stripped naked. My God, what's in your head? Sarah Kerrigan glared at Tychus and shook hands with Raynor in a friendly manner. They met about 10 years earlier, and Kerrigan did not say the classic "you pig." Jim Raynor is now a promising young man with positive thoughts. He is not the greasy Uncle Sarah who was married in 2499. He will never think of inappropriate scenes for children when they meet. But his friend Mr. Tychus has always been a villain and an old rogue. Damn. I forgot she's a telepath. I heard they can control a person's bladder and make those idiots pee like dogs. Tychus's face was wrinkled with vicious wrinkles. And he whispered, I hate wizards. Mengsk, you have to arrange a job for me. Tychus walked to Augustus without any embarrassment. I don't ask for much. Just let me be the captain of a frigate. You know me. I'm always hard when I fight. But I want a year's salary in advance. If you want a raise in the future, it will be calculated separately. No problem. Augustus said, I will give you another company of stilling wolf hunters. You have to hire the rest yourself. And the government will pay for it. Are you serious? They are the elite of the elite. Tychus said, it's a deal. Stilling's wolf hunters are a militia with a long history. Its predecessor was a hunter team formed in the colonial era to protect the colonists. Although hunting has become a sport for nobles to show their status and pastime in this era, the descendants of the wolf hunters living in the forest still follow the ancient tradition. They have been warriors guarding the huge hunting grounds of the Stilling for generations for the Mengsk family. After Angus Mengsk declared the independence of Korhol, about 2,000 wolf hunters declared their allegiance to Angus and his sword and Augustus, the son of Angus who inherited the blood of the Mengsk family. The symbol of the Stilling wolf hunter is a notched hunting axe. Wait, Augustus. This Mr. Finley wants to hire the thugs in the Stilling slums at a low price, and then make a profit by quoting a high price. Kerrigan walked to Augustus and said, Don't tell on me, you damn witch. Tychus was furious, staring at Kerrigan like a lion about to pounce. But he didn't dare to really do it, because even Tychus was not sure if he was a match for this ghost agent. Kerrigan snorted, hid behind Augustus and ignored him. That's enough. Tychus, I'll have someone check the accounts. In the past, Augustus didn't care about this little money. But now is different from the past. You know my attitude towards corrupt officials. Any torture for those scum of humanity is deserved. If Carr hadn't socialized the soldier factory, I would have turned them into self-destructing soldiers long ago. Damn. You're so mean. Tychus spread his hands. Watch your hands, and don't stretch them to places they shouldn't be. Augustus said, You will have plenty of opportunities to plunder the military supplies of the Federation in the future. But we must never do anything like looting or murder. I understand. Tychus nodded. What does that sentence say? The Revolutionary Party is the friend of the people. And the Revolutionary Army is the sword and shield of the people. You know these propaganda slogans by heart. Augustus smiled. He looked at the mechanical watch on his hand, turned around and said to Rory Swan next to him, Let this spaceship move. We still have a battle to fight. Okay. But I have to follow this ship, so that I can repair it in time when you damage it. Swan walked to the control console, muttering, After all, revolution is not playing with cats. And bad guys never rest. Attention. All units. Close the hatch. Start the number 1 engine. And everyone leaves the flight deck and returns to their respective positions. Heat up the boilers. Guys, he said. A holographic projection screen unfolded in front of Augustus, showing a galaxy with 3 Earth-like planets and a scorching main sequence star, one of the Earth-like star systems. Victor 5 is the target of Augustus's trip. Time is running out for Augustus. After the negotiation between the Comorian Union and the Terran Federation ends, a brutal decisive battle awaits Car 4. The first giant-class frigate accelerates away from a revolutionary starport on the Car satellite Canis and stops in deep space. At the same time, more spacecraft begin to take off, and a small fleet begins to assemble rapidly. The first fleet of the Car Revolutionary Army. Chapter 129, a brief analysis of the current situation from UNN Fake News. On the way to the destination Victor 5, the giant-class frigate number 1, where Augustus was located, was in a state of hyperspace travel, and the crew on the ship generally had nothing to do. Most of them could only sleep, exercise in the restaurant and the passageway inside the ship, or read the e-books and videos stored in their personal terminals a week before the spacecraft departed. Due to the lack of supply ships and berthing transfer stations, this warship must carry enough refined high-energy gas fuel and ammunition. The problem caused by the lack of space is that most of the more than 500 crew members can only sleep in single alloy compartments they call coffin rooms. The space there is narrow, and the height can only support the people sleeping in it to sit up straight. The holographic projection screen in the captain's room plays UNN News from a week ago, which Augustus has watched several times. Raynor and Tychus are playing cards, with a technician under Swan at a metal folding table. The smell in the small captain's room is not pleasant. This is UNN frontline reporter Max Spear. I am on the flagship of Colonel Edmund Duke. The NORAD 2. The Invincible Alpha Squadron recaptured Char from the Comorians today. Experts are still evaluating the value of recolonizing this lava planet. Then Augustus' old acquaintance Colonel Duke spoke smugly to the camera, his tone as arrogant as ever. We all know that the Comorians are just a bunch of weak bones. They just don't know how hard the Tarsoni's fists are. See? The Comorians are already begging for mercy on their knees. Peace talks? We have nothing to discuss with the Kelmorian Federation. The fleet will soon take over Moria. Alpha Squadron's attacks are always fast and fierce. Hey, what is this gorilla talking about? Raynor played his cards. There are no Kelmorians on Char anymore. It turns out that he calls replanting the Federation flag on a volcano recovering lost territory. Edmund, you are really good at this. In addition to your own people, you actually hit the air. No surprise. Jim. Augustus swiped across the screen, skipping the next 20 minutes of Colonel Duke's bragging time. The picture that stopped was a fairly young male reporter with deep eyes and somewhat messy hair. This reporter was obviously inexperienced, and the only reason he could make a splash on the Golden Age News channel was that he was standing on the messy streets of Castiling, full of revolutionary flags. My name is Mike Liberty. Thank you, Anderson. Yes, as you can see in the introduction subtitles, my name means liberty. This means that I am related to the revolutionary demands of the people of Car. I am standing among thousands of Car people. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Live now. The young reporter stood with the revolutionaries waving flags. And not only was he not expelled or beaten, but he was welcomed by the people. This is probably the only reason why his program can be broadcast. At the same time, the TV station obviously added filters and light and dark effects to make the streets of Stilling look like slums. There were broken glass, bottles and trampled flags everywhere, and the flag-waving Car people looked like they were mentally ill with ADHD. Well, friends who are watching the midday news and major events in the Federation, as you can see, Car 4 is a mess. The host said in a kind of compassionate tone, "Look at those broken store windows and smashed vehicles. I just can't bear to watch it." The largest riot in the history of the Federation has caused indelible and painful effects on Car. Factories have stopped. Urban traffic has been paralyzed. Electricity and water supplies have been cut off. And thugs have rushed into civilians' homes, robbing property and the wives and daughters of law-abiding people. Angus and his traitorous lackeys looted the city, and criminals reveled on the legal steal. This is really a catastrophe, a rare tragedy in the new era, and a terrible trauma to human civilization. In fact, Angus Menk's approval rating on Corhole 4 has remained above 90% for 6 consecutive years. The young reporter, who looked no more than 20 years old, waited patiently for the TV supporter to finish speaking before speaking. During the new government's rule, unemployment and crime rates have dropped to the lowest level since 2480. Factories are running at full capacity, and the power generation of the fusion nuclear power plant in 1 week is enough for a prime world like Mars Sera to use for a year. The great city of Stilling is bursting with life. And the Revolutionary Army is coming. No new government. No Revolutionary Army. The host stressed, nonsense. Every time I hear this, I laugh until my stomach hurts. Reno laughed. They don't want to hear the truth. Jim. Augustus had already memorized the reporter's appearance. It's a hit. Mike. I like him. This guy is a truth-teller. But we probably won't see him again in a few years. Raynor said, maybe he will be transferred to the rear to write some articles. Or maybe he will disappear from the public eye. Who knows? I will let the Pantaloon Underground Party lurking in Tarsonis contact him. The new regime needs such people. Welcome to Jones's Evening Show. Enter the Marine Corps. I am the host Philip. And this is the News Channel Daily Copperloo. Breaking news. After 3 months and 100 standard Tarsonis days, there is new progress at the conference table. The Comorian Federation government agreed to cede 4 mining worlds including Simond. The new trade agreement stipulates that Moria will have to give federal companies equal rights and no longer impose unreasonable additional tariffs. Please continue to pay attention to the negotiation process between the Federation and the Union. UNN Global News Network provides you with the latest, most complete, and most authoritative exclusive reports. It sounds like the Comorians are about to collapse. Tychus played his cards and took all the chips on the table with a smile. After Korhal IV became independent, the elders in the Federation Parliament and the Creation family obviously wanted to resolve the dispute with the Comorians as soon as possible. Before that, everyone tacitly took advantage of the negotiations to intensify the plunder of Comorian mining companies and take all the mines into their pockets. Augustus said, as long as they want to talk faster. The progress of the meeting is decided by the federal parliament. The diplomats from Comorian have no right to say no to the division of the victors. Augustus, let's think about the worst. How long do we have to prepare? Raynor shook his head and sighed. I have been thinking about this problem these days. Augustus' face was calm. 2 weeks. This is the shortest time for the Edge Starfield fleet to jump to Korhal. After that, all the fleets of the Terran Federation will flock to it. Chapter 130 Victor. Chapter 130 Victor 5. When the flagship of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet, the giant-class frigate No. 1, jumped out of the hyperspace channel, everyone felt dizzy. An inconspicuous yellowish planet appeared on the holographic projection star map in front of the bridge, and some tiny green triangles represented Augustus's huge fleet. Victor 5 is a near-Earth planet. Most of its surface is covered with desert, and sandstorms that spread for dozens of miles are raging on this little-known marginal world. Although this planet has been shown to be as uninhabitable and unusually violent as possible, there are indeed Federation colonies here. In the oasis farms built by Victor 5 using groundwater and artificial irrigation systems, there are about hundreds of thousands of Terrans living. The ancestors of these people came from the Terran Federation colony spacecraft that was forced to land here about 50 years ago due to power system damage. After the initial despair, the colonists found the precious underground water system, and the tenacity and perseverance of human beings made new cities rise between the deserts. In the star map, the red light spot in the galaxy about 120 light-years away from Victor 5 is the Terran Federation's Delarian shipyard. But before more warships, including the battlecruiser Hyperion, join the fleet, Augustus has no confidence in seizing the shipyard. Augustus knows that he only has one chance. If he fails, Korhal will never recover. But Augustus can't sit in Korhal's Revolutionary Army headquarters and wait. So there is this action of the Revolutionary Army fleet, and he prefers to call it a military exercise, using Victor 5 as a forward base for the raid on the Delarian shipyard. At this time, Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a military uniform instead of a Ghost combat uniform, walked in, stood beside Augustus and said, "That's where Ghost 24718 and I started from. We were just transferred from the Ghost Military Academy in Tarsonis to Victor 5 within 3 months. Before that, we knew nothing about this place. Why does this base need so many Ghost agents stationed there? So many psychers? But this place is too far from the battlefield." Augustus looked at the slowly rotating yellow planet. Does the Federation want to build a new Ghost Academy here? I don't know why. And the psychic inhibitor doesn't allow me to question orders. We just need to know what to do, said Kerrigan. But the location of this military base is indeed very strange. The planet where it is located is too far away from several major galaxies, where the Kelmorian Federation and the Terran Federation are fighting. And it is far away from the galaxy trade routes. which means that no fleet will pass by here except adventurers. At first glance, it seems meaningless to set up a military base on Victor 5 on the star map, but it is located between the bases of several fleets of the Federation. Rather than saying that this is a frontier battle or a military fortress, Augustus believes that the Terran Federation is conducting some mysterious experiments here that must not be made public. Putting these aside, Augustus believes that he is likely to obtain the technology to train ghost agents in Victor 5. He does not necessarily need these cold agents to work for him, but the research results of Federation scientists on psychics are what he really wants. This is why Augustus is determined to take this place. We will soon find out the little secret of Victor 5. Augustus said to Raynor, Jim, stop playing cards and drive the ship to low orbit. We have to preserve the facilities in this base as much as possible. So this is a landing battle. Where are my troops? Augustus said in the bridge through the fleet's communication channel. Coral warriors, draw your guns and load them. Kerrigan, you follow the anti-psychic force. The Stilling Striker squad. Augustus said, I need you to deal with those ghost agents. What about me? After Tychus collected the money he won from playing cards, he gestured to Augustus and said, What is my mission? You will lead the landing force on the ground to launch an attack. Augustus said, Tychus, you will be the commander of this force. When you want to destroy something, you can trust old Tychus. Tychus laughed and left the bridge to put on his CMC 300 power armor. As everyone inside the warship performed their duties and worked hard, the frigate passed through the extremely thin atmosphere of Victor 5 and came to a huge, swirling, high-speed tornado. The holographic projection screen in front of Augustus showed that this unparalleled tornado was 60 miles high and 12 miles wide, and the military fortress of the Terran Federation was located in the calm eye of the tornado. And even the local residents knew nothing about it. If Kerrigan hadn't told him the coordinates here, Augustus wouldn't have known that there was a Terran Federation military base on this harsh planet, and it was hidden in a storm that was strong enough to tear a human apart. Hey boss, I fixed the Arc tanks in the Hyperion warehouse. Now you can deploy these big tanks, which are full of top tank drivers. At this time, Swan's head in the armory on the lower deck of the frigate appeared on the screen. I spent a few days adding gravity accelerators to these tanks to cope with these storms. You really did it. What else do these new devices do besides keeping them stable in storms? Augustus asked. That's a lot of uses. Since Swan couldn't see Augustus's head and could only hear his voice, he didn't know where to look at all. The only thing on the screen was his iconic beard, inspired by the gravity generation unit of battlecruisers and high-altitude orbital defenses. It only takes a little modification to apply it to the Arc tank. Tank drivers can increase the tank's gravity to 5 to 6 times its original value by pressing a button, so that these tanks will not be swept away by violent storms, Swan said. In fact, this technology can also be applied to power armor, but so far it is only used to allow Marines to stand firmly on the deck in space environments and warships. He continued, in the future, combined with Yumoyan's anti-gravity technology and plasma thrusters, we may be able to realize the possibility of the flying tank you mentioned. Swan, you are such a treasure boy, Augustus praised. Oh, although I don't understand what you are saying. You are right. Swan looked at the screen at a loss. Augustus smiled silently and opened his command channel. Repeat the battle plan. The tank troops will take the lead in attacking, passing through the storm, and destroying the enemy's air defense facilities as much as possible. After that, the landing craft will land from the top of the eye of the storm to deliver ground troops. Fight for Coral. The channel received an untidy but powerful response. Chapter 131 Eye of the Storm. Augustus stood in the empty bridge of the giant-class frigate. Below the porthole was the gray and golden land of Victor 5. And a huge, endless yellow-gray tornado almost occupied the entire field of vision. The leader of the Coral Revolutionary Army had a panoramic view of the entire battlefield through several non-overlapping holographic projection screens, and had brief but uninterrupted contact with the tank troops on the ground and the troops about to land through the command channel. As far as this battle is concerned, as a commander, the role of coordinating the overall situation and stabilizing the morale of the army is far better than Augustus wearing power armor and leading the troops to charge. This is Sergeant Nicolami, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Stealing Armor Division. My tanks are in the storm. We are still 4 miles away from the Federation military base. The gravity accelerator has greatly slowed down our progress. The 17 Arclight tanks dropped to the ground by the transport ship and moving in the storm include 4 from the Hyperion's armory, 9 captured from the Terran Federation garrison stationed in Car 4, and the rest from military supplies donated by Umogen. The high-speed storm weakened the transmission of radio signals, causing the signal sent back by the tank troops to be interrupted from time to time. However, this storm, which spread over more than 10 miles, not only made the base in the center difficult to be discovered by the outside world, but also made the connection between the base and the satellite and the monitoring equipment outside the storm unstable. Augustus believed that this natural barrier served as a protective umbrella while blinding the eyes of the defenders inside. I am Raynor. I am at the aircraft dock of the frigate. The Little Devil transport ship is now full of a platoon of revolutionary troops. It is too crowded here, and even 2 larger transport ships cannot accommodate it, Raynor said in a channel. We will be able to sail the big ship in a few days, Augustus said. Where is Tychus? Oh, Tychus is on the transport ship. The bastard finally changed into his power armor. If only the others were here. A squad of Heaven's Devils could raise this base, Raynor replied. And I will lead them again, Augustus said. Next, in the communication channel with overlapping voices and silence for dozens of minutes, Raynor drove the small demon transport ship full of soldiers to the eye of the storm. There were 15 other modified reconnaissance boats carrying more than 400 people following the leading imp. In one of the reconnaissance boats, Sarah Kerrigan and a full-strength anti-psychic force, Steely Striker, temporarily under her command, carrying EMP electromagnetic bombs and psychic shielding interception nets. These cutting-edge anti-psychic technologies all came from the Umogens. And there is no doubt that this must be just the tip of the iceberg of Umogen technology. The paintwork of these revolutionary fleet ships is the same black and gray as the Heavenly Demon. And the hooded skull logo painted on the bow has nothing to do with the Korhal Revolutionary Army. When the Federation first saw this patchwork fleet, they would probably only think it was interstellar pirates. As Augustus stared seriously at the eye of the storm on the screen and the images that were being sent back from above, the first tank of the Revolutionary Army drove out of the eye of the storm, and a complex of low-rise gray alloyed buildings appeared in front of the tank driver. There were barbed wire and shallow trenches between the complex and the storm, and there were several bunkers and anti-aircraft turrets near the buildings. Through the three-dimensional terrain imaging and thermal imaging system inside the tank driver could see that the Marines inside the complex were running towards their bunkers and shelters at full speed. We have arrived at the Fujita Mine military base on Victor 5. My God, this looks more like a research center than a military base. The signal was obviously better at this time. Sergeant Nikolai's voice was clearer. This native of Stealing was a driver of a maglev train a few months ago. Under the influence of his wife, who was deeply influenced by revolutionary ideas, this 30-year-old Stealing decided to fight for the new leader of Korhal and the bright future he promised. Sergeant Nikolai immediately issued an attack order. With the sound of hydraulic devices, the 85 ARC tanks brackets were deployed from both sides and entered siege mode, conducting long-range artillery fire from a mile away. The 120mm impact cannon shells flattened 2 bunkers in the first round of firepower salvos, and the anti-aircraft guns and missile towers standing in the distance collapsed with a roar, under the effect of the brackets and the gravity accelerator added by Swan. These ARC tanks were transformed into fixed artillery positions with a longer range. A fully staffed ARC tank division can destroy any enemy positions and fortresses in an instant. After the second round of shooting, the Revolutionary Army's ARC tanks retracted their supports according to Augustus's order, turned around and drove back into the storm. At this time, the communication channel became noisy again. Wilkerson's tanks can't move. Keep moving forward. Don't look back. These tanks broke down one after another during the retreat, and their equipment was all paralyzed. Augustus knew what happened. The invisible federal ghost agents caught up with them and used special electromagnetic locking bullets to turn these tanks into immobile scrap metal. Fortunately, the ghost agents could not do anything to the ARC tank's armor for the time being. But Augustus could not imagine how terrified the drivers must be at this moment. The tanks were parked on the battlefield, and they were in an immovable steel coffin, not knowing whether they would die in the next moment. Jim, prepare to land. After receiving the report from the tank troops, Augustus immediately issued another order: quick battle and quick decision. The landing fleet on standby immediately began to dive through the violent storm from top to bottom, and a sharp whistle came from the communication channel. These reconnaissance boats, converted from civilian ships, were like falling leaves in the storm. Within a few minutes, 3 reconnaissance boats and transport ships lost contact with the fleet's flagship. Augustus didn't know whether they were shot down or torn apart by the storm. But that at least meant that he had lost dozens of brave revolutionary soldiers. The communication channel of the landing force was in chaos, and Augustus had no idea what was happening below. A group of strangers were fighting. After waiting in silence for more than 10 minutes, Tychus brought good news. We have occupied this shitty place. But there are valuable scientific instruments everywhere, and some rare crystal mines that look worth 1,000 gold. I want to tell you that we have made a fortune, but there must be a share of it for old Tychus. Oh, guess what unfortunate Jim found? Those scientists are actually studying a pool of sticky purple snot. Layers of protection. Hundreds of precision equipment are just for studying snot. I thought they were studying alchemy. Say it again. What did you find? Augustus' voice became noticeably louder. Poor Jim, and that disgusting purple snot. My God, that snot moves. Tychus replied. That's disgusting. Chapter 132 Fungal Blanket. The battle in the center of the storm lasted for about 2 hours. The less than 100 federal defenders showed great tenacity in the face of the Revolutionary Army soldiers, who outnumbered them by several times. The Revolutionary Army paid a heavy price. These federal soldiers must have been resocialized. Even if their legs were cut off by the shells of the arc tank, they could still resist the blood loss and pain that was enough to shock people. Even so, what really gave the Revolutionary Army a headache was the unknown number of federal ghost agents, who might be lurking in any corner like ghosts. But the once secret eye of the tornado has now become a closed cage. Psionic power cannot protect the ghost agents from being torn into pieces by the high-speed airflow mixed with sand and sharp gravel when they walk into the storm. The anti-psionic forces of the Revolutionary Army, about 120 steel striker companies, are divided into 12 groups to search for ghost agents in the eye of the storm. These soldiers are wearing power armor equipped with psionic shielding devices, which can effectively protect the soldiers' brains. After the ghost agents were basically eliminated or captured, Augustus flew to the ground on a medium-sized transport ship and entered the place named Fujita Mine Research Institute by the founder. Unlike Kerrigan's firmly believed memory, this was not a military base. This institute was a standard alloy building built with modular airdrop plates. The flat structure made the building look like a staircase spliced together. Augustus, wearing power armor, approached the collapsed gate of the institute under the protection of the soldiers surrounding him. A straight corridor with a single line and simple warning lines appeared in front of him. The revolutionary soldiers around were cleaning up the battlefield. The not-so-rich Revolutionary Army had to recycle the power armor and guns and ammunition of their comrades and enemies. You look very ugly. When Augustus was about to enter the institute, Sarah Kerrigan came over, and the stealing strikers behind him were carrying several bloody ghost agents. Augustus, you are thinking about something very bad and terrible in your mind. Tell me, what did you see? Humanity is destroyed. Kerrigan stared at Augustus with her pale green eyes. But why? Let's go and see. To see the hidden truth. Augustus said, you will know why so many ghost agents are needed here. The surrounding revolutionary soldiers followed them silently, passing through one passage after another, and a wide sterile laboratory, and finally stopped in front of an observation room. The observation room replaced a whole wall facing the observer with transparent glass. And Raynor and Tychus were leading several revolutionary soldiers standing there waiting for Augustus. Where is the scientist in charge of this laboratory? Augustus asked as soon as he saw them. Here. Tychus grabbed a man in a white dust-free work suit and slid him in front of Augustus like a cat, looking at his ID card hanging on his chest. Augustus learned that he was a doctor named Francois from the Biological Research Laboratory of Tarsones University. This is so touching. I heard that you came to overthrow the federal rule. Virgin Mary. You saved me. The doctor wanted to shake hands with Augustus excitedly, but when he stretched out his hand, Kerrigan immediately blocked it. Dr. Francois didn't feel embarrassed at all, and he looked very happy. This middle-aged man, with a hunchback, had sparse brown hair and a pair of clever black eyes hidden under glasses. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay here for the rest of my life. I was attending a lecture at Tarsones University, where I mentioned my research on alien physiology. But as soon as the get out of class was over, my eyes went dark. And when I woke up, I found myself being brought here. The bastards in the army actually asked me to strip naked for inspection. He seemed very talkative. Very good. Now you are a part of the Revolutionary Army. Augustus interrupted the doctor when he was about to speak. Soon the whole copperless sector will know that you are fighting for justice and freedom. Dr. Francos withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a deflated balloon. My dear revolutionary comrade Dr. Francos, can you tell me what is in there? Augustus pointed to a pool of purple substance stuck to the glass wall. This was not a bright purple, but a dark purple that was almost black. The purple substance that almost covered the entire glass wall was like a squirming gel, covered with veins like biological tissue, moving like a slug on the glass, crawling like a living thing. During the 10 seconds that Augustus stared at it, the dark purple substance seemed to grow a little bigger, and the tentacle-like sticky ends moved to occupy a larger area of the glass wall. It is a living biological blanket composed of biological organic matter, containing proteases and constantly replicating cells. The doctor replied. Where did it? Or where did they all come from? Augustus asked the next question. Just 2 years ago. It was first discovered on several colonized planets on the edge of the copperless sector, along with some extremely aggressive alien organisms. Although they are different, genetic sequencing shows that their DNA composition is highly similar, which means that these organisms are likely to belong to different branches of the same species. The doctor said. Does that mean you were also involved in the initial investigation? Augustus looked at him and said. At that time, I was just a peripheral person who handled experimental materials. An assistant who knew nothing, the doctor said. Then he revealed a shocking truth in order to block the news. The federal government killed all witnesses and even the entire colony. How many alien creatures were discovered? At Augustus's signal, Kerrigan began to read his thoughts and memories hidden deep in his heart. At this time, Augustus couldn't help but think that if he knew the evidence of the federal government's inhumane silencing, it would undoubtedly further reduce the government's prestige. Not many, and even fewer are left alive. The doctor said. They are bloodthirsty, like skinned wild dogs, with scars and leprosy-like cracks all over their bodies. And they are like snake-like monsters. These monsters invaded several colonial towns. You can't imagine the scene. People who were mostly eaten were hung on the eaves to dry, and the heads that were half-eaten looked at you with pus-filled eyes. People were disemboweled alive. Although Augustus felt extremely horrified by what the doctor described, he still breathed a sigh of relief. According to Augustus's estimation, this should be the Zerg reconnaissance force that spread across the galaxy in the background. And the origin of the Zerg swarm, Xeris, is far outside the copperless sector, and the main force should not have arrived yet. What about these ghost agents in the Institute? Are they experimental subjects? Augustus asked the last question. Research shows that there is a phenomenon similar to resonance between these creatures and psychers. Experiments have shown that they are attracted to psychics. And this phenomenon is obvious in some psychics with extremely high PSI levels. The doctor replied. We are still studying this abnormal phenomenon and have achieved corresponding research results based on it. Those who invested in this project believe that these alien creatures can become a weapon. Chapter 133 Larvae. Renault and Tychus led the Revolutionary Army soldiers to carefully search all the laboratories, isolation rooms, dissection rooms, and thousands of compartments in the Fujita Peak Research Institute. As the discoveries gradually increased, the existing evidence pieced together an intriguing truth. As early as 2 years ago, the Terran Federation had been studying this suddenly appearing alien creature. Augustus realized that the psychic transmitter that had destroyed the Terran Federation came from its own research on alien insects. After Augustus stared at the dark purple fungus behind the glass wall for nearly 20 minutes, a revolutionary soldier wearing dark red power armor, with a golden wolf head logo on his shoulder armor walked up to him, holding a portable battery freezer in his hand. What is that? Kerrigan took the briefcase, and the close-fitting Umojan Shadow Guard refractive combat suit tightened her slender waist and hips when she bent over. After removing the psychic suppressor, as a level 10 psychic, Kerrigan can release far more psychic power than before. Dissected alien creatures. The orange-yellow matte mask of the revolutionary soldier barely reflected light under the bright light, and a somewhat palpitating voice came from the loudspeaker unit. Marshal Minsk. 2 of them are alive. Open it. Augustus ordered immediately. The iris lock of this freezer has been unlocked. Kerrigan put on laboratory gloves and grasped the lock of the freezer to open it. In the white smoke of condensed water vapor, 3 worm-like multi-segmented creatures with a layer of white frost on their surfaces were lying quietly in the freezer layer of the box. Maggots. Maggots with shells. Kerrigan made a quick judgment and added, it's really scary to see them. Dr. Francois. What do you know about this creature? Augustus said to the federal biology doctor, who was ordered to stay where he was and not go anywhere. One of the three slender and multi-tentacle creatures had been dissected, and part of its beetle-like hard shell had been neatly peeled off, revealing complex organs and white brain tissue. There was no stomach, intestines, or excretion organs in the abdomen. As a result, the question of how this creature survived has troubled federal scientists for a long time. We guess that this is the larvae of the alien insect zerg, just like the larvae of metamorphosed insects. After they absorb enough nutrients, they will cocoon and transform into another completely different creature, which seems to be born for killing. They have thousands of dense muscles on their bodies, covered with claws and fangs. The doctor used the word alien insects for the first time. Obviously, the Federation has already named this newly discovered creature. But the adults of these creatures are not exactly the same. The specialization of traits may vary greatly from individual to individual, and the size and aggressiveness of the same zerg may also vary greatly. He said. Later, we realized that the DNA of the larvae of this creature carries billions of sequences, and the possibilities of these sequences combining with each other are almost infinite. Not to mention the possibility of genetic mutation and recombination. Infinite possibilities for evolution. Is there a way to use catalysts or other means to make it deform in the direction we give? Augustus said, or use more efficient means to control these creatures through transformation. Since we can produce resocialized soldiers, why can't we use this method on alien creatures? No. This is impossible. It is impossible with human technology. The doctor immediately threw out 3 consecutive denials, which made Augustus very disappointed. While Augustus was talking to the doctor, due to the gradual increase in temperature, a larva of the alien insect woke up. Its centipede-like multi-legged body seemed to wriggle like a snake, and its multisynaptic head had multiple scarlet, triangular eyes that slowly opened. The slimy little monster seemed not to be fully awake yet. It squinted its scarlet eyes and looked around for something, but found nothing. The larva moved, making a slurping sound like walking in muddy mud with rain boots. Every once in a while, it would stop and remain motionless, as if waiting for some order. The sound of guns being drawn and loaded could be heard all around. The nervous soldiers rushed to stand between Augustus and the larva, and heavy breathing could be heard in the communication channel. Don't be nervous. Although Augustus knew that the larva was not actually aggressive, he still took a loaded Gauss rifle from his subordinates. I want to take a good look at this beast. When the revolutionary soldiers dispersed, the slow-reacting larva finally raised its head like a cobra, staring at Augustus, making a crackling sound. But the larva's target was not Augustus. After its eyes briefly stayed on him, it moved to Kerrigan next to him. The ugly creature immediately made a high-pitched hissing sound, and it crawled out of the freezer, landed on the smooth floor of the laboratory, and slowly crawled towards Kerrigan. Augustus walked over and stepped on the tail of the larva, and the heavy pressure of the power boots of the power armor made it immediately make a louder noise. However, soon, the larva jumped a few times like a fish landing on the shore, and then lay on the ground without struggling. What does it want to do? Augustus leaned over and looked at the little monster without fangs and claws. It's looking for something. Waiting for something. At this time, Kerrigan suddenly rubbed her temples, looking a little tired. Can you read its thoughts? Augustus looked at Kerrigan in surprise. No. I just sensed something. It seems that this low-level creature without thoughts is waiting for the order of a higher level and more powerful creature. Kerrigan shook her head and said, It's waiting for my order. Augustus stared at Kerrigan's face for a few seconds. Then he let go of his feet. Prove it to me. Kerrigan. Kerrigan's eyes suddenly flashed with a color like molten gold, and the larva lying powerlessly on the ground suddenly curled up and circled around its tail on the ground, like a cat chasing its tail. This is incredible. A soldier couldn't hide his surprise. You are special, Augustus said. Next, try to control this larva and let it transform into an adult. Originally Augustus thought that Kerrigan had the ability to control the Zerg after becoming the Queen of Blades. But now it seems that she is born with the ability to control these creatures. It seems that the Overmind targeted Kerrigan not just because she is a level 10 psyker, because there are more than one level 10 psykers in the world. Augustus didn't know whether this news was good or bad. No. I can't do it, Kerrigan replied. Chapter 134 Cerberus Project. My intelligence department told me that these creatures can turn into other things. Augustus said, Don't worry about it. Are there other intelligence departments besides Augustus National Security Council? Kerrigan tilted her head in confusion, her fiery red ponytail hanging on her shoulders, as if wondering if there was a department in the Korhal Revolutionary Army that the mind-reading psychers didn't know about. Because she was forbidden to read the inner thoughts of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Kerrigan could not know what was going on in his ocean-like deep heart. Korhal intelligence is an old department. They were established in the time of my grandfather's grandfather, Augustus said seriously. Okay, Kerrigan playfully blinked her big light green eyes. Put this monster away and send it to the ship. Augustus paused and said, take the mass in the laboratory with you. As for you, Dr. Francois. Then, he said to the doctor beside him in a gentle tone, we will send you back to Tarsones to reunite with your family. No. I'm willing to serve the Revolutionary Army. Marshal. In order to avoid being killed by federal agents after returning to Tarsones. Dr. Franco said hurriedly. Very good. I knew you were willing to stand on our side, Augustus said with satisfaction. When the Revolutionary Army soldiers in crimson armor hurriedly put the larvae back into the freezer, Augustus led his guards out of the laboratory and went to other rooms. Along the way, the Revolutionary Army soldiers Augustus saw were nervously preparing to evacuate here, and blood stains and bullet shells that had not been cleaned in time were everywhere. Precious precision instruments are not the most important thing. The information in the Institute's database is the most important. This should have been a good secret base, but Augustus and his men had to abandon it. Soon, the statistics on the casualties of this raid were handed over to Augustus, followed by a stack of forms of seized materials. More than 80% of the equipment was left behind, and the revolutionary soldiers buried high explosives throughout the research institute before leaving. In a few hours, this unknown alien research institute will disappear forever in the Copperloo sector. In the table of seized materials, the names of 7 ghost agents are listed. It is easy to know that such a tasteless thing was done by Tychus. It is worth noting that most of these captured agents were hit by electromagnetic rifles and fell into coma and shock due to severe pain and excessive blood loss. When they wake up again, they will find that they have permanently lost a limb or organ. Only 2 ghost agents were rescued by the Revolutionary Army while in captivity and were lucky enough to be healthy. Records show that they were isolated because they suffered from temporary mental disorders and intermittent mental breakdowns when they were separated from the Zerg samples. A researcher's experimental log shows what these psychers have experienced. They were forced to be locked up with alien creatures and spend the whole day in the screaming of larvae. The researchers gradually weakened the effect of the psyker suppressor on the ghost agents to amplify their psyker sensing abilities. But the psychological problems left over from the Ghost Academy resurfaced. There are about 23 ghost agents in this institute, and their PSI levels are between 5 and 7. These powerful psychic warriors are supposed to perform assassination missions, but they are still terrible warriors on the front battlefield. Augustus wanted to know the proportion of these ghost agents to the Federation's psychic warriors, and whether the Ghost Academy and the Federation Parliament would be furious because of this attack. Currently, there are probably only a few hundred or even fewer ghost agents in the Federation. The scarcity of natural psychics and the extremely high mortality rate of those who receive psychic training in childhood are the main reasons for the scarcity of these psychic warriors. When leaving the Institute and boarding the transport ship back to the giant-class frigate, Raynor, Tychus, and about 2 squads of revolutionary soldiers found Augustus with a personal terminal host and a broken mechanical adjutant. It is very difficult to hack into the system of an unbreakable terminal host. This should be the highest level of encryption. Raynor carried the mechanical adjutant on his back. Under the broken mechanical abdomen of the adjutant was a cable like an umbilical cord, and sparks flew from the broken end of the cable. This intelligent adjutant is a robot with bronze steel skin. The adjutant is designed with the appearance of a human female and is mostly used as an artificial intelligence to provide program-based and computational advice to military commanders and colonial governors in the command center. Currently, artificial intelligence in the Copperloo sector is still quite primitive, so these intelligent adjutants appear quite dull and mechanical. Although many people believe that the artificial intelligence technology of the Umoyans is superior, the Umoyans' export-oriented artificial intelligence robots are also quite prone to errors. Tychus said at this time, Jim believes there may be some unknown secrets of the Terran Federation here. You know, Jim always wants to catch the Federation's braid. Well done, Jim. Let's see what the decoding experts of Umoyn can find from these scraps. Augustus said happily. Even if there are not many secrets here, we should be able to get some military technology of the Federation. In addition to these scraps, I also got a lot of good things. It's hard to believe how Tychus, with such a ferocious look, could make such a winking expression. I also found more than 10 tons of precious rare crystal ore in this research institute. The people inside seem to be testing the reaction of those alien creatures to crystal. These crystal ore can be sold at a good price, enough for you to arm a fleet. In addition, those machines can also be worth a lot of money. It's a waste to blow them up. We can't take away those heavy guys. Thank you for your hard work, Tychus. I will definitely give you a raise next time, Augustus said. You must keep your word. Tychus's narrowed eyes immediately became bright. Okay, Augustus replied without much confidence. While loading the cargo and personnel, more Zerg samples were delivered to Augustus, including skinned dogs that had been made into specimens, snake-like creatures, and a huge monster with a thick shell and giant sickle-like fangs. The only thing in common is that these creatures are all dead. Why do we have to ship these frozen meats back? So many valuable things have been thrown away. Mr. Tychus Finley, the master of facial expression management, was heartbroken. Are you going to can these? Raynor asked. Actually, I'm going to hand them over to a biological company I know. And Meng's group has been providing funding for this company for a long time. Augustus said, as far as I know, the people of Cerberus Engineering should be able to make some war wolves for me. Chapter 135. What is Copperlu's best brother? The residents of Victor 5 are still enduring the extreme weather. When the sandstorm comes, they hide in the solid concrete buildings deep underground. And they don't notice that a fleet of 3 frigates and small airships are taking off in the gorgeous flames ejected by plasma thrusters. When the fleet enters the hyperspace channel under the tow of the flagship, Victor 5 just hides in their safe home and looks forward to the arrival of the spacecraft carrying scarce daily necessities for the colony. The hardship and poverty of life have worn away the colonists' yearning for a better life. Their simple observation instruments and dim eyes can't see the hundreds of billions of stars through the gray storm. This patchwork fleet only had 49 ships left when it jumped into the hyperspace channel. And all the ships were filled with spoils and people. 4 days later, the first fleet of the Car Revolutionary Army jumped to a star system marked only by a series of numbers on the star map. The sun of this star system is dying, and the light and heat it releases are gradually weakening. But for the next hundreds of millions of years, its light can still illuminate the entire galaxy. The fleet was parked in the orbit of an Earth-like planet with a highly toxic atmosphere in this galaxy. Several transport ships left the fleet and landed on its only satellite, which was rich in high-energy gas mines. Then the workers of the Revolutionary Army drove the space engineering construction vehicle out of the cargo hold of the spacecraft and built a high-energy gas refinery on this lunar planet with huge craters and mountains left by meteorite impacts to provide the fleet with necessary fuel replenishment. Augustus chose to stay in this system for a short time to wait for the reinforcement fleet from Korhal. In Umogen, a fleet consisting of a Behemoth-class battlecruiser Hyperion and 6 Salinger-class cruisers, and more than 10,000 Umogen volunteers, who had just left their homeland had already set out. Unlike the temporary civilian ships converted by Korhal, the Umogen fleet is a real warship, according to the guarantee given by the Umogen National Defense Army before departure. This force will meet with Augustus' fleet in the second star zone in May. On the first day that Augustus waited for the arrival of the support fleet, a spaceship carrying several Zerg specimens and a live larva flew to the other end of the Copperlu sector. At this moment, in a star system in the territory of the Terran Federation that serves as an interstellar route transportation hub, a technology company called Cerberus Engineering is worried about the large-scale withdrawal of its main investors. The shareholders of Cerberus Engineering are hesitating whether to continue researching dairy cows and other biotechnology, or to turn to the increasingly popular field of prosthetics and body modification. Perhaps the wealthy people of the Terran Federation will need a modified human army, and these modified soldiers have undergone different degrees of mechanical prosthetic modification. In terms of physical fitness, strength and offensive means, the modified soldiers will be far superior to ordinary people. However, this technology company, which is eager to get out of trouble, has repeatedly encountered obstacles in the federal government. The reason is not that those corrupt and short-sighted officials are unwilling to invest or optimistic about the prospects of this field, but that they think that it will cost too much for a soldier. In comparison, the resocialized soldiers were perfect enough. Augustus didn't know that the Cerberus project was eagerly waiting for a new sponsor to take over, and whoever was willing to pay would be their father. On the third day, a messenger beacon that could travel between galaxies with the ability of hyperspace travel was captured by Augustus's men while flying across the galaxy. This beacon was only slightly larger than the smallest galaxy jumper, and looked like a football made of titanium alloy. This beacon, which runs on an intelligent program, drifts in the boundless universe like a drifting bottle, carrying the letters of countless people's longings. Usually it will only stop briefly at a colonized planet, and after being repaired by the operating company, it will be launched with more letters and images. The beacon may store millions of ordinary letters, or just a video. The only difference is whether the person who uses it is willing to buy it permanently at a very high price. When the beacon unfolded its bracket on the lower deck of the frigate and immediately began to play the video, Augustus finally smiled. The first was a text message. "My dear Augustus, my brother. It has been 5 months since we last met. In my memory, it seems like forever." Next was the image of Arcturus Minsk, which was recorded 2 months ago. And Augustus also believed that the beacon had drifted for the same amount of time before finding this place based on the positioning device on his body. Arcturus Minsk in front of the camera was wearing a dark brown thick cotton textile jacket and a yellow, eye-catching helmet on his head, although there was some hard-to-wash grease and lingering mud on his clothes. Arcturus's calm expression made it hard for people to associate him with a miner rather than a nobleman. Arcturus would always remain calm. If he was facing other people, he would definitely find a clean suit and make sure he was in the best condition, showing the appearance and attitude he wanted to show to others. But when talking with Augustus, Arcturus seemed much more casual and relaxed. The love that Arcturus poured into his family surpassed his hatred for everything else. "I just received a message from my mother." Actor's gray eyes looked in other directions at this time. It was unknown whether he didn't want to face this news or didn't want to face his brother. "My mother said I had a son." I thought she was joking, but it turned out that I laughed too early and too inappropriately. He showed an indescribable expression. "I haven't seen her angry for a long time. Like a lion roaring in my ears. Even Angus used my mother to bully me. I swear I've never been so embarrassed in my life." It seems that Augustus's brother did not feel the slightest joy about this incident, because he acted like he had eaten a plate of dead flies. We all thought there would be no problem. Juliana should take birth control pills unless she wanted to get pregnant before marriage. I don't think my responsibility in this matter should be greater than Juliana's. Achelous showed his scumbag nature that surprised Augustus. Later, I thought about this carefully. Actress said painfully, "Although I have never taken on the responsibility of a father in the 7 years when the child grew up, I should try to be a father. After all, he is my heir. This is a difficult decision for me. I have never thought about starting a family, and I don't want to be bound by a family. Damn it. Especially I almost forgot the night. But is it my fault? Why didn't Juliana contact me? We have a child. If he is already born, then I won't let her abort the child." He continued. "I will go to Imogen. If Valerian is like you when you were a child, then I may be able to find some good ways to get along with him." Actors was obviously too troubled by this information, so he was full of complaints. But he quickly put it behind him. "Let's not talk about this annoying thing. I want to talk to you about the bad news. At the beginning, I hired a few skilled workers and took several of my original subordinates to explore the mines in the Edge world, because I dared to go where others dared not go, dared to do what others dared not do. And with some professional analysis and good luck, I discovered a smaller high-purity crystal mine. The value of this mine was enough to repay my previous debts. Later, I found a larger crystal mine, which was enough to make me a wealthy man." Actor said, "But because of the harassment of the Comorians, I had to sell this mine and go to a more distant galaxy, which is why you couldn't contact me at first. According to an old detection report, I went to a distant world called Peak Peak. After months of fruitless exploration, my persistence was finally rewarded. There is so much wealth there that even our descendants cannot spend it all. The minerals explored alone are enough to buy half of Stilling, and I suspect that the interior of the entire planet is a glittering crystal mine. The Comorians and the Terran Federation will invest Legion-level troops for Peak Peak, which may even become the fuse of the second full-scale war." This joy diluted the shock and confusion I felt when I learned that I had a son. Augustus was sincerely happy for his brother, because his next sentence made him overjoyed. "Augustus, I have good news to tell you. I think that based on your initial sponsorship of me, you deserve 2/5 of this mine." "Old Meng, dear brother." Augustus maintained his original expression and looked around the lower deck to see that there was no one around. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore, so he burst out with his hometown dialect that he hadn't used for a long time. "I think you should be able to use these." At this time, Arcturus's expression became serious. More than 2 months ago, Korhal had not yet rebelled. But the wise man had already understood that it was only a matter of time. Augustus, my beloved brother, as long as my team is still discovering new deposits, you will get 2/5 of them. And if I die in the process of exploration, my share will be left to my mother and Dorothy. When Arcturus said these words with deep affection, he forgot that he seemed to have a son. But it doesn't matter. After all, Valerian and his father are models of loving fathers and filial sons. Augustus also didn't think about his poor nephew. He was already thinking about how to spend the money. First, Augustus had to build new warships, recruit more people, and bring high-potential technology companies such as Cerberus Engineering under his command. On May 7th, a force from Korhal, consisting of 6 giant-class frigates and more than 200 transport ships and airships, joined Augustus' fleet. On May 10th, the support fleet from Umoyan finally arrived. At 10:32 ship time, Augustus and the overjoyed Renault and others boarded the much wider flight deck of the Hyperion in a shuttle. The fleet soldiers of the Umoyan Volunteer Army, dressed in white uniforms, warmly welcomed Augustus and presented him with several precious flowers. All the non-commissioned officers, lieutenants and captain-level volunteer officers of the warships declared that they would absolutely obey Augustus' orders in the Korhal Independence War. What made Augustus feel relieved was that the Umojan Council did not send another general to compete with him for the command of the troops. Otherwise he would have a headache. What made Augustus even more satisfied was that although the Hyperion looked tattered due to the hasty repair, overall, she could at least fly, except for the engine and life and gravity support systems. About 70% of the Hyperion's systems and cabins could not be used normally, and even the laser cannon group could only fire on one side, because the Umojan engineers had not repaired the other weapons. Surrounded by the officers of Umoyan and Renault, Augustus enjoyed the treatment of a head of state and visited the interior of the Hyperion. Although the corridors of the battlecruiser were still not wide, they could still accommodate 2 Marines walking side by side. All passages were designed to save space as much as possible to build more storage compartments and make room for necessary components such as weapons, living and computer systems. The floor and walls of the passages were painted with white paint with direction arrows and safety and warning signs. The decks were quite spacious and tidy, and the empty hangar also showed that the battleship lacked the necessary fighter cover. "Do you feel familiar when you walk here?" Augustus asked Jim Raynor next to him. "Well, it seems that I was born to control this ship, but I don't think I have saved enough money in my life to buy a taillight of the Hyperion." Raynor spread his hands and said, "It seems that I am the only one who is in the dark." Tycho said while smoking, "I usually call those who can afford this kind of ship my brothers. With this ship, we are one step closer to defeating the corrupt federal government and saving more people." Kerrigan said with a fist. "Oh, I have to tell you, this is not the same thing." Tycho said to Kerrigan, "Only by not caring about the lives of others and staying away from trouble can you live comfortably. Hey, boss, you must have made a fortune." At this time, Augustus's chief engineer Rory Swan came over. "It will cost a lot of money to modify this battleship according to your requirements," he said. "Do you have money this time?" As long as Augustus's men have to continue fighting on the Hyperion, they must continue to repair this Behemoth-class battlecruiser that seems to be falling apart at any time. Although the Behemoth-class battlecruiser is a well-deserved main battleship in this Kylian war. As the war progresses, new designs and weapon systems continue to appear and are added to the newly built battlecruisers, and the old Hyperion has gradually fallen behind the times. Chapter 136 Nuclear Peace Conference. Nagfar Council Hall, Tarsoni City, May 16, 2489. Constantine Terra, the Patriarch of Tarsoni's founding family, the unquestionable leader of the oligarchic enterprise Terra Group, the owner of the 7th largest city on the planet, Terra City, and Nova Terra's father, was wearing a complicated dress and a golden red cloak and walking into the magnificent dome room called the Hall of Reason by people of this era. This magnificent building with white marble columns and large square bronze glass is the pride of the city of Tarsonis. Its Roman temple-like dome columns, arches and niches have a three-dimensional beauty from all directions. Its sides are squares that bend inwards, and the subtle arcs form a gradual curved surface, which symbolizes the vast and infinite universe and the infinite extension of human thinking. Around the end of the last century, people began to think that the architect of the Nagfa Council Hall named the hall where the federal parliament was held as the Hall of Reason with a sense of irony. Because some people hinted in some of his notes that he did not believe that humans have rationality. Later, more people began to believe that this was a satire on the fat and bloated members of the Federation Parliament. Although the Nagfa Council Hall is a landmark building in the city of Tarsones, many people often overlook the fact that there is the largest slum in the entire Terran Federation under the ground floor, when they admire its greatness and glory. After the Kylian War, the Terran Federation's strong hegemony radiated the entire Copperless sector. The capital of monopoly enterprises was extremely inflated. But the people were still hungry and cold. Technology has greatly extended the lifespan of rulers. But the average lifespan in the harsh environment of the marginal star regions has never exceeded 45 years. Some people who were dressed like Constantine were sitting in the seats of the Hall of Reason. They were all members of the Tarsones Council, leaders of the creation family, and parliamentary agents responsible for maintaining security. Constantine greeted the leader of the creation family, who was familiar with him, and then talked with the head of the Bennett family, Aero Bennett. At first, they talked about trivial matters, complaining about business difficulties, or discussing policies for purchasing land. After Eva Holt, the mistress of the Holt family, came over, the topic between them gradually became serious. We all know why Andrea Tagore urged her descendants and the fence-sitters in the parliament to hold this meeting. Eva Holt is an elegant woman with black straight hair. The ends of her hair were cut at a 45-degree angle by laser. The water drop-shaped dark gold pendant swayed gently as she spoke. Andrea has only one goal, which is to completely and once and for all solve the problem of Korhal 4 and their allied planets. And it must be clean and neat, regardless of the process and the means. It would be best if the report that the problem has been permanently solved was read to her by the servant the next morning after she woke up. This is Andrea's style of doing things, Bennett said with absolute calmness and without any emotion. More than 100 years ago, she used this method to eliminate all competitors in her family, and then ruled the Tagore family and Tassanis with iron and blood and despotism. The assassination of Angus failed. He seemed to know more inside information. The ghost agent, who was called the human superpower and absolutely infallible, actually failed. Don't ever think of taking even a penny from me again for the ghost project. I've seen those psychics, who can even use their minds to move objects, control other people's hands, and make them strangle themselves. I now suspect that those are all fake. All to cheat money from me. The failure of the assassination was the reason why Andrea was eager to hold this meeting. My people got some news. Constantine Terra frowned and said, Andrea is ready to resort to force rather than resolve the conflict through peaceful negotiations. After declaring Korhal's independence, Angus Mengs sent an ambassador to claim that he wanted to negotiate with the Tarsones Parliament. As long as Tarsones recognized Korhal's status as a dominion, and gave the dominion the right to formulate its own constitution and diplomacy, Korhal would not secede from the Federation. Same old trick. Aero Bennett snorted. Andrea must be mad. It is said that she ordered the ambassador's eyes to be dug out, and his ears and nose to be cut off. Korhal is finished. Angus is a lunatic. It doesn't matter. The key point is that tens of millions of people have gone crazy with him. And there is Augustus, the son of Angus, a small lieutenant in the Marine Corps, who actually calls himself a marshal, a young man who doesn't know his place. When he was in Tarsones, he even wanted to see me. But don't think I don't know what he is up to, he said arrogantly. I immediately sent someone to tell him to get out. The son of a madman is, of course, also a madman, no matter how gorgeously he is dressed. In my eyes, he is just a street vagrant. But I think Augustus Mengs is a very outstanding young man. He is handsome and elegant, and is proficient in art and literature. Eva Holt said, I think even the young Frederick the Great in the Earth era should look like him. Augustus impressed me deeply. Constantine recalled his eldest daughter's unusual love for Augustus, and he felt a little angry in his heart. And he couldn't think of any good words to describe him. Nothing more than that. Just wait. That Mengs kid will suffer the same fate as his father. The Korhal issue is definitely not something that can be resolved by a few deaths. The Parliament will definitely send out the army, and the mob will get their retribution sooner or later. Aero didn't want to dwell on this issue, because even if he won the debate, it would not do him any good. Then the upstarts of Korhal 4 and the peasants of the marginal world will know the price of rebellion. They are simply crazy. The losses I suffered from the Korhal rebellion are enough for me to jump off the Sky Tower. Is it really that difficult to work hard, pay taxes on time, fulfill duties, And be loyal to the Federation that gave birth to them? People always look forward to getting things that do not belong to them. Our ancestors established the system more than 200 years ago, assigning rights and obligations to everyone. We must never compromise with Korhal. As long as the mob gets a little sweetness, they will go further. If greedy people are never satisfied and always want to get more, there will never be peace. Only by following this system can the Terran Federation maintain long-term stability. This is an era of rapid development. Mr. Bennett, maybe we should make some changes and concessions. After all, this era is very different from 200 years ago. Eva Holt said. I don't object to making some concessions. Constantine nodded. We are fully capable of making civilians live better. And as long as I can build more factories and create more jobs, won't more people be able to survive? I donate as much money to charity as any superstar. Bennett still had a cold expression. What about the Hot and Terra families? You have to think clearly. All our rights come from this ancient system, Bennett said. Constantine didn't want to argue with Bennett anymore. Compared with other Genesis family groups, the salary, benefits and vacation system of the Terra group were the most complete and best. He was also more inclined to hire more poor people and provide housing and entertainment facilities for the group's employees. In fact, Constantine didn't like Angus and his revolutionary party at all. Nor did he like politics. He preferred to remain neutral. As for Eva Holt, she obviously wanted to say more good things for the common people in Car. But in fact she also knew that she could never convince Bennett. A stubborn man. The reputation of the Bennett family was not very good. The dirty deals and scandals of the Creation family were circulated in some inferior magazines and gossipy housewives. Recently, the disappearance of Jocko, the eldest son of Arrow Bennett, has attracted a lot of controversy. Some people claim that his sister Terra killed her brother in order to inherit the family property. More versions are that the robbers kidnapped Jocko Bennett and demanded a huge ransom. But the stingy Arrow refused to pay the money for his son. A few minutes later, the current Speaker of the Federal Parliament, Westian McMaster, walked onto the podium. This strong old man had a convincing majesty and demeanor. When he spoke loudly, even if all the dignitaries and nobles present held assets accounting for 90% of the entire Tarsones, they still looked at him with respect. The topic to be read out next is the proposal to use an Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Korhal 4. This is the only proposal that will be voted on and passed today. The respected Speaker McMaster said calmly. No one exclaimed, as if they had not yet reacted. Oh my God! Eva Holt covered her mouth and exclaimed, what does Andrea want to do? She will definitely release a devil that destroys the galaxy, no matter whether her goal is tenable or not. This inhumane and cruel atrocity will one day be uncovered by later generations. And the Tagore family? No. The Federal Parliament and all the Creation families will bear the infamy, Constantine said. More than 40 million people. Surprising. Bennett frowned, annoyed that no one had told him in advance. Losing Korhal means we will lose a major commodity purchasing place. The mining guilds in Comorian are enough to make up for all the losses. However, there is a headache on how to distribute it evenly. Afterwards, when Speaker McMaster reiterated the principles and requirements of this issue, the proposal printed in black and white was quickly handed over to Constantine and others. The inhabitants of Korhal 4 and its satellites have betrayed their ancestors' oaths with Tarsones. We have spared no effort to help Angus Minsk's ancestors build a new home that can be self-sufficient and accept them as one of the 13 prime worlds, allowing them to exchange the indigenous products of the colonies and the industrial products of local technology in the trade network of the Federation to obtain the necessities of development. The speaker read his manuscript, occasionally looking up at the audience sitting below. After Korhal 4 tore up the agreement and betrayed the Federation Congress, our most public and rational judgment is to permanently destroy this openly rebellious planet and permanently eradicate the possibility of breeding rebellion. If Korhal is left with only opponents and traitors, the Terran Federation would rather give up that land and the people on the land. Launch a nuclear bomb. Let Korhal 4 turn into a scorched earth. Constantine sighed at some terrible descriptions while reading. In short, this proposal abandons all possibilities of retaking Korhal through peaceful negotiations or force, and does not want to build a world devastated by war. The fleet will carry more than 1,000 apocalypses and release nuclear bombs in high-altitude orbit to turn Korhal into flames. This is too inhumane. Eva Holt angrily threw down the motion and said, this proposal will never be passed. It is simply insane. No one with a conscience should vote in favor. The parliamentarians and the invited parliamentarians still had no expression as usual. Some even wore a polite smile. They exchanged their views on the motion with each other in a low voice and cautiously. This is a major resolution, and no one is going to take it lightly. I will never agree to it. Constantine stated his position. No one thinks we should do that. We obviously have a better solution. The Marines have already defeated the Comorians. So why can't they take down another Korhal? When voting on the motion, Eva Holt was still confident. But the silence of the crowd during the vote made her realize that something was wrong. In fact, before the result of the parliamentary vote came out, even Constantine believed that this motion would never be passed. However, the results announced soon slapped him in the face. Agree versus veto. Majority versus minority. More than a dozen people abstained. The first vote passed. The second vote was not unexpected. And half of the people were ready to leave by the third vote. Everyone knew that Korhal 4 was completely finished. But this was a top-secret meeting. Only when the news of Korhal's destruction gradually spread across the Federation's territory would people on other planets know the news. Eva Holt suddenly collapsed in her chair. Constantine could only shake his head. And Arrow Bennett was expressionless like the others. The people of the Creation family have become too indifferent. And the counselors only want to consolidate their rule in the Terran Federation. How could this happen? Eva Holt was incredulous at the coldness of her compatriots. The time has been decided. When Arrow Bennett left expressionlessly, Constantine was very calm. The negotiations with the Comorian Federation will be completed before June. And then the fleet will immediately go to Korhal 4. Because the plan to assassinate Angus failed. The decision to nuclear peace was brought forward by 1 year. Wait. Daughter of Robin Hood Hot. Constantine said, Car 4 still has time to escape its doom. Constantine walked out of the Hall of Reason and returned to his private yacht. As the yacht sailed away from the Nafag Council Hall, Constantine, sitting in its spacious private room, took out a button from his pocket. This button was a wiretap device of the Umoyan agent. When Constantine pressed his finger on it, a recording began to play. Launch a nuclear bomb. Let Car 4 be reduced to a scorched earth. Chapter 137 Go All In. When Constantine stepped down from his private yacht that landed at the Terra Sky Tower, his lovely little daughter Nova Terra was running towards him. Her white pleated princess dress looked like a blooming Tarsoni's flower. Constantine, feeling depressed, forced a smile and hugged his 6-year-old daughter in his arms. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Nova was really his angel. The eldest daughter Clara stopped sticking to Constantine, since she was old enough to understand. This once innocent child gradually grew up to be a true Tarsoni's aristocrat. She was elegant and romantic by nature. But her obsession with power and luxury goods had already begun to emerge. The 10-year-old second son Zebedia can do everything well. And he has an extraordinary talent for running a company. This future heir of Constantine is both excellent and likable. But the brat is not as cute, gentle and considerate as Nova. Dad? Why did so many people die? Nova Terra, who had a sweet smile on her face, suddenly turned pale when she was held in her father's arms. Her natural 10th level psychic ability allowed her to see the terrible scene imagined by Constantine. Orange mushroom clouds rose over the vast, beautiful grasslands and pastoral farms, and silver-like steel and crystal-like glass buildings melted in the furnace-like flames and high temperatures. After the roar of the collapse of the mountains and the extreme brightness, the once lush garden world became a monotonous, black radioactive wasteland and wasteland. The city with a population of millions disappeared like a melted sugar cube, and all traces of their lives were permanently erased. In some places that were lucky enough to escape the nuclear explosion, radiation spread like the wind of death. People's skin began to fester. Whole plots of land fell. Children died in their homes holding toys. And the surviving animals were deformed. The friends of the car people, the stilling hound, became monsters with horns. Strange creatures devoured the bodies of the dead. The planet would become a dead world filled with terrible radiation. Death. That is such a painful thing. Those people. Why is it like this? Nova shed tears. And the tears fell from her light green eyes, like scattered crystal necklaces. It's okay, Nova. Constantine blamed himself for his carelessness. Nova's powerful telepathic ability meant that she could hear the thoughts of people around her uncontrollably. He was comforting his daughter and himself. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It won't be like that. Things are far from developing to that point. We still have room for recovery, he said. Constantine couldn't help but feel fortunate for Korhal. Fortunately, the Terran Federation fleet still had to deal with the threats of the Kelmorian Combine and Umojan. Otherwise, if it was in peacetime, once the resolution was passed, it would only take a few standard Earth solar days for the fleet to jump from Tarsones to Korhal 4, and the Korhal people would not have time to escape. Now, there is still more than a month left. Well, but death is really the most terrible thing. Humans, why do you kill each other? Nova looked at Constantine with tears in her eyes. You are still too young. Nova, you can't understand the true meaning of death. Constantine looked into his daughter's eyes seriously and said, and humans, based on our history, are a race that is constantly dividing, hating each other and killing each other. Perhaps only a powerful enemy can unite all human beings. After saying that, Constantine handed his daughter to the maid beside him. I still have important things to do. I must remind Angus. Constantine then sent away the butler and the manager of the family business, who were ready to follow him, and walked into a closed room in the Terra Sky Tower. The layout of this room is simple, with only a single sofa and a small holographic projector. When the holographic projector is turned on, a group of Terra English words rotate and decompose into a bunch of three-dimensional holographic projection images that outline light and shadow. About half an hour later, after being translated and amplified by hundreds of galaxy relay stations, the encrypted data signal was analyzed and presented on the holographic projection screen in front of Constantine. I am Angus Mengsk. The man on the other side was Angus, who had hurried home from the Parliament. Mr. Constantine, I learned that you have something urgent to contact me. Yes. Constantine found that Angus was much older than the last time he saw him. I have a recording of the Federal Parliament here. When Angus heard about the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb, his straight back shook a little. But this weakness only lasted for a moment. Are they really going to do this? Just before June of this year. As far as I know. That is when the sunflowers and midsummer gardens of Stilling are in full bloom. And the most important festival of the year for the car people is second only to Christmas. Constantine said. We have 2 orbital defense platforms under construction, and a space-based weapons station assisted by Umojan. Angus sat still like a statue, his newly grown beard trembling. But that's far from enough. Our spacecraft can't even penetrate the armor of the battlecruiser. Angus lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, he said, the work of evacuating civilians must be completed faster. It will take less than half a month. No. It will take 4 weeks, including the arrival of the Fringe Galaxy fleet. If Umojan helps us, it will be much easier. Use large transport ships and cargo ships to continuously transport civilians. Fill all the rooms with people, and transport everyone out. He said, Korhal can be rebuilt if it is gone. If the people of Korhal no longer exist, I might as well shoot myself. Fortunately, Korhal only has tens of millions of people. If it were Tarsones with a population of more than 2 billion, the time would definitely be impossible. I can provide ships for Korhal, Constantine said, but there are still some Terra family factories on Korhal. I need to recycle the factory modules. Otherwise the losses of Terra Group will be incalculable. The Minx family will bear your losses. At this time, Angus suddenly turned his head to listen to something. Wait a moment. Mr. Constantine. Angus left for a few minutes. And when he came back, he had several stacks of printed papers in his hands. I just received news from the Hot family and the Collin family. A member of the Federal Parliament, who was threatened by the Umojan agent with an erotic scandal, also confirmed the Federation's plan to use nuclear weapons. My son Augustus once imagined this possibility, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Evacuating civilians and relocating them to other planets is certainly an effective method. But how are you going to do it? Constantine said. First of all, forced evacuation will definitely cause panic. There is no way to know how many people will believe it, and how many people are willing to go with you. This is unknown. Then Korhal will fall into internal chaos, and before the arrival of the Federation fleet, you will collapse. Then this information must be made public. Angus said to Constantine. I fought alongside you because of my conscience. God knows what kind of pressure I carried and what kind of efforts I made. Before closing the communication, Constantine looked at the holographic projection screen. We may not be friends forever, but at this moment, I stand with the people of Korhal. May 17th, 14:56 a.m. ship time. In the spacious captain's room of the Hyperion, there is a wall full of sheathed alloy steel knives and cold weapons. Next to the bookshelf full of books is a chair facing the observation window of the captain's room. Did you see it all? Angus' voice came. That's what our friends in Tarsonis told us. 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs are enough to flatten Stilling and the surrounding mountains and evaporate an entire Pan-ocean. In the center of the nuclear explosion point, people and buildings will disappear in an instant. That is the real sense of ashes. Migration. Augustus spit out a word. And then said, go to Umoyan. To those paradises far beyond the Terran Federation or even the Copperless sector. Those paradises that have not yet been discovered by humans. Augustus had hoped to prevent the federal parliament from passing this resolution. But the proposal came and passed too early. And all operations and arrangements were too late. He did make some friends in Tarsonis. But not many. The Umojan Council was very efficient. They only held a brief meeting on the 17th and decided to provide all the ships of the Umojan National Defense Army to Korhal 4. At the same time, all civilian ports and ships would be mobilized. And all interstellar routes would be suspended. Umoyan promised to take in 20 to 30 million cars. It would be no easy task to provide shelter and food for such a large number of people. Even for such an efficient government. Angus said. The Terra family provided 12 Leviathan-class transport ships that can carry a total of 200,000 people. And the transportation company under the Hoth family sent 5 Mammoth-class transport ships, which are larger than a Behemoth-class battlecruiser and can carry 250,000 people. Mercenaries. Augustus said, if this is not enough, then I know a group of mercenaries who will have ships as long as they are paid enough. Put as many people as possible. And survival is the most important thing. He said, the most important thing is time. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The changes in the situation have exceeded my expectations. The Phoenix plan must be revised immediately. The raid on the Dalarian shipyard must be advanced. But the current fleet is not strong enough. There is a fleet stationed at the Dalarian shipyard, including at least 4 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and more than 300 attached starfighters. Angus said worriedly. With the Comorian Federation completely defeated, they won't believe that a fleet dares to attack the largest shipyard in the Federation. Augustus said. No. Wait a little longer before I hand over more warships to you. Angus said. Someone must stay in Korhal. There are satellite bases and orbital defense platforms with completed main frames in Korhal's orbit. We will fight the Federation fleet to the death in space. Before I lead the fleet to seize the Federation shipyard, someone must stay in Korhal. Augustus looked at his gray-haired father. I have appointed Colonel Field. No. I will stay in Korhal. Angus said. I disagree. Augustus said firmly. But I made the decision. Angus smiled. I am your father. We still have the means to delay time and create chaos. Augustus stood up and paced anxiously. The video of the meeting provided by the Collin family and the recording of the Terra family gave us an opportunity. We must spread this news so that we can smoothly transfer civilians and gain public support. It must be said that the full video provided by the Collin family is more outrageous than Constantine's recording. If they had not already learned the inside information and knew what was to be discussed in this meeting, it means that they recorded every meeting. Even if the people protest and call louder, the possibility of getting the federal parliament to give up sending nuclear bombs to Kar is very small. But this may make some people with conscience in the federal army turn to us. I also think so. But the propaganda of the newly opened newspapers Pravda and Kar Global News Network is far from enough. Angus said. Then occupy the headquarters building of UNN. Augustus said, leave it to my people to complete. Angus nodded, without saying goodbye. And the signal disappeared in the blink of an eye. In silence, Augustus picked up a cup of unsweetened espresso and gave orders to the dark and empty space outside the observation window. Goes 24718 and all security committee agents. You are on your way to Tarsonis. The flight log tells me that you will arrive in 2 standard Earth solar days. You will learn that the order has been changed after you wake up from the hibernation chamber. The order has been changed to at 1 a.m. on May 21st, 2489 of the standard Earth calendar. You will work with the Umojan Shadow Guards and Umojan National Intelligence Agency agents to seize control of the UNN Universe News Network headquarters building in Tarsonis City and hold it there for at least 15 minutes. And upload the following audio materials in the UNN studio. Federal Parliament SCA 89-13-44 video and Federal Parliament SCA 89-14-22 audio track. A new mission briefing will be sent to your personal terminal. Please read it carefully after waking up from the hibernation chamber. because it concerns the fate of Car 4. I need to tell you the significance of this operation. We must disclose to the entire universe through the UNN the crime of the Federation Congress's decision to drop 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs on Car 4 in June. Whether they admit it or not. This is bound to cause further resistance. Because the people will know what kind of heinous atrocities the Federation will commit against its people. I have to tell you with a heavy heart that your parents, your families, and your compatriots, who have never met but are connected by their common home planet, Car, are always under the shadow of nuclear strikes. The great planet that has nurtured generations of Car people is about to become a place of death. And our loved ones will suffer from nuclear radiation. Finally, I want to tell you how urgent time is. We are racing against time. The fate of the entire Car 4 and all the Car people depends on your success or failure. After saying this, Augustus drank the espresso in the cup bit by bit. We have to buy time for the evacuation of our compatriots in Car. To do this, someone will have to make sacrifices, including me. Chapter 138. Occupy the UNN headquarters building in Tarsonis. In a single cubicle on the second floor of the UNN headquarters building, 22-year-old news editor assistant Mike Liberty is working. His excellent performance in journalism at Tarsonis University allowed him to successfully enter the UNN Universe News Network. Mike is a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is of medium to short height, and can't even stand out among the tall Tarsonis people. At 0:30 a.m. on May 21st, Mike, who was working the night shift, had already worked for more than 4 hours. The holographic projection analog clock displayed on the glass wall of the office cubicle clearly told him that he would have to wait until 4 o'clock before he could go home and sleep. As the largest and most influential news company in the Terran Federation, UNN Universe News Network has countless subsidiaries covering all the main star worlds and numerous colonies. UNN's assets are not inferior to any monopoly enterprise belonging to the creation family, and its influence is enough to reverse the direction of public opinion. They have actually monopolized the news industry in the Terran Federation. Naturally, the studio and editorial office area of the UNN headquarters building are running 24 hours a day, and news from various star regions, galaxies and time periods are sent to Tarsonis non-stop. Therefore, the UNN headquarters building not only needs someone to be on duty at night, but also cannot stop working. Of course, the salary during this period is also quite generous, which is why Mike is willing to work hard for it. Since the last report in Corhole 4, Special Correspondent Mike was transferred back to the UNN headquarters in Tarsonis as an editorial assistant on the same day because of his unclear position. It is said that this incident even alarmed the heavyweights at the shareholders' meeting, and someone told Mike that he was almost fired. For young Mike Liberty, the exciting career of a reporter in Car 4 has come to an end. Even so, Mike's curiosity and seemingly endless thirst for knowledge about the truth hidden under lies and corruption are like cat's claws twitching his heart. Unlike other paparazzi reporters in the headquarters, who focus on the gossip of celebrities and fashion circles and the every move of Tarsonis nobles all day long, Mike is a person who dares to investigate the corruption inside the federal government and expose the truth. Mike has his own set of standards for judging right and wrong, and his reports are always the ones that are closest to the truth without any subjective additions or changes. In today's UNN, there are very few such people, and the fate of Mike's predecessors, who are outspoken and dare to tell the truth, can somewhat warn him to stop when digging deep into the ugly inside stories of corrupt officials and the management of the Genesis family's family business. Although this warning never plays any role when Mike is about to uncover the truth. Mike drooled at the amount of dirty stuff that could be dug up about this rotten government. Scandals and truths that could infuriate the public would undoubtedly greatly increase the ratings. But once such news was broadcast, it would be cut off due to the anger of some bigwigs. In order to smoothly release the news, editors would often polish Mike's reports. After layers of revisions, his carefully prepared manuscripts would be completely changed. Even so, Mike still worked tirelessly to complete his work, hoping that one day he would be able to obtain a news column or even the position of editor-in-chief with his talent, and then let the people of the Terran Federation see the big news he broke. But dreams are out of reach for those in Tarsonis who have not yet fallen into a life of drunkenness and debauchery. Mike, the current assistant news editor, still lives a boring life of clocking in and out at work. Mike's daily job is to find the breaking news that will satisfy Editor-in-Chief Anderson from the complicated and nonsensical trivial news sent back from various planets in the Federation territory, so as to shut up the chattering mouths of those executive directors. When the number on the clock jumped to 0:55, Mike finally finished processing the documents at hand. Now the reports about Core 4 have occupied 1/3 of the news section. And more people are beginning to understand that there is more than just riots on this planet. While Mike is worried about the fate of the people of Core 4, he also knows that he is powerless to change it. He shook his head, drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself, then stood up and walked out of his office cubicle to the toilet. At this time, some editorial assistants and editors who were changing shifts were walking towards the office area, and Mike greeted some familiar people. "Old Vermillion, I heard that your son was admitted to Tarsoni's University. I look forward to the day when that boy will inherit his father's business," Mike said. "Yes, that boy. He really makes me proud." Mike stayed in the bathroom for nearly 15 minutes and came out at 1:15 in the morning. After washing his face, he walked slowly to his workstation. He believed that even the destruction of Tarsoni's could not stop him from slacking off. But at this time, Mike keenly discovered that something was wrong with the corridor in the building. Usually there would be at least one guard in black uniform guarding there. These strong and muscular tough guys are all retired soldiers. They are enough to deal with any criminals who want to sneak into the headquarters building. Every corridor, elevator and staircase are guarded day and night by guards equipped with magnetic capture nets, stun guns and batons. From the perspective of those executive directors, this is undoubtedly a very strict defense. After all, this is the headquarters building of the news company, not a bank or a military fortress. And there are no Marines in power armor stationed here. Although Mike has always called the Marine Corps a criminal concentration camp and believes that the most notorious criminals and hopeless villains in the Terran Federation have joined the Marine Corps, they will never leave their posts during working hours. Although no one has ever forced their way into the headquarters building in the past 50 years, there are always some vagrants and thieves from the slums who try to sneak in and steal something. Moreover, the UNN headquarters building is located in the center of the central city of Tarsoni's city, next to the Bennett and Terra Sky Towers. So no riots or demonstrations can happen here. When the Kalyan War broke out, a group of Tarsoni's citizens wanted to attack the headquarters building because they were dissatisfied with the false reports of the UNN. But they were driven away by the Tarsoni's police before they could gather. This was also a rare time for them to be efficient and reliable. Not because the Tarsoni's police department would receive a huge amount of additional income from the UNN every year. After walking 2 more steps, a guard lying in the aisle made Mike rub his eyes. But when he wanted to shout or do something, the hypnotic gas had already entered his blood circulation system in one breath. Mike fainted in extreme fear. When Mike woke up again, he found that there were a group of strangers holding mini electromagnetic pistols around him. There were about 12 of them in total, wearing the same gas mask as himself. Mike's first reaction was to play dead. He immediately realized that this was an unprecedented terrorist attack. Why did these people come? I heard that UNN Editor-in-Chief Anderson filled the basement of the headquarters building with dirty information about dignitaries, which could be connected to Circle Tarsoni's. Mr. Mike Liberty, our leader is grateful for the kindness you showed to the people of Car 4 in your report. A man wearing a gas mask and holding a slender electromagnetic rifle said to Mike. His voice sounded like the roar of an old bellows, like a broken piece of metal scraping against the wall. It sounded uncomfortable. You'd better open your eyes. I know you're awake. Mike could only sit up. Even if his hands and feet were not bound, he didn't dare to do anything. When he looked at the people around him, Mike thought of a possibility. But he was interrupted before he finished speaking. We are the Revolutionary Army. To be precise, we are agents, the other party replied. Oh, you are a psychic. Although Mike was still very scared, he was not a person who would shrink back in the face of danger. When Mike looked around, he was surprised to find that this was the broadcasting room of the UNN headquarters building. The walls were full of notes of major news, cameras, screens with constantly jumping pictures, and papers on the ground like snowflakes. Generally speaking, ordinary employees like Mike worked on the 4th floor of the UNN building. Those who were supposed to be working here collapsed to the ground and were dragged by the agents to a pile in the corner. Are they dead? Mike asked tremblingly. They just fainted, the ghost agent said. The paralytic gas we released through the air conditioning system is not fatal. We kept you awake just because we thought someone should remember what happened today, he said. I know you will stand with us in the end. If you write a detailed report, the whole universe will know what happened today. We won't hurt innocent people. Today we are just here to reveal the truth. Mike didn't know how to answer. From what this person said, He knew that these people should be from the Korhal Revolutionary Army. However, even if Mike had reported the true situation on Korhal 4 and won the favor of these radicals, it didn't mean that he was absolutely safe. It sounded like he was at the center of a big news story. Tomorrow, the entire Federation would explode because of the attack on the UNN headquarters. Just like a normal reporter, in the heart of young Mike, excitement gradually overwhelmed fear. "Why did you attack here?" Mike asked. "You will know soon," the agent said. Mike hated people who played dumb, but he didn't dare to ask. At this time, Mike noticed that some agents were operating something in front of the terminal computer in the studio. They were either downloading data or uploading it. In any case, the executive directors would be furious, and the leadership, except for the shareholders meeting, would have to undergo a major change and lose their jobs. At this moment, except for the sound of footsteps and fans, the interior of the entire UNN headquarters building was silent. No matter how much time has passed, the Tarsonis Police Department, the Federal Security Bureau, and a series of people responsible for this matter must be sleeping in their warm beds. Everyone is doing their work in silence, until the picture on the main screen of the studio suddenly changed, replaced by a solemn hall with the federal flag flying. The image played on it is being synchronized to several main star worlds closest to it through the signal tower of Tarsonis, and then continues to spread with these main star worlds as the center. It was still night on this hemisphere of Tarsonis, but it was daytime on the other side. That is to say, at this moment, there might be hundreds of millions of Terrans watching this program on all the colonized planets of the Terran Federation. Mike looked over involuntarily, and there were at least 30 holographic projection screens playing the same picture. He could almost tell at a glance that the picture was the Hall of Reason in the Nagfa Council Hall of Tarsonis City. The faces of those people in the Hall of Reason were also very familiar to Mike. Mike knew the appearance and political inclination of every politician by heart, and most of the patriarchs of the creation families were unknown to the public because they were too low-key. These large families with a long history did not like to package themselves too gorgeously. A meeting of the Federation Parliament. And of course, such meetings are usually not allowed to be filmed. Judging from the angle of the camera, this should be taken by a participant, because it shows his own perspective. The following topic is about the proposal to use Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy Korhal 4. The speaker is the well-known politician Vestine McMaster, who is widely known for leading the effective new economic policy of Tarsonis, and the Marginal Star Region Farm Subsidy Program named after him. What? Mike was stunned. What is he talking about? Release the nuclear bomb. Let Car 4 be reduced to a scorched earth. This is not true. Mike still couldn't recover from the shock. Oh my God. Does this old bastard know what he is talking about? Mike's face turned black. This is a massacre. It is genocide. This is the truth. We can already foresee protests everywhere, and the federal parliament will be discredited, although they are already bad. Mike could think about what happened in those areas where riots broke out and were quickly quelled. Since the federal Congress can use nuclear bombs, they can use all other weapons. Now, the people of the Federation have known what outrageous things their government can do. The agent on the side said to Mike calmly, while the other agents had already begun to retreat the moment the data was uploaded. These bastards. They will have to bear it now. Mike cursed. Before I leave, Mr. Berletti, I sincerely invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, he said. Revolutionary Army. Mike seriously considered the invitation. But what can I do? I can't even carry a gun. Just do what you are good at. Here you are just an unknown clerk. And in the Revolutionary Army channel, you are the editor-in-chief of the new UNN. The ghost agent said. It's a very tempting proposal. To be precise, you hit my soft spot in one sentence. While Mike was still thinking, a large number of police yachts and armed spacecraft appeared in the sky above Tarsonis City. According to normal promotion, Mike would have to wait until he was at least 30 years old to get the position of editor. But he was still not sure whether he should give up his stable job to do a job where he might be shot at any time. Well, you can think it over before contacting us now. For your safety, the ghost agent said to Mike before disappearing, it's better for you to faint like them. Then Mike felt a heavy blow to his face. Chapter 139 Warfield, heading for deep space. Federation Frontier. Earthos System. Iron Justice. Cruising towards Artesia Prime. A.D.2489.05.22. Ship time 8:54. Release the nuclear bomb and turn Korhal 4 into a scorched earth. The ship's bar was filled with Marines in brown uniforms and fleet soldiers in black space combat uniforms, who had heard the news. The Marines were all from the 33rd Ground Assault Division, where Augustus originally belonged. The already small bar couldn't accommodate so many people, so some soldiers jumped onto the table. The scene was in chaos. People who were squeezed into the corners rubbed off the posters of the Marine Corps shooting competition on the wall. The wall lamps hanging on the ceiling seemed to shake because of the chaos. This battlecruiser was within the range of the 13 main star worlds of the Federation, so they were one of the first fleets to receive the news. A non-commissioned officer from Corps Hull 4 was crying with his face covered. This man, who didn't shed a tear even though he lost a piece of his skull in the landing battle on Sigma Star, was now on the verge of collapse. One soldier cried out the names of his wife and daughter, thinking that Carr had been destroyed. That was his home. His family was still there. His comrade explained to the other soldiers he couldn't save them. At this time, more soldiers were heading towards the upper deck cabin where the bar was located. As the number of people increased, the later ones could only stand in the aisle at the door. People were asking what happened everywhere. What happened to Carr 4? But after learning the truth of the matter, the soldiers just stared blankly at the TV screen on the bar counter, at a loss. Is this a ridiculous April Fool's joke, or has the UNN's terminal network been hacked? The soldiers were simply confused and could not believe that the UNN would report military secrets that would never be made public even if they were true. This can't be true. The Parliament would have to be crazy to shoot its own people. The TV in the ship's bar had been playing the news on a loop since several soldiers in the bar first heard the news 6 hours ago. Sorry. We have some technical problems, and the technicians are redebugging the faulty equipment. In the news that was being broadcast, the emergency signal was cut off immediately after the deafening speech of the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. The one who came to the rescue was a host in the daytime time slot. He had just been dragged out of bed by the Federal Marines, who kicked the door in. He was obviously still a little frightened, but he didn't stutter when he spoke. Here is the recruitment advertisement of the Federal Marines. Actively respond to the government's call and sign up to join the Army. It is the sacred responsibility of every citizen of the Federation to defend the country and resist the invasion of the Comorian Federation. He adjusted his tie nervously. Welcome to the official website of UNN Universe News Network to read the latest news reports. We have the most complete and authoritative exclusive news and exclusive reports. UNN's motto is to discover the truth at all costs. But obviously, these few words could not calm the soldiers' confusion. Everyone return to your posts. No one is allowed to stand in the passage. At this time, the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Horace Warfield suddenly came from the communication device. Before the military police on the ship arrived, the soldiers quickly scattered. Only a few soldiers from Car 4 were unwilling to leave. They stood in the bar and stared at the TV screen above their heads, hoping to get more news about Carr from it. A few minutes later, Horace Warfield, the commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, wearing a lieutenant colonel uniform, walked into the bar and looked at 4 or 5 Carr soldiers. Why don't you obey orders? We are from Carr, sir, a private replied. Go back and rest. After a moment of silence, Warfield gently said to the soldiers, get some sleep. Everything will be fine. It's not irreversible yet. The private shook his head and said sadly but firmly, sir, we won't leave until we figure out what happened. Warfield nodded and didn't force them to obey the order. Warfield walked to the TV screen. In another loop, the solemn and majestic Hall of Reason appeared in front of him again. It was so ironic that the respected Speaker McMaster's bold and resounding image of speaking for the people in the past overlapped with his indifferent and routine appearance at the moment. Switched back to the live broadcast channel. He had seen it more than once and didn't want to watch it again. At the location of the Iron Justice, the news channel was delayed by nearly half an hour. At this time, the TV was still playing a fashion brand underwear advertisement, and Warfield became unusually irritated. Even now, Warfield couldn't believe that the government he fought for would do something that was no different from genocide, the most cruel and inhumane ethnic cleansing plan in human history. However, even so, it cannot be concluded that this is definitely true, because it is too sensational, and people can't help but doubt the accuracy of this matter. When Warfield was annoyed by this fact, the TV in the bar finally stopped playing advertisements. A man in a black suit and blue tie with his hands on the podium of the new network press conference appeared in the center of the screen. And under the podium was a reporter holding a microphone high. The spokesman of the Federal Security Bureau urgently held a press conference at 8 o'clock in the morning of Tassin's time. This is the live report of Lorraine. the UNN reporter in Tassani's city. There were as many as 20 reporters from various newspapers at the press conference, almost at the same time as a large number of armed airships took off. These reporters, who were awakened in various ways, smelled the smell of big news. "I am here only to answer a few questions," the spokesman said very seriously while tightening his tie. "For unfounded accusations and false slanders, there are sacred and inviolable federal laws to respond." Some witnesses said that a group of terrorists rushed into the UNN headquarters building and controlled it for at least an hour. "Is this true?" a reporter from the Teledor United newspaper asked loudly. "It is true that terrorists entered the UNN headquarters building and caused some riots. The Federal Security Bureau is currently investigating the matter. We have sufficient reasons and evidence to prove that Angus Mengsk of the Mad Dog of Korhal planned this terrorist act, and he and his rebels should be held responsible for it. What role did the Tarsonis Police Department play in this vicious incident? Our viewers want to know whether the police officers who neglected their duties are worthy of the taxpayers' money," said the reporter of Antigua Broadcasting Corporation. "In fact, our police are very good." The spokesman shook his head and said, "If you read our government report, you will find that none of the hostages were injured or killed, which just shows that the police rescue operation was very successful. I want to know how you respond to the accusation that the federal parliament has decided to use 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy Carrefour," a UNN reporter said. "I have nothing to say about this. All unfounded accusations against the government are treasonous, false and malicious slander. I want to warn those who spread rumors that it is illegal. Do you want to deny the authenticity of the unknown video? Because those are all forged by the rebels, and they are virtual images created using artificial synthesis technology." Another reporter obviously even thought of the reason for the spokesman. "In fact, the resolution on bombing Car is forged." "I don't know," the spokesman said. "Next question. Has the parliament revoked or abandoned the resolution to use the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Carrefour?" In the words of the reporter from Lhasa Global News Radio and Television, he seemed to have assumed that the parliament had indeed passed this proposal. "I don't know," the spokesperson replied. "How will the government respond to the riots and protests that broke out on the main worlds and fringe worlds of the Federation after this news was broadcast?" the reporter of Hermes News Group asked loudly. "It is natural that those who despise the law are committing crimes," the spokesperson said. "Our reporter stationed in Carrefour filmed the chaos that broke out on this planet due to the panic of the entire population. The shuttles that the rich people were riding were shot down as soon as they took off. People began to flee the city frantically, digging deep underground air raid shelters. Carrefour must pay the price for their betrayal. The federal government has given them many chances. Damn it. He doesn't want to admit it, because it's true." In the bar on the Iron Justice, a car soldier said. His brown eyes filled with tears, and his shoulders trembled. Every car person recalled their beautiful homeland and their loved ones with great sadness. They are going to do it. They are going to drop the bomb. If the Federation government had listened to the people, they wouldn't have made such a decision. We wouldn't even have to resist. The nearly 7-foot-tall Korhal man cried to his lieutenant colonel. "Sir, we have to go back," he said. "Back to Korhal. But you have to stay on the ship now. There is nowhere else to go. Even if I put you on the nearest colony planet, it is more than 1,000,000 AU away from the Iron Justice," Warfield said in his most determined and unquestionable tone at the moment. "Kid, stay here. When you are homeless, the 33rd Ground Assault Division is your home. Captain's room. A.D.2489.05.25. 9:24 on board time." Lieutenant Colonel Warfield met nearly 1/3 of the petty officers, sergeants, lieutenants and officers of the Iron Justice in the captain's room. More than 80 people stood in the not-so-wide cabin. Due to the large number of people, some people had to stand in the aisle. These people were all Warfield's old subordinates, or those he had promoted. They were carefully screened based on their backgrounds and political inclinations, and they were considered the most trustworthy people. Damn it. If that senator was standing in front of me, I would beat him to a pulp. In the crowded captain's room, Major Charles Chuck Horner said angrily. Charles was one of the old subordinates of Arcturus Mengsk, who was the commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division when Arcturus was still a lieutenant. Charles was a member of the Imperial Squadron under Arcturus. He is a strong man with broad shoulders and a square chin. He comes from a remote marginal world where electricity is a problem. Even after 2 generations, the basic industrial system in that marginal world has not been established. The people in Charles's hometown live a nearly primitive life. Outside the central town built with materials from the colony ship, people rely on grazing and planting to make a living. There are only about 15,000 people on the entire planet. Because of the long journey and no money to be made, merchants only come here in a period of 5 years or more. Only scavengers will frequently visit Charles's hometown. Like many people who are regarded as country boys by the people of the prime world, Charles is also a rude and arrogant person. He is full of foul language, and when he talks to civilized people, they always think he is talking nonsense. I still can't believe this is true, even though he has seen it more than once. Warfield still said in an unbelievable tone, even if there is a large-scale rebel army on Korhal 4, can it be larger than the Kelmorian Combine with a population of more than 6 billion? I thought it was just an ordinary planetary landing battle. It's like walking on a nice lawn and accidentally stepping on a pile of dog shit. But it's the truth, Charles said in his magical metaphor. If there hadn't been a hacker who broke into the UNN Universe News Network, then in early June, we would have received the news that Korhal 4 had been destroyed, Warfield said. Actors would have gone crazy. He loved Korhal, Charles said. If you saw the tenderness in his letters to his mother and sister, you would know how much he loved them. And I think that as a human being, we should repay grievances and revenge. How can they treat Carr like this? Even if they slaughtered the same number of cattle and sheep, they should have a little compassion. Warfield looked at the officers who were surrounding him and said, our identification with the concept of human beings is the reason why we have left the category of animals and created civilization. It has nothing to do with rebellion. If one day your hometown suffers the same fate as Carr for other reasons, what choice should we make? We can't go on like this. My friends, I'm increasingly doubting whether this government is worth fighting for, Warfield said. What do you mean by waiting? What are we going to do? A captain said. Take control of this battlecruiser by force. Warfield said, then shut down all military network communications and completely disconnect from the Fleet Command Center and Tarsones. We will no longer fight for the Federation. We will go into the deep space and escape into the darkness. Give the order, Lieutenant Colonel, the officers said in unison. Warfield's men were extremely angry about the resolution of the Federal Congress. They were disgusted that they had been loyal to such a government and were determined to follow their superiors and leave the army. The Federal Congress will pay the price sooner or later, Charles said. They like dirty bombs very much. But my teacher who taught me hunting always said that anyone who uses a sword must die by the sword. Chapter 140. Remember who arrested you. Hyperion. Orbiting the synchronous orbit of Soyan. Bridge. A.D..2489.06.08. Ship time 1621. Marshal Augustus. A revolutionary staff officer in dark gray thick woolen uniform walked towards Augustus and Raynor, who were standing in front of the star map table. The main control room just received a multi-encrypted communication request. Access. Augustus looked at his staff officer and said, receive it on the main screen of the bridge. Incoming signal. This is Iron Justice. I'm Horace Warfield Augustus. I knew it was you. A dark-skinned, mustachioed Terran Federation interstellar marine officer appeared on the screen. He was still wearing the marine officer's uniform, but without any medals or ribbons. Yes, you are not seeing things, Augustus said. It's not easy. Warfield smiled. Communication via public base stations and relay stations is definitely not useful. So we jumped directly to Korhal 4. I met with Mr. Angus Mengsk, who is a great and charismatic leader. I can't believe it. Warfield. I heard that you are now a deserter and are being chased by half of the Federation fleet. Like Augustus, Raynor is also wearing a dark gray Revolutionary Army officer uniform, but it is far less clean and tidy than the former, with wrinkled collars, trouser legs and cuffs. Not so many, but there are still half a dozen fleets, and it took me a lot of time to completely get rid of them. Warfield waved his hand and said, we have now left the hyperspace channel and are jumping into the preset assembly point. A green-bottomed holographic projection screen popped up on the star chart table next to Augustus. In the radar map, a Behemoth-class battlecruiser was heading at full speed towards the dazzling main sequence star in the center of the Soyan galaxy. Below the Behemoth-class battlecruiser was a series of data, including service time. The old database of the Hyperion showed that the Iron Justice was also a battleship that was commissioned earlier. It seems that you have assembled a lot of warships during this period. At least 300 or more. There are many of them. And the equipment is also varied. From the Umojan phase interference cannon that can shatter matter at the molecular level to the charge cannon, and even a sword of sigillus that can make beautiful sword flowers. You can find them all in this fleet. Augustus was not satisfied with the equipment of this fleet, which is why he attached great importance to the addition of the Iron Justice. Umogen has been able to obtain the construction technology of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser through deconstruction technology and reverse engineering. The main problem lies in the reactor and the next-generation hyperspace engine. Compared with Umogen, which has an independent and self-sufficient industrial system and strong shipbuilding capabilities, even if Coral 4 already has the construction technology of battlecruisers, it cannot be built in their shipyards. Therefore, for Augustus, every Behemoth-class battlecruisers are priceless treasures. Moreover, Warfield has fought for more than 10 years, is brave and resolute, and is proficient in tactics. He can be said to be the only choice to lead the army as a marshal in the Revolutionary Army, where military talents are scarce. These ships were used to transport goods a few months ago. The armor is more than enough to deal with interstellar pirates. But our enemy is the Federation fleet. God knows how many more of these Behemoth-class battlecruisers, like the Hyperion and Iron Justice, they have. I miss your collection of port wine, Warfield. Let's get together on the bridge of Iron Justice. Although Augustus expected Warfield's mutiny, he was still overjoyed when he claimed that he wanted to join the Coral Revolutionary Army. You're welcome anytime. Warfield smiled and said before closing the communication, that's settled. But drinking is prohibited in the army. Let's drink tea. Kerrigan, tell the doc to prepare the ship. I'm going to the Iron Justice. Augustus tilted his head to the left, and a red-haired ghost agent, who was in stealth mode, appeared, made an okay gesture with his hand, and disappeared again. Damn. You scared me. Kerrigan. Raynor was inadvertently startled by the sudden appearance of the person. Jim, you will command the fleet when I'm not here. Augustus patted Raynor's shoulder. Is Tychus still sleeping? Or he's playing cards? Renault shrugged. What else can he do? He's not doing anything good anyway. During the weeks we stayed on the warship, he was idle all day, harassing female engineers or fighting when drunk, making a mess of the Hyperion. And Swan also had a big conflict with him. Don't you know what kind of bird Tychus is? When he's not fighting, he's causing trouble everywhere. Augustus felt a headache when he thought of Tychus. When the battle starts, he talks a lot of nonsense. Renault continued Augustus' words. There are only two places that are most suitable for Tychus: prison and battlefield, where he is like a fly in a garbage dump. That's why I didn't let him really serve as the captain of the second giant-class frigate. I just gave him a nominal position and a salary. But what I didn't expect was that he actually accepted the idea of getting a salary without working, and asked me to promise not to regret it. I can't believe that one day Tychus will ask him to lead an army. Augustus said, God bless you. Please don't do that. Renault then asked Augustus, let Tychus fend for himself. But do you really want to go to the Iron Justice? The Iron Justice is full of former federal soldiers. They obey Warfield and may not be loyal to you. I will bring a few more people. Augustus told Renault not to worry. Besides, as a comrade, you can trust Warfield completely. After saying that, Augustus walked out of the bridge and walked through the corridor leading to the lower deck to the living cabin, where a large number of crew members lived. He pulled out Tychus, who was playing cards with his upper body naked. Under the pressure of Augustus's authority and the sense of oppression like the food chain, Tychus could only put on his customized large CMC 250 power armor and take a Honey Persuader heavy machine gun in 5 minutes. Tychus, I'll take you to see an old friend. On the way to the dock launch port with Tychus, Augustus said to him, my old friend only has a lot of cash and a large credit card. Tychus said nonchalantly, so, are we finally going to rob? I have chosen the place. Either Xanadar Prime or Tyrador 3 of the Federation. And then we will sell the stolen goods in the Rock of the Dead. We are the Revolutionary Army, the insurgents against tyranny, not robbers. Augustus said, oh, you don't need to remind me twice. Iron Justice. Docking Bay Number 3. Ceramite Deck. Warfield greeted Augustus at the gangway of the EP81 transport ship Little Devil. At this time, there were only a few federal officers in ordinary uniforms on the deck. There were about 20 old-fashioned Avenger fighters with sharp edges parked on the deck. These fighters, which were replaced by the Wraith fighters and completely discontinued at the end of the Kylian War, were well maintained by the engineers in the Iron Justice and looked as shiny as new. On the further berthing deck were rows of military transport ships, all of which were the latest models that would make Renault drool. Unlike the Hyperion, whose hangar was much more spacious, the Iron Justice carried a large number of fighters for gaining air superiority, and transport ships capable of carrying several battalions. After all, landing warfare was the Marine Corps' strength. How long has it been since we last met? Augustus stretched out a hand. The last time was at Mainhof. Warfield and Augustus shook hands tightly. We have finally become comrades again instead of enemies. Augustus said sincerely, just like I stood before you and spoke in the past. We will fight side by side. Just like in the past, Warfield replied. You have some capable people under you. He looked at Tychus and Sarah Kerrigan behind Augustus. The former was tall and had a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person, while the latter was a sexy ghost agent who pulled her goggles up to her fiery red hair. What surprised Warfield was that the female warrior's face still showed traces of immaturity. Considering the training time, she must have become a warrior earlier, after arriving at Stealing City in Car 4. I talked to your father for a long time, Warfield said. It was then that I learned that the news broadcast by UNN TV was actually your work. In Tassoni's city, I have to say that the plan to seize the UNN headquarters building under the nose of the federal parliament was bold and quite effective. Not only the 33rd Ground Assault Division. Many troops had riots. Several revolutionary soldiers died. Augustus said, more people were arrested or killed to cover them. And Umoyan's spy network in Tarsonis was almost uprooted. But it was all worth it. They are all heroes. And their parents are proud of them. And as far as I know, the riots in the army were quickly quelled. And many officers and soldiers, who were considered to have spread rumors and led the riots, were sent to military courts or imprisoned. Augustus shook his head. Only your troops successfully launched an uprising. It's very different now than it was in the past, Warfield said. Impromptu protests or complaints are unplanned because those people are neither prepared to resist nor have the courage to do so. After the war with the Comorians, at least 50% of the soldiers in the Federation Army were resocialized soldiers. These people were indoctrinated with the idea that they would never betray the Terran Federation, but without a detailed list or careful understanding. You can't tell whether the person standing next to you is a resocialized soldier in a short time. Most uprisings in the barracks ended before they started because young officers actually tried to order the resocialized soldiers to betray the federal government. My solution is to lock up all these people, and only those who have not undergone neural modification and memory transplantation can move freely. What are you going to do with these people? Augustus asked. My suggestion is to kill them all. Tychus Finley, who was standing behind Augustus, said viciously. Stop those sissies turning their guns against us again. No. Since the scientists of the Federation can reprogram their memories, we can do it too, Warfield said. First we have to get the resocialization technology, or occupy a resocialization factory for soldiers. Augustus nodded and said, but before we find a solution, we just need to maintain their minimum living standard. I say, Warfield, why don't you invite us in for a seat? Tychus said at this time. Let's go. Let's take the elevator inside the ship. Warfield and his adjutants led Augustus and Tychus to the vertical elevator. How is the evacuation progress of Corhole 4? I have obtained accurate data, showing that more than 12 million people have flown to Umojan by spaceships, and 5 million people have flown to 10 different directions on fleets consisting of Mammoth-class transport ships and colony carriers. But I always feel uneasy without seeing the scene with my own eyes, Augustus said. After the initial chaos and despair, the common hatred brought more Corhole people together. That was a grand occasion. Warfield sighed and said, when I arrived at Corhole 4, the planet's high-altitude orbit was filled with countless spaceships, and the wakes left by the space jumps of the colonial fleets were far away. All resources were reintegrated and allocated uniformly, and millions of people lined up to board the spaceships with their personal belongings within the regulations. So many people are going on a long journey, and those who go to farther places may never have the opportunity to go home again in this lifetime. Augustus spoke as if talking to himself when the elevator in the Iron Justice rose to the deck of the superstructure and slowly opened. Just as Warfield was about to say something, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, and Augustus could only stand firmly by holding Tychus. Earthquake? When Tychus looked around after walking out of the elevator, Augustus and Warfield had already rushed into the corridor and ran to the bridge one after another, and Kerrigan followed closely behind with a slender C-10 rifle. You idiot! Someone is firing at our warship! Augustus shouted. I know that every time you come to me, it's not good. With the help of power armor, Tychus quickly caught up with Augustus and Warfield. Where should I fire? Are they above us or below us? Damn. This is why I hate riding a ship. Because I get seasick. Just keep running forward. Augustus and others ran into the bridge. And Warfield's deputy Major Charles was commanding in an orderly manner. Red dots flashed on the main screen. And 2 battlecruisers had jumped to the Soyan system. And more ships were jumping in at the same time. I am Colonel Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron. Colonel Duke said in his most proud, arrogant and unkind tone of his life, for theft of federal property, desertion and treason. I declare you arrested. Now, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. And the CIA agents will use fewer knives on you during the interrogation. You will never know how I found this place in your life. Because I can smell the stench of traitors across half the galaxy. Remember who arrested you. I am Edmund Duke. He said loudly. Traitor. Go to hell. Chapter 141 Port Docking. Outside the porthole of the Iron Justice Bridge are 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers several miles apart. The armor plates on the hammer-shaped bows reflect the light of the middle-aged sun of the Soyan galaxy. And the spectacular and dense turrets are like a forest of swords. The orange-red plasma flames behind the cruiser's thrusters still have space fluctuations, and curtain-like tails left after the hyperspace jump. In the distant deep space behind the battleship is a dark brown asteroid. The flagship of the Alpha Squadron, the NORAD-2, was in the front. When it opened fire together with its sister ship, the Napoleon, Augustus, who was standing on the bridge of the Iron Justice, could only see dense spots of light at first. The flames of the laser cannon turrets and the plasma tails of the sky torpedoes and missiles reflected each other in the dark deep space. In the blink of an eye, the orange-red laser beams more than 10 feet wide came from far to near, plowing dark marks on the armor under the bridge. These most dense and solid materials of mankind today quickly vaporized. Like melting ice. Every attack would cause the warship to tremble slightly. The surface of this city-like steel fortress, bathed in the light of stars and laser weapons, splashed with brilliant and fleeting bright flames. Most of the battlecruisers built before the Battle of Kylian failed to add energy shield technology. So the Iron Justice could only rely on the thick deck to resist the enemy's attacks. Reinforce the number 6 and number 3 decks. And repair the number 2 auxiliary engine. Notify the hangar to send all the Avengers and Wraith fighters out of the launch bay. Tell the Marines that all their vacations are cancelled and everyone should gather on the lower deck. We have a tough battle to fight. Amid the buzzing alarm on the bridge, Warfield's deputy, Major Charles Chuck Horner, calmly issued orders. This short and stocky man from the marginal colony was one of the few members of Arcturus's Imperial Squad who survived the war. Although he was still rude and arrogant, he had long since washed away his ugliness and grown into a reliable commander. Augustus's face was often illuminated by the lasers fired by his own turrets and enemy warships. But even so, he still had time to straighten his collar, which was wrinkled by running. Under the gaze of Kerrigan and others, Augustus' cold gray eyes stared at the unmoving porthole of the bridge. Major Charles, can't establish a communication link with the Hyperion? Augustus looked at Charles and said, the signal was interfered, and our technicians are trying to re-establish the connection. For a moment, Charles thought that his old boss Arcturus Mengsk was standing there. But that young man was already 10 years ago. It took Charles a few seconds to react. Although the young man in front of him had the same cold gray eyes and gray hair as Arcturus, he was a completely different person. The Mengsk family seemed to be born with a leadership temperament. In any era, they were pioneers, political leaders, or military generals. Augustus, how are you? Renault's face appeared on the main screen of the Iron Justice Bridge. The worry on his face disappeared after he saw that Augustus was safe and sound. There was a little trouble. As Augustus spoke, Renault could still see the deck shaking under his feet. Jim, turn on the fleet-wide broadcast channel. Okay, turn on the fleet-wide channel. Our marshal is going to issue an order. Renault looked to the side, Swan. Find a way to make this old ship go faster. You can do it. I am Augustus Mengsk. I am on the Iron Justice. Now, all fleets, gather to me. His voice rang out in the fleet's channel and was immediately responded to. Jim Raynor's Hyperion had already accelerated towards the Iron Justice the moment the Federation fleet appeared. More than 20 frigates, destroyers and Umojan cruisers formed a spearhead formation below the Hyperion. Hundreds of small and medium-sized warships surrounded the capital ship. and the distance between the warships at the head and tail was more than 2 miles. Haha. It's a bit like your brother Arcturus. Major Charles seemed to be in a joking mood. If he didn't insist on going to the Edge World to mine crystals, he would be standing here now. Di and I both found it incredible at the time. But no one could convince him. Actors has always been like this. Sometimes even his mother can't convince him. Only Dorothy can make him change his mind. Augustus replied. What's going on, Brother Warfield? Anyone with eyes can see that these bastards are following you. At this time, Tychus on the side held his Honey Persuader heavy machine gun, but didn't know which direction to shoot. Duke may have caught up with you 2 weeks ago, but he never launched an attack. And you not only know nothing, but you must have exposed the location of the assembly point. It seems that Alpha Squadron has been following us closely, and their communication channels have been kept silent at all times. Maybe our communication has been monitored for a long time. Warfield's face was as dark as water, and he realized that this was his huge mistake. Although Edmund Duke has always been an image of being irritable, reckless and lacking strategic foresight, he has reached his current position not only by relying on the prestige of the Duke family, the founding family of Tarsones, and his unique and rare courage to go all out. When Warfield was still charging on the ground, Duke had already led the fleet to cruise in the Copperloo sector. In terms of fleet warfare, Warfield, who came from the Marine Corps, was a layman after all. It sounds like that Edmund has you in a loop. But after all, their people have spent half their lives in space. Tychus was rarely comforting people, but his voice sounded excited. I've wanted to slap his old face for a long time. It's fair and square. No need to violate military discipline. No need to go to jail. He thinks he has a sure win. But we still have the Hyperion and other warships. And the current strength comparison is 2 to 2. Warfield was not so panicked by this matter. He had experienced much more dangerous scenes than this. As if in response to Warfield's words, 3 more battlecruisers of the same level appeared on the radar map on the Iron Justice's star chart station. And the accompanying escort warships and various types of spacecraft exceeded 200. Suddenly, the lieutenant colonel's dark face seemed to turn green. It's hard to say. Tychus lit a cigar as usual, and he blew the smoke into his armor while saying, It's 5 to 2 now. If you say a few more words, we will have to consider ourselves unlucky. Mengsk, what can you do? He looked at Augustus after he finished speaking. We can't just stand here and wait. I don't like to be beaten. Major Charles, can you get close to the flagship of Alpha Squadron, NORAD 2, and find a way to dock with it? Augustus said. To be honest, this is as difficult as climbing to the sky if the other side doesn't cooperate. Charles said calmly. It depends on whether our pilots are skilled and whether they can cut into the enemy fleet with the precision of a scalpel and control the giant battleship that is 1/3 of a mile long to be parallel to the enemy ship and aim at the port in the dense enemy barrage. Unless Duke has this plan, then please tell me if the pilot of the Iron Justice can complete this mission. Augustus said. Of course. We have the best pilot in the Federation. Charles said in the command channel of the Iron Justice. 15 degrees to starboard. Full speed ahead. Immediately charge the main guns. And all gun groups aim at the flagship of Alpha Squadron, NORAD 2. All crew members put on space combat suits and fasten their seat belts. Prepare for impact. Waiting for a collision? Tychus looked at the porthole in confusion. By comparing the positions of the stars and other warships, he could see that the Iron Justice was heading towards the NORAD 2 at a very fast speed. When the Iron Justice was moving at full speed, a series of Avenger fighters quickly passed under the warship, like arrows from a string, and the fighters in the distance sprayed out ice blue wakes, like fading starlight. Don't tell me you want to play bumper cars. To Tychus's surprise, Duke's NORAD 2 did not make tactical evasive moves. It seemed that this experienced fleet colonel did not think that the Iron Justice could approach his bridge under the firepower of his own fleet, or he himself was more willing to clash bayonets with the enemy. How arrogant. Duke, I will command the combat forces. I will personally defeat Edmund Duke on the deck of NORAD 2. Warfield said this and turned away from the bridge. He was unaware that Duke's fleet was following him. After Warfield left, Kerrigan walked to Augustus and whispered, I can see his hatred for the federal government. But Warfield is not loyal to you or your father now. He is just extremely disappointed with the federal government. Don't doubt Warfield. He will always be my friend. Augustus then said to Charles, Major, you will be in charge here. Anyway, this is my duty. Charles looked at Augustus and said, although I am more willing to charge with a gun. I almost forgot what you did before. Old friends come. Of course we have to treat them well. Before leaving with a heavy machine gun, Tychus said to Charles, "This is the way the Revolutionary Army treats guests." Since the last minute, such tremors and shaking have become more and more common. The surface of this steel giant ship armed with heavy armor and heavy artillery is covered with black marks, and the molten deck recondenses in the cold space. As the number 6 armor of the ground laser gun group close to the port side was completely penetrated, the explosion ignited the oxygen in the crew rest cabin, and the hot and brilliant open flames vented out. The crew members sucked into space suffocated to death within a minute. Their body fluids boiled due to the lower boiling point caused by low pressure, and eventually gradually turned into frozen corpses. By the time the engineers arrived and started repairs, the flames had already disappeared due to the extreme reduction of oxygen. The air was filled with the stench of burning and toxic gases, making it impossible to breathe. The Iron Justice was shaking forward, and alarms could be heard in all the passages. Charles kept ordering engineers to repair each cabin or let the crew take refuge in a safe cabin. The fighters of the Car Revolutionary Army flew across the dense barrage at high speed and launched a suicidal attack on the Federation fleet. Among these fighters were civilian airships with no armor and only small-caliber laser cannons, as well as the Avengers and Wraith fighters of the Terran Federation. The fighter planes converted from civilian spacecraft would have no chance of survival if they were hit, but they had the advantage of being numerous and fast. With more than 2,000 of them, the fighter planes were driven by the young people on Korhal 4, who were called the most desperate generation. They all came from families with more than one child. Before boarding the warships, they all dug their own graves on Korhal's satellite Canis and buried their suicide notes. So, these people had a name that belonged to all of them, Canis's Fireflies. Courage and unrivaled willpower could not protect these sons of Korhal, who were shot down in droves as they approached NORAD 2, turning into bright balls of light. The pilots on the fighters either evaporated in the laser beams with their fighters in an instant, or died in pain that would make the strongest scream before the flames burned out the air. These people were told that their death would bring a new life to Korhal 4, so they died generously. The Wraith version of the Edge fighter of Umogen attracted more attention from the Federation fleet with its classic inward-curved wings and plasma thrusters. These faster and more sensitive fighters relied on the pilot's reaction and the most advanced optical reactors and intelligent auxiliary programs to avoid the dense barrage of bullets. In the field of research and development and manufacturing of small fighters, especially unmanned carrier-based aircraft, Umojen is going to surpass the Terran Federation. In the space battlefield intertwined with brilliant light and death, the Iron Justice, a battlecruiser with multiple damages and flaming tail, is still rushing towards NORAD 2 under the cover of the Hyperion and its affiliated fleet. At this moment, the internal corridors and elevators of the number 2 docking bay are full of rows of Marines in silver-gray power armor running forward. The paint on the armor of these Marines is different from that in the Federation era. Instead, it is replaced by the eagle and wolf head logo, which has now become the symbol of these traitors. Augustus, who is wearing the same power armor, and Warfield, Tychus and Kerrigan holding a C-10 rifle, walked from the docking bay to the passage of the docking port. The warning signs with white characters on the wall told Augustus that the airlock door in front of him is space. The violent tremors kept coming, and Augustus seemed to be standing on a boiling furnace. At some point, the tremors seemed to subside for a moment, and then Augustus felt the battleship speed up again. Activate the gravity generator of the power boots. Hold onto the walls, handrails, and anything you can hold onto, Warfield said loudly in his command channel. Prepare for impact. Augustus immediately grabbed the handrail, and his other hand tightly grasped Kerrigan's hand. Accompanied by the dazzling spots of light that Augustus could not see and the harsh friction between the armor of the battlecruiser and the earth-shaking tremors coming from the main structure, Augustus realized that the Iron Justice was sticking to the side of the NORAD 2, rubbing against the enemy's armor, like two pieces of soap making a sharp scream. Everyone, get ready. When the Iron Justice stopped again and stood still, Warfield looked at the slowly opening airlock door of the docking port and said, "Come on. Come on. I can't wait." Tychus chewed a cigar. The show is about to begin. Chapter 142. It's gone. The airlock door opened with a hissing sound of high-pressure gas escaping. In this instant, it seemed as if 1,000 Gauss rifles and heavy machine guns were firing at the same time, and dense spike bullets hit the power armor of the Marines in the front with a ping-pong sound. The ricocheted bullets shattered the lighting facilities in the docking port, and the flames of the Gauss rifles dispelled the darkness again in the reflection of the firelight. The docking port was small, and only a few fully armed Marines could stand side by side between the bulkheads. When hundreds of people are crowded in the passage, just one electromagnetic grenade can achieve miraculous results. There is no strategy or retreat in this interstellar boarding battle. The two sides are fighting hand-to-hand in space. There is a dead Marine almost every few feet of the battle line, and the bulkheads are full of deep bullet holes. The silver-gray armored Warfield unit and the bright white Alpha Squadron are shooting at each other at a distance of only a dozen yards. The electromagnetic pulse of the electromagnetic grenade spreads inside the passage like a thunder snake. Both units were known for their courage and bravery. Just like Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron, the Alpha Blood Eagles were fierce and bloodthirsty. Whenever Alpha Squadron members joined the battle, they could always open a gap in the enemy's seemingly indestructible defense line, like an eagle tearing a piece of meat. In just 2 minutes, with the rounds of charges launched by Warfield's troops, more than 100 Marines died on both sides. People kept falling, and more soldiers took over the positions of their comrades. Alpha Squadron always maintained superior firepower suppression and firmly controlled the docking port channel. The docking port channel was filled with dense barges, like a hot metal heat flow. At this time, Augustus leaned against the walls on both sides of the airlock door, and Warfield stood beside him. After Warfield was about to lead the troops to charge again, but was repelled by the heavy firepower of Alpha Squadron, Augustus said loudly in the communication channel, "Tychus, find a way to open this docking port. Get out of the way." Tychus Finley's power armor was specially customized and upgraded because of his tall stature and his position as the right-hand man of the revolutionary leader Marshal Augustus. His red armor was painted with graffiti of naked Tullus's II, Coral IV and Tarsoni's beauties, and on his right shoulder was the hooded skull logo of the Devil of Heaven. Tychus threw his heavy machine gun heavily to the ground. He took a huge new synthetic resin shield and several electromagnetic grenades from a revolutionary soldier and rushed into the docking port channel with the people behind him. He ran with his power boots on the rolling bullets and corpses in the channel, roaring and running like a maglev train running at hundreds of miles per hour. The Federal soldiers of Alpha Squadron seemed to be startled by Tychus's amazing momentum. They didn't have time to use the grenade launcher, but the dense nail bullets still penetrated Tychus's shield in a few seconds. His power armor, which was polished with oil by the exclusive armor technician Thick of the Heavenly Devil, was immediately covered with dense scratches. But Tychus's power armor is not only thicker and stronger than ordinary power armor, but also has a fine steel coating on the outside, and is embedded with buffer foam and partitions. This means that Tychus's power armor is comparable to the fire bat armor, and can even withstand 1 or 2 grenades. The distance was only about 20 yards. Tychus, wearing a power armor, took only a few steps to the entrance of the NORAD II docking bay and threw several electromagnetic grenades in succession. Alpha Squadron's defense line was immediately filled with blue arcs of lightning. Then, Tychus used the broken shield in his hand to push away an Alpha Squadron soldier who was blocking him, and then threw another enemy soldier to the ground, like a tiger leaping into a herd of deer. The surrounding Alpha soldiers were afraid to shoot Tychus for a moment, because they were afraid of accidentally hurting their teammates. "Follow me." Warfield led his men to catch up with Tychus. "Well done, Tychus." Augustus followed Warfield closely, thinking that Tychus was indeed a man sent from heaven. Warfield's troops broke into the docking port of NORAD II and swept away the remaining Alpha soldiers, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. These soldiers were not resocialized soldiers. In the voice of the officers forcing them to hold their positions, the terrified soldiers chose to retreat. "Warfield, your men need to train for another 2 years to catch up with me." After taking the enemy's rifle and smashing his helmet with the butt of the rifle, Tychus said to Warfield with some pride, "My men can't catch up with you." Warfield reached out and pulled Tychus up. "You look better to me than all your colleagues, at least for now." Tychus took back his Honey Persuader's heavy machine gun from a Marine. From the docking port to the lower deck, 2 fleet passages are needed, but Alpha Squadron did not use them to deploy defenses. Under the order of their commander, they quickly gathered on the much wider lower deck and dock. It was another hard battle to capture the lower deck. There were nearly 500 fully armed Alpha Squadron soldiers, Goliath-armed robots, and even arc tanks. The fierce battle almost broke through the lower deck of NORAD II. in order to prevent soldiers from other warships of the Federation fleet from reinforcing through the port of NORAD 2. For companies under Warfield went to capture the docks and berthing ports on both sides of the lower deck. The rest of the soldiers entered the many narrow passages inside the NORAD through the blown-open hatch. Small teams, led by key officers, headed to the engine room, life support unit, and the main control room with a large number of terminal computers and processors. At the same time, Warfield and Augustus had already led a strike team to the bridge. At this time, nearly 30 minutes had passed since the Iron Justice and NORAD 2 docked at the port. Fierce battles were still breaking out in space. In the continuous explosions, warships and fighters on both sides were constantly kicked out of the battlefield or lost power and floated. Tychus and Warfield charged ahead, and they broke through the Alpha Squadron's defenses one after another, but were still blocked outside the bridge by a company under Edmund Duke. Augustus was suppressed by a dense barrage of automatic machine gun turrets and Gauss rifles, and had to retreat after leaving behind several bodies. In the interval between the Alpha Squadron's firing, Warfield personally led a group of subordinates to launch a charge, but in the face of powerful machine guns, grenades, and even shoulder-fired rockets, even the heavy armor plates of the power armor could not withstand such dense strafing. Warfield could only retreat again, and the bullets left more marks on his silver-gray command armor. As Warfield led his troops forward again, Augustus realized that he would persevere and launch attacks one after another until the enemy was defeated. This was Warfield's usual way of fighting. Like a skilled boxer. "We can't stay here for too long," Warfield said. "Capture the thief first. Only by capturing Duke can we force this federal fleet to retreat." "Tychus!" Augustus shouted. "Shit! There are at least 10 heavy machine guns and cannons on the opposite side. If you want me dead, just say so," Tychus cursed. "Kerrigan, kill their commanders and keep the highest-ranking ones," Augustus said after a moment of silence. "You can read their minds. Even without ranks. You know who is the commander. Then, you know how to control these people." The Cloak Ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan responded with a precise sniper shot. A lieutenant of Alpha Squadron fell down the moment the gunshot sounded, and his flesh and blood were blurred behind the matte mask. The 25mm canister bullet not only pierced the helmet, but also smashed the opponent's head into a puddle of mud. But this sniper did not attract the attention of other officers. They did not find the invisible ghost agent, but just thought that the lieutenant was just hit by a stray bullet. After a short rest, Warfield led the troops to attack again. Kerrigan took this opportunity to snipe the officers who showed up one by one, and the formation of Alpha Squadron suddenly became a little chaotic. Despite this, the resocialized soldiers who lost their commanders still executed the orders that required them to shoot, when their superiors only asked them to do one thing. These neurally modified soldiers often did a good job. The only difference is that they can't deal with special situations. For example, Kerrigan used telekinesis to control the last senior officer of Alpha Squadron and ordered them to lay down their weapons through him. Some of the resocialized soldiers immediately obeyed the order, while others were confused because of the conflicting orders before. But when a group of Marines rushed towards them, it was enough to make their defense collapse. When Augustus shot and killed a resocialized soldier, Tychus had already seized a heavy machine gun of Alpha Squadron and started firing at the enemy. And there were flashes of gunfire and screams of soldiers everywhere. Blood flowed freely like the waves on the ship's planks. After clearing the enemy, Augustus and Warfield led dozens of Marines into the bridge after the blasters blew open the bridge door. "Put your hands up, Duke." Augustus raised his Gauss rifle. However, there was no one else in the bridge except a few navigators and engineers. Just as Augustus expected, Duke had already escaped or was not on his flagship at all. "Duke, you're such a coward." Warfield didn't find him in the bridge. "Edmund, he ran away." Tychus walked up to an Alpha Squadron navigator whose fingers couldn't stop shaking, and pointed his gun at his forehead. "Where did that damn beast Edmund go? Just answer where." Tychus lowered the helmet mask of the power armor, revealing a ferocious expression. "If you understand, just squeak. Colonel Duke, he's not here." The navigator was a blond young man who was used to seeing data on radar scans, but had never encountered such a situation. "Where the hell is he? Do you think my gun is merciful?" Tychus found that there was no bullet in the gun when he pulled the trigger, so he decided to spare the other person's life. "He's on the Napoleon," the navigator quickly added. "It looks like we hijacked the wrong ship." Tychus patted the navigator's shoulder, patting him so hard that he gasped, Kid, you are ours now. Drive the boat well, or my bullets will not have eyes. At this time, the hull of NORAD 2 began to shake, and Augustus had already issued an order that the fleet was not allowed to attack NORAD 2 during the boarding battle. In this case, it is obvious who is attacking now. Immediately establish a communication link with the Napoleon, Augustus said to the bewildered navigator. Yes, sir. After a brief but intense mental struggle, the navigator wisely made a choice between treason and survival. The communication request was immediately approved. A federal officer with a diamond-shaped head was staring at Augustus across the screen. He was wearing a large power armor, with a golden ribbon hanging on the extremely wide shoulder armor. You lose, Minsk, Edmund Duke said. Are you going to destroy thousands of Alpha Squadron soldiers on NORAD 2 along with us? Augustus looked at the screen calmly. Even if I don't do this, they won't survive. Duke shook his head and said, don't forget who they died for. Do you think the reason why NORAD 2 didn't turn on the shield force field is to save fuel? I know your intentions very well. However, I didn't think you could win at the beginning. He said, in my opinion, you are looking for death. As long as I can kill you, the son of Angus Minsk, the former leader of the Heavenly Demons, I don't mind changing to a new flagship and a new group of crew. Do you understand? Minsk, you are worth this price. We once fought side by side. And in the rest of the time, whenever General Duke sees the medal of bravery he got because of you, he will recall those glorious years. You have plenty of opportunities to see me again. Augustus closed the communication with a wave of his right hand, and personally sent a communication link request with the Iron Justice and the Hyperion. While waiting for a response, Warfield asked Augustus, it sounds like Duke is going to kill NORAD 2 with us. He is bluffing, Augustus said, before Duke's fleet destroys NORAD 2. We have plenty of opportunities to force a jump away. Augustus called up the Shield Energy Index display of the battlecruiser on the main screen. As Duke said, the shield energy value of NORAD 2 is almost full, enough to withstand the enemy's attack during the jump. After more than 10 seconds, the images sent back by the cameras of the other two battlecruisers appeared on the main screen. Among them, the Iron Justice was seriously damaged, while the Hyperion, which had been fighting with other battleships of the Federation fleet under the control of Raynor, was not seriously damaged. You took down the NORAD 2? Renault said. Augustus, that sounds cool, brother. It's a pity that I didn't fight alongside you. Where's Duke? Charles asked. Duke is not on this ship. Augustus shook his head. He's a little more cunning than he lets on. Now, all ships immediately disengage from the battle. Activate the shield and prepare to make a space jump to 418, 4. Chapter 143 Jump. This is Iron Justice. We are heading to the designated jump point. Major Charles's head appeared on an idle holographic projection screen. In the images sent back by the NORAD 2 armor sensor and Iron Justice, Augustus could see the full picture of this scarred warship. The brown-black armor was covered with traces of burning, melting and tearing, and some shocking scars even penetrated the deck layer. The fragments of fine steel and alloy were gradually peeled off as the warship moved, like dandelions being blown away. These fragments floating without power in deep space will eventually become the target of interstellar scavengers. The wreckage of the battlecruiser, even a piece of armor plate under the laser cannon group, can be sold for a good price. And those fragments still moving at high speed in and out of the galaxy at the initial velocity are captured by the gravity of asteroids, comets, and even stars in the Soyan galaxy. At this moment, the parallel NORAD 2 and Iron Justice are less than half a mile away from the Terran Federation fleet led by the Napoleon. Hundreds of shipborne laser cannons and electromagnetic guns poured down on the shield defense force field and armor of both sides, and the orange-red beams created ripples on the dark green energy shield. The naval guns were raging, and each gorgeous fireball was a destroyed warship. The scattered, twisted alloy fragments were like light points falling into the galaxy. The carrier-based aircraft of the Iron Justice were leaving the battlefield at full speed and heading towards the mothership. These fighters were less than 1/10 of the number when they flew away from the dock launch port. They were dodging and evading the dense crossfire network formed by the battlecruiser guns of both sides, avoiding the anti-aircraft laser cannons and Gemini air-to-air missiles of the enemy's Wraith fighters. The Corhel Revolutionary Fleet has lost 9 frigates, 4 destroyers, and 2 Yemoyan Reagan cruisers. Of the approximately 300 medium-sized assault ships, less than a third remain. Of the more than 2,000 single-engine fighters, patrol boats, and assault boats piloted by a single pilot. Only about 600 remain, even if the damaged ones are included. This means that in just 40 minutes of fighting, 4,000 to 6,000 Revolutionary Army fighters have been killed, and many more have been injured. This is Jim. It is 3:43 a.m. Tarsoni's time. The Hyperion has less than 20% of its shields left. Rayner's head was magnified as he spoke. All members of the Revolutionary Army's First Fleet are ready to follow the flagship's jump. Sit tight, guys. Sir, the jump drive will take 5 seconds to recharge. The navigators and technicians of NORAD-2 have devoted themselves to their new jobs. After all, no one can play tricks in such a tight situation with at least a dozen guns pointed at them. Even at this time, fierce battles broke out on most of the decks and cabins inside NORAD-2. But the dock and engine room were still in Augusta's hands. The countdown starts now. Listen to my instructions and prepare to jump. Augusta stared at the seconds on the main screen of the bridge. At this moment, a Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser jumped over the severely damaged Giant-class frigate No. 2 and No. 4 after a short jump. Its huge shadow covered the two warships with flames on their surfaces, and the ground laser firepower group poured fire on the broken armor of the frigates. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the Giant-class frigate No. 2 was completely penetrated, and the interior of the ship immediately turned into a hell on Earth. The oxygen-rich cabin burned fiercely, and the fragments of people and warships were spit out from the broken holes of the ship. The other warship was split in half, like a loaf of bread. In the huge fracture, countless people and tiny fragments floated out like sand and fluttered in space. From the perspective of NORAD-2, it was like a slow motion. These two warships, and their more than 900 crew members have become history forever. Start. After a heavy deep breath, Augusta said. In an instant, accompanied by a flash, the battlefield and the starry sky in the bridge window disappeared, and NORAD-2 had jumped into the hyperspace channel and entered a state of traveling beyond the speed of light. After a breath, the bridge of NORAD-2 returned to calm. According to the preset jump coordinates, Augustus and his newly acquired warship will need several hours to reach the designated coordinates. I'll take people to clean up the mess. Warfield left with a few officers, leaving Tychus and Kerrigan to guard Augustus. The battle on Tullises 2 was just a small fight compared to this. Tychus said, "The only thing I learned in this war is that we must have more warships and more naval guns. The battlecruiser is not one of those Comorian bastards. Even if you fire a volley at it, it will remain unscathed. I know that." 2. While the battleship was still in the hyperspace jump state, Augustus's finger slid across the main screen of the NORAD-2, retrieving useful data from the huge database. The battleship's itinerary log showed that the NORAD-2 had traveled back and forth to multiple main star systems many times in 2 weeks, and even reached a star system close to the Corhole system with only 2 stars and a dwarf planet. This fully shows that Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron has only been following Warfield's Iron Justice. They, Duke, must have some way to accurately locate the Iron Justice, Augustus said, because the Iron Justice once belonged to the Terran Federation. Cutting off all communication connections cannot completely make this warship out of the Federation's control. Perhaps in the eyes of the Federation's technicians, the Iron Justice is as dazzling as a torch in the dark night in the deep space. The Hyperion was also a member of the Federation fleet. But Duke couldn't track us, Tychus said. The Iron Justice must be overhauled. Duke may have located the warship through some kind of tracking device. Augustus looked at the wooden NORAD-2 navigator. I want to know if you know more about this, because you are the navigator of this warship. The navigator seemed uneasy. In the eyes of this man who received a government salary and had a decent job, a navigator who could lead a fleet through a dangerous universe would be respected everywhere. He was undoubtedly among a group of thugs, and Augustus was naturally the leader of the thugs, the leader of the terrorists, and a rebel leader who brought countless deaths. No, I don't know. The navigator retreated. He is lying, Kerrigan said to Augustus. The Iron Justice has both the Federation's location tracker and spies hidden in the Warfield troops. This is why Duke has been able to track the Warfield battleship. Lying will not do you any good. Augustus shook his head and said to the astonished navigator, because you don't know whether I will forgive you next time. Chapter 144 Reliable Swan. On the three-dimensional holographic projection star map composed of green lines, the route of the NORAD-2 was set as a straight line, and the jumping numbers on it showed that the battleship had jumped to 9 galaxies dozens of light years away. As the battleship trembled slightly, The brilliant starlight came into view. Almost at the same time, the Hyperion and Iron Justice jumped in, and hundreds of warships of various models surrounded them, like stars surrounding the moon. Hyperion called NORAD-2. Our shields were exhausted. No casualties. And the losses were controlled within an acceptable range. Only one chef sprained his ankle during a space jump. Maybe I shouldn't mention this to embarrass him. Good Peter's baked snails with port wine are quite good, Reno said. The bad news is that before the recharge is completed, the Hyperion can only rely on its own armored area to resist the attack. I am Charles Chuck Horner. The Iron Justice is seriously damaged. Unless it enters the port for repairs, we will have to abandon this battleship completely after 2 more battles, like the Battle of the Soyan system. Charles said, the main warp drive of the Iron Justice was damaged in the battle. Even with the most optimistic estimates of our warp technicians, the broken thing that is being repaired can only support 3 long-distance warps. We can use the second backup warp drive, but this drive can only perform short-distance warps between galaxies and emergency warps with uncertain destinations. Shit. If I ever see Edmund Duke, I will definitely shove his head into his own ass. In summary, Major Charles said, I swear I will make him clean the deck of the Iron Justice all day until I am satisfied. We still have 3 hours. And the preparation time is 3 hours and 26 minutes. This is the time it takes for Duke's fleet to locate our position again and complete the jump. But the actual situation is that their speed may be much faster. Augustus said to them, hurry up and repair it. Jim, let Swan bring people to NORAD-2. Okay. I'll go call him right away. Reno put on a Revolutionary Army Command hat and left. It was a retro-style large ship hat. Major Charles. The Iron Justice must also immediately inspect the facilities on board and try to find the signal tracker inside. I will send Lieutenant Kerrigan to your warship later. Intelligence shows that there is a traitor among you. Augustus said. Yes, because even I can't be sure how many of those people are willing to follow us sincerely. Charles asked, but what are you going to do? Torture them, or let them report each other? Honestly, these methods are not very effective. Lieutenant Kerrigan is a powerful psyker. She will use her telepathic ability to check those who have ulterior motives one by one. Augustus looked at Kerrigan first. Let's start with the highest ranking one. Okay. Charles's face with thick beard showed no expression. I have no opinion, he confessed, before proving their innocence. Everyone, including me, should be investigated. After that, I will personally execute the traitor. We once stayed in a marginal colony for a day, leaving those who did not want to follow the Iron Justice there. I gave them the opportunity to choose for themselves. After Kerrigan said that there was a traitor on the Iron Justice, everyone, including Charles, was on Augustus's list of suspects. You should execute the traitor in front of everyone. But we are the Revolutionary Army, so there is no need to be so cruel. Just throw them into space and tell everyone that the traitors have been executed. There is no need to execute them in public, because we cannot use torture to intimidate those who are willing to join the liberation movement because of their progressive ideas and revolutionary enthusiasm. While waiting for Swan to arrive at NORAD-2 by spaceship, Warfield took a torn Alpha Squadron flag and walked to Augustus. This is a red flag with a golden lace on the edge. In the middle of the triangular figure is the Alpha Squadron's iconic eagle with spread wings, which is also the symbol of the human race in the StarCraft game. Now the flag is tattered, and the Alpha Squadron soldiers on the NORAD-2 must have suffered the same fate. Now this ship truly belongs to you. Warfield said to Augustus, my troops are still clearing the remaining Alpha Squadron soldiers in this battleship. They are still numerous and scattered in various cabins, passages and even hatches. But these people can no longer pose a threat. During the time when the NORAD-2 jumped into the hyperspace channel and traveled at superluminal speed, Warfield led his troops through more than 3 hours of brutal fighting and was exhausted physically and mentally. But the victory they achieved was enough to make these brave warriors proud. I never doubted that you would fail, Warfield, Augustus said. If I fail, I will die in battle. Warfield smiled. As long as you don't want to die, no one can take your life, Augustus said firmly. Hee. But Duke is still following us. Have you found out the reason? Warfield asked. I guess it's because you didn't check the Iron Justice thoroughly enough, or there was negligence when you took it away. So you didn't screen out the signal tracking and positioning device inside. Or the person in charge of this matter is suspicious. Boss, I heard you have some trouble here. Swan came over with a toolbox, followed by a dozen engineers. Many of these engineers are Swan's relatives. Looking burly and strong, I don't know what happened. The battle in space is too fierce. But all we can do is keep preparing. And then it's a terrifying wait. I saw with my own eyes that the fighter planes in the Hyperion drove out of the hangar and never came back until the jump. Some of those kids are only 18 years old. Just a little younger than you. Swan wiped his eyes, but didn't say anything more. Well, let's not talk about that. I mean, when can we start working? Augustus was silent for a while. He didn't make any comments. I want you to find all the trackers hidden in NORAD 2. These trackers may look different, but as long as one is missed, Duke will always be able to find and completely kill us after our next jump. Now, Swan, hurry up. Your job is to save others. I think I understand what you mean. Swan said. It took the same amount of time for the engineers of Umogen to inspect and remove the hidden tracking devices inside as it did to repair the Hyperion. These gadgets may be just a button battery, or a record player, or even the toilet under your butt. But fortunately, there are some Umogen engineers in my team who have participated in the repair of the Hyperion. I have been told that although the Federation will use many such gadgets to monitor their own spacecraft, the location of the tracking devices in each battlecruiser is almost the same. He said, it may be that the engineers who designed this tracking system could not think of so many creative locations. Or it may be that they just dealt with it because the placement of these tracking devices was not on the list of important notes. I thought about it, and it shouldn't be difficult. I will send some more engineers to Iron Justice right away. Well, we don't need too many. 13 or 14 people will be enough. Chapter 145 sent back. Duke's Great Victory. June 9th. 7:54 on board time. It has been about 3 standard hours since the Korhal Revolutionary Army fleet jumped here. NORAD 2. This majestic steel giant ship was originally the flagship of the Terran Federation's Ace Force Alpha Squadron, the vehicle of Colonel Edmund Duke. Traces left by Alpha Squadron and Colonel Duke can be seen everywhere on this magnificent behemoth-class battlecruiser. This man, who looks and has a violent temper similar to a silverback gorilla, hung more than 20 different styles of Alpha Squadron flags in the bridge of NORAD 2. And all the symbols and medals used to indicate his hundreds of major and minor combat exploits were painted on the walls and portholes of the battleship. Compared with the Hyperion, the NORAD 2, the flagship of Alpha Squadron, is even larger, except for the still shabby corridors. The bridge, cabins and activity areas all look grand and even magnificent. But now the battleship has a new owner, Augustus Minsk, who is willing to call this a small change of ownership, no matter from which angle. The behemoth-class battlecruiser NORAD 2 is an unparalleled masterpiece of war, with rows of laser guns and upgraded energy shield defense arrays, and nearly 100 fighters in the hangar are all new Wraith fighters. These latest fighters are far superior to old jet fighters such as the Avenger and Cerberus in terms of maneuverability and weapon power, and can better adapt to the combat environment in space. Importantly, the nuclear arsenal of NORAD 2 also has 20 small tactical nuclear bombs equivalent to 100,000 tons of TNT and 2 Apocalypse nuclear bombs that can flatten half of the city of Tarsonis. And if you want to use these cute but violent gadgets, you only need to press the harmless red button. Even so, Augustus did not feel any joy. In his opinion, the gains were far less than the losses. Accurate statistics showed that the Kar Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses in the encounter in the Soyan Galaxy, leaving only 4 giant-class frigates, 2 Reagan-class cruisers and 5 destroyers, and only 597 combat airships. Nearly 5,000 revolutionary pilots and fleet soldiers died in this battle. These pilots generally only received training for half a year, or even less. Most of them were new recruits. So many lives that had just blossomed like flowers could never return to Korhal 4, their homeland, after reporting the fleet's losses and casualties. Augustus's Umogen fleet advisor told him that some of the dead were from Stealing Academy, the alma mater of all generations of Minsk's family members. And some of the victims were even people he knew when he was in school. Death was no longer unfamiliar to Augustus. On Tullises too, the death of Omo and Benjamin was a heavy blow to everyone in Augustus' class. Although Augustus was still unwilling to admit it in his heart, there were Kar warriors like Omo who kept dying all the time. Their death was a heavy blow to their parents, enough to destroy a fragile family. But on the list of reports, it was just a series of names and numbers. Augustus asked about the names of these people in detail, but did not say a word. I want to know what kind of losses we have inflicted on Alpha Squadron. On the bridge of NORAD-2, Augustus asked his expressionless Umoyan advisor. The sergeant in charge of statistics got some exact numbers of kills. In the battle named Soyan Galaxy, we shot down a total of 126 Avenger fighters, 38 Wraith fighters, and 3 Sphinx-class Federation destroyers. A long rectangular battleship. The losses of Alpha Squadron cannot be accurately counted. But there is no doubt that their equipment and troops far exceed those of the Revolutionary Army. If Augustus had not seized the flagship of Alpha Squadron, the flagship of NORAD-2, like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, this would undoubtedly be a complete defeat. The Korhal Revolutionary Army was too poor, and this was enough to cause them to suffer heavy losses. And our price was 10 times theirs. Augustus' tone was no different from usual. But Kerrigan beside him could feel his sadness and frustration even without using telepathy. Augustus Mengsk was not invincible. A battle-hardened general could prove his unstoppable power with many exemplary battles. But a painful and humiliating defeat was enough to wipe out all his honor. You can't blame yourself for those deaths. I heard the cries and final words of those who died. Kerrigan said to Augustus, they were ready to die. I should have done better. Augustus said after the Umojan advisor left. Mengsk, I can't think of a better way to deal with the situation just now. If Duke had twice as many ships, I would have advised you to surrender. Tycho said, what else can you do? Go all out and hit it. Or run away in disgrace, leaving a pile of wreckage and watching the morale of the revolutionary fleet suffer. You must fight. And next time everyone will know that their commander does not lack the courage to launch an attack. Warfield said to Augustus, as Arcturus once said, if you command 100 people, you can remember all their names, past and present. But if you command 100,000, you must have ruthless indifference. Can you do it? Augustus asked him. I can't do it. Warfield said, I can't do that. Arcturus couldn't do it either. Heh. Anyway, more than half of the fleet has been damaged, and the Iron Justice can no longer participate in the next battle. We must find a new port to repair and maintain the warship. Augustus shook his head and searched for the nearest supply port to the fleet on the star map. NORAD-2 still uses the Federation star map database. So many of the Federation ports marked in green cannot be docked. On the contrary, the red-marked Comorian and Umojan interstellar ports and docks are much safer. But what made Augustus feel difficult was that these ports were either too far away or within the attack range of the Terran Federation fleet. It will take a lot of time to return to Korhal 4 and Umojan. And the first fleet heading to Korhal is likely to be on the hyperspace channel. In this case, the only reliable place is here. Augustus retrieved a galaxy and a gray-green planet on the star map, just like Korhal 4 shrouded in gray fog. Augustus drew a triangle between the star system where NORAD-2 was located, the planet and the Delarian shipyard. It takes less than half a day to get to the Rock of the Dead from here, and it takes only 4 days to get to the Delarian shipyard from the Rock of the Dead. As far as I know, there is the largest mercenary organization here, the Hill and Harris mercenaries. Almost at the same time when the Comorians announced that they would sign a peace treaty with the Terran Federation. Although many older mercenaries believed that there would be no more wars in the future and the mercenary market would inevitably shrink significantly, 2 mercenaries named Graven Hill and Remy Harris officially established their own mercenary organization and recruited professional mercenaries from Umoyan, the Comorian Federation, and even the Terran Federation. The nearest Umojan region would take much longer than that, and the Kelmorians would probably do something behind the scenes, said Warfield. Dead Man's Rock was a far less bad planet many years ago. Now it's the garbage dump of the universe, with nearly 2/3 of the land covered in space trash and industrial waste. It might only take a few years to destroy a vibrant ecosystem, but we have to spend many times that time to repair it. Kerrigan searched for information about this planet in her memory. This planet lacks a strong government. Uncontrolled mining and industrial pollution have destroyed the already fragile environment. In recent years, people from all walks of life have come here to pursue their dreams of getting rich overnight or seeking political asylum. Over time, this place has gradually become a holy land for pirates, mercenaries, and smugglers. Of course, there are also rebels. Tychus wanted to scratch his butt, but he quickly gave up under the power armor. It's the Revolutionary Army. Kerrigan shook her fiery red ponytail and corrected Tychus's mistake. Almost. Little girl, Tychus shouted, for freedom. You are not really fooled by Mengsk, are you? No way. People like you don't understand the great ideals of Augustus. You only know how to eat, drink, whore and gamble. Kerrigan retorted to Tychus. No one understands Minx better than you. Tychus mocked her. Enough. I am neither as great as you think, nor as despicable as you think. Augustus ended the topic and entered an encrypted communication code on the main screen. Just a few seconds later, a young man wearing sunglasses appeared, with a shabby office with guns hanging on the wall under the light. Good evening, Mr. Minsk. I think you may need some new mercenary contracts. I heard that Korhal 4 is fighting with the Federation central government in Tarsonis. Gravenhill smiled and said, I took a big risk to contact you. I heard that Korhal 4 needed transport ships, so I immediately sent many people there. Of course the price is 3 times that of peacetime. Augustus directly exposed him. This is about the inflation caused by the war. The foreign exchange reserves of the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation in Umoyan have been squandered. And they also owe a lot of foreign debts. It is normal for prices to rise. Hill said, I am definitely not raising the price. You will pay the price for this sooner or later. I heard that you are doing business with Korhal, the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation at the same time. Augustus said, you once sold out the Kelmorians for a sum of money. To be honest, I find it hard to believe you. That's different. The Kelmorians owed us money and broke the contract. This is a matter of principle. Mr. Angus Minx never shortchanges the mercenaries. I would only betray a long-term and trustworthy client if I were crazy. Hill's face showed no expression. Only when the Korhal people and the federal government are constantly at war can the mercenaries always have food to eat. He said, well, you must have some big orders for me after talking for so long. Hill lit a cigarette for himself. I need to occupy your mercenary port for a while. Augustus continued, and, in the next 2 months, I will sign as many mercenary contracts as you have. I heard that Korhal 4 is going to be in big trouble. But my mercenary brothers will not go to spider mines or bathe in nuclear bomb rain. You know, they won't do jobs that are obviously going to die. Hill stroked his chin, unable to control his smile. Do I look like a sucker? Augustus tapped his fingers on the console of the bridge. Okay. But the cost of the port is not cheap. How many ships do you have? Tell me so I can have an idea. Hill said. Not many. Augustus set a number using encrypted communication. That's impossible. 3? 2 of them are flagships. You must be kidding. Hill crossed his arms over his chest. Our little port is not that big. But the space station can fit in it. By the way, where did you get these big guys? I heard that the Comorians are selling warships. But the price is ridiculously high. From the Federation fleet. Augustus said bluntly, then it's settled. Okay. It's settled. Hill originally thought that Augustus was just a young but talented Federal Marine officer with a small fortune at home. But he didn't expect that he was a tough guy who even scared him and dared to take advantage of the Terran Federation fleet. After deciding to reassess the power in Augustus Minx's hands, Hill closed the communication link. He is not trustworthy, Tychus said. Yeah. Augustus nodded. But when we reach the Rock of the Dead, we will have the final say there. Oh, you bad guy. Tychus smiled evilly. But I like you. At this time, a holographic projection screen lit up, which was a lit radar scan. Unknown warp signal and ensign communication request detected. The intelligent adjutant of NORAD 2 said, in a cold mechanical voice. Access. Augustus said. Augustus Minsk. We meet again. Just wait 5 minutes and I will catch you. The cunning Korhal Fox. Do you think you can escape? Alpha Squadron will chase you to the ends of the Earth and the end of the universe. When Duke wanted to say something, Augustus closed the communication link. So Duke's arrogant face was frozen forever. But the still picture looked a little distorted. It sounds like Colonel Duke is on the way. Augustus pointed at Duke's thick nostrils on the main screen. Duke must be so angry that he could eat his boots right now. Tychus laughed. He even said the time. Warfield was speechless. What about Swan? How is he handling it? When Augustus looked at Kerrigan, it was unnecessary to say that the beautiful and considerate literally ghost agent had already handed him a connected personal terminal. Oh, come on. You did it, Thatcher. Little girl. You're just about to tighten that screw. A noisy voice came from the personal terminal. Good job. Good. Rory Swan. I was wondering if you've dealt with those signal trackers. You said almost over the hump 10 minutes ago. And I understood that you were almost done with the job. Augustus chose his words carefully. He had recently discovered that he sometimes had trouble understanding Mrs. Mainho's local dialect. "Oh, wait until I get the wrench back. It's still outside the airlock." Swan didn't seem to hear clearly. "Yes, boss. These kids did a great job. They deserve the salary you pay them." "Jump." Augustus looked at the communication links Duke had paid one after another, turned to the navigator and said, "Before that, let our old friend scream in anger. Napoleon. Bridge. Minsk. No matter big or small. Brothers. Eldest and second are all a bunch of uneducated country bumpkins." Duke shouted in a very unmannerly manner in the bridge. And this anger reached its peak when the technical sergeant reported to him, "We can no longer get the position updates of NORAD 2 and Iron Justice." The technical sergeant said unconvincedly, "How could it be so fast?" Duke said flatly, "Impossible. You must have made a mistake." "Colonel, the fleet command asked you about the latest situation in the Soyun system." At this time, the colonel's adjutant walked into the bridge and asked him, "Just say it." Duke immediately calmed down. "We destroyed more than 2,000 rebel ships and severely damaged Augustus Minsk's rebels. I will submit a more detailed report later." Chapter 146 Jackson's Revenge. The Rock of the Dead, or the Planet of the Dead Rocks, is a planet covered in gray fog. Its cold and gray atmosphere is like an airtight eggshell. Anyone who sees this planet will think that it is a miasma world full of swamps and poisonous gases. Severe pollution is the main reason why this planet has become what it is today. The metal foundry, crystal mining and processing factory, and gas refinery on the surface are spewing thick smoke. The gray-black clouds and industrial dust even block the sun's rays. Untreated sewage was randomly discharged into the once beautiful lakes and rivers that were like sapphires. The resulting problem was the death of several major water systems in the Rock of the Dead. People had to import clean water resources and non-synthetic natural food from other planets. Compared with the planet Teledor 9, which has been repeatedly exposed for illegal contract workers, the situation of the immigrants in the Rock of the Dead is much worse. The deformed social structure and economic system here have forced them to work in the factories of the monopoly group for generations and live on meager salaries. Although the original colonists had set foot on this unknown and mysterious land with great expectations, they never thought that their descendants would become victims of entrepreneurs' pursuit of wealth. The continuous rainy weather and the higher incidence of deformities and cancer compared to other colonized planets have destroyed the health of the residents of the Rock of the Dead. In contrast, the factory management and technical elites living in the largest city, the Port of the Dead, live a life very different from the workers. The capital city of the Rock of the Dead, the Port of the Dead, which developed from a small port vacant land, has gradually become one of the cities with the largest gap between the rich and the poor in the entire Terran Federation. But the Rock of the Dead is not a dead world. There are millions of people like you and me living here. This is the first sentence that the mercenary Grail Hill said to Augustus after boarding the wide bridge of NORAD 2. "Welcome to the Rock of the Dead. We are always better than this messy world and are called God, or a boil on the buttocks of the creator of this universe. But how can I say it? At least this place is far from being hopeless." At this time, in an orbit about 200 miles above the surface of the planet Dead Rock, Augustus' fleet was cruising around the planet without power. Officers and staff officers wearing brown military uniforms and ship caps occasionally entered and exited the heavily guarded bridge. Maintenance workers and engineers wearing flat caps and noise-reducing earmuffs were busy repairing circuits. And unmanned robots were using magnetic components to hang on the external portholes to repair the damaged bridge armor. Grail Hill didn't know that most of the crew members on NORAD 2 came from Warfield's Iron Justice and had the qualities of professional soldiers. He could only sigh at the Revolutionary Army's amazing discipline and sharp and capable style of doing things. Unlike those noisy and profit-seeking mercenaries. "Hello, Mr. Hill. The last time we met was at Tulisi's too." Augustus shook hands with Hill. At this time, Hill was still wearing his sunglasses. In Augustus's impression, he seemed to have never taken them off. At that time, "I didn't expect you to go from a Marine to the most wanted criminal in the Terran Federation." Hill grinned. When Hill felt that the red-haired female soldier next to Augustus was looking at him, he just smiled kindly, not realizing that the other party was about to dig up the memory of his childhood peeing pants. 16-year-old Sarah Kerrigan still had traces of immaturity on her face. She was not always stern and aloof. On the contrary, a psychic who knew human nature well knew exactly what expression was the most friendly. At the moment when Hill looked at her, Kerrigan nodded, her fiery red ponytail bouncing with her movements. She smiled softly, her eyes bright and her teeth white. You're joking? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Augustus smiled and said, and there's a certificate from the Tarsonis Police Department. It didn't cost me much. You must not know how much you are worth. Hill retracted his hand at the right time, second only to your father Angus Minks. And we all believe that his head is made of diamonds and gold. The higher I am worth, the more it means that the Federation hates me. And then all the sacrifices are not in vain. Augustus said. So, you really want to save others through revolution? Hill could not understand the revolutionary cause of Quarrel 4. Although he did not think it had any meaning. He welcomed all wars that needed mercenaries, anyway. Mercenaries are always willing to stick their necks out for you. Yes. Now is the time when I can use you. Augustus turned around and looked at the Port of the Dead outside the bridge window. A large-scale space station and the circular port surrounding it were rotating around the Port of the Dead at the same speed as NORAD 2. The Hyperion with blue armor was heading towards the docking port of the space station. And various spaceships and airships were surrounding this magnificent warship. Under the port side of NORAD 2, the gray-white steel Justice slowly sailed out under the escort of a squadron of ghost fighters and slowly entered the sight of Augustus and Hill. When my fleet enters this space station, all defense work will be handed over to my people. Augustus suddenly looked at Hill. You don't need to pay them. Mr. Hill, my friend, this space station is full of the most trusted mercenaries under Harris and I. They are all Comorian and Umoan people. Suddenly, Hill found that even if this is the base camp of the mercenaries, he no longer has the initiative. Once Augustus wants to seize this space station, it will definitely be a tough battle for the mercenaries. Did he really know Augustus? Was he really the devil in heaven who brought war and death, as described in the UNN news? Of course, I'd be happy to do that. Hill knew that Augustus would never risk a fight with the mercenaries to forcibly seize the mercenaries' space station. All this was due to their own distrust and Augustus's strong desire for control. As he watched the Hyperion enter the port, Hill still felt angry and began to wonder if he was inviting a wolf into the house. But no matter what, Augustus's money was still sufficient. Although Hill didn't know where Augustus got so much money, he had to earn it even if it was the money he got from robbing the Terran Federal Bank. For the commission, Hill didn't mind giving up his bottom line or temporarily wronging himself. How long do you plan to rest here? He asked Augustus when NORAD 2 followed the Iron Justice into the dock as the tail ship. 2 days is enough for my people to fill the hole in the battleship. Augustus said, we may leave at any time. And we may also delay our stay here at any time. In addition to recruiting a group of mercenaries, I also plan to build several recruitment centers on the planet of the Rock of the Dead, which requires the assistance of mercenaries who understand the local situation. The Revolutionary Army's recruitment center will extend an olive branch to all those on this planet who are dissatisfied with the rule of monopoly enterprises and want to change the status quo. We will recruit those who want to change the status quo, as long as they are screened. The people here are quite reliable and hardworking. Hill nodded. The people of the Rock of the Dead are stronger and more resilient than those on the core planets. In a sense, the Terran humans who can survive in the harsh environment of the fringe galaxies of the Terran Federation have strong and highly adaptable bodies. The overly strong radiation from certain star systems is also subtly changing human genes, although obvious changes may take thousands of years to appear. As Augustus and Hill talked, NORAD 2 drove into the B2 docking port under the guidance of the traction drone. Even though all the dock ships had been cleared, the dock was still too small for NORAD 2. At this time, Augustus noticed that another berthing position was actually close to a battlecruiser that did not belong to his own combat sequence. A battlecruiser that looked much more shabby than the severely damaged Iron Justice. This battlecruiser was probably a Federation Leviathan-class battlecruiser. Its slender hull was not a hammerhead shape like the Behemoth-class battlecruiser. There were several extremely thick multi-barreled railguns on the bow and both port and starboard sides, making it look like a steel monster covered with huge cannons. The number of modifications it has undergone is probably as long as its age, so it is very different from the Leviathan class in Augustus's impression. But there is no doubt that this battlecruiser is smaller than the Behemoth class. Jackson's Revenge. This battlecruiser may have left the Terran Federation fleet much earlier than the date of your birth. They are the most notorious space pirates besides the Comorian pirates. Hill said to Augustus, they paid a lot of berthing fees. Those pirates are notoriously bad-tempered. I dare not chase them away. After all, this space station is not my property. If it is destroyed, I will be bankrupt. Oh! These pirates occasionally accept employment missions from large companies. But few people dare to hire them. They are definitely capable of intercepting the employer's goods halfway. Hill snorted. Sarah, summon my steel guards. Augustus looked at Kerrigan beside him and said, I'm going to meet those pirates. After a few seconds, Augustus added, call Tychus over. Damn it. Where did he go again? At this time, the NORAD 2 had already stopped, and about 2 companies of Marines in silver-gray power armor stood in a row on the cleared docking platform. Augustus led a guard to the Jackson's Revenge in another dock port. After the NORAD 2 entered the port, the pirates were obviously more vigilant, and some stood a few hundred yards away and stared closely at the rows of Marines. At first, they thought we were the Terran Federation fleet. Kerrigan, who was walking beside Augustus, explained to him, these people once had a fierce battle with Alpha Squadron, and Edmund Duke cut off the heads of several pirates. So what made these pirates give up this concern? Augustus asked. Because if it was Duke, he would have blown up this space station and the pirates into space junk, Kerrigan said. When Augustus and others walked towards Jackson's Revenge, a pirate wearing Comorian Ripper power armor and several pirates wearing Federation Navy uniforms came to meet Augustus, and they were not afraid of the fully armed Marines behind him. It is unknown why these people wanted to leave the Terran Federation and go it alone. But at first they were all Federation soldiers. At least they kept their bottom line. As they got closer and closer to the pirates, Hill whispered to Augustus, but now all you can see are shameless and vicious criminals. During the long deep space journey of the warship, the morals and values of the crew of Jackson's Revenge are somewhat different from those of ordinary people. In that small society inside the ship, the pirates began to follow a strict hierarchy of respecting the strong. They would betray their brothers and sisters and kill each other in order to gain power and wealth. The captain you can see now is the 9th one. If I remember correctly, there are rumors that he shot the old captain from behind. So the current captain does not allow anyone to stand behind him with a gun. Every captain is called Jackson. The difference is that some of them are too despicable, and some are too cruel. Are you Augustus Mengsk? The pirate put down the matte mask on his helmet, revealing his crooked nose bridged due to multiple fractures, and a bald head with a steel plate embedded on his forehead. I am Vice Captain Rat, Captain Jackson's right-hand man. In addition, the rugged pirate also wore a pair of glittering teardrop crystal earrings, and Augustus had seen similar ones on the ears of a noble lady of the Tarsoni's creation family before. I am. Augustus was not surprised that the other party could recognize him. If he was admired as the leader of the Heavenly Devils and a great federal hero before, the slander he suffered now was multiplied. Overnight, the Heavenly Devils became a synonym for the rebels. From a heroic platoon to a notorious traitor organization. In the eyes of many Terrans, Augustus was even more famous than his father. Almost at the moment when Augustus finished answering, the pirate pulled out the electromagnetic pistol at his waist, and a moment later everyone raised their guns. I don't think we have any contradictions. Augustus stared at the pirate with cold gray eyes. How do I know what you are up to? The pirate stared at Augustus' face. Rebels? You are so brave. Teach him a lesson, Augustus said, before he finished speaking. As Kerrigan's eyes were filled with the color of molten gold, the pirate put down his pistol in pain and staggered back, finally sitting down on the ground dejectedly. When his men wanted to shoot, Tychus had already led several Steel Guard soldiers to knock the pirates to the ground and gave these villains a head-on blow. Before any more conflicts broke out between the two sides, Augustus walked up to the pirate sitting on the ground and looked down at him. Call your Captain Jackson out. I don't care which Jackson he is. Anyway, let him get out and see me immediately. I don't have time to listen to you chattering like a bug here. Do you understand me? Chapter 147, Humiliated. 2 natural weeks. 30 million Federation credits or 2 million Umojan citizen points. Cash. Without a negotiation table. The pirate captain and the leader of the Korhul rebels, who has become increasingly well known to the citizens of the Terran Federation for his recent rebellious activities, talked face to face on the empty docking platform, with many warriors in power armor standing behind the leaders of both sides. Only a small number of the pirates on Jackson's Revenge had modified power armor, which was obviously the result of their trade with their unpredictable counterparts, the Comorian pirates. The pirates' power armors were covered with sharpened fragments of ship armor. Their Gauss rifles had bayonets nearly 1/3 the length of the gun, and mechanical prosthetics were also seen in many parts of their bodies. In comparison, the stealing guards behind Augustus, all wearing dark gray power armor with a golden wolf head emblem, were much more orderly. They were calm and silent, and as orderly as if they were one body. The loyal stealing soldiers of Korhol 4 regarded Augustus as the only hope to save their home planet, and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The mechanical eye on the left side of Captain Jackson's face radiates a breathtaking scarlet light. There are several deep scars on his broad forehead. His thick gray-brown beard and mustache are trimmed long and sharp. On the wide-brimmed and high-topped captain's hat is the emblem of the Federation Navy's dragon wings and anchor. This captain, whose reputation is as bad as his lingering body odor, has many titles that are both praised and criticized. His crew members call him Jackson 9, the tyrant with a pipe in his mouth, the overlord of the Copperloose sector, and the light of the Terran human race. Bank transfers and checks are not supported, but you can use the equivalent rare crystal mines to deduct. If you have high-purity crystals, business there will be much easier to negotiate. Captain Jackson holds a briar pipe in his mouth, and the pockets of his thick Commodore coat are filled with more pipes and tobacco boxes of various types. I plan to employ this ship and everyone on board for a long time. In addition, my people can also provide you with fuel, weapons, and upgrades to ship armor and weapons. Augustus said. Based on this, I ask for a halving of the commission. Dealing with the rebels is very risky. Jackson blew out a big, round smoke ring. I bet the Federal Navy is right behind you. Yes, Duke's Alpha Squadron is searching for us now. Augustus did not equivocate or cover up on this issue. He said bluntly, in that case, I think you should pay more. Jackson didn't react, but the crew behind him was somewhat impatient when they heard Duke's name. In peacetime, Edmund Duke, who had no war to fight, always kept an eye on Jackson's revenge, and he had many medals for beheading the captain of the pirate ship or cutting off several inches of steel plate on the Revenge with heavy artillery. Although most of the crew of this pirate ship are no longer the original batch of Federal Fleet soldiers, they still hate the pursuit and interception of Alpha Squadron. Unless you prove that you are worth more money from me. Augustus did not give in, even if my old friend Hill guarantees you. I can't guarantee that you will not suddenly disappear with the money. No, I won't guarantee it. Glur Hilton on the side waved his hands repeatedly. Deal? With Greer Hill guaranteeing it. Because he is a person we both trust. Jackson glanced at Tychus next to Augustus. You pay first. And then we sign the contract. Both steps can be done at the same time. Augustus said, I'll deliver it with rare crystal ore. I like people like you. Jackson said, tell me. Besides fighting the Federation Navy, what else do you need us to do? You can incorporate this ship into your fleet, whether it is a flagship or a winged ship. Jackson's Revenge can do it. Jackson proudly pointed to his battlecruiser, as if to prove that it was worth Augustus's price. But this ship looks like a wreck. Tychus did not give these desperate men any face, and he pointed out another point more sharply. Can this rubbish that is glued together really fly? No matter how furious Jackson and his crew were, no matter how majestic their ship once was, Jackson's Revenge now looked like a battleship pieced together from metal junk, and it was no longer recognizable. The emblems under the bridge portholes and on the thrusters have obviously been repeatedly covered by new emblems due to the multiple changes of captains. This Leviathan-class battlecruiser, which had been in service in the early days of the Terran Federation, was regarded as a disgrace by the Federation Navy. Jackson's Revenge, his original number, and the reason for his defection gradually became secrets that could never be made public in the archives, because it often cruised near the main trade routes of the Terran Federation and harassed passing merchant ships. Many merchant ships had witnessed the roar of Jackson's Revenge's cannons and recognized its model as the Leviathan battlecruiser currently serving in the Federation Navy. The Federation Navy finally admitted that a battlecruiser was indeed lost during the mission, but they claimed that all the crew members were lost. So now Jackson's Revenge is just a ghost ship drifting in space. Smart media people quickly concluded that the battlecruiser was either controlled by a group of desperados or some supernatural force controlled the ship. Boy, we have seen more main sequence stars, neutron stars, and white dwarfs than your walnut-like rotten head can imagine. One of Jackson's helmsmen walked towards Tychus angrily. The pirate, who was wearing a tattered sailor vest and a blue and white striped turban, was not wearing power armor. When everyone watched him rushing towards Tychus Finley, who was standing beside Augustus with his hands behind his back, they saw without surprise that the latter easily slapped the former to the ground like slapping a fly. and almost split his head. The conflict stopped, and Captain Jackson, who felt very embarrassed, obviously did not want to make things worse. There were 3 battlecruisers of the Revolutionary Army in this space station. If he wanted to leave here safely, he could only avoid further expansion of the conflict. That's enough. Tychus, be nice to our friends. Augustus knew what Tychus was up to. He wanted to stir up trouble, and then kill the pirates inside the space station, and take away Jackson's revenge. Although now was the best time to kill the pirates. Augustus did not want to have a conflict with them. This is a signal tracker from the Terran Federation. Augustus handed Captain Jackson a sophisticated device disguised as a music box. Just turn it on to attract Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron. It sounds like a magic flute that attracts rats. Jackson took the signal tracker. What I want you to do is to take Alpha Squadron to the edge of the Copperloo sector, as far away from the main star world of the Terran Federation as possible. But is Duke really so easy to be fooled? Captain Jackson couldn't believe that such a small thing could play such a big role. At least it is useful for a period of time. And this period of time is enough for me. Augustus smiled and said, based on my understanding of Duke, he will definitely be fooled. Chapter 148 Sister Mira. On June 11th, 2489. It was a cloudy day in the Port of the Dead. It was always like this. The thick fog that would not dissipate for most of the year blocked the sunlight, making the sky always look foggy. 15-year-old Mira Han believed that there were many places in the world where the sun was shining and flowers bloomed all year round. But the planet of the Rock of the Dead was not any of these worlds. Unlimited industry destroyed the already fragile ecosystem of this planet, and the sewage flowing into rivers and lakes was like poison injected into the blood of the Rock of the Dead. Mira and her coworkers walked on a muddy road made muddy by rain towards a high-energy gas refinery that was spewing thick smoke. Without exception, these workers were all wearing polyester clothes, a waterproof canvas jacket, and rubber rain boots. There were about 40 to 50 workers walking together, 1/3 of whom were children and women around 13 or 14 years old. The elderly were still working before they collapsed completely, although they generally have not received higher education. The workers are very clear about what is poisoning the atmosphere of their planet, and these pollutants will fall one day and fall back on the residents of the Rock of the Dead through the atmospheric circulation system. Even if these pollutions cannot bring indelible impacts to the people of the Rock of the Dead, retribution will always fall on their descendants. But in any case, humans are so short-sighted, or the senior managers of the company clearly know what terrible impact this will bring, but they just ignore it. After they have discovered all the value of the Rock of the Dead, the planet and its people will be immediately abandoned. Perhaps the workers here will be transported to other planets as cheap labor. But the Rock of the Dead will gradually become a forgotten ruin. A few years ago, the governor of the Terran Federation of the Rock of the Dead just signed a secret treaty with several intergalactic supercorporations. Since then, the interstellar cargo barges docked here have begun to dump industrial waste in the wasteland of this planet, and many scrapped interstellar ships have eventually been towed to this planet. Unseen by the residents of the Rock of the Dead, their home is slowly turning into a garbage dump and a graveyard of spacecraft. The truth may not be revealed until a few years later, but by then it will be too late. How could this happen? A young worker, who looked not much older than Mira Han, walking beside her, complained loudly, I get the lowest salary in the entire Copperloo sector, eat food that can only guarantee the minimum physical activity, and work the hardest and most numb work without complaint, working 14 Earth hours a day. What do we get in the end? The sequelae of high-intensity work, diseases, disabilities, and poverty caused by inability to work. We work hard, but all the money is earned by those who sit in the office. What's the point of complaining? Another person said, the Rock of the Dead can no longer grow food, and even the rivers can dry up. If we don't go to the factory, what else can we do? No one wants us to be servants. When our ancestors came here, they gave this planet an unlucky name. I dare say that the onboard intelligence of the colonial mothership that mistakenly recognized the Port of the Dead as a habitable planet must have something wrong. Goto Bannon, there's work for you, another older voice said. Many of the guys working for him have made a lot of money, but I've also heard that many have lost their lives for the sake of making black money. Mila Han shook her head. Everyone knew what this black money meant: drug manufacturing and trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, prostitution, money laundering. They did all the evil things imaginable. Since the Rock of the Dead became more and more turbulent, The people's situation has become worse and worse. Those who can't survive, or don't want to endure the slavery of the factory either save enough money and leave, or do jobs that don't require so much hardship and earn more. People complain about the hard life in the factory. But with the stock market turmoil caused by the Kylian War and the Cora 4 uprising, companies in the Rock of the Dead have withdrawn their capital. And soon the workers here will even lose their stable jobs completely. In the dull, class-fixed Rock of the Dead, people no longer have a future. Guys, I heard that the Revolutionary Army of Cora 4 is recruiting soldiers in the Port of the Dead. A voice that sounds happier and not affected by the general environment said. Mira, who was pulling her boots out of the muddy mud, looked in the direction of the voice. It was a big boy in ragged work clothes. They pay salaries every month, and it's higher than the Federal Marines. Revolutionary Army? An old man shook his head. It's the rebels. Do you know what they do? Burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. They will kidnap children and rob women. They are so bad. I think they are very kind. The cheerful voice said hesitantly. I think that Gustav Minks from the Revolutionary Army must be a good person. He gave bread to children and asked the accompanying doctors to treat people. His engineers built water towers for people in the industrial zone and replaced new water pipes. He recruited workers of any origin and gender to work in the newly built recruitment building and berthing port. And his wages were never delayed. He gathered many people and told us how to be truly alive. Are they still recruiting workers? Many people asked this question, and they didn't even care whether Augustus's people were rebels. Now they only recruit new soldiers or revolutionary fighters. The answer sounded a little unconfident. But his name is Augustus. You remembered it wrong. Someone questioned the workers' education level. You can spell this word. Right. What about the requirements? The old man who had previously scolded the rebels asked, what about the requirements for conscription? I'm not old enough. Now the people of the Rock of the Dead have a few ways out of their hometown. Only a few people can pass the rigorous test of the mercenaries, which may be only lower than the selection of Spartan warriors. Every time someone dies in the selection of mercenaries, the successful ones must not only be physically strong, but also be able to use weapons skillfully and have excellent battlefield adaptability. In comparison, the requirements of the draft sounded much easier. As for whether or not to die, for those who think that life is worse than death, it is simply not a big deal. Just be healthy and be able to pass the recruit test. It's not difficult at all. There are so many people who signed up. Even the sheriff went. The young man who raised the question was excited to attract the attention of others. Where? 404 23rd Street, Northwest. With a clatter, the workers immediately ran away. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. The young man's voice was no longer happy. What is it? Mirahan walked in front of him. Revolutionary consciousness. I didn't understand it anyway. How did he determine that we have this consciousness? The young man said after hesitating for a moment. Okay, then I have to go and see it. Mira looked at him and said, well, why don't you go? I'm afraid. I'm afraid of death. The young man was dejected. At this time, the young man saw clearly that Mirahan, who had dyed her hair bright pink, had a pair of playful and beautiful eyes even with her long bangs. She was slender, and the coat made of rough fabric seemed to be a burqa on her body. The hem reached her calves and was covered with mud. Well, this is your own choice. Uh-huh. Why are you dejected? Mirahan slapped the young man's shoulder hard, making him cough. Smile. Life is not that difficult. Mira made a face and said, Chapter 149 Revolutionary Army Mira. The Car Revolutionary Army Recruiting Center in the Port of the Dead stands on a vacant lot with a solid concrete floor. Revolutionary Army soldiers in dark gray uniforms with red armbands use iron fences to block the workers who are swarming in. Most of the workers are laborers who operate exoskeleton mechas to carry goods in the steel plate casting factory, unloaders at the port, and assembly line workers in the suspension assembly production workshop. Everyone who comes here has a strong physique. Both men and women have thick and gnarled muscles like tree roots. Mirahan has no doubt that their enthusiasm for revolution is as high as their enthusiasm for bread. Mira pushed and jumped in the crowded crowd, trying to see the tall revolutionary soldiers. The body odor and bad breath of the people made her dizzy. As she was pushed forward by the crowd, Mira gradually had an absurd idea in her mind. No one had ever caused such a sensation in the Port of the Dead. Why did the people of the Port of the Dead admire Augustus so much? Was it just because he brought something different? In Mirahan's eyes, Augustus Minsk, the rumored great leader, walked up the highest step in front of the recruitment center. On the flagpole behind him was a flag fluttering in the wind. And in front of him was a high wall of revolutionary soldiers in power armor blocking the applicants outside. When someone in the crowd noticed the golden wolf head, whip arms and five-pointed star on the red flag, no one would associate them with anything noble. Only the soldiers under the flagpole understood the meaning of those symbols: Minsk, the Revolutionary Army, and the Republic. When tens of millions of Koral people fled their homes, the Koral Autonomous Region had become a fantasy of the past. The ideal of the Terran Republic proposed by Angus Minsk gradually became the spiritual sustenance of all Koral people and those Terrans who were infected by their ideals. The Kar people no longer seek independence because they have lost their homeland. Now, what awaits the Federation is the revenge of 40 million homeless people. Today's Augustus Minsk almost meets the imagination of the people of the Port of the Dead about the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He is very handsome, with three-dimensional features like Greek stone sculptures, cold gray eyes staring unwaveringly at everyone who looks at him, and the half-inch beard on his chin and upper lip deliberately adds a lot of mature male charm. When Augustus was not in the army commanding his loyal soldiers, he often just put on a dark gray military coat and trousers without medals or ribbons over his silk shirt. The leader of the Revolutionary Army wore deerskin boots and a magnetic pistol at his waist. He looks really good as a man, Mira whispered, but not the type that Sister Mira likes. Look, that's Augustus. He talked to me in the glass factory. A man in a blue suit shouted. You know what? We have discussed for a long time how to increase production. And he agrees with my idea, he said to Mirahan, who was stunned. From his understandable facial expression, it can be seen that he wanted to get a positive answer from Mira. There were some days when Augustus, wearing a federal captain's hat from Warfield, visited the steel plate cutting workshop with his two loyal friends Rainer and Tychus, and talked cordially with the workers who were melting steel next to the furnace. Therefore, Augustus's long military coat was always stained with indelible oil and dust, which made him look more like an outstanding leader from the common people rather than a warlord who was eager to distance himself from the people and use the army and warships to maintain his rule. Augustus was always majestic and oppressive when walking between the factory and the people, but he was kind and amiable when speaking. Everyone who talked to Augustus could feel that the other party was listening carefully and thinking about every word of the other party. Whether he was facing workers, managers of urban communities, or some middle-level managers of the Port of the Dead who came here because of his reputation. It is true that everyone feels very important in the eyes of the great revolutionary leader, and every opinion will be fed back based on thinking and philosophy. It seems that this is what a person who should lead the Terrans to resist the tyranny of the Tarsoni's federal government should be like. He is certainly a great man, and he wants to stand with the people he is going to save. So everyone follows that great figure, Augustus. He needs me to stand by his side. The man in the blue suit said to Mira excitedly. Do you think so too? Maybe. Probably. Most people might ignore it or nod perfunctorily. But Mira touched her chin, smiled playfully and said, Oh, if you really want to ask, I would say yes. It seems you like him very much. Mira asked him. Why? Why? The man in the blue suit showed a proud expression. Augustus raises his arm. And we will follow him to the ends of the earth. Because everything should be like this. Whether it is the Federation, the Comorians or the Amoyans. They are no match for the Revolutionary Army. We are invincible. During the 4 days of staying in the Port of the Dead, Augustus gained many admirers. The ideas of him and the party he represented spread throughout the city and gradually took root in various street communities. People discussed everything that was happening on Cora 4 and highly praised Augustus and the ideas he brought. In the Port of the Dead, which was isolated from the news, people with spirits as barren as the desert were eager for progressive ideas. Not because their ideas were so lofty or they could understand the broad concepts of liberation and nation, but because revolution sounded fashionable and popular. It is unknown how many people joined the Revolutionary Army because they truly understood what Augustus said: break the chains and fetters on you and give you freedom. Wave the sword for fairness and justice. And the Revolutionary Army is the people's army. But they all understood a more understandable sentence: I can feed you and give your children a chance to leave this ruin. Keep this belief. Mira did not act like a young girl of 14 or 15 years old at all. When she was serious, she was always convincing, Even when you fight to death. Don't regret it. When the first person started shouting Augustus' name, people soon followed suit. The atmosphere was enthusiastic. And the people of the Port of the Dead were as enthusiastic about the revolution as a tsunami. However, just when everyone thought that Augustus was going to make an impassioned speech or call on workers to join the army, Augustus just used a gesture to quiet others down. Anyone who made a slight comparison could find that Augustus was imitating his father. Or maybe it was the politician's gene in Augustus' blood that played a role. He learned to shape a goal that could mobilize the emotions of others and make them unite. But never make promises. We are going to recruit another 2,000 Marines and 1,500 sailors. I need reliable warriors in my team. Whether you choose to join the Revolutionary Army or stay, everything depends on your free will. Augustus himself may not enjoy being the center of attention, but generally speaking, he can handle such a scene with ease. When the Revolutionary Army soldiers guarding the outermost perimeter made way, the long queue of applicants rushed to the registration point. After signing up, they would go to the tent next to the registration point to be examined by a doctor. Since the Revolutionary Army used the equipment they had borrowed from the Federal Victor 5 Zerg experimental base, the results of the physical health and even hidden diseases were available in less than a minute. Some applicants were quickly rejected due to abuse of psychotropic drugs, mental problems, drug abuse, or even excessive drinking, while others missed the Revolutionary Army because of illness or other diseases that prevented them from surviving their service period. Mira Han just walked around the tent, and the doctor gave her a list and asked her to go to the next tent. Mira was qualified. Of course, she was not a spoiled core world lady. She was only 15 years old, but she had been working in the factory of the Port of the Dead for more than 4 years. In the Port of the Dead neighborhood where Mira lived, she was also the most capable and the most thoughtful child since she was a child. Many children called her the big sister. When she walked into the last tent, Mira was surprised to find that a red-haired female lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army was sitting behind the desk inside, and Augustus Mengsk was standing behind her. Mira Han, look into my eyes. The Revolutionary Army lieutenant took the list from Mira and said to her. But Mira Han ignored her and focused all her attention on Augustus, looking him up and down. Look at me! The lieutenant patted the table. Okay. Mira then looked into the lieutenant's pale green eyes. They stared at each other for 2 full seconds until Mira rolled her eyes mischievously. Answer my question. The lieutenant made some simple notes on Mira's list. It looked like he just filled in a few letters. Our enemy will be the most elite force in the Terran Federation. How are you mentally prepared for this? Huh? Great. Why do you want to join the Revolutionary Army? To make a revolution. Literally. What is your career intention after retirement? Get married. You have passed the test. Report to the 4th Recruit Training Camp. Your rank is Acting Sergeant Major. And all recruits below this rank should salute you when they see you. At this time, it was Augustus behind the lieutenant who spoke. You have to manage the 20 recruits under you, and use your performance to prove that you have the ability to do so. Did I hear correctly? Mira looked at the lieutenant with a long fiery red ponytail. The doctor said there is nothing wrong with your hearing. The lieutenant said, don't doubt it. You are strong enough to tame any wild horse. I mean, I have never been in charge of so many people. Mira said, among all the weapons, I have only used small things like maces. I filled in the specialty column that my hair is the pinkest in the Port of the Dead. Your hair is indeed the pinkest. Augustus gave him a positive answer. Okay. Mira pursed her lips. I'm good at judging people. Augustus said, you have such a talent. Mira. Usually only veterans can be qualified for this position. But most of us are new soldiers. Oh, you are so sweet. Mira is very friendly. Augustus shrugged, not as sweet as you think. Next. Kerrigan wrote a good comment on Mira's form. When Mira took the oath with other recruits from the Port of the Dead, hundreds of shuttles were parked beside them. Once the recruits finished taking the oath, these spacecrafts would send them out of orbit. The recruits did not even have uniforms. They were still wearing the clothes they wore before joining the Revolutionary Army. Some of them were wearing ill-fitting coats and shoes with holes, without any coercion, promise, or temptation. After being clearly informed of the meaning of this oath and the consequences, many recruits had tears in their eyes. But Mira remained unmoved. Mira knew that most of the people who left this planet today would never set foot on this land again in their lifetime, whether they died in battle or survived. Almost no one would feel homesick for the terrible world of Dead Rock. The old people always said that even a fly in the port of the dead wanted to escape from this planet. But like all other recruits, Mira was indeed infected by the changes brought about by the Revolutionary Army. She saw some hope in this stagnant port of the dead, and was determined not to miss this opportunity to change her destiny. Mira neither worships Augustus nor thinks that revolution is so noble. She has her own mature and unique views on the right and wrong of a matter. She has no sympathy for the poor and the exploited workers. Nor does she want to shed blood for them. Whether Christians, Muslims, atheists, polytheists, or Earth Return sections. They said, we now have the same faith and the same identity. When taking the oath, Mira naturally lost her mind. If the Revolutionary Army had not come to the port of the dead this year, she might have eventually become a mercenary or a pirate. The people of the port of the dead have only a few choices in the future. If you want to stand out, you must be much more fierce and cruel than others. The reason why she did not choose to join the Federation Army was that the rules of the Revolutionary Army seemed to be much fewer and more free than those of the regular army. As for the oath, the length of the oath is also much shorter than that of the Federation Army. After all, Mira is such a person. She seems to be born not to follow the rules. And now no one can restrain her with rigid rules and regulations. I swear to fight for the Korhal Revolutionary Army, defend the laws and honor of the new Republic, and protect those citizens of the Republic who have been or will be liberated. Chapter 150, The Battle of Kar. Kar 4, the main city of Stealing. On June 22nd, a full month had passed since the UNN Universe News Network headquarters was occupied by terrorists. This incident, which was called the biggest scandal in the history of the Federation Parliament by news media groups and independent writers, continued to escalate over time, affecting all aspects of the lives of thousands of Federation citizens. The Kar people were undoubtedly the main group that was most affected. There are less than 2 million people in the Korhal system now, and most of them are troops stationed on space orbital defense platforms and satellites. The last batch of colonial fleets that transported immigrants on a large scale have also left. Now every city on the surface of the planet has a launch port that uses electromagnetic orbital acceleration technology to launch interstellar shuttles. These slanted launch ports with bright red and green lights on their surfaces are larger and more magnificent than any of the Creation family's sky towers. Like a silent giant standing among the tall buildings. At night, the light pollution problem criticized by environmentalists was finally solved as the city and even the planet stopped working. For the first time in decades, the dazzling artificial clouds in Stilling City disappeared from people's sight. Even standing on the Minsk Sky Tower, the tallest building in the center of Stilling City, looking into the distance, only some faint lights can be seen in the distance. And they are all military facilities and heavy factories without exception. Those towering skyscrapers were shrouded in darkness, silent as tombstones. The earliest plan to build a fortress on the surface of Korhal was also abandoned. All usable building materials, steel frames, vehicles and suspension trains were dismantled and melted into ships. All luxury goods and heavy furniture that were deemed to be of no use to the colonists were landfilled or burned. After the Korhal people left, even the once extremely prosperous political, economic and cultural center, Stilling, was left with only empty shells of houses and high-rise buildings. In early summer, the once prosperous Stilling skyscrapers were like stopped gears, and the solemnity and tranquility of nature regained control of the city. Only a few weeks after humans left Korhal, fallen leaves filled the streets. Plants and small animals from the countryside flocked to Stilling and made their homes in the abandoned city. This city, which seemed to be made of silver and glass, was still so beautiful. But it had changed from a noble lady wearing a white pleated skirt and luxurious accessories, to a melancholy girl as quiet as water. The light of the 2 satellites was so bright, and the sky above Stilling City was shining with stars. A silk ribbon as white as milk stretched across the sky. The name of the light belt was mentioned in the textbook called From Earth to Copperloo in Lisa Kashidi's memory, the Milky Way. When Lisa Cassidy looked down from the Korhal Revolutionary Army meeting room on the top floor of Minsk Sky Tower, she suddenly felt sad for the people of Korhal 4. They had to abandon the accumulation of more than a dozen generations and leave their inherited homes to go to Umojan and the unknown distance far beyond the Copperloo sector. However, this disaster also brought almost all the Korhal people together. They were more united than ever before and more in agreement with the concept of Korhal as a whole. The Kars who colonized more distant star systems all swore that they would never forget their hatred and homeland. as more and more cars were forced to embark on interstellar travel away from their homes. This humiliation and hatred were infinitely magnified in the hearts of all cars. Even so, the cars still firmly believed that they would return to their homeland. A slight knock on the door of the Speaker Angus conference room brought Lisa back to her seat. Although she attended the meeting as the second Minister of Health and a member of the Heavenly Demons, Lisa knew that her opinions were actually irrelevant. Lisa looked at the conference table and found a few familiar faces on it, including Arn Lundstein, a member of the Heavenly Demons, now a colonel in the army, Kurt Josephine, the commander of the Airborne Division, and Hannah Kank, the commander of the Fire Bat Mixed Regiment. Before this, the highest military rank of these people was only privates. But now they have tens of thousands of people under their command. As for the rest of the Heavenly Demons, they left the Korhal system in batches as the escort force of the colonial fleet. After all, they still had to preserve the manpower and seeds for the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Let's get started. Angus Mengsk's thick gray eyebrows twisted together, his expression as serious as steel. This is our last meeting on Korhal 4. It has been a full 48 standard Earth hours since the last expedition fleet that left the Korhal system escaped the star's gravity. Angus looked around and nodded to the officials and officers who came to the meeting. This is not a meeting of the Korhal Senate. I have called the generals of the Revolutionary Army, not to vote on some boring topic, but to tell everyone here a bad news. The Kelmorian Union and the Terran Federation just completed all the steps and procedures of the peace talks half an hour ago and signed the final peace treaty. The peace treaty takes effect immediately and lasts for 20 years. The legal representative of the Kelmorian United Mining Company told us that they tried their best to delay the time. The diplomats of the Terran Federation were very anxious, pressing step by step, and even made some concessions. Angus shook his head and said, "Perhaps it was because of us that Kelmorian was able to see fewer barren mining worlds. The Federation fleet is coming." Lisa's heart tightened. This day was finally coming. During the month of intense evacuation, many of the car people who remained on the ground did not even dare to sleep, fearing the impending disaster. Finance Minister Levi Henry sighed. The public opinion offensive has had a very good effect. UNN editors and reporters who secretly served the August Intelligence Committee also provided us with a lot of evidence of corruption and abuse of power by federal government officials. However, a month has passed, and the spokesperson for the federal parliament has not said a word about the use of an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Kar. At first, the Terran Federation did its best to suppress the news of Korhal 4's open rebellion. But the news of the entire planet's declaration of independence still spread quickly, and spread across the Federation's territory at a speed that shocked and angered the Federation's senior officials and nobles. Gradually, even the most apolitical people were discussing topics related to Korhal, and speculation about the Federation's deliberate suppression of the news spread in the streets and alleys. People generally believed the same thing, that the truth must be much more serious than the little gossip we knew, and there must be more than one rebellious planet on Korhal 4. Moreover, the Federation Marines and fleet must have done a terrible job in dealing with the rebellion. Otherwise, they would have received the news that the rebellion was quickly and forcefully suppressed. After the scandal of the Federation Parliament was broadcast to the entire Terran Federation at the UNN headquarters, the excited people believed that the revolution of Korhal 4 had achieved unprecedented success, and the Federation Parliament had to use nuclear weapons. People who sympathized with Korhal began to protest, and many public figures also criticized and condemned the atrocities of the Federation Parliament. Rebellions broke out again on many planets, including Antigua Prime. From ordinary civilians in marginal worlds to the governor of the colony and the billionaire guests in his office, everyone was speaking the same words. Korhal, Angus, the Mengsk family, the rebels. Initially, even Angus Mengsk began to overestimate the possibility of the Federation giving up the use of nuclear weapons due to favorable public opinion trends. But this optimism did not last long, because the Federation Congress never promised not to use nuclear weapons or made any statement on this. Some friendly leaders of the Tusoni's creation family and members of the federal parliament told Angus that Andrea, the mistress of the Tagore family, and the large group of nobles around her would never change the approved agenda. The nobles' hearts were colder than the glaciers that never melted. It is very unlikely that the leaders of the creation family will really change their minds because of the significance of the common people that they don't care about at all. Angus said, "I understand those high-ranking creation families, because I was once one of them. They are arrogant and indifferent, and refuse to admit that they will fail in anything. Be prepared for war. I don't think I need to say more. Angus said, the blocking war will be launched in outer space orbit. We have mobilized all the resources we can mobilize. Workers finally completed the construction of 2 new high-altitude orbital defense platforms and space-based weapon stations, with the assistance of Umoyan space construction drones day and night. Defense Minister Harry Wilder said, the anti-aircraft missile launch towers on the 2 satellites are enough to shoot down the battle cruisers of the Federation fleet. Angus nodded with satisfaction. I said that this battle is by no means meaningless. We have the opportunity to leave with the colonial fleet. But we still choose to stay. Because this may be the only chance to attract and delay the Federation fleet. Only in this way can Augustus's first fleet succeed in the raid on the Delarian shipyard. If the fleet had not encountered the Alpha Squadron and had to repair and replenish ships, the chances of this raid might have been much greater. But even so, we will continue to believe in him, Lundstein said. He can't fail, Josephine said calmly. Because he is Augustus. Lisa nodded seriously. Although Lisa had reservations about the fact that Augustus had a beautiful young red-haired girl around him recently, it did not prevent her from speaking well of Augustus. Colonel Lundstein. Like you, I never doubted that my son would fail. Angus is qualified to say such things. He has no less confidence in his son than the demons of heaven. York, how many people are unwilling to leave Car? People from the Firth Territory and the Icefield tribe refused to leave Car for. Nearly 3,000 people from Norman Hawk stayed. They left the city and built tents and simple camps in the suburbs. The director of the Car Immigration Bureau said, the number after statistics is about 70,000. Some are old people who are unwilling to leave their homeland. And some are surrenderists. Let them go. Angus was silent for a moment and said, we did our best. How many troops and logistics personnel are there on the surface? He asked again. 190,000 people. The director of the Immigration Bureau said. Everyone evacuates Coral. Angus said, take away what they can take away. We can't stay on the ground anymore. At this time, Angus suddenly stood up. And a sudden sense of oppression made him frown, notify the guards, and prepare the shuttle to fly to the orbital defense platform. You can't go to the front. Lundstein said loudly. You must leave Korhol 4 immediately. Yes. The spacecraft to Umojan is ready. The Minister of Transportation said. It seems that everyone is hiding it from Angus, and is determined to force him out of Korhol. From the beginning to the end, only Angus thought that he would stay in Korhol and fight with the revolutionaries. Several officers held Angus tightly and wanted to send him to the spacecraft. But it triggered his thunderous anger. You made me a coward. Angus shook off the hands that were holding him. How can I abandon more than 1 million Car warriors to go to Umoyan to see their parents? If I die in Car, then I still have my son to inherit my career. You think I am a politician who can only talk big on the podium. But in the end, I personally sent so many people to the battlefield. Angus said to them. Don't persuade me anymore. My decision will never change. Just when Angus wanted to say something, a holographic projection screen suddenly popped up on the conference table in the conference hall, showing a sergeant of the Car Revolutionary Army Marine Corps. The sergeant was the commander of an outpost on a desolate planet at the outermost edge of the Korhol system. We detected the space fluctuations of superdimensional jumps. The communication stopped abruptly in the roar and smoke of the explosion. Everyone could predict what happened. Lisa stood up with the others. Oh my God, she whispered. So fast? The Minister of Transportation was shocked. It takes at least a week to sail from the Edge world to Korhol. You are so naive that it surprises me, Josephine said sarcastically. We don't have an accurate train schedule to follow. This is most likely the first batch of the Federal fleet to arrive. They set sail a week or 2 earlier, Angus said. They don't care if this will distract their troops or alert the enemy. Harnack gave a sharp assessment as he stood up and put on his military coat, because they are just on their way to crushing an ant.